The night was as dark as ink with 3 pale moons hanging in the sky like the cloudy eyes of a dead man. The wind over the graveyard was bitterly cold, scraping across the face like the dullest blade dragging back and forth across the skin. Feng Xiu paid no attention to any of this. He was digging into the fresh grave before him, shovel after shovel. Soil flew up, and the outline of the coffin gradually emerged. A few ethereal wandering souls drifted nearby, curiously approaching, then fearfully scattering. The aura emanating from Feng Xiu, similar to their own, yet carrying an absolute sense of suppression, kept them at bay. Master, you've been buried for 3 days now. Surely you've had your fill of resting in peace. Feng Xiu stopped, wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, and muttered to himself. It wasn't that he disrespected his master. On the contrary, it was precisely out of respect that this once-in-a-lifetime coffin opening ceremony had to be performed by his sole disciple himself. This was both a ritual and a necessary academic attitude. As for why he didn't let the nearby wandering souls do the labor, it was purely because he couldn't trust those low-level energy beings with their muddled minds. If even a single rib of his master's bones were damaged, the loss would be incalculable. The phrase his master had most often repeated while alive was, "Do not waste, be thrifty." As a necromancer, his definition of waste naturally differed from ordinary people. Now, after being buried for 3 days, his master had experienced the full process of being dead. It was time to let this precious corpse fulfill its final value. He believed that even if his master's soul in the netherworld knew, he would not blame him. By resurrecting his master as a skeleton mage, he would immediately gain a precious magical combat unit. After all, his master had taught him to be thrifty. Feng Xiu was a transmigrator from Earth. He had been in this world for several years now. With the master he met in this life and his top-tier necromantic talent, he plunged headfirst into the path of a necromancer. A path considered eerie and evil by the world, but in his eyes filled with beauty. The undead, what perfect creations. No need to eat or drink, no fatigue, no emotions. The most perfect tools in the world. Bang! The last bit of loose soil on the coffin was cleared. Feng Xiu threw down the shovel, pressed his hands against the coffin lid, took a deep breath, and pushed with all his might. With a harsh grating sound, the heavy coffin lid was slowly pushed open. A strange odor mixed with earth and rotting flesh rushed out. Feng Xiu leaned and looking at the dry, thin corpse lying straight in the coffin, still clad in an old mage robe. His eyes were full of satisfaction.
甚至不少异兽还能借此提升自身的血脉之力，从而完成天赋实力的质变。陈峰心念一动，该不会
Just as he was about to begin his sacred recycling ceremony, a cold, grand, emotionless mechanical voice sounded in his ear. Warning! Warning! All Earth humans, be informed, your home planet has been selected by a higher dimensional force and your soul beacons have been locked. After 10 seconds, all Earth humans will be forcibly pulled to the shattered cloud realm to become island lords and begin a war of conquest. Countdown 9. The sudden voice stunned Feng Xiu for a moment. What the hell? Was he still Instinctively he reached out and grabbed his master's withered arm in the coffin as if it were his last lifeline. An irresistible pulling force came from deep within his soul. Feng Xiu's body began to turn ethereal and transparent. No, 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 no. He let out a piercing wail filled with overwhelming hatred. I finally became a necromancer. I haven't even unleashed a necromantic plague in this world. I still have 37 research topics on necromancy to study. Good things never come my way, but now, when it's time to be conscripted, they remember I'm from Earth. No, my necromantic plague plan. My stitched abomination, my bone dragon. Amid Feng Xiu's heart-wrenching screams, his figure, along with the corpse of his master, he was still clutching, completely vanished from this world. Consciousness felt like being thrown into a washing machine. Endless tumbling and dizziness. When Feng Xiu regained his senses, he found himself lying on soft ground. He sat up abruptly and looked around. It was a tiny floating island, barely 30 square meters in visual. Beneath his feet was gray-brown soil, loose dirt at the edges slid down into the endless rolling sea of clouds. The sky was eerily high with nothing but clouds stretching endlessly. The world was silent except for the sound of wind. As he stood there dazed, that cold mechanical voice sounded directly in his mind again. Welcome to the Shattered Cloud Realm, apprentice island lord. Here everyone is an island lord. You start with one island and resources are yours to obtain. As an island lord, you have absolute control over this island. You can manipulate the lord's cornerstone at the center of the floating island, consuming energy to move, explore other islands, and search for supplies. You can also use the beginner fishing rod to fish in the sea of clouds. Supplies, blueprints, and treasure chests from thousands of worlds may be caught. The world chat channel has been opened for all island lords. You may speak for free once a day. Subsequent messages require transmission stones. Survive and fly upward. This is your only destiny. The voice faded. Feng Xiu stood frozen, feeling as if all strength had been drained from his body. Was this a second transmigration? Damn it all. He sighed dejectedly, things being what they were, any more complaints would only waste precious early development time. He got up, patted the dirt off his clothes. His eyes swept over a corner of the island where a cheap, worn-out fishing rod was indeed stuck in the ground. Then Feng Xiu ignored it outright. What a joke. As a veteran, he would never be tempted by a fishing rod, but then again, fishing above the sea of clouds would be a fine thing. However, it was indeed too early to start now. He strode toward the center of the island. There stood a gray pitted stone tablet as tall as two people, the Lord's cornerstone the voice had mentioned. He circled the tablet once, about to reach out and touch it to study how it worked, when his peripheral vision caught sight of a corpse lying behind the tablet. It was wearing a familiar old mage robe. A gleam of surprise lit up Feng Xiu's eyes, and even his breath caught for a moment. He rushed over when he saw that gaunt, familiar face. An indescribable ecstasy washed away all the frustration and anxiety of arriving on this floating island.
与此同时，黎明会总部，日月同辉，黎明将至。昏暗压抑的地下密室内，低沉肃穆的吟诵。
When he was teleported, he had held on tightly and hadn't let go, so he had brought his master along. Feng Xiu was so excited, he almost kowed out on the spot. But since his master was dead, a real kowtow would be pointless. It wasn't that Feng Xiu was overly excited, this was starting capital. Because from the moment he woke up on the floating island, he had clearly felt that familiar necromantic mana still flowing slowly within him. His abilities were still here. The necromantic knowledge he had cultivated over years could still be used in this world. This was his greatest asset. And now his master's corpse was without a doubt the starting capital for his comeback. Feng Xiu rubbed his hands excitedly, eyes shining as he stared at the corpse on the ground. Great, this is really great. Although due to the lack of necessary magical materials and ritual environment, he couldn't directly transform his master into the ideal high-level skeleton mage yet. He could only perform the most basic necromantic animation. Yet Feng Xiu believed that with his master's mage foundation from his lifetime, even if he turned into the simplest skeleton, his probability of retaining spellcasting ability would be much higher than other materials. Master, please bear with it for now. When I have enough materials later, I'll refurbish you into a high-level skeleton mage in style that will honor your spirit in heaven. His master probably wouldn't object. He hesitated no longer, dragged the corpse next to the Lord's cornerstone. Feng Xiu took a deep breath and slowly extended his hands. Wisps of visible eerie green energy leaked from his palms like sentient venomous snakes slowly winding around the corpse on the ground. In my name, Feng Xiu, arise from the stillness of death, answer my call. Master, awaken. Become my first servant in this realm. The eerie green radiance flared up, dyeing a small part of the island in a strange hue. As the incantation was spoken, the aura of magic gradually emerged from the corpse on the ground. The corners of Feng Xiu's mouth kept rising, starting with a noble spellcasting unit. This starting point was a whole dimension higher than those fellow countrymen who could only stare at the sky with broken fishing rods. Threads of ghostly green necromantic energy writhed like a serpent horde, completely enveloping the corpse beside the Lord Cornerstone. Flesh rapidly dissolved and sloughed off under the assault of the energy, revealing stark white bone. The bones tightened and reshaped under the green glow, producing a grating, tooth-aching crack sound. The tattered mage robe that had hung on the body now drooped loosely over the newly formed skeletal shoulders. Two faint sparks of soul fire quietly ignited. It was done. Feng Xiu withdrew his hand and let out a long breath. He did not issue commands immediately, but instead walked 2 circles around the newly risen skeleton, observing it carefully. The soul fire glowed steadily with no sign of dispersion. The bone structure was intact with no cracks at the major load-bearing joints. The basic necromantic transformation was settled. Not bad. Feng Xiu nodded, then sank back into, what should he call it? Continue calling it master. Inappropriate. Now that a master-servant bond was established, such a form of address was improper. Just call it skeleton mage. That felt too distant since it was his only combat force, and the remains. Feng Xiu's gaze fell on the flickering green soul fire within the skeleton's eye sockets. After a moment, a brilliant word popped into his mind. From now on you shall be called Lao Shi. The character Lao carried weight. The last one bearing it was a legendary figure. Feng Xiu was immensely satisfied with this name. Feng Xiu unilaterally declared the naming procedure passed unanimously. All right, Lao Shi, let's begin with a simple test. Take 2 steps forward. Lao Shi received the command and moved his skeletal leg. The motion was somewhat stiff and sluggish, but the walking command was successfully executed. Turn around, squat down, pick up the cloud fishing rod. A series of commands were carried out by Lao Shi with decent form. Feng Xiu had a general idea: stable soul fire, intermediate intelligence, truly worthy of being his good Lao Shi. As for spells, Feng Xiu had already sensed 3 skills retained by Lao Shi during the transformation. One was Mage Hand, a universal mage spell. Though not offensive, it was useful as a lifting and control skill. One offensive spell, Ghost Fire Orb, and one defensive spell, Bone Shield of Withering. In a dilapidated environment lacking even a workbench, retaining 3 practical spells was an exceptional performance. Lao Shi was simply too comprehensive: offensive, defensive, and control. The test concluded, and Feng Xiu began assigning tasks to Lao Shi. He pointed at the cloud fishing rod at the edge of the floating island. Go fish for clouds at the island's edge, Lao Shi. I trust your luck. As for Feng Xiu himself, he was going to study the remaining mechanisms of this floating island. Lao Shi took the rod, paced with slightly stiff steps to the edge of the small island, sat down, and cast the line with a passable imitation. Feng Xiu watched the scene, a faint smile on his face. His master taught him necromancy in life, though after death he fished clouds to support the household. A master-disciple tradition inherited across generations. Was this not a form of legacy? He wasted no more time, and turned to press his hand onto the Lord Cornerstone. A cool sensation came through, and an extremely simple, translucent panel appeared before Feng Xiu. The panel displayed only a few options: move, supplies, trade, upgrade. Feng Xiu first clicked on supplies. Currently owned: floating island LV. 1 a Lord Cornerstone, 1 cloud fishing rod, 1 necromantic servant Lao Shi, 1. Beyond that, nothing else. This world was stingy to the point of not even providing a novice's first day of food. He then clicked trade. An interface resembling an online shopping site unfolded, displaying all kinds of bizarre goods. Item: men's shirt 1. Exchange soil 100. Item: cowhide belt 1. Exchange soil 50. Item: half pack of cigarettes. Exchange floating stone 1. Item: pair of socks unwashed for 3 days. Exchange clear water 200 milliliters. These were probably items the compatriots wore or carried, seeking to exchange for basic resources to gain an early advantage. Feng Xiu stared at these listings, silent for a moment, and decided not to comment on the mental state of human civilization during the early days of universal transmigration. He closed the trade window and clicked on the final upgrade interface. Current floating island level 1 area 25 square meters required for upgrade to level 2. Floating stone 5, soil 100. Below the upgrade button, there was a line of small print. Upgrade preview: after raising the floating island to level 2, the attribute panel function will be unlocked, allowing inspection of the island lords and all units' basic attributes. Attribute panel. Feng Xiu's eyes instantly lit up. He was not a superstitious man obsessed with numbers, but as a rigorous necromancy researcher, he deeply understood the importance of data. With numbers comes quantification, with quantification comes comparison, with comparison comes optimization, and finally a standardized production process. The worst fear in necromancy research is the lack of parameters. The fragment cloud realm, offering numerical comparisons for second-tier island lords, was the first decent thing it had done so far. He pulled back his thoughts, kept his hand on the Lord Cornerstone, selected the move function, and sent a thought of moving left to the cornerstone. A faint light shimmered on the cornerstone's surface, and a slight tremor ran through the ground beneath his feet. The entire small island began to drag its heavy body slowly toward the left sea of clouds. Feng Xiu frowned. The speed was even slower than the necromantic horse his master had doted on, the one with mismatched leg lengths. But at least it could move. As a mage who could immerse himself in books, he had always been very patient. The floating island traveled for about half an hour. Just as Feng Xiu was feeling drowsy, the corner of his eye caught a blurred outline emerging from the thick fog ahead. It was a new floating island. Feng Xiu's languid posture instantly vanished. He became fully alert.
未来，只要龙国国运如龙，林雪薇的进步速度也将乘风而起。半个小时后，时隔半个多月，陈峰终于再次通过镇狱司的心门踏入异域战场。
So Lao Shi was also a no-catch guy. No, wait, why did I say also? As the distance closed, the outline of that island became clearer and clearer. Feng Xiu stared at the mist-shrouded sky island and immediately motioned for Lao Shi to halt. The soul flame in the skull's eye sockets flickered awkwardly as it withdrew its cloud-fishing pole. He stowed the pole, placed Lao Shi at the very front of the island, and began to map out his next moves. This wild sky island was an opportunity, but it might just as easily be a trap. The plan took shape quickly. Once the two islands met, Lao Shi as the sole attendant must be the first to set foot and scout. He himself would remain beside the Lord's Cornerstone, clutching the island's highest authority and ready to flee at a moment's notice. If the opposite island harbored dangers beyond handling, Lao Shi would use its bony frame to buy them time. When necessary, Feng Xiu would not hesitate to abandon it and steer his island away alone. He did not undervalue this reincarnated Lao Shi. On the contrary, precisely because he valued it, he intended to place it where it could yield the greatest return. An undead unit's primary duties were to fight for its master scout, take blows, and shoulder all risks. This was what his master had taught him in life. Now Feng Xiu put those lessons into practice. The sky islands crept steadily toward each other, and as the gap narrowed, the soil at their edges began to rasp against one another. At last, with a dull impact, the two islands made contact. At that instant, a cold, vast mechanical voice sounded in Fang Xiu's mind. Detected unclaimed Sky Island. Boarding exploration initiated. Current exploration duration 30 minutes. Upon completion, the two islands will automatically part company. Before he could fully process those prompts, he watched in dismay as a chunk of his island's edge was knocked away by the larger island across from them. A lump of gray-brown earth that carried his future hopes tumbled and rolled into the endless sea of clouds. Fang Xiu's face went dark on the spot. His first-tier island had always been pitifully small, and this blasted rule, without so much as a courtesy, had taken a piece as a greeting. Go! Fang Xiu issued the terse command. The hollow sockets of Lao's skull flicked over to him, and it swung its bony legs to step onto the unfamiliar land. Fang Xiu remained rooted in place, one hand never leaving the stone surface of the Lord's cornerstone, his gaze hawk-like, as he watched every motion on the opposite island. The unclaimed Sky Island was not large, perhaps 200 square meters at a guess. A few stunted trees dotted the surface, stones lay scattered, and at the center sat a black chest, silent and unassuming. Everything looked like a standard novice resource isle. Laoshi patrolled for a full 5 minutes, circled the perimeter, and found no sign of any living creature. Fang Xiu did not fully relax, yet the 30-minute countdown hung over him like a drawn sword, urging immediate action. Bring the chest over. Laoshi heeded the order, trudged to the chest, scooped it up with its bony hands and stiffness in its gait, returned it to Fang Xiu's island. From a short distance, Fang Xiu summoned his mage's hand and lifted the lid. He obtained 1 levitation stone, 5 loaves of bread, and 500 milliliters bottles of drinking water. Seeing the clear bottles of water and 5 individually wrapped loaves of bread, the tension in Fang Xiu's face finally eased. Food and water meant he needn't fear early hunger, and the levitation stone was a precious material for these supplies would support longer excursions. Even sold at the trading post, they would fetch a respectable. He did not indulge immediately. Instead, he piled the precious provisions beside the Lord's cornerstone, ensured none would fall, and then waved to Laoshi. We move. Time was precious. The scavenging began in earnest. He and Laoshi both wielded the mage's basic spell, the mage's hand. The illusory hands of spiritual force proved remarkably strong when dealing with inanimate supply. Their hauling efficiency utterly outclassed newcomers who relied on axes, picks, and brute strength. 2 translucent great hands of sickly green magic formed in midair, seized timber and branches, and flung them with precision toward their own island. Fang Xiu prioritized the trees. The small ones were lifted whole soil, and all while Laoshi fired a spectral firebolt at the trunk of the largest. With a blackening crack, the massive tree toppled. A humble wooden chest dropped from the dense canopy and tumbled to the ground. Fang Xiu regarded that chest in silence. Hiding a chest in a tree, how underhanded. After all, traps seldom give a clear warning from above. Fortune favored his crude approach. Had he politely set about cutting the tree down, who knew how long it would have? The world's malice always showed itself in the most unforeseen details. He did not open the wooden box at once. A glance at the countdown showed less than 15 minutes remaining. Opening the chest might distract him. For now, the most valuable resource on the island was the soil underfoot. Upgrading to a second-tier island required a full 100 units of earth. That was the real prize. Dig soil. At his command, the 2 mages' hands reshaped into massive scoops and drove fiercely into the ground. Thick clods of earth were scooped up, arced through the air, and smashed down onto Fang Xiu's own island. Because of angles and distance, some chunks struck the island's edge, or simply failed to be controlled, and slid into the cloud sea. Fang Xiu's brows twitched in agony at the waste. His master had taught him that squander was shameful. But under the pressure of the countdown, efficiency mattered far more than perfection. A system prompt chimed. Remaining exploration time 10 minutes. The system tone quickened Fang Xiu's movements. Remaining exploration time 5 minutes. He told Laoshi to abandon the scattered wood. Both mages' hands were devoted wholly to the digging campaign. Remaining exploration time 1 minute. On hearing that, a resolve flashed in Fang Xiu's eyes. Rather than greedily snatch 2 more scoops, he seized the robe of Laoshi, still diligently at work, and dragged it onto his island. Greed was the leading cause of death among newcomers. Fang Xiu loved resources, but he would never let them lead him by the nose, especially when he had no certainty about what awaited when the exploration ended. Man and skeleton stood steadily on their island. Fang Xiu returned to the Lord's cornerstone and fixed his gaze on the ravaged, unclaimed isle across from them. 30 minutes had elapsed. Exploration complete. No sooner had the words fallen than the opposite island emitted an invisible ripple of regulatory force. A gentle yet utterly irresistible thrust slowly shoved Fang Xiu's island aside. The soil at the juncture fractured and several fragments crumbled and vanished into the cloud sea. Fang Xiu watched that force with a flicker of interest. It was not wind, but felt like a repulsion emanating from the cornerstone's rule layer. He could not investigate now, but the discovery planted a seed in his mind. Such a force might prove useful in the future. He turned his attention back to his own island. Where barren ground had been earth trees and stones now lay heaped as though the island had finally eaten its fill, the whole place seemed to have grown plumper. Truly a bountiful harvest, he murmured. Feng Xiu walked to the rim of the floating island where a chunk had been knocked away. A prompt appeared before him asking whether to consume 2 units of soil to repair the island's structural damage. Repair. Feng Xiu made his choice. As he confirmed, 2 units of soil congealed into faint motes of light and melded into the fractured edge. The soil at the breach wriggled and soon smoothed out as if it had never been struck. After finishing, Feng Xiu turned to the Lord Cornerstone and began to tally the spoils of this expedition. Wood 120. Soil 206. Combined with the floating stones, bread and water obtained earlier from the chest, and the wooden treasure box that had fallen from a tree, the haul from this excursion was respectable. Feng Xiu's gaze fell upon the wooden chest that had toppled from the tree. He reached out, and with a mage's hand formed from condensed mana, lifted the lid in midair. He obtained 2 floating stones and 1 iron shovel. Quite interesting. Both chests had yielded floating stones. The drop rate seemed surprisingly generous. With the one he had opened earlier, he now possessed 3 floating stones. He needed 5 to upgrade, so only 2 remained to be acquired. The dawn of an upgrade was within sight. His attention drifted to the iron shovel. The blade was rough cast iron, and the wooden handle still bore splinters that looked like nothing more than an ordinary tool with no attribute bonuses. For novices who had to dig soil by sheer muscle, such a tool would unquestionably boost early efficiency. For Feng Xiu, however, its worth was more ambiguous. His mage's hand worked faster, caused no blisters, and suffered no wear. So without much hesitation, he opened the trading interface and listed the iron shovel for sale, pricing it at 2 floating stones. That price was rather steep for the early game, but Feng Xiu knew there would always be someone fortunate or desperate. After all, a single wooden chest might yield 2 stones. The difficulty of obtaining floating stones was not great. The shovel might not be worth 2 stones later on, but for now it was. There were always those eager for quick advancement willing to pay for early advantages. Besides, he could always lower the price later if it did not sell. Having finished, Feng Xiu opened the chat channel. He had only 1 free daily message, and he was not about to wait. After a moment's thought, he sent a brief notice: anonymous iron shovel for 2 floating stones. Act quickly, significantly increases soil acquisition efficiency. The message was instantly swallowed by a flood of other information, but some people would inevitably notice it. Shyster. A broken shovel, and you want 2 floating stones. Why don't you go rob someone? Boss, can I? Anyone there? The trading post is selling weapons. I'm encountering monsters. Damn, I hooked a cloud fish that bites. My hand. My hand. Feng Xiu did not join the arguments. He closed the panel and set the floating island to sail forward. He glanced at the lauscher standing idle nearby and decided to give his first employee a short rest. Repeated use of the mage's hand and the spirit fire orb had nearly exhausted the Lao's modest mana bar. Even the soul fire in its eye had dimmed considerably. Although this did not prevent it from fishing clouds, the lauscher seemed rather unlucky today, so he should not be allowed to fish. Feng Xiu picked up the neglected cloud fishing rod and sat at the island's edge. Humming some nameless tune, he cast the line with a practiced, elegant motion into the roiling sea of clouds. Half an hour passed. The line did not so much as tremble. Feng Xiu's mood visibly soured. He glanced back at the lauscher in its meditative rest and briefly wondered whether his earlier mockery, calling the lauscher an air fisher, had been premature. The next moment he dismissed the thought. The Lao's inability to catch anything was an empirical fact. His own failures were merely the result of insufficient samples lacking any statistical significance. Yes, exactly. He reassured himself and cast once more. This time the tip of the rod soon registered a movement, but it was not the violent struggle of a hooked fish, only a faint sinking. He lifted the rod in confusion and hauled up a sodden, crumpled scrap of paper. The paper was small, its edges had been softened by cloud water. There were no characters, only intricate fine gray lines like a fragment of some map. The instant Feng Xiu took it in his hand, a cold system prompt sounded in his mind, with no warning map detected. Would he like to load the map function? Load immediately. Feng Xiu confirmed without hesitation. The map function finished loading. After the prompt, a new option labeled Current Map appeared beneath the chat channel. Feng Xiu clicked it at once. A fog-shrouded interface unfolded. Only a short line representing the route he had just traversed glowed. In the upper left corner of the map, the current area's name was displayed: No. 7 Huiwu Qianhai area. Feng Xiu stared at the name, his eyes flickering slightly. Shallow Sea area. This place was tens of thousands of meters in the sky, yet it was divided using maritime concepts. Did that mean that in more distant, more perilous airspace there truly existed so-called deep seas? Fang Xiao attempted to zoom and pan, but only the already revealed area responded. Nowhere else reacted at all. This meant the map could not grant him a godlike perspective to instantly pinpoint the locations of other floating islands. Better than nothing. Fang Xiao closed the map interface, feeling a faint pang of disappointment, though at the very least it could log his flight path, preventing endless circling across the boundless sea of clouds, and mark the positions of unclaimed islands he had already scavenged. Fang Xiao stretched his slightly stiff limbs and returned to the Lord's Keystone, casually opening the chat channel. The channel now ran far more smoothly than it had during his first moments after transmigration. The earlier avalanche of frantic distress messages, flooding the screen like snow, had drastically diminished. In their place appeared trade offers, resource requests, tentative intelligence probes, and the occasional fragmented outburst of despair. Kuhai buying wood. 100 units for one 500 milliliters bottle of purified water. PM me. Wabu, how has anyone discovered a resource island? I dare not go alone. Seeking a team-up. 50-50 split. Tianbian via Spirit Stone, purchasing Skyfloat stones. Price negotiable. Contact me privately. I'm leveling up to Tier 2 island. Idle scrolling through the chat channel was oddly pleasant. Just then a cold mechanical system notification chimed in his ear. Transaction successful. You have acquired Skyfloat stone too. His iron shovel had sold. A flicker of delight crossed Fang Xiao's face as he tapped directly into the upgrade interface on the Lord's Keystone. Current floating island Tier 1. Upgrade to Tier 2 requires Skyfloat stone 55 soil, 206,100. All conditions were fully met. Upgrade. Without hesitation, Fang Xiao pressed the upgrade button. The instant his finger touched it, 100 units of soil and 5 Skyfloat stones stacked upon the island vanished into thin air. The upgrade did not complete instantly. Intricate ash-white glyphs rose across the surface of the Lord's Keystone, while a subtle vibration emanated from its base and rippled outward across the ground. Along the island's periphery, the formerly loose topsoil began expanding outward with slow, deliberate grace, as though an invisible giant hand were redistributing, compressing, and smoothing the earth itself. A nearby pile of timber shifted slightly, the one log teetered perilously toward the cloud sea, until Lao Shi, standing nearby, extended his bony hand and steadied it firmly. Fang Xiao stood beside the Lord's Keystone, observing curiously. The entire process lasted approximately half an hour. Then the vibration ceased. The island's surface area expanded from 25 square meters to 50. Though still modest in scale, the increased space felt markedly more spacious. Even after stacking timber, soil, and provisions, it no longer resembled a cramped makeshift dump site. Fang Xiao waited in silence. 1 minute, 5 minutes. No realm-wide announcement. No inaugural reward. Not even a single shaft of golden light descending from the heavens in ceremonial honor. Fang Xiao exhaled softly. Either someone had already upgraded ahead of him and received the reward privately without a public broadcast, or this accursed Shuiyuan realm system simply lacked such a mechanism to recognize outstanding pioneers. Those universal announcements after upgrading, like in Yang Shizi novels. Pure fiction. He muttered wryly, then opened the newly unlocked functions of Tier 2 Island. Attribute panel, a sleek semi-transparent interface unfolded before him. Fang Xiao first checked his own status. Island Lord Fang Xiao, Strength Obsidian Tier. Tier Hierarchy, Unranked Obsidian Tier, Bronze Tier, Silver Tier, Gold Tier, Dark Gold Tier, Epic Tier, Legendary Tier, Mythic Tier, Song. Strength 7, Agility 6, Constitution 7, Spirit 17. Assessment, a constitutionally frail, research-oriented genius necromancer. Upon reading that assessment, Fang Xiao's lips lifted, rarely, in a faint wry smile. Constitutionally frail could be provisionally disregarded, but research-oriented genius necromancer was strikingly accurate. It seemed the system, though fundamentally unsympathetic, retained a modicum of aesthetic discernment. Next he opened Lao Shi's panel. Name Lao Shi, Strength Obsidian Tier, Strength 3, Agility 5, Constitution 5, Spirit 15, Assessment, a pitiful soul who finds no peace, not even in death. Fang Xiao chuckled dryly. He retracted his prior remark. The system truly possessed neither grace nor wisdom. He judged the assessment as conspicuously subjective and professionally unqualified. What precisely did no peace mean? This was an intellectual continuing to contribute meaningfully after death, not to society, but to the development of his floating island. One need only ask Lao Shi himself. The 2 points of soul fire within his eye sockets pulsed gently, silently. Fang Xiao interpreted this as tacit agreement. After savoring the panels, he resumed piloting the island forward. Roughly an hour later, a high-altitude gust roused him from his drowsy reverie. Just as he reached for his cloud fishing rod again, a colossal silhouette emerged slowly from the distant mist, first indistinct, then unmistakable. As distance narrowed, the shape filled his vision with overwhelming presence. This was certainly no mere 1,200 square meter miner, unlike those he'd encountered before. Estimated size well over 1,000 square meters. Fang Xiu immediately decelerated and brought the island to a full hover. 1,000 square meter island promised unimaginably rich resources and equally unpredictable grave dangers. Encountering such a behemoth on day one of the novice zone. Was it fortune or misfortune? Lao Shi scout ahead. His command was calm precise. He himself retreated to the Lord's keystone palm, resting lightly upon its cold, unyielding surface, prepared to withdraw at a moment's notice. Peering through the swirling mist, he narrowed his eyes, studying the Leviathan before him. Soon he noticed something. The island's rim bore no natural jagged fracture, only unmistakable signs of deliberate artificial modification. Several massive crooked wooden stakes were driven deep into its edges. Fang Xiu guided the level 2 sky island, inching it closer to the vast Qianping Island. As the distance closed, its staggering scale became plainly evident to the naked eye. The island exceeded 50 meters in both length and width. Dense thickets lay like patches of deep green across most of the ground. Only a few solitary great trees stood in the center and at the edges, making the place feel even more crowded. Lao Shi stood silent at the foremost edge of the sky island. The high-altitude wind pressed its robe tight to its frame until it snapped, yet the soul fire in its eye sockets burned steady as ever. A cold system prompt arrived as expected. Unclaimed sky island detected. Boarding exploration commencing. Current exploration time 30 minutes. Watching the 30-minute countdown bloom on the display, Fang Xiu's expression tightened. This island was far larger than the last, yet the allotted exploration time had not even increased by a minute. For ordinary novices, half an hour on such an island would never suffice to scour it clean. Even for Fang Xiu, it would be impossible to exhaust its bounty in that span, not even with a Lao Shi at his disposal. He adopted the same exploration plan as before. Let the servitor go first. Lao Shi proceed. But this time his orders were firmer. Prioritize sweeping for any active targets, next search for chests. Lao Shi set foot upon the great island. With a flick of its bony hand, a ghostly green mage hand coalesced and swept aside the thick shrubs before it. The bushes shuddered violently, a few sharp leaves fell under the gust. Fang Xiu remained upon his own sky island, his gaze following Lao's movements. 5 minutes later, Lao Shi returned, and it did not come back empty-handed. 2 enormous ghost green mage hands formed in midair. One clutched a wooden chest, the other pinched 2 desperate, struggling living creatures. They were 2 palm-sized humanoid beings. Their skin bore an uncanny green hue, a few pointed leaves sprouted atop their heads, and enormous wing-like thin leaves clung to their backs like butterfly wings. Their limbs were slender, yet their fingertips glinted with tiny sharp claws. Pinched fast by the mage hand, their bodies writhed and emitted piercing, fragmented cries. Alive! Fang Xiu regarded the little creatures with a flicker of surprise and immediately activated his attribute panel to scan. Jie Zhumin, unknown, cannot be detected. Fang Xiu's brow lifted slightly. This was the first time he had probed such a small race, and the first encounter with the cannot be detected if unknown restriction. The mechanism mattered. It made clear that the attribute panel's permissions were tightly bound to lordship. Any hostile, neutral, or unsubjugated unit could not have its attributes directly read. Yet he did not rush to deal with the 2 little beings. Time was precious. Living specimens were valuable, but the resources of an entire Qianping Island were worth far more. 2 palm-sized creatures, however bold, could not yield much in the moment. They could be studied later. But this island would bid him farewell in half an hour. Toss them over, pin them down. Fang Xiu's command was terse. Lao Shi immediately hurled the 2 Jie Zhumin into the center of the sky island, then seized a heavy timber from the supply pile and pressed it down upon them. It turned and stepped back onto the great island to continue scouting. A moment later, a simple report was transmitted back through the soul fire. The island's greatest danger was a wolf. For ordinary novices, encountering a wolf amid dense thickets would be a nightmare. A wolf could ambush, wound, and grievously squander your precious exploration time. But to Fang Xiu and his black iron-grade undead mage, this threat was effectively negligible. He did not even waste Lao's mana on firebombs. He boarded the island himself. Fang Xiu strode into the thicket, his spirit power surging as a mage hand carved a path before him, rudely parting layers of tangled branches. Soon he found the wolf crouched low behind a tangle of bushes, its throat emitting a threatening low growl as it prepared to pounce. Alas for it, Fang Xiu gave it no chance. A giant mage hand slammed down from its flank, precisely pinching the creature's neck and lifting it clean from the undergrowth. The wild wolf thrashed madly in midair, claws flailing. From a close inspection, Fang Xiu confirmed it was an ordinary wolf with no trace of magical aura. He was unwilling to waste further time and let pure undead mana pour from his palm. Flesh and pelts slid off the frame like melted wax. In barely a dozen seconds, a brand new pale-glowing skeletal wolf staggered to its feet. Fang Xiu casually assigned this new employee its first task. Bring your hide and meat back to that other island over there, then return at once to help with hauling. Having dealt with that minor threat, Fang Xiu began his thorough pillage. He had not forgotten the treacherous design of hiding chests in trees on the previous island. This time his attention was razor-sharp, sweeping repeatedly across canopies, root hollows, dense thickets, and those strange wooden stakes. Lao Shi felled the large trees and hauled the sturdy timbers back. Fang Xiu personally handled the search for chests, the excavation of thickets, and the scraping of soil. The newly commissioned skeletal wolf made tireless trips between the two islands. Its movements were not graceful, but it made up for it with unflagging labor and never a complaint. Fang Xiu was pleased. The combat prowess of low-grade undead might be modest, but in the early stages of development, any movable bone was precious labor. Before setting out, he had already checked the Lord's cornerstone and confirmed the requirements for a level up. To raise the Sky Island to level 3 requires floating stone, 10 soil, 200 wood 50. Unlocks on upgrade stabilize edges energy display. When he first saw the words energy display, Fang Xiu had felt a surge of joy. Moving a Sky Island continuously consumed cornerstone energy, yet the specific numbers were never visible. This invisible balance was a torment to any sane mind. Thus level 3 had to be achieved as soon as possible. He refocused on the present. The island's shrubs were thick. He used the mage hand to uproot several bushes by their roots, planning to bring them back to plant upon his own island. The reason was simple: the two Jiejumen clearly belonged to the shrub ecology, and their abilities were likely plant-related. The countdown ticked away minute by minute. While clearing a patch of undergrowth, his gaze suddenly froze. Among a coil of tangled roots, he glimpsed an inconspicuous tiny wooden corner. It was not an ordinary splinter, but the corner of a lid. He did not rashly pry at it. Instead, he extended a mage hand and lifted the entire clump of overgrowth along with the small wooden box tightly entwined beneath. It was a miniature chest no larger than a fist, wrapped by countless tendrils and fine vines, virtually invisible unless one looked closely. Perhaps even a careful glance might miss something so small. Fang Xiu regarded it, and his expression turned serious. If ordinary chests were the system's routine rewards, then this kind of tiny chest that required exquisite care to discover felt like a special boon from the Suiyun realm. He casually tossed the small chest back onto the main island and continued his plunder. Behind another great tree, Lao Shi dragged out a second chest, this one of normal size. Fang Xiu cast a glance at the countdown. 10 minutes remained. Resources first. The rest could be sorted out at home at leisure. He found another ordinary wooden chest. On this shrub-covered island, 4 chests had now been discovered. One had been brought back by Lao Shi, one hidden behind a tree, one was the fist-sized mini chest, and this 4th had been dug out from beneath a tangle of shrub roots. 8 minutes remained on the countdown. Fang Xiu decisively abandoned further searching and entered the final phase of hauling. Lao Shi controlled the other 2 mage hands using vines wound around the shrubs to bind and ferry. Lao Shi controlled the other 2 mage hands using vines wound around the shrubs to bind and ferry the felled timber. The newly recruited skeleton wolf was tasked with dragging the looser branches. 3 minutes remained on the countdown. Fang Xiu began to gather the team. Lao Shi carried the final bundle of wood across the adjoining edge and set down steadily on the floating island. The skeleton wolf followed close behind, a whole shrub root clamped in its jaws. 1 minute remained. Fang Xiu also stopped his digging. Exploration complete. A cold notification chimed as the 2 isles automatically separated under an unseen rule. Fang Xiu began to take stock. The 50 square meter island had been more spacious than at the start, yet piled with newly transported resources, it still felt cramped. Timber, soil, shrubs, wolf meat, and pelts, 4 chests of varying sizes, and the 2 thornleaf small folk pinned under a heavy log. Almost everything was crowded around the keystone. Fang Xiu did not immediately rush to the 4 chests that promised surprises. He first went to the island's edge to confirm that all supplies were stably stacked and would not roll off during movement. Only then did he expend a few units of soil to repair the edge damage caused by the docking collision. Opening chests might bring delight, but if the island's rim were damaged, that joy could tumble straight into the cloud sea at any moment. Hardly something to celebrate. After finishing these tasks, he turned his gaze to the 3 normal-sized wooden chests. He reached out, and a mage hand lifted a lid. Obtain levitation stone X6, a bottled water X10, a bread X10, iron pickaxe X1. When the iron pickaxe gleaming with metallic luster appeared, Fang Xiu's expression grew noticeably more serious than when he had seen an iron shovel. An iron shovel mattered little to him. The mage hands could handle the digging. The iron pickaxe was different. The mage hands could grasp and transport, but they might not be able to break hard or... The appearance of the pickaxe meant that if he later encountered a mineral, he would not have to rely on spirit fire bombs for crude blasting. Finally, Feng Xiu's eyes fell on the fist-sized mini wooden box. He reached out and gently lifted it. The lid popped open, and inside lay a small, carefully rolled sheet. The paper's edge was exceedingly thin. The moment it unfurled, a system notification hovered before Feng Xiu detected blueprint flesh fishing bait. Learn it. Learn. Feng Xiu did not hesitate. The blueprint dissolved into pinpricks of green light and merged into the Lord Keystone ahead of him. A brand new craft function appeared in the Keystone's interface. Clicking into craft revealed flesh fishing bait consume meat X1 A energy X1 yields flesh fishing bait X1. Effect when cast into the cloud sea, it significantly increases the chance of catching carnivorous cloud beasts, cloudfish, and related resources. The bait's quality is determined by the quality of meat consumed. At that moment, true pleasure flooded Feng Xiu. In 2 previous fruitless sorties and 1 catch that yielded only a map, he had never found a stable way to draw resources from the cloud sea. But now the appearance of flesh fishing bait turned cloud fishing from a blind roll of the dice into an activity that could be manipulated by human design. To Feng Xiu, being able to intervene mattered far more than good luck. At least with bait, he ought not to come away empty-handed again. His gaze inevitably drifted to the pile of fresh wolf meat recently stripped from the wild wolf. That wolf meat had been intended as spare food or trade, but now it had a more suitable fate to be transformed into bait to raise the cloud sea's yield. But not now. Crafting consumed energy. Moving the floating island also consumed energy. The problem was he had not yet reached level 3 and could not see the exact remaining energy value. If he squandered energy on making bait and depleted the island's mobility, it would be like burning the fishing boat's fuel to catch a few fish. Such an end might make for showmanship, but Feng Xiu did not consider it a suitable fate for himself. So he restrained himself. First reach level 3, wait until the energy bar is visible, then plan production. Feng Xiu opened the upgrade interface and glanced at his current levitation stone count. He held 6 levitation stones. Level 3 required 10, 4 short. The trade post might have them, but prices were in chaos and offered poor value. Feng Xiu looked at the Lord Keystone and fell silent for a moment. Then he turned and picked up the cloud fishing rod. It seems I must bow to a bit of mysticism for now. He murmured to himself, glanced at Lao Shi standing quietly nearby, and added, don't touch the rod. The soul fire in Lao Shi's eye sockets flickered, barely perceptible. Feng Xiu took it as a solitary sign of his subordinate's guilty reflection on past empty runs. He seemed to have forgotten, however, that 2 pitiable little things on his floating isle were still being pressed beneath a log. They were in effect cosplaying Sun Wukong crushed beneath the pile of timber. After fishing for a while with no catch, Feng Xiu returned to the Lordstone. He casually tore open the packaging of a loaf of bread and washed it down with a bottle of water. As a necromancer, food and water offered him little satiety. He opened the Lordstone's inventory panel and scanned his current stock. Wood 352, 230. Soil 327, 221. Levitation stone 6. Bread 14. Wolf meat 25. Pelts 1. Bottled drinking water 500 milliliters 14. Medium shrubs 7. The figures silently attested to the bountiful fruits of his last expedition. Feng Xiu reopened the trading market and searched for levitation stone. Prices remained as chaotic as before. One trader demanded 200 units of soil for a single levitation stone, an outrageous bid. Another offered 10 loaves of bread for 1 levitation stone. Though prices had yet to stabilize, such an exchange vastly overvalued the stone. Feng Xiu closed the trading market once more. He surmised that humanity was still in the early, turbulent phase of universal transmigration, where resource valuation lacked consensus, and each individual priced goods according to their own fear and desire. The starving revered bread as treasure, those yearning for security prized weapons beyond measure, and those like himself desperate to ascend inflated the value of levitation stones to infinity. Such volatility spelled disaster for any honest merchant, yet humanity had never lacked opportunists. Still, what did it matter to him now? His gaze lifted from the Lordstone and fell upon 2 palm-sized creatures pinned beneath a thick log. Oh, nearly forgot. Are you still alive? With a flick of his arcane hand, he lifted the log. Instantly the 2 huddled tightly together. They were a male and female pair, leaf-like spines folded tightly across their backs, pointed ears flattened against their skulls, and muddy limbs trembling uncontrollably. Feng Xiu gazed down at them imperiously and tentatively asked, will you swear fealty to me? Only after speaking did he recall, too late, that they shared no common tongue. He had truly lost himself in haste. Already he began channeling arcane energy to cast the basic tongue's spell upon himself. Yet the 2 had understood, and responded in faint, unwavering voices, no. Feng Xiu froze mid-cast. A wry, intrigued arch lifted his brow. This world possessed innate translation, a vital rule newly uncovered. Explain. His question was terse and unyielding. The male, summoning courage, raised his head. Feng Xiu looked down at him. After a pause, a sardonic smile curled at the corner of his lips. He was no saint, not here to soothe victims' wounds. He was a malevolent necromancer, lord of the sky, a la devil dreaming of unleashing a necrotic cataclysm. Gentle persuasion might work, but it had never crossed his mind. An arcane hand coalesced silently in midair, then clamped down mercilessly upon the two thorn leaves. Oh! A crushing pressure forced agonized shrieks from their throats. Their bones creaked ominously as if seconds from pulverization. Just as unconsciousness threatened to claim them, the terrible grip abruptly loosened. Fresh air flooded their lungs, but before even a single breath could be drawn, the invisible hand clenched again. Once. Again. Like idle toys squeezed between restless fingers. Throughout, Feng Xiu remained silent, calm, detached, observing. Soon their mental fortitude shattered entirely. We submit, we swear, fealty. Their pleas came in broken, gasping fragments. Feng Xiu showed no surprise. If palm-sized sentient beings truly possessed unbreakable willpower, they would merit dedicated study, but they did not. Clearly their instinct for survival eclipsed whatever fragile pride their dwindling kinship retained. Thornleaf Dwarf has sworn fealty. Unit permissions granted. Attributes now accessible. Feng Xiu immediately opened the attribute panel. Race, Thornleaf Dwarf. Rank unranked. Strength 1. Agility 3. Constitution 2. Spirit 5. Assessment feeble as maggots, yet sapient humanoids possessing rudimentary intellect. Feng Xiu read the assessment and nodded in quiet agreement. Indeed, they were feeble as maggots. Speak. Tell me your origins and abilities. With fealty established, interrogation proceeded without resistance. According to them, roughly 2 years ago, a small clan of their kind had suddenly appeared on that vast island. Initially numbering over a dozen, their kin perished gradually, hunted by wolves, starved into oblivion, or slain by mysterious entities emerging from the sea of clouds. This revelation deepened Feng Xiu's understanding of the shattered cloud realm's ecology. Life forms on resource islands seemed deliberately deployed, destined to thrive, or fade, within this realm. What of those wooden stakes along the island's edge? Feng Xiu pressed. The Thornleaf Dwarves explained that a year prior their clan had produced a blackheartier cultivator capable of commanding vines and shrubs. Those stakes had been erected to anchor the Sky Owl's perimeter, its soil perpetually eroding, shrinking the landmass steadily. Alas, the black iron cultivator had died months earlier. Now only these two remained, and fortune favored them. Only one wolf still stalked the isle. The explanation rang true, and matched the island's visible scars. Feng Xiu continued questioning their capabilities. Unranked Thornleaf Dwarves could launch barbed leaves from their spines, each carrying mild paralytic venom, effective against small beasts, but useless against blackheartier foes. Beyond that, they possessed a unique aptitude, ecological stewardship over small fauna. Rabbits, lizards, rodents. They could guide such creatures to forage, breed, and dwell within shrubbery, nurturing miniature, self-sustaining ecosystems. Should they ascend to Black Iron tier, they would command thorns and creepers directly, transforming flora into aggressive living defenses, and their venom would intensify accordingly. Hearing this, Feng Xiu's demeanor shifted subtly. Unranked, they held negligible combat value, yet their ecological utility was undeniably real. As the Sky Owl expanded, he would inevitably require agriculture, husbandry, and a fully integrated biological cycle. Undead could labor, but could not shepherd living ecosystems. One could hardly expect skeletal wolves to nurture rabbits, unless nurturing meant reducing them to bleached bone piles. Thus these two were to be spared, for now. Nor would they be turned into undead. Their frames were too frail, their skeletons too delicate, their souls too faint. The return on such a conversion would be negligible. Far better to preserve them, to let them breed, to grow their kin, and perhaps in time become indispensable architects of his necropolis's living ecology. Feng Xiu ordered the skeletal wolf to guard these new subjects. He instructed them to remain near the imported shrubs, strictly forbidden from approaching the Lordstone or touching food or water. The skeletal wolf obeyed, settling quietly beside them, its hollow eye sockets fixed upon them with palpable chilling weight. Feng Xiu then returned to the Lordstone and steered the Sky Owl onward. His destination was clear: seek new islands, for more levitation stones remained to be found. Meanwhile, cloud fishing could not cease. Feng Xiu grasped the unadorned cloud rod, once more glancing sidelong at the wolf meat. Crafting flesh bait consumed the Sky Owl's energy reserves, yet fishing with an empty hook yielded abysmal results. After a moment's silence, he chose simplicity, one final cast unenhanced. The line descended soundlessly into the churning sea of clouds. Almost instantly, upon contact, the rod tip dipped downward ever so slightly. Feng Xiu reeled backward steadily. The line offered no substantial resistance. Soon a translucent creature emerged from the clouds, a bizarre fish whose fins resembled pale, gray membranes. It flailed helplessly in midair, its translucent body rapidly solidifying before the observer's eye. Yet it did not transform into flesh as imagined. Instead, with a soft pop, it collapsed inward, shrinking into a perfectly sized levitation stone that clattered onto the ground. Feng Xiu picked up the cool, smooth stone, his gaze flickering with calculation. With this one, he now possessed 7 levitation stones. More importantly, he had confirmed a critical truth. Levitation stones were not exclusive to treasure chests. They could also be fished from the clouds. This, if cloudfish, cloudbirds, and even larger cloud beasts possessed even a slim chance of coalescing into levitation stones upon death, then the value of flesh bait would soar dramatically. 3 more remained. Feng Xiu's gaze drifted toward the nearby pile of wolf meat still faintly redolent of blood. Caution was not the absence of risk. It was its deliberate orchestration. Besides, if levitation stones could indeed be fished, then expending a few units of them surely posed no grave danger. After all, they replenished energy, though the precise yield awaited the unlocking of the energy display. He drew a deep breath and returned to the Lordstone. Craft flesh bait 2. Consumption wolf meat 2. Energy 2. The crimson bait settled into his palm, warm, faintly pulsing, carrying the metallic tang of blood. He hooked it onto the line and cast it into the sea of clouds without hesitation. This time the response was instantaneous, blindingly swift. Hardly had the bait vanished beneath the cloud layer when an immense, terrifying force surged upward from below. The fishing line sang, a taut, vibrating hum, as though it might snap at any moment. Feng Xiu felt an overwhelming, irresistible power surge through the rod, dragging him forward 2 involuntary steps. Fortunately, he had anticipated this while fishing. He'd stacked timber around his feet to anchor himself. Otherwise, he truly might have slid off the floating isle. His physical strength was hardly his defining trait. Only by bracing his entire body against the timber behind him did he withstand that first brutal surge, preventing himself from being hurled straight into the abyssal clouds. His hands clenched the violently trembling rod, forearms corded with strain. Simultaneously, an invisible arcane hand extended from his side, gripping the rod shaft with unyielding force to assist the pull. After an arduous, grinding tug-of-war, the force beneath the clouds finally began to wane. Feng Xiu seized the opening and yanked the rod backward with explosive force. Whoosh! A colossal cloudfish, many times larger than the first, was wrenched violently from the clouds. Its jaws clamped tenaciously onto the flesh bait, its translucent form convulsed wildly as it solidified, whipping up gales with every thrash. At last it let out a final defiant shriek, then shattered entirely. In its place lay 2 levitation stones, and a single delicate blueprint, resting silently upon the ground. Feng Xiu exhaled sharply and retrieved the blueprint. Blueprint detected wooden shield. Learn. Wooden shield consumes timber 10, energy 10, produces 1 wooden shield. At the sight of the steep 10-point energy cost, Feng Xiu's eyelid twitched involuntarily. Not cheap, but undeniably worth it. As the most vital early-game survival gear for frontier expansion, demand for wooden shields would inevitably skyrocket. Especially now, with frantic pleas for weapons flooding the chat channel, cries for help from those ambushed by wild beasts. The value of defensive equipment would far surpass that of weaponry. Weapons inspire the desire to venture forth. Shields grant the courage to do so. That single character, desire versus courage, creates an immense price differential. Feng Xiu did not immediately open the crafting interface. He would finish casting the second bait first. He attached the final piece of flesh bait and cast it once more into the cloud sea. This time a cloudbird struck. It erupted from the clouds in a blur, wings beating fiercely, its razor-sharp beak darting like lightning toward the bait. Feng Xiu timed his strike flawlessly, reeling in the instant it lunged, and dragged the creature onto the isle's edge. Upon landing, the bird's body swiftly solidified, then instantly disintegrated. It yielded a single levitation stone. Thus Feng Xiu's tally reached precisely 10. The materials required to upgrade to Tier 3 floating isle were now complete. Without uttering a word, Feng Xiu stowed his cloud fishing rod and strode back to the Lordstone. Upgrade to Tier 3 floating isle required levitation stone, 10 soil, 200 timber, 50. Materials sufficient. Upgrade. Upgrade. With his confirmation, the resources piled on the isle vanished in an instant. Intricate ash-gray sigils ignited across the Lordstone's surface. The entire isle resonated with a deep, sonorous hum, and its earthen perimeter began expanding outward with deliberate slowness. This upgrade took significantly longer than the previous one, approximately 1 hour. Feng Xiu refused. Standing beside the Lordstone, his mind raced, analyzing the commercial potential embedded within the 2 newly acquired blueprints. Flesh bait was an exclusive consumable for cloud fishing, delivering immediate tangible results. Its production cost consisted solely of meat and energy. At this stage, most players lacked reliable sources of meat. but a select few through cloud fishing or monster hunting already possessed it. Moreover, wooden treasure chests were readily obtainable. If such blueprints dropped from them, flesh bait would inevitably flood the market. The same logic applied to the wooden shield. Its early-stage premium stemmed from universal vulnerability. Everyone feared death, craved security, and lived in perpetual dread. But once tools became widespread and blueprints proliferated, the price of such foundational items would plummet. Therefore, the most lucrative window wasn't some distant future. It was now, this very moment. Fang Xiu resolved the instant Tier 3 upgrade concluded, and provided energy permitted, he would commence mass production of wooden shields and flesh bait, listing them immediately on the exchange. He must convert them into levitation stones, soil, and timber, while the majority remained trapped in the perilous infancy of their journey. During the upgrade, he briefly glanced toward the two spikethorn folk. The tiny beings huddled deep within the shadow of a thicket, paralyzed under the unblinking gaze of a skeletal wolf, too terrified even to breathe. When they witnessed the entire isle slowly swelling in size, awe and profound reverence flooded their eyes. To them, this terrifying entity, who had raised their homeland, was also a lord of unfathomable depth, capable of making islands grow. Their earlier murmurs had ceased entirely. An hour passed. In the blink of an eye, the Lordstone's vibrations gradually subsided. Tier 3 upgrade completion loomed near. Fang Xiu's gaze remained locked upon the Lordstone's interface. What mattered most to him now was not the isle's expanded area, but the function about to unlock the energy display. For only with sufficient energy balance could he execute his true transformation. From scavenger, scouring the waste for scraps, to master artisan, the first certified manufacturer in the shattered cloud realm. Put simply, he would become not a capitalist, but an entrepreneur. At last the Lordstone fell utterly still. A cold crystalline system chime echoed precisely within his mind. Floating isle upgrade complete. Current Tier 3. Stabilized perimeter unlocked. Energy display. Fang Xiu raised his hand and gently tapped the newly revealed energy indicator. This time the transformation of the floating island was far more pronounced than during the previous ascension to level 2. The island's surface area steadily surpassed 100 square meters. Its edges were no longer the loose, crumbling soil that crumbled at the slightest breeze. Instead, they were firmly secured by a crude, yet sturdy railing composed of rough-hewn planks and compacted earth. Though still far from elegant, the floating island had at last evolved from a fragile earthen disc perpetually on the verge of disintegration into a barely framed earthen disc. During the first 2 boarding expeditions, the island had lost considerable soil upon impact. Even routine navigation caused fragments to shear away, each loss piercing Fang Xiu's heart like a fresh wound. Now at last he need no longer fret over such trivialities. Fang Xiu tapped the energy tap with his fingertip. Energy capacity, 300. Current energy, 230. At the sight of these figures, the tension coiled tightly within Fang Xiu's chest finally eased. From the very outset, his floating island had remained in constant motion. He had crafted 2 flesh lures, and yet total energy consumption amounted to merely 70 units. The energy reserves proved far more enduring than he'd anticipated. He'd feared they were nearly depleted. Yet not a trace of complacency stirred within him. Though 300 units seemed generous, crafting a single wooden shield schematic consumed 10 units. 10 shields would devour 100. Each flesh lure cost only 1 unit. Deceptively inexpensive, but relying on them to gain competitive advantage would over time incur staggering expenditure. And worse still, the island's perpetual drift continued to drain this precious resource. Fortunately, replenishment was remarkably simple. A note in the lower right corner of the energy interface declared plainly, each sky stone yields 100 units of energy. Without hesitation, Fang Xiu opened the crafting menu and selected wooden shield. Consumes wood 10, A energy 10. Yields wooden shield 1. In a soft flash of light, a plain circular wooden shield materialized beside the sovereign's foundation stone. Its rim curved smoothly, its face laminated from multiple layers of compressed timber bore, seemed so precisely aligned they appeared fused, not merely joined. Fang Xiu lifted it and rapped his knuckles against its surface. A deep, resonant thud echoed back. From every angle, its craftsmanship spoke of exceptional quality. Setting the shield aside, he opened the trading bazaar and entered defensive equipment and wooden shield into the search bar. Indeed, wooden shields were already listed for sale. Yet judging by both screenshots and descriptions, none were products of schematics. Rather, they resembled makeshift contraptions hastily assembled by skilled artisans using timber and vines. Even so, these crude imitations commanded exorbitant prices: 1 sky stone, or 60 units of soil, and sold out almost instantly upon listing. Their sluggish supply rate betrayed the seller's limited production capacity. a discovery that kindled a quiet urgency within Feng Xiu. Clever minds abounded in this world. Even without schematics, some had already carved their way into this nascent market through sheer ingenuity. Every soul in the shattered cloud realm fought desperately for survival. Profit was no monopoly of his own. His edge lay in schematic-driven manufacturing, consistent attributes, rapid output, uniform excellence. Yet this invaluable temporal advantage was narrowing, visibly inexorably. Feng Xiu refocused and set a price for his inaugural industrial product, not an outrageous sum. Most early adopters remained destitute. Excessive pricing would render it inaccessible. His immediate goal was neither ostentation nor prestige, but swift resource acquisition, to ignite and sustain the full production cycle. Item wooden shield 1 price skystone 2. To maximize transactional flexibility, he added 2 alternative payment options, or soil 100, or wood 40. Once pricing concluded, he listed the item. Without pause, he turned to search for lures. As expected, the results yielded nothing. Though odd baits, breadcrumbs, grass seeds, appeared in the bazaar, not a single one matched the schematic verified efficacy of the flesh lure. This meant the lure market remained a near virgin blue ocean. After only brief contemplation, Feng Xiu settled on a price. Pricing a single lure at 1 skystone would skew perceived risk-reward ratio. Buyers would deem the gamble unjustified. After all, a modest cloud fish might solidify into just 1 skystone of failure, or worse, reeling in something unkillable, meant total ruin. Thus his final price struck broad accessibility. Item flesh lure 1, price soil 49, or wood 19. 49 units of soil instinctively felt far cheaper than a single skystone. 19 units of wood likewise sidestepped the psychological barrier of round numbers. Feng Xiu cared not for aesthetic symmetry, he cared solely for conversion rates. Having finalized pricing, he converted his remaining 23 units of wolf meat into flesh lures, yet listed only 13, reserving 10 for personal use. After listing all goods, Feng Xiu did not rush to the chat channel to advertise, as other merchants might have done. The reason was simple: his daily quota of free messages had been exhausted, and he possessed no voice stone. For now, he relied solely on organic bazaar traffic. He refused to idle. Instead, he seized his cloud fishing rod and resumed his angling enterprise. The island sailed onward across the sea of clouds. No one knew when the next resource island would emerge. Not a second of this voyage could be squandered. With practiced ease, he affixed a self-used flesh lure to the hook and prepared to cast. At that very moment, a chime rang softly in his ears. Transaction successful. Wooden shield 1 sold. Gain skystone 2. His casting motion froze midair. The sale had occurred several times faster than anticipated. He hadn't even begun promotion. Clearly, demand for wooden shields vastly exceeded his estimation. By the end of day 1 of universal transmigration, defensive gear had become an absolute necessity for those daring enough to explore unclaimed floating islands. Some were willing to part with 2 precious skystones for a mere shield. Without hesitation, Feng Xiu pivoted and selected mass craft wooden shield 10. Consumes wood 100, energy 100. As energy drained 10 pristine wooden shields, still fragrant with raw timber, stacked neatly beside the sovereign's foundation stone. He listed all 10 at the original price, then returned to the island's rim, rod in hand. While fishing, he split his attention, opening the chat channel to glimpse how his fellow transmigrators had fared after this long half-day. As he cast his line, another notification flashed across the bazaar interface. Flesh lure 1 sold. Gained soil 49. Then a second. Then a third. Notifications cascaded without pause. Just as Feng Xiu began to chuckle darkly at the steady influx of resources, his fishing rod suddenly wrenched downward with violent force. An unprecedented monstrous power surged up the line, a force so colossal that the timber pile anchoring his stance scraped forward across the ground. Oomph! In an instant, Lao Shi raised his bony hand and clamped it down on the bucking rod. Nearby, the skeletal wolf whirled sharply, its hollow gaze fixed upon the churning cloud sea's edge. Feng Xiu stared down at the taut line, vibrating with a low metallic hum. Whatever lurked beneath the clouds did not rise as prior cloud fish had done. It was pulling downward. Feng Xiu's eyes narrowed, slowly slitting into razor-thin crescents. The struggle persisted. The cloud fishing rod in his hand felt like a steel bar welded deep into the heart of the sea of clouds, unyielding, immovable. The force pulling against it was no longer the tentative, intermittent jerks of a cloudfish. Instead, it bore a relentless, unrelenting ferocity, a will that would not relent until its purpose was fulfilled. It was as though some creature had seized the bait and refused to surface, or even release its grip. Feng Xiu clutched the rod with both hands, his arm muscles taut, beads of fine sweat glistening along his temples. As a necromancer, his spiritual attributes far surpassed those of ordinary mortals. Yet his physical strength and endurance barely met the baseline dignity expected of a human being. Thus Feng Xiu decided to deploy his arcane hands. Lao Shi, hold firm. He exhaled deeply, loosened his grip on the rod, and stepped back one pace. Two emerald-hued arcane hands instantly coalesced beside him, pressing down with precise, unwavering force upon the rod. Feng Xiu did not rush to haul the line violently. Instead, he maintained the floating island's slow, steady forward motion. This subtle maneuver, though seemingly insignificant, proved pivotal. The hooked creature now had to contend not only with the arcane hand's resistance, but also with the relentless pursuit of a moving island. Consequently, the creature's stamina began to drain at an accelerating rate. Second by second, the stubborn, unyielding tension beneath the clouds gradually weakened, thread by thread. Feng Xiu remained vigilant, instructing Lao Shi to sustain the arcane hand's pressure without pause, his gaze locked unblinkingly upon the point where the fishing line vanished into the cloud layer. At last the churning clouds parted, torn open by a dark silhouette. Something rose slowly from the depths. It was neither fish nor bird. It was a monkey, its frame unnaturally muscular, its forelimbs fully extended into vast membranous wings stretching from shoulder to ribcage, eerily reminiscent of a bat's. At that moment, a gleaming fishhook pierced deep into its jaw, blood dripping steadily from its chin, vanishing into the misty sea below. The sight of the monkey soaring ignited a spark in Feng Xiu's eyes. Instantly, he contemplated the possibility of transforming it into a flying, undead unit, only to dismiss the notion just as swiftly. High-tier undead, such as skeletal dragons, could fly because they had mastered aerial magic in life, and required residual soul essence to soar through the heavens. This monkey clearly belonged to no such magical lineage. Were it reanimated, the result would likely be a skeletal ape, its forelimbs weakened, flight lost, forever condemned to crawl helplessly across the earth. What use would such a creature serve? Not even basic labor could be entrusted to it. As Feng Xiu's mind raced, dozens more of its kind surfaced one after another from the cloud sea below. Smaller in stature, their wings narrower and more delicate, they circled the captured, bleeding alpha, chittering urgently, their cries sharp with distress. They made no move toward the floating island, nor did they attack the taut fishing line. Instead, they hovered tightly around their ensnared kin, emitting waves of frantic, sorrowful wails. Feng Xiu scanned their spatial arrangement and reached a swift conclusion: the hooked one was almost certainly their king. That realization caused his breath to catch, just slightly. If he could subdue the monarch, perhaps he might command the entire troop. Moments later, a smaller winged monkey gathered courage and broke away from the group. It advanced no further than 10 meters from the island's edge, halting midair to face Feng Xiu, chirping insistently. Feng Xiu raised his hand with calm indifference. A flickering orb of ghostly flame coalesced in his palm, while defensive enchantments shimmered into place around him. Yet the winged monkey showed no aggression, merely hovered, repeating its call. Feng Xiu understood not as he realized the world's built-in translation function activated only for beings the system classified as sentient races, such as the earlier spine-leaf dwarfs. These winged monkeys clearly fell outside that category, but that posed no obstacle. Feng Xiu channeled mana and swiftly cast a rarely used auxiliary spell, Beast Tongue, a niche incantation often deemed useless. Yet in the surreal, ever-shifting realm of Shattered Cloud Realm, it became the very key to unlocking interspecies understanding. The instant the spell took effect, the monkey's indistinct cries crystallized within his mind into clear, urgent meaning, repeating the same phrase over and over. Release our king. Release our king. Feng Xiu did not respond immediately. Instead, he crouched leisurely on the island's edge, observing the small creature with quiet, amused interest. Why, oi? The winged monkey paused, startled that this terrifying entity had answered at all, yet steeled itself and cried again, Release our king. Feng Xiu nodded gravely. Firstly, your king consumed my bait. By doing so, he accepted my offer, and having accepted sustenance from me, he is henceforth mine, my monkey. The winged monkey stood utterly dumbfounded, its logic shattered by this unprecedented reasoning. It flapped its thin wings futilely, its tiny head blank, speechless. Was this humanoid, mental? At last, instinct overrode confusion. After a long, strained silence, it tried a different plea. We can trade something, for our king. Oh. Feng Xiu arched a brow, but revealed no overt enthusiasm. These winged monkeys wore no pouches, carried no tools, nothing suggesting material wealth. Yet their survival amid the clouds implied access to resources unknown to humankind. What precise fruit? The monkey cried eagerly. Below the clouds, many white fruits. Feng Xiu's pulse skipped. Then he pressed, Is there land beneath? Mentioning the word, land, triggered immediate visceral terror. The monkey snapped its wings tight, recoiling backward, uncontrollably shrieking shrilly. Pure primal fear, lacing every note. Land is terrifying. It is not land down there. Absolutely not. Land eats monkeys. Feng Xiu abandoned that line of inquiry and softened his phrasing instead. Have you ever seen land? Still trembling, the monkey gasped out fragmented words. Our previous king was killed by something that flew up from the land. Feng Xiu sought further answers, but the monkey's intellect reached its limit. Very well, he declared at last, stating his final condition, bring me fruit. If what you bring holds value, I may consider releasing your king. Upon hearing this, the messenger monkey exhaled in profound relief and darted back to its kin. A cluster of winged monkeys gathered anxiously around their bleeding monarch, chattering frantically, then plunged headlong into the roiling clouds without hesitation. Feng Xiu stood at the island's rim, watching the spot where they vanished, neither reeling in the line nor slackening its tension. The Monkey King remained suspended midair, hooked and helpless. Though exhausted from prolonged resistance, it still fought desperately to maintain flight, refusing to surrender control entirely. That tenacity only deepened Feng Xiu's resolve to subjugate it. Yes, he had said he would consider releasing it, but he had never promised he would. More precisely, if the fruit they returned with proved ordinary, releasing the king would cost him nothing. But if the fruit proved truly exceptional, then it would prove these monkeys possessed resources worth retaining, making their release unthinkable. Feng Xiu gazed into the churning clouds below, fingertips tapping lightly upon the cloud fishing rod. I sincerely hope what you bring back isn't too valuable, he murmured softly, a sunlit, disarmingly cheerful smile curving his lips. Otherwise, this matter may grow rather difficult to resolve with kindness. Minutes later, a rapid rhythmic flapping, thwip thwip thwip, sounded from the depths of the cloud sea. Dozens of winged monkeys emerged once more, each clutching with its hind claws a snow-white fruit. They kept wide berth around the island too, wary to approach closely. One monkey swung its leg sharply, whoosh, and sent the first white fruit sailing high onto the island's surface. It rolled several times before coming to rest directly at Feng Xiu's feet. A crisp, icy system notification flickered across his vision. Acquired Cloud Fruit 1. Obtained Cloud Fruit 1. Description: a rare fruit cultivated deep within the cloud layers. Consumption slightly enhances flight capability and acclimatization to mist and clouds for flying entities. Feng Xiu stared at the two characters enhance in that small line of text. Just stared for a long while. It did not say obtain. It said enhance. This implied that an ordinary person who ate it would not instantly sprout wings and take off on the spot. Rather, it functioned more like a performance-boosting snack for aerial creatures, or perhaps a potential additive for his future research into flying undead units. Moreover, even with this fruit, transforming the monkeys before him into undead would likely still leave them incapable of flight. For upon undeath, they would lose all aerial capacity entirely, retaining only frail forelimb bones. A pity, but not a profound one. His gaze shifted once more toward the winged monkey hovering beyond the floating island, resuming communication through the animal tongue spell. What lies beneath the sea of clouds, eh? The winged monkey's reply carried an air of instinctive bewilderment. Clouds. Beneath is naturally more cloud. The answer sounded like tautology. Feng Xiu pressed further with several questions about the sea of clouds interior, its precise growing conditions for cloud fruits, the origin of cloud fish, whether fixed nests existed within the misty expanse. The monkey's responses were fragmented. Its linguistic framework lacked concepts of maps or coordinates. Instead, it relied on vague descriptors. Where white clouds grow thick, cloud caverns humming with a low buzzing sound, the frigid cloud edges one must never approach. Feng Xiu felt no disdain. Animal language was ill-suited for cartography, but perfectly suited as ecological signposts. Cloud fruit zones, cloudfish aggregation sites, perilous cloud caverns, cold cloud boundaries. Each label swiftly sorted itself in his mind. If he could subdue this troop, his exploratory reach would expand dramatically. He would command a reconnaissance force capable of penetrating deep into the sea of clouds, continuously harvesting resources and gathering intelligence. At this moment, Feng Xiu posed the question most vital to him. Can you catch cloud fish? The monkey's reply made Feng Xiu's eyes narrow. Yes. That single syllable instantly recalibrated the entire troop's value in his estimation. To catch cloud fish meant access to levitation stones. When humanity invented animal husbandry, was it not precisely to cease exhausting itself chasing hares across the wilds each day? Now, by taming these airborne primates to harvest cloud fish in his stead, he was effecting nothing less than a monumental leap forward, a civilizational advancement. As for the monkey's own opinions, civilizational progress rarely solicits consent from those being progressed. Feng Xiu's covetousness surged uncontainable. He resolved to act immediately. A smile, warm, affable, self-perceived as benevolent, spread across his face. You've flown so long. I imagine you're weary. Would you care to rest a while on my island? I have clean water here. Several young males visibly wavered, their circling paths tightening inward, drawing closer to the island's perimeter. Yet among the troop shrewder individuals clearly existed after a rapid burst of chittering the entire group retreated once more to a safe distance. Feng Xiu found this unsurprising. Had the entire species been so foolish, it would not have survived this long. Not in a realm where the Sea of Clouds itself held perils. He shifted to a far more persuasive angle. Your chieftain's mouth will soon rot through if that hook remains lodged. Without removal he cannot eat, and with blood flowing continuously he'll soon be unable to fly at all. This was no idle threat. The winged monkey's forelimbs adapted for flight had evolved into thin, bat-like membranes, completely devoid of manual dexterity. They could grasp fruits with their hind claws, but performing delicate surgery such as extracting a fishhook was utterly beyond their capacity, whether for themselves or kin. Feng Xiu's voice brimmed with feigned compassion. Let him land on the island. I'll remove the hook. Once freed, I'll release you all. This proposal ignited immediate commotion among the winged monkeys beyond the island. They shrieked and debated fiercely, torn between dread of human cunning and unbearable concern for their leader's wound. Their loyalty had become a collar around their throats. In the end, fear for their sovereign overrode all else. 3 robust individuals rose from below, supporting the faltering chieftain, guiding him cautiously along the taut fishing line inching toward the island's edge. The rest remained aloft at a distance, tense and watchful, neither surrendering en masse nor abandoning their king, but wagering everything on a single desperate gamble. Like the troop of Flowerfruit Mountain, they would never forsake their great sage imprisoned beneath Five-Finger Mountain. When the chieftain, his muzzle crusted with dried blood, finally touched down at the island's rim, Feng Xiu did not move immediately. First he activated his attribute interface. Though exact stats remained hidden, the race name appeared clearly. Winged monkey, cloud-dwelling flying monkey. Untamed, cannot be scanned. Feng Xiu's brow arched sharply. It read untamed, not unaffiliated. The Spikethorn dwarves had displayed unaffiliated, for they belonged to a sapient near-human race, capable of submission through coercion or inducement, thereby granting liegelord authority. These winged monkeys, however, registered as untamed, indicating the Shattered Cloud Realm's system classified them closer to beasts or monstrous entities. Their subjugation would demand fundamentally different methods. Feng Xiu studied the weakened, yet still ferocious chieftain before him, briefly pondering. Threats, bargains, clemency. These might sway intelligent races. But to tame a wild beast clan required something far more primal, such as absolute dominance within the food chain, or slaying the old king and becoming the new. He possessed no dedicated beast-taming arts, nor had he mastered contract scroll scribing. Yet he held one bleeding chieftain, cherished by his entire tribe, and one cheap hollow promise issued by a necromancer. Feng Xiu chose diplomacy before force. He crouched low, locking eyes with the chieftain, and spoke directly via animal tongue. Would you accept me as your new leader? Thereafter you'll feast on delicacies, drink fine spirits, and cloud fruits shall never run scarce. A guttural warning growl rumbled from the chieftain's throat, his answer delivered not in words, but in defiance. Feng Xiu nodded approvingly. Excellent, possessing conviction. Even as the words left his lips, his smile did not flicker. Yet the moment the chieftain stepped onto the island, and the fishing rod was reeled in, for emerald green spectral hands long concealed by Feng Xiu and Laoshe erupted simultaneously. Thud! One spectral hand clamped down hard on the exhausted chieftain's nape, slamming him flat onto the ground. The other 3 darted like phantoms toward the 3 escorting guards, still stunned, still unprepared. The sickening crunch of bone and piercing shrieks of agony shattered the island's silence. Outside, the troop exploded into chaos, circling wildly, shrieking shrill, furious cries. Through magical translation, Feng Xiu understood their accusations perfectly. You broke your word. Evil trickster. Release our chieftain. Release them. Facing the troop's wrath, Feng Xiu rose slowly, brushing non-existent dust from his palms, with an expression of pure, untroubled delight. Firstly, my vow was remove the hook, and then I release you. I have not yet removed it, so no breach has occurred. He paused, his grin widening. Secondly, I am an evil necromancer and sovereign of this island. It is common knowledge that I do not keep promises. With a theatrical shrug, he flashed a radiant, disarmingly warm smile, one that might charm any stranger at first glance. And faithlessness, that is merely the smallest, most trivial quirk among our kind. Ha ha ha. A chilling, guttural laugh finally escaped his throat, low, eerie, reverberating across the tiny floating island. The dozen or so winged monkeys outside the floating island were thrown into complete disarray, swirling madly around the island, their cries rising higher and higher. Let go of the king. You wicked being. Bite him to death. Among them, a few particularly young winged monkeys, driven by their zeal, actually charged fiercely toward the floating island. But just as their figures approached the edge of the island, the warden manipulated a ghostly green mage's hand, gripping one of the monkeys, lifting it hauntingly into the air. The charging winged monkeys came to an abrupt halt, retreating in terror. Feng Xiu did not immediately give the order to attack. What he desired most now was a tribe that could venture deep into the sea of clouds, not a pile of steaming monkey corpses. What could monkey corpses provide? Nothing more than some bones and a few remnants of souls. But live monkeys could enter the sea of clouds, pluck cloud fruits, catch cloud fish, and provide early warnings of dangers lurking in the depths of the sea. Which held greater value was not even up for debate. Of course, if these monkeys insisted on using their lives to provide him with a few corpses for research, Feng Xiu could only respect their choice. Feng Xiu crouched before the pinned Monkey King, not rushing to retrieve the fishhook. He raised his hand, grasping the taut fishing line near the Monkey King's mouth, and the mage's hand lifted its head slightly. The corner of the Monkey King's mouth hung with the fishhook, its chin stained dark red with flowing blood. Its thin wings were pressed firmly to the ground, and its two hind claws were still scraping the dirt in reluctance, leaving shallow marks. It still wanted to resist. This was not good. Feng Xiu did not like it. He looked into the blood-red eyes of the Monkey King and calmly spoke. "I am going to take the hook now." The Monkey King let out a threatening low growl from its throat. The monkey horde outside the island also stirred up a commotion. Feng Xiu leisurely added, "However, taking the hook does not mean I will release you." The cries of the monkey horde abruptly stopped for a moment. Then they erupted into a more chaotic and furious uproar. Seeing this reaction, Feng Xiu nodded with satisfaction. Feng Xiu controlled the mage's hand, gripping the Monkey King, lifting it before the warden, signaling him to take it. The warden grasped the end of the fishhook and slowly pulled it out in the direction of the barbs. This process must not be made too easy for it. Under the extreme pain, the Monkey King attempted to violently shake its head several times. With every movement of the fishhook, more blood surged from the wound. The winged monkeys outside the island, witnessing this scene, were again driven mad with rage, charging forward without a care. The warden did not strike lethal blows, but simply raised his hand to conjure a ghostly fireball, which exploded into a green flame at the edge of the floating island. The flames did not touch a single winged monkey. However, the scorching heat and overwhelming aura of death made all the winged monkeys scream and retreat. The fishhook was finally removed completely. A gaping bloody hole was left at the Monkey King's mouth. Feng Xiu did not provide any treatment. He was a necromancer and would not use healing spells. Even if he could, he would not do it now. With the hook removed, Feng Xiu raised his hand and gave a gentle wave. He and the warden's mage hand tightened simultaneously, lifting the restrained Monkey King and three winged monkey guards directly from the edge of the floating island, moving them near the Lord's cornerstone. The monkey horde erupted again, but Feng Xiu chose to ignore them. He walked up to the cornerstone, opened the trading interface, and casually searched for cage, beast cage, and iron cage. Unfortunately, there was not a single one for sale. Feng Xiu closed the interface. A very practical problem lay before him. The Monkey King and the three guards were all living beings with thin wings and agile, strong hind claws. Simply pressing them down would continuously occupy the mage hands of him and the warden. He thought for a moment and reopened the trading interface, this time searching for rope. This time the search results yielded quite a few more options. Ropes could be crafted as long as someone caught vines or raw materials like hemp. Although the quality varied, the prices were acceptable. Feng Xiu quickly picked one that had a very plain seller. Good toughness, not recommended for hanging people. Plain usually means genuine. He directly bought 4 pieces, spending a total of 100 units of soil. Feng Xiu did not immediately instruct the warden to bind the monkeys. Winged monkeys were not ordinary monkeys. They had thin wings, strong hind claws, and cooperative behavior within their tribe. Simply tying them with ropes might not prevent them from gnawing through. It was essential to fundamentally reduce their resistance capabilities first. Feng Xiu raised his hand, and a gray-green necromantic energy surged in his palm. The monkey horde outside the island immediately became restless. That evil energy was a natural nemesis for living beings like them. The pinned Monkey King's thin wings began to involuntarily retract, and the 3 winged monkey guards let out terrified shrieks. Feng Xiu did not intend to convert them into undead. He was just carefully controlling, slowly injecting wisps of fine necromantic energy into their bodies, using death energy to suppress their vitality and rapidly weaken their strength. The 3 winged monkey guards quickly weakened, their thin wings hanging limply to the ground, and their hind claws still attempted to scratch the earth, but could no longer muster the strength. The Monkey King's constitution was evidently stronger. It glared intensely at Feng Xiu, continuously emitting low growls from its throat, and the wound at its mouth oozed blood again. Feng Xiu added another wisp of necromantic energy. The Monkey King finally lay down, completely looking as if it would gasp its last breath at any moment. But Feng Xiu had confirmed it. It would not die. At least not now. If it could not withstand even this little encroachment of death energy, it would prove that these monkeys were not as valuable as he had imagined. Feng Xiu signaled the warden to use the rope to bind them. The binding method was very particular. The thin wings could not be completely choked, or it would affect their future flight. The hind claws could not be completely released either, or they might gnaw through the ropes. After binding them, Feng Xiu tossed the four-winged monkeys to the eastern part of the floating island, leaving a skeleton wolf to guard them. He thought for a moment, and placed a loaf of bread and a bottle of water in front of each monkey. The Monkey King did not move. The three-winged monkey guards also dared not stir. Feng Xiu spoke just one word: eat. The Monkey King did not eat, and turned its head away. Feng Xiu nodded, and expressionlessly took back the loaf of bread in front of the Monkey King. If you don't eat, you'll go hungry. The Monkey King immediately turned back abruptly and let out an angry low growl at him. Feng Xiu tossed the bread back. See, this method of communication works quite well. Food and water were not acts of kindness. They were part of the cost of taming. Relying solely on pain and intimidation could easily lead the entire tribe to choose mutual destruction. Only using food to lure them could make them feel they were easily deceived, thus fostering unnecessary fantasies. Therefore, it was essential to hold rope in one hand and bread in the other. The monkeys outside were still causing a ruckus. It seemed there would be no chance to fish clouds. Feng Xiu walked to the side of the Lord's cornerstone and casually opened the upgrade interface for the floating island. Current floating island level 3. Area 100 square meters. Requirements to upgrade to level 4. Floating stone 20, soil 400, wood 200. Upgrade preview. After upgrading the floating island to level 4, it will unlock the beginner fishing platform. Beginner fishing platform built at the edge of the floating island. It can slightly increase the hook's attraction to various materials while allowing the purchase of blueprints for other types of cloud fishing rods. Seeing the function of the beginner fishing platform, Feng Xiu was still very satisfied. He glanced again at the Monkey King nearby that was still chattering away. Feng Xiu canceled the animal language. The entire world fell silent in an instant. He opened the trading interface and took a quick look at the products he had previously listed. The sales of bloodbait were quite average, with 9 remaining. The sales of wooden shields, on the other hand, were very impressive. With the restock, only 2 remained. Defensive equipment was the most in-demand item in the Shattered Cloud realm right now. Feng Xiu opened the crafting interface. Crafting wooden shield 13. Consumption wood 130, energy 130. The energy bar plummeted instantly. Feng Xiu looked at the depleted energy bar, without hesitation, directly taking out 3 pieces of floating stone to replenish it. Floating stone 3 converted. Gained energy 300. This was a bit painful, as floating stones were key materials for upgrading. But Feng Xiu chose to trust his commercial instincts. The group of winged monkeys circling outside the floating island continued to chatter, but their sharp cries had transformed back from offensive curses filled with greeting meanings to ordinary chirps devoid of aggression. Language can indeed add to one's suffering, especially when you can understand a group of monkeys cursing around. Feng Xiu sat down beside the Lord's cornerstone, receiving transaction notifications that popped up from time to time while casually opening the chat channel. At this moment, Feng Xiu finally felt like he could truly rest. Transaction successful, wooden shield 1 sold. Received floating stone 2. Transaction successful, wooden shield 1 sold. Received soil 100. Just a few hours into the universal traversal, the chat channel had already begun to resemble the chaotic short videos from before the traversal, with mixed information and overflowing emotions. Some were still arguing about who was the lucky one who found the blueprint and who caught an empty bucket. But more were crying out for shields, weapons, drinking water, and medicine. Wang Dafei, who has a shield. A rough handmade wooden shield will do. Just don't charge too much. I just landed on a small island with lizards as big as dogs that almost bit off my toe. Beihai Jia is 2 floating stones for a wooden shield, too expensive. Can that big shot lower the price a bit? Lao Chai, if you think it's expensive, don't buy it. When you're knocked down by wolves, you'll realize that floating stones won't protect you from wolf fangs. Chinsa, I need a bottle of water, please. It's so sunny here, my child hasn't had water all day and is almost dried out. I can trade all my wood for it. Taigwa Daziji Brothers. The bloodbait I bought has paid off. I caught a cloudfish and it really gave me, it almost dragged me off the island and my waist felt like it was about to break. Anonymous, don't buy bait from the trading post recklessly. I bought one and ended up catching a giant cloud tortoise. It clung tightly to the edge of the island, refusing to let go, and I couldn't chop it off even after hours with an axe. The variety of human experiences is truly fascinating, and Feng Xiu felt more and more engaged as he scrolled through. He continued scrolling through the channel. In the chat, someone had already started discussing the wooden shield he had posted. One Cut Kill's second brother, who posted the wooden shields for 2 floating stones in the trading post. The quality is really good, much better than what I made by hand. Carpenter Xiao Zhou, that must be a blueprint product. Handmade shields can't achieve such regularity. When the blueprint manufacturers have entered the game, it seems the initial exploration is going to change flavor. Lifespan of a stray change flavor. What flavor? Is there any big shot who hasn't used their free-speaking opportunity to share with us? The most stylish person in the first few hours of traversal, everyone was relying on luck, competing for who had better luck. Now some have started competing in production capacity. Once the first batch of people who mastered weapon armor and potion blueprints gain a foothold, we poor folks will have to consider whether to work for them or be farmed as wild monsters. Fang Xiu, upon seeing this, somewhat agreed with the judgment of the most stylish person. The chat channel was never lacking in smart people, but in this world intelligence also requires resources as a vehicle. When resources are scarce, intelligence often only leads to a clearer demise. Some sellers of handmade wooden shields had already started lowering their prices. One person even dropped the price of handmade shields to 50 units of soil or even 20 units of wood. Fang Xiu did not follow suit in lowering prices. The quality of blueprint wooden shields was more stable, and the market was still in a state of insatiable demand. Lowering prices now would only unjustly reduce his own profits. What he truly needed to do was to take advantage of this brief window to continue harvesting while looking for the next opportunity. His gaze swept over the bound winged monkeys over the cloud fruits, and then continued to scroll through the chat. He did not know how long he had been scrolling when the jailer's skeletal hand gently nudged his shoulder. Fang Xiu raised his head. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had begun to turn yellow. The fog had also been dyed with a layer of dim twilight. The jailer did not call him out of boredom, but because a new large island had been discovered ahead. Fang Xiu looked up, initially seeing only a few faint black lines. But slowly it finally revealed its complete form. Those were not just a few lines, rather they were a whole set of massive, rugged, and violently beautiful iron. A central island larger than 1 hectare hovered ahead, surrounded by 8 small floating islands of varying. Each small island was firmly tethered to the central island by an iron chain as thick as an elephant's leg, resembling 8 prisoners shackled in chains. This structure was definitely not a natural formation. A naturally occurring floating island would not grow iron chains from the soil. Someone, or rather a certain being capable of using tools, had once made arrangements here, and on a consider. The group of winged monkeys circling outside the floating island had quieted down significantly. They had been flying for quite a while, their stamina noticeably waning. Most of the winged monkeys no longer flew around the island futilely, but instead hung back, occasionally diving into the cloud sea below to regain their strength. In front of the 4 bound winged monkeys, some of the bread and water had already been consumed. The Monkey King still ate the least. As the distance closed in, a familiar scent of death wafted over with the wind. It was not the stench of rotting corpses, but rather the smell of countless bones mixed with the long-dormant aura of death. For ordinary people, this scent would evoke feelings of oppression and discomfort. But for Fang Xiu the necromancer, it was incredibly comforting. He stood up and walked to the edge of the floating island. The floating island gradually slowed down, eventually stopping about dozens of meters away from the group of islands. He did not choose to dock. He was unsure if this group of islands was dangerous, but the pure death aura was in theory, the need for sleep is not significant for a necromancer. Fang Xiu originally planned to rest his eyes against the Lord's cornerstone while waiting for the skeletal wolf he had thrown as a projectile to return. As it turned out, he truly fell asleep. There had been far too many distractions throughout the day. From digging up his teacher's grave to leveling up, fishing, selling shields, capturing monkeys, negotiating, binding monkeys, and finally stumbling upon this strange chain island, events unfolded one after another. Even if his spirit could hold on, his body would vote in its own way, demanding a forced shutdown. When Fang Xiu opened his eyes again, the sky was already dimly lit. After a night had passed, the surrounding mist seemed to have thinned a bit. Across from his floating island at the edge of the chain island, the skeletal wolf was crouched there, its hollow eye sockets gazing in his direction from several meters away. Next to the skeletal wolf, there was a small pile of unidentified creature bones. Looking at the skeletal wolf in its solitary posture, a thought suddenly arose in Fang Xiu's mind: to throw a loyal dog onto a strange island in the dead of night, forcing it to explore alone and wait on the opposite shore for dawn. That would indeed be rather inhumane. Fortunately, the skeletal wolf is not human and does not require humanity. He walked to the Lord's cornerstone and controlled the floating island to slowly approach the chain island. This time he did not maintain a distance, but chose to dock directly. After all, the skeletal wolf had been crouched there for a while, which proved that the island was not too dangerous. Detecting unclaimed floating island. Docking exploration begins. Current exploration time 5 hours. Seeing this time, Fang Xiu paused momentarily. 4.5 hours. Not the usual half hour. His gaze swept over the structure of the islands. A massive central island surrounded by thick chains connecting 8 smaller auxiliary islands totaling 9. If calculated at half an hour of exploration time for each island, 9 islands would perfectly equal 4.5 hours. This discovery of the rule is highly valuable. For unclaimed floating islands arranged in an archipelago, the exploration time is likely cumulative based on the number of islands. This means that while large island groups have complex structures, they also provide longer windows of profit. Of course, dangers may also accumulate. The fractured cloud realm never simply reveals its conscience, it only collects fees from explorers in a more covert way. Feng Xiu did not immediately step onto the island. Instead, he first controlled the mage's hand to drag the pile of bones beside the skeletal wolf back through the air. The bones were not large, resembling some sort of medium-sized magical creature with extremely hard bones. The surface of the bones showed clear bite marks, but fortunately, the main skeletal structure was relatively intact, and the skull remained. The most crucial point was that although he did not know how long these bones had been lying on this floating island, their residual souls had not completely dissipated. Ordinary bones could at most serve as low-grade building materials. However, bones with residual souls qualify to become part of the Undead Legion. Feng Xiu's gaze became serious. Although the control-type undead he would create next had lower requirements for the integrity of their residual souls compared to those skeletons that only knew how to move bricks, as a qualified necromancer, he would take every undead he created seriously. Feng Xiu began to shape the bones using necromantic magic. He did not perform large-scale morphological transformations. What he was about to create was structurally very simple. Just two pieces of bone. The latter part used a thicker hollow bone to serve as the outer ring and sleeve. The former part used a thinner solid bone carefully polished to create a sliding internal buckle structure. The two segments of bone interlocked, leaving a clever enough contraction space in between. The gray-green necromantic energy flowed slowly into the bone, seems forcibly compressing the faint residual soul within the bone ring, and the faint glow of soul fire gradually lit up. The entire crafting process was not difficult. The real challenge lay in the concept itself. Whether it was the bone knife and bone shield his master taught him before crossing over, or the skeletal wolf from yesterday, all belonged to morphological transformations. In contrast, the bone ring before him was more akin to an independent controller. Its purpose was to let the object wearing it know that freedom is limited and that resistance comes at a cost. Soon a bone ring shimmering with a pale white light took shape in his hands. Feng Xiu raised his hand, and with a slight thought the bone ring suddenly expanded. With another wave of his hand the bone ring suddenly tightened. He casually picked up the bone ring and lightly tapped it on the forehead of the nearby skeletal wolf. Thud! The sound was muffled, and it had a nice texture. The skeletal wolf did not express any opinion. After all, this thing wouldn't be placed on its head later. Golden Hoop Undead, he gave this new creation a simple yet fitting name. Feng Xiu cradled the bone golden hoop and approached the Monkey King, who had been tied up all night. At this moment the Monkey King's mental state was much worse than yesterday, but the ferocity in its eyes showed no sign of diminishing. The wound at the corner of its mouth had already formed a dark red scab, its massive thin wings tightly adhered to its body, and its hind claws were firmly gripping the ground. Feng Xiu recast the animal language spell on himself. The cacophony of monkey cries circling outside the island instantly became clear and distinguishable in his mind. Great King, that bone doesn't look good. Run. Bite him. Bite him. Feng Xiu chose to ignore after hearing a couple of lines. He squatted down in front of the Monkey King, solemnly cradling the bone hoop with both hands, his expression turning very sacred. Once the golden hoop is worn, you are no longer an ordinary monkey. The Monkey King stared at him with blood-red eyes. Feng Xiu continued in a sacred tone, from now on you shall not indulge in the desires of the monkey realm, not even a bit. The Monkey King obviously did not understand the latter half of the sentence's meaning, but that was not important. The sense of ritual was never meant for the monkeys, it was meant for himself. He slowly raised the bone ring, aiming it at the Monkey King's head. If you harbor rebellious thoughts, it will tighten. If you stray too far from me, it will also tighten. If you try to escape with your monkey troop, it will likewise tighten. The Monkey King emitted a threatening low growl. Feng Xiu narrowed his eyes and smiled, nodding. Very well, do you have anything else to say before wearing it? The Monkey King mustered all its strength to unleash a long string of fierce screeches. Translated, the meaning was very simple. I won't wear it even if you kill me. Feng Xiu nodded again. He raised the bone golden hoop and decisively pressed it down on the Monkey King's head. Click! The bone ring closed with a sound. The Monkey King's body jolted violently, immediately wanting to use its hind claws to scratch at the thing on its head, but its hind claws were restricted by ropes and the mage's hand, leaving it only to futilely scratch deep grooves into the ground. Feng Xiu gently waved his hand. The golden hoop instantly tightened. Screech! A piercing scream shattered the morning peace, and the Monkey King could no longer maintain its prone position, its entire body rolling wildly on the ground. The monkey troop outside the island was thrown into complete chaos. A dozen winged monkeys simultaneously charged towards the floating island, only to be repelled by the spectral fireballs flung out by the Lord. A few young winged monkeys attempted to circle around to the side of the island, but Fang Xiu couldn't be bothered to even turn his head. The mage's hand directly picked up a few spare pieces of wood from the ground and hurled them. The wood did not kill them, but merely forced them back to a safe distance. Fang Xiu did not wish to kill monkeys, but that did not mean he couldn't hit them. He looked at the Monkey King writhing in pain on the ground and asked, "Are you going to submit?" The Monkey King roared back, "I won't submit." The golden hoop continued to tighten. The Monkey King's cries immediately changed pitch. Fang Xiu waited until it seemed about to give in before loosening the bone ring just a bit. "Now do you submit?" "No, I won't submit." "Then tighten it again, then loosen it." Back and forth. The Monkey King's voice grew lower from initial roars to later whimpers. In the end, it simply stopped calling out, lying on the ground, convulsing and gasping for breath. Fang Xiu squatted down again, patiently asking, "Do you submit?" The Monkey King remained silent for a long time before finally managing to squeeze out a word through gritted teeth. "Submit." Fang Xiu paused, seemingly a bit surprised. "You submit." The Monkey King lacked the strength to respond. "All right," Fang Xiu stood up, "since you submit, it's no longer interesting. I originally wanted to test the new undead a few more times." He looked at the obvious anger in the Monkey King's eyes. This was not true submission, but it was enough. P.S. The author has included an introduction and image of the Golden Hoop undead in the author's notes. Fang Xiu stood up, gazing at the chain islands. The exploration countdown waits for no one. 4.5 hours felt ample, yet before him lay a main island of 1 hectare accompanied by 8 subsidiary islands. When it comes to moving, time will only feel scarce, never abundant. Skeleton Wolf, take this monkey and find all the marked locations from last night. The hollow eye sockets of the Skeleton Wolf flickered, turning to enter the empty island again. Fang Xiu looked at the Monkey King. "You follow it." The Monkey King raised its head, its eyes clearly expressing resistance. To have a Monkey King listen to a mere skeleton is somewhat of an insult in the monkey realm. The golden hoop tightened. The Monkey King crouched down. The golden hoop loosened. The Monkey King flapped its wings and followed the Skeleton Wolf. Fang Xiu nodded in satisfaction. The prison master stood beside Fang Xiu, his skeletal hand raised ready to maintain the mage's hand and the spectral fireball. Fang Xiu personally stepped onto the main island. The soil beneath his feet was rather hard, mixed with fine bone fragments, making a faint creaking sound when stepped on. To an ordinary person, this place felt cold, ominous, like a graveyard. It cannot merely be said to resemble a graveyard, it is indeed a graveyard. But for Fang Xiu, it was simply fragrant. There were many corpses on the main island. Some were human, others beast. At first Fang Xiu only collected, but soon realized that the positions of the corpses were rather strange. Most human corpses were toppled toward the center of the main island, as if they were desperately trying to reach that stone house before dying. Beast bones were more concentrated at the roots of the chains. Several beast skulls faced outward, their spines fractured, as if crushed by heavy objects from above. Fang Xiu squatted beside a human-shaped corpse. The corpse was still adorned with tattered leather armor, the metal buckles stripped clean, leaving only a few pieces of decayed leather. Beside it lay a broken hilt. The blade was missing. Usable equipment had been taken away, and any detachable metal was also removed. The victors had cleaned the battlefield. Moreover, it was done very professionally. Fang Xiu did not despise these corpses. To an ordinary island master, these were trash. To a necromancer, however, these were excellent materials. Fang Xiu picked up a hollow beast bone, the necromantic energy swirling in his palm. The bone's surface twisted, its inner wall hollowed out, and gray-green patterns slowly sank in. Soon a rudimentary bone soul vial took shape. He raised his hand and pulled out a remnant soul from the corpse. The ghostly green light flickered in his palm, varying in size. The larger the remnant soul, the stronger the deceased was in life, or the heavier their obsession at the time of death. Fang Xiu stuffed the remnant soul into the soul vial. The human-shaped remnant soul had low integrity. The beast remnant souls had medium to low integrity. Unknown magical creature remnant souls awaited verification. Others might come here to collect a few treasure chests. He came here to pack the battlefield itself. This is the difference. Half an hour later, over 40 corpses had already been collected from the main island. Only a dozen had high integrity. The rest were either missing arms, legs, or even heads. The remnant souls filled several soul vials. Fang Xiu was in a good mood. After the harvest, I was undoubtedly joyful. The Skeleton Wolf had found another treasure chest marked from last night. The wooden treasure chest was half buried between rubble and dry bones, its edges covered in dirt, looking like a piece of rotten wood if not examined closely. The Monkey King stood in front of the treasure chest this time, making no move. The monkey group outside grew restless again. They could not understand why their king was moving things for the enemy. The Monkey King himself found it even harder to comprehend. But the golden hoop did not concern itself with understanding. It only tightened. The Monkey King's body stiffened, its hind paw grasped the treasure chest, flapping its thin wings, dragging the box toward Fang Xiu's empty island. Before flying, it glanced at Feng Xiu, the prison master, and the skeleton wolf's positions. Feng Xiu noticed. He did not expose it. However, every time the Monkey King's gaze drifted toward the free sea of clouds, the golden hoop would tremble gently. The skeleton wolf continued to search for treasure chests. The Monkey King kept moving. Feng Xiu was responsible for collecting corpses and materials. The prison master stood guard. The stone house at the center of the main island soon came into view. The outer walls were mottled, the door collapsed halfway, and inside it was dark like a toothless mouth. Feng Xiu did not rashly enter. The mage's hand pushed open the broken door first. The prison master stood at the doorway, his skeletal hand slightly raised. After confirming there were no traps, Feng Xiu stepped inside. The stone house did not hold the grand fortune he had imagined. There were broken wooden boxes, spoiled rations, dried, cracked leather bags, and unusable ropes. This perfectly matched a site that had been licked clean by the victors. Feng Xiu was not disappointed for too long. Since there were no treasures inside, the stone house itself was a treasure. The hollow island would undoubtedly require stone materials for upgrades and construction. Feng Xiu exited the stone house, signaling the prison master to retreat. A spectral fireball struck the load-bearing point. Boom. Half of the wall collapsed. Another few spectral fireballs followed, and the entire stone house was blown into large stones and rubble. The mage's hand dragged all the usable stones back to the empty island. As the looting neared its end, Feng Xiu walked to the edge of the main island, observing the massive iron chains connecting the subsidiary islands. Each section of the iron chain was the size of a water tank, severely rusted on the surface, with faint black patterns visible beneath the rust layer. The mage's hand tapped on it. The sound was heavy and muffled. Feng Xiu was very eager to dismantle it. Each chain was over 500 meters long and as thick as an elephant's leg, with a total of 8 resembling a metal mine hanging in the sky. But the problem was very real. There were no cutting tools, no furnace. He could not move it himself. The small island might not be able to withstand such heavy weight. Forcefully dismantling the iron chains could also lead to the subsidiary islands detaching, affecting exploration time and the stability of the island group. Feng Xiu fell silent for a moment, opening the map function and marking this location. Just because he can't disassemble it now doesn't mean he won't be able to in the future. Another wooden treasure chest was dragged back to the edge of the empty island by the Monkey King. When the Monkey King landed, its thin wings trembled slightly, its gaze still fierce, but it dared not move recklessly. It seems the taming progress is going well. Feng Xiu looked up at the 8 subsidiary islands bound by iron chains. The main island had already been searched once, but there were definitely still plenty of good things hidden on those subsidiary islands. As the mage's hand dragged the last batch of bones back to the floating island, the bones clattered lightly against the ground. Clack, clack. It was rather relieving to hear. Feng Xiu stood beside the Lord's cornerstone, glancing down at the piled supplies. A heap of bones. A pile of broken equipment. A stack of stones. There was another heap of decayed wood and assorted scraps. The prison master stood nearby, his skeletal hand raised while 2 ghostly green mage hands busily sorted different materials in midair. A skeletal wolf returned with a segment of beast bone, tossing it onto the pile of bones, its hollow eye sockets gleaming, as if waiting for praise from its master. Very good. The employees showed commendable initiative. As for the Monkey King, he was dragging the last treasure chest, his thin wings drooping, his hind claws scratching shallow grooves on the ground. With each drag, he glanced back at the monkey horde outside the island. That look probably said, "My king, the hardships I endured today should not be recorded in the family tree." Feng Xiu ignored his mental pep talk, focusing entirely on the treasure chests. There were 5 in total, 4 wooden chests, and one that was rather unique. That chest was dark and heavy with edges wrapped in black iron. Its surface lacked the rough texture of a wooden box, instead gleaming with a cold, hard metallic luster. Feng Xiu reached out to press on it. Black iron chest. The system prompt popped up and Feng Xiu's eyebrows flickered slightly. This felt nice. After all, this was a large island, and the system giving a black iron chest made sense. Feng Xiu did not open it. He didn't even open the wooden chests. The exploration time was not yet over. First finish searching what could be searched, then reveal everything at once. After all, a single draw wouldn't yield miracles. If it did, consider it unspoken. Feng Xiu raised his hand to press on the Lord's cornerstone, and the floating island slowly turned, heading toward the only sub-island with traces of construction among the 8. The other 7 sub-islands from afar showed only yellow earth rubble and a few scattered bones. No houses, no high walls, no obvious dangers. Perfect for the monkey horde to scavenge. Feng Xiu looked toward the Monkey King. Send your monkeys to those 7 islands. The Monkey King immediately let out a low growl from his throat. His thin wings slightly spread, his gaze fierce, as if he wanted to pounce Feng Xiu off the edge of the floating island. Feng Xiu nodded. There will be a refusal. Looks like the head isn't hurting anymore. The golden hoop tightened. The Monkey King's knees buckled, crashing to the ground. The monkey horde outside the island erupted with dozens of flying monkeys darting around the floating island, their chattering layering over one another. Feng Xiu waited for 2 breaths. The golden hoop loosened. The Monkey King lay on the ground, panting, his mouth wound being pulled, causing a bit of blood scab to crack. Feng Xiu continued to watch him. The Monkey King raised his head, still filled with menace. The golden hoop tightened again. This time the Monkey King couldn't hold on for long. With a flap of his thin wings, he struggled to rise and issued a hurried command to the monkey horde outside. The monkey horde did not budge. This was normal. This group of monkeys did not obey Feng Xiu. They obeyed the Monkey King. And the Monkey King was clearly under Feng Xiu's control now. Such a situation was easy to handle. They only needed to repeat it once more. The golden hoop on the Monkey King's head shrank slightly. The Monkey King's cries immediately turned a pitch higher. Finally, the monkey horde moved. One by one, the flying monkeys reluctantly scattered toward the 7 bare little islands. After flying a distance, they kept glancing back at the Monkey King. The floating island approached the small island with buildings. Feng Xiu and the prison master disembarked. The ground felt hard underfoot, with rubble mixed with bone fragments making a creaking sound when stepped on. There were 2 half-collapsed buildings here. The first resembled a warehouse. The main door had long been destroyed, the door hinges removed, leaving only 2 hollow recesses. Feng Xiu walked inside. Empty. Truly empty. There were supposed to be shelves against the walls, but they had been thoroughly dismantled, leaving only shallow imprints. The ground bore drag marks. No wooden boxes. No metal parts. Even very few nails remained. Feng Xiu crouched down, his fingertips brushing over the marks on the ground. The victors had licked this place clean. Clean to the point of being slightly abnormal. If the other side truly had ample time to clean the battlefield, they should not have left those bones on the main island. Nor should they have left the treasure chests. Bones could be understood, as they were useless to ordinary forces. But why would they abandon treasure chests? Feng Xiu did not rush to conclusions. When clues are scarce, beautiful answers often lead one astray. Scientific accidents mostly begin with "I think." The second building resembled a resting area. Several stone beds had collapsed halfway, and in the corner stood a dilapidated weapon rack. On the rack remained only a rusted iron sword. The blade was pockmarked, the rust layer thick as an old scab. Feng Xiu picked it up and weighed it. This thing had almost no combat value. Moreover, if one slipped, they might inadvertently bestow themselves with a layer of tetanus blessing. After exiting the building, the prison master's mage hand dragged out a dark chest from behind the crumbled stone wall. Feng Xiu halted in his steps. Another black iron chest. Moreover, it was not hidden. With a little effort, anyone could find it. Feng Xiu crouched in front of the chest, tapping the lid with his fingertips. The stone house on the main island had been looted. The warehouse had been emptied. Equipment had been dismantled. Door hinges, shelves, and nails were not spared. Yet the treasure chests remained. On the island of the Thornleaf Goblins, there were also unopened treasure chests. With these 2 cases stacked together, the answer seemed to reveal a hint of its foot. Treasure chests were likely not something all creatures could open. They might be a special reward given to these island lords by the Shattered Cloud Realm. The indigenous people could see and touch them, yet they could not open them. This rule held significant meaning for Feng Xiu. The Earth Island lords in the Shattered Cloud Realm were not just unfortunate souls thrown in to be beaten. They possessed some form of authority. Authority was an advantage, who wouldn't want to be a favored one? But once discovered by the indigenous people, what awaited in the future was not necessarily a transaction. It was more likely to be hunting. After all, a tool that could open treasure chests was quite valuable. Feng Xiu did not vocalize this thought. He simply instructed the mage hand to carry the black iron chest back to his floating island. Outside, the monkey horde gradually returned. The items they brought back were quite assorted. Shattered bones, decayed wooden blocks, ordinary stones, plus a few wooden treasure chests. A young flying monkey even secretly clutched a whitish fruit in its hind paw. It looked like a cloud fruit just picked from the sea of clouds. It seemed that while other monkeys were exploring, this one might have been fishing in the sea of clouds. The Monkey King let out a low growl. The flying monkey trembled in fright, dropping the fruit to the ground. Feng Xiu picked it up for a glance. Unripe cloud fruit. Its value was not high. Feng Xiu casually tossed it back to the monkey horde. The flying monkeys were stunned. Even the Monkey King looked over. They probably realized for the first time that Feng Xiu did not snatch everything. To be precise, he couldn't be bothered to snatch worthless things. But for the monkey horde, this was already a significant softening signal. Feng Xiu then had the prison master take out a few bottles of water and some pieces of bread, tossing them to a spot where the monkey horde dared to approach. The monkeys did not eat immediately. After a while, several young flying monkeys flew over, snatching the bread and retreating swiftly. Their movements were as quick as a thief stealing takeout. The Monkey King watched this scene without intervening. Feng Xiu nodded in satisfaction. The taming progress continued. The exploration countdown gradually ticked down. Feng Xiu did not waste time. Stones were moved away. Shattered bones were cleared. Broken equipment was taken away. The decayed building materials were also cleared. The monkey horde was forced to join the transport team, their thin wings almost smoking from exertion. When there were 10 minutes left in the exploration, Fang Xiu returned to his floating island. The island was already piled high with materials. Bones, stones, broken equipment, decayed building materials, and a row of treasure chests. Fang Xiu counted them. 2 black iron chests, 12 wooden chests, one of which was a small wooden chest similar to the one that had previously yielded the blood-bait blueprint. This haul should be sufficient to level up to 4. If the treasure chests opened favorably, he might even touch the threshold of level 5. Today was truly a good day. Having acquired a large amount of materials and half-tamed the monkey horde, Fang Xiu slowly raised his head, gazing at the chain islands. Outside the island, the wind rustled through the chains, producing a low clattering sound, as if something was grinding its teeth deep within the fog. Fang Xiu stored the rusty iron sword he had been playing with in his hand, and placed the 2 black iron chests beside the Lord's cornerstone. He pressed his fingertip on the first chest lid. Now that it has come to this, let's open the chest. Fang Xiu placed 2 black iron chests beside the Lord's cornerstone and arranged 12 wooden chests in a line. Shall I open it? Yes. Fang Xiu opened the chest with remarkable speed, one hand pressing the lid while the other reached for the next as the system prompt appeared. He opened the chests while directing the jailer to sort the contents, separating the bread and water to serve as provisions and emergency supplies for the monkeys. As for the floating stones he obtained, he naturally stowed them in his personal bag, as they were currently hard currency in the trading market. Among the 12 wooden chests, 11 contained ordinary items, while one was a special small chest that had previously yielded blueprints. Once all 11 ordinary wooden chests were opened, the haul was tallied a total of 13 floating stones, a considerable amount of food and water, and even a few fresh fruits whose names he couldn't recall. Additionally, there were 3 iron tools glinting with a metallic sheen, an iron sword, an iron axe, and Fang Xiu picked up the iron sword and weighed it in his hand. The blade wasn't exceptionally sharp, but it was a significant improvement over the rusty broken sword he had. He decided to keep the iron sword, while he couldn't be bothered to look at the axe and shovel any longer, directly putting them up on the trading market. However, his trading slots were full, and the number of slots was related to the current level of the floating island, which had only 3 slots available. The wooden shield definitely couldn't be taken off the market, so Fang Xiu simply removed the bloodbait, leaving him with 4 pieces. Now on the second day, iron tools had become essential for exploring the floating island. After dealing with the clutter, Fang Xiu finally turned his attention to the special small chest. He took a deep breath and pressed down on it. Received small wooden house blueprint 1. Received simple guardrail blueprint 1. The small wooden house provides shelter, wind protection, and basic storage space. He then looked at the simple guardrail blueprint. Received simple guardrail consumes wood 2. Energy 1 can produce a simple guardrail of 1. The simple guardrail can be built at the edge of the floating island to reduce the risk of falling and prevent small items from rolling off. After reading the introduction, Fang Xiu immediately chose to learn it. You have learned small wooden house. You have learned simple guardrail. After completing his studies, he instinctively glanced at the edge of the floating island. Currently, his island was cluttered with bone stones and would resembling a construction site, indeed a bit cramped. After tallying the wooden chests, Fang Xiu finally shifted his gaze to the 2 grand black iron chests. The chest's surface gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, and the thickness of the iron plating at the corners was far beyond that of the wooden chests. Fang Xiu raised his hand and pressed on the first black iron chest. He did not perform any complicated rituals. He simply seized the lid when the chest was unguarded and abruptly lifted it. Received floating stone 10. Received black iron level weapon heavy cleaver 1. Fang Xiu picked up the ruggedly designed cleaver. The blade was thick and heavy, clearly meant for violent. At the grip, there were a few simple conduits for energy. He attempted to channel a wisp of pure necromantic power into the blade. Buzz! The surface of the blade immediately revealed a faint gray-green secret pattern, and a chilling aura emanated from the edge. Fang Xiu glanced at it twice and casually set it aside. What a pity it's not a staff. Although he couldn't use this item himself, he could give it to the new undead later. Opening the second black iron chest. Received floating stone 10. Received black iron level blueprint floating trolley. Fang Xiu immediately clicked on the blueprint details. The expansion of the floating island continues. Fang Xiu did not immerse himself in the joy of territorial expansion. He stood beside the Lord's foundation, opened the resource panel, and his gaze slowly swept across several key figures. There are still 32 floating stones left. However, the reserves of soil and wood are nearly depleted. The stone supply has increased by more than 200 units, mainly thanks to the violent demolition of the stone house on the Iron Chain Islands and the rubble collected along the way. It seems impossible to rush to level 5. Fang Xiu closed the resource panel, his gaze turned towards the distant sea of clouds, and he murmured, "Then let's take advantage of this upgrade period to increase our manpower." He turned around, raised his hand to press on the Lord's foundation, controlling the slowly upgrading floating island to change direction, carefully navigating around the iron chain islands ahead. Fang Xiu maintained a very low speed for the floating island, moving forward gradually. The iron chain islands receded into the distance in his view, and occasionally one could hear the sound of chains being dragged, as if something massive was reluctantly moving within the depths of the mist. Fang Xiu arrived at one side of the floating island where all the spoils brought back from the Iron Chain Islands were piled up. Over 40 corpses had already been classified. Humanoid corpses in one pile. Beast bones in another pile. Those with higher integrity were picked out separately and placed on top. The remnants of souls extracted from the corpses were each stored in several soul bottles temporarily modified from beast bones, with faint ghostly green lights flickering at the bottle openings. Fang Xiu sat down beside the pile of bones, beginning a more meticulous material selection. He first picked out the best quality bones. Sturdy long bones suitable for limbs, tough ribs for constructing the chest, skulls were prioritized for completeness. As for the pelvis and spine, they must not be too fragmented, otherwise the skeleton soldiers assembled would stand like drunken coat racks, easily collapsing after a few steps. The remnants of souls in the soul bottles also needed classification. Those with slightly clearer consciousness retaining their combat instincts would be used to create skeleton soldiers. As for those who were dazed with only basic mobility remaining, they would be assigned to skeleton laborers. Those completely shattered into light points, unable to maintain even basic forms, would only serve as filler for igniting soul flames. Fang Xiu sat among the corpses, ghostly green necromantic energy swirling in his palms, his expression focused. The jailer stood beside him, his ghostly green mage's hand acting as a most attentive assistant, accurately delivering one selected bone after another. The skeleton wolf dutifully squatted on the other side, occasionally picking up a bone deemed unqualified by Fang Xiu with its mouth and tossing it into the waste pile. The monkey king, bound by the golden hoop, squatted not far away, watching this bizarre scene with a hint of fear in his eyes. Fang Xiu noticed the monkey king's gaze and casually remarked, "There's no need to be nervous." He did not look up, continuing his work. "Your monkey group still has greater roles to play, so there's no need to worry about becoming undead." However, the monkey king was clearly not comforted, shrinking his body even tighter. But it was not a big problem. After all, the monkeys couldn't escape. Fang Xiu was never particularly skilled at comforting living beings. The first creation he undertook was the skeleton soldiers. For this batch, he had no intention of skimping on materials. The skeletons must be relatively intact, the soul flames stable, and the joint strength at least sufficient to withstand the swings of conventional weapons. He began to assemble the selected skeletons in front of him, pure necromantic energy flowing like mercury into the gaps of the bones, igniting the soul flames in their hollow eye sockets one after another. The first skeleton soldier wobbled and stood up. The second and third. The sound of bones rubbing together echoed across the floating island. Only when the 20th skeleton soldier was completed did Fang Xiu stop, a thin layer of fine sweat appearing on his forehead. 20 skeleton soldiers formed a line in front of him, some with taller frames, others with wider shoulders. Their sizes were not entirely uniform, but their overall structure was stable. Fang Xiu picked up the black iron-grade heavy-back machete he had crafted and handed it to the one with the strongest frame. That skeleton soldier extended its bony hand and firmly grasped the handle, the energy lines on the blade flickering momentarily. Fang Xiu nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, it seems this remnant soul retains a good deal of combat instinct." He raised his hand to open the panel of one of the skeleton soldiers. Profession: skeleton soldier, strength unranked, power 5, agility 4, constitution 4, spirit 5, evaluation, a low-level unit with a low production cost suitable for group assault tactics. Fang Xiu continued to examine a few more, noting that the values fluctuated slightly, with strength mostly ranging between 4 and 6, while spirit remained stable between 4 and 5. This was an inevitable result of the differences in the quality of raw materials and the remnants of souls. While checking the panels, Fang Xiu also noticed an interesting detail. His own panel displayed Island Master Fang Xiu. The jailers showed name jailer. The Thornleaf Goblins encountered earlier displayed race Thornleaf Goblin, while the skeleton soldier in front of him displayed profession skeleton soldier. This difference prompted Fang Xiu to ponder briefly. The determination of the attribute panels did not seem to be a simple biological classification. It accurately captured the core identity of a unit. For him, the identity of Island Master had already surpassed the name Fang Xiu in weight. For the jailer, his name encapsulated the relationship of master and apprentice from his past life and his current uniqueness. For the two Thornleaf Goblins, the survival of their race outweighed the significance of the individual. And for the newly born skeleton soldiers, their entire existence was defined by their profession. After using up the elite skeletons, what remained was a pile of shattered bones, short bones, and several soul bottles with lower quality remnants. Feng Xiu did not waste any materials. He began to create the second batch of products, skeleton laborers. This batch did not seek any combat abilities, and the manufacturing standards were greatly simplified. They needed to be able to lift things, dig soil, and understand basic commands like go there and pick this up. Thus, the integrity of the chest cavity was no longer pursued. The arm bones only needed to grip, and the leg bones could be a bit shorter. After all, they were responsible for hauling bricks on the floating island, and were not for their own use. Such inferior materials Feng Xiu looked down upon using. 23 skeleton laborers of various shapes gradually rose from the ground. They were mostly a head shorter than the skeleton soldiers, with 2 of them turning their skulls uncontrollably halfway around after standing up, nearly twisting their necks into knots. He opened the panel of one of them. Profession: skeleton laborer, strength, unranked, power 3, agility 3, constitution 4, spirit 4, evaluation, extremely cheap labor force, not regrettable if damaged. Feng Xiu looked over this and was very satisfied. He took these 23 freshly made skeleton laborers to the Lord's Foundation and opened the trading interface. He wanted to test a crucial hypothesis. Feng Xiu selected one of the skeleton laborers and tried to put it on the market. A line of system prompts immediately popped up. Product: skeleton laborer. Independent soul unit, non-stackable, for sale. Listing requires occupying a separate trading slot. Would you like to list it? Feng Xiu's eyes instantly brightened. They can be sold. The significance of this matter is far greater than selling a few wooden shields. Wooden shields are equipment, bait is a consumable, while skeleton laborers are a unit. Units can be remotely transferred through the trading interface, which indicates that the trading system of the Shattered Cloud realm allows for the commodification of productivity itself. Perhaps in the future, creatures like slaves will appear on the trading interface. Of course, there is a strict limit on trading slots. Feng Xiu is currently still upgrading, and the floating island has not reached level 4, so there are only 3 slots. One slot is occupied by a wooden shield, and the other 2 slots are the 2 iron items that were just sold. Feng Xiu began to set the price. Skeleton laborers priced at floating stone 4. But he then added a special option in the alternative trading items. Can be replaced with the following items: medium-sized animal corpses 2. Can be replaced with the following items: human corpse 1. The requirements were made very clear. It must be a corpse, not just bones. It must be one that includes both skin and flesh. Bones can only produce the lowest level skeleton soldiers and laborers, but fresh corpses can yield so much more. Retaining complete life information in flesh and blood has a higher probability of extracting more complete remnants of souls, and the body itself is also an excellent material for higher level undead. If the materials are good enough, it may even be possible to forge a Black Knight. Although Black Knights also belong to low-level undead, their physical quality far exceeds that of ordinary skeleton soldiers, and more importantly, they can execute more complex combat commands. Feng Xiu clicked confirm. Skeleton Laborer 1 has been listed. Skeleton Laborer 1 has been listed. The 2 standing skeleton laborers were instantly covered by the rules of the trading system, standing quietly beside the Lord's Foundation, motionless, waiting to be transmitted to their new masters. Feng Xiu carefully observed the soul flames in their eye sockets. The rules of the trading system did not sever his control over the skeleton laborers. Moreover, during their creation, he had left a very simple self-destruct mechanism deep within each soul flame. If anyone attempts to forcibly analyze the soul flame or trace back to the creator, the soul flame would automatically dissipate, causing the skeleton laborers to revert to a pile of ordinary bones. Feng Xiu opened the chat channel. Just listing them wasn't enough, good things also needed to be advertised. He looked at the chat input box and thought briefly. Anonymous speech is not conducive to long-term brand building. If he wants to continue selling undead laborers in the future, then reputation itself is credit, and credit equals premium. He had a thought and changed his channel name to 5 characters, Undead Manufacturer, nickname modified successfully. Feng Xiu looked at this new name and nodded. Simple, clear, and carrying just the right touch of ominousness. His fingers slowly pressed the speaking button in the chat channel. Today's free speaking opportunity has not yet been used. Yelling is an art in itself. Feng Xiu adjusted his wording and gently tapped on the virtual panel, sending out the valuable free message for today. Necromancer, you are all esteemed lords of your islands. Why must you do everything yourself? The trading hall has listed undead laborers who neither eat nor drink nor sleep, capable of transporting, mining, and basic gathering. Limited quantity, first come first served. The message was sent successfully. After a few seconds of dead silence, a small discussion erupted in the chat channel. Iron pot stew, undead laborers. Wait, undead. Is it the kind of undead I think it is? What the hell? The trading hall really has skeletons. Alive. Moving. Wang Dafei, they don't eat, drink, or sleep. Wow, that's tougher than my boss from before I crossed over. Carpenter Xiao Zhou, 4 floating stones for 1. A bit expensive, but if they can really handle those dirty and tiring jobs, it might actually be worth it. Anonymous, a bunch of lunatics. Who dares to buy such a cursed thing? Aren't you afraid that when you fall asleep at night it will stand by your bed and snap your neck? Fang Xiu scrolled through the torrent of information in the channel with a blank expression. He did not continue to speak. The second message would require the consumption of a sound stone, which was unnecessary. The advertisement has been launched, and the real potential customers are probably already browsing the trading hall rather than arguing in the channel. Just as he contemplated, the Lord's cornerstone vibrated lightly twice. Transaction successful. 1 skeleton laborer sold. Received 4 floating stones. The first batch of customers has already placed their orders. Fang Xiu swiftly selected 2 more skeleton laborers from the standby stock to restock. He did not raise the price. The grand opening was about creating a reputation. Once the earliest buyers shared screenshots of skeletons hauling bricks in the channel, there would naturally be room for price increases. At the same time, his private chat channel was completely blown up with notification sounds ringing non-stop like a machine gun. Fang Xiu opened it. The first several messages were worthless junk. Some shouted Big Brother asking if they could get one for free. Others directly cursed, threatening him to take down the evil product immediately. Some begged, saying they had old and young to take care of. One even sent a message with a profile picture of a young woman, implying in explicit terms that she could exchange a skeleton for special services. Fang Xiu looked over these useless messages with an expressionless face and skipped them. These were all garbage that would be eliminated and thus did not deserve his attention. After filtering out the junk messages, he finally found a few useful ones. Some wanted to exchange food, some wanted to trade wood, and others wanted to offer water. One person even sent a screenshot of a broken iron crossbow, tentatively asking if it could be exchanged. Fang Xiu's response was simple and unified, continuously sending the same signal to the market. Food is acceptable, but in large quantities. Wood is also fine, but your offer must be higher than the current market price in the trading hall. As for equipment, he was not in a hurry. Corpses take priority. Just then a new private message popped up. The other party wasted no words and directly sent a screenshot of an item. Black iron grade blueprint 100 forged plate armor. Fang Xiu's fingers paused. Among the 60 billion compatriots on Earth, the number of people in this division might not be that many. But there are still tens of thousands, and within these tens of thousands there will always be lucky ones who can draw gold even when playing games. Clearly this person who offered the black iron blueprint was one of those lucky individuals. Black iron armor blueprints are definitely valuable at this stage. The other party's offer was straightforward: 15 skeleton laborers. Fang Xiu looked at this number. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. 15. Quite a big appetite, a typical lion's big mouth. But the other party wasn't just throwing out a random price. At this stage there are very few who can afford black iron armor blueprints, and even fewer who can actually make them. Making this requires iron and a large amount of floating island energy. The vast majority of island lords, even if they obtain this blueprint, can only place it beside the lord's cornerstone as a spiritual totem for future wealth, worshipping it morning and night. Fang Xiu typed a reply at a leisurely pace. The armor blueprint is good. The problem is nobody has iron now. The other party was clearly a savvy person and replied quickly. You have plenty of laborers, as long as you encounter a mining island you can obtain a large amount of ore. Seeing this sentence, Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow. What if I don't encounter a mining island? Wouldn't that be a loss? He continued to apply pressure. I also have wood shield blueprints. Defense-related needs have already covered most early exploration. Black iron plate armor at this stage is just a luxury for me. This statement killed 2 birds with 1 stone. First, he indirectly acknowledged that he was the mysterious seller monopolizing the wood shield market in the trading hall. Second, he informed the other party that their item is good but not irreplaceable. The chat window fell silent. It took a full minute before a new offer came through. 12 laborers. There was progress, but it wasn't enough. Fang Xiu tapped on the panel, issuing a last ultimatum. 8 laborers. The other side fell silent again. This time the silence lasted longer. 10 laborers. This is the bottom line. Fang Xiu saw this message and directly closed the private chat window. He didn't block the other party, just simply closed the window, leaving it hanging. At such times, whoever speaks first. The other party was probably in a hurry to exchange for skeleton laborers, likely because they encountered a mining island or other resource islands. Otherwise, they wouldn't be willing to trade the black iron blueprint. He leisurely began organizing the floating stones that had just arrived, as if he had forgotten about this matter. Sure enough, after a few minutes, the other party's message popped up again, clearly impatient. 8 laborers deal. Just do as you say. Fang Xiu then reopened the private chat and initiated the transaction. You have paid 8 skeleton laborers. You have received black iron grade blueprint 100 forged plate armor. Fang Xiu hesitated not a moment and immediately learned the blueprint. You have learned 100 forged plate armor. 8 laborers are equivalent to 32 floating stones. Trading for a permanent black iron blueprint is not a loss. More importantly, the skeleton soldiers under his command, as well as the potential Black Knights that might appear in the future finally, had a solution for their basic armor needs. Just as Fang Xiu continued to ponder, the trading hall notification popped up again, but this time the content was entirely different. Transaction successful. 1 skeleton laborer sold. You have received Goblin Corpse medium-sized Animal Corpse 2. 1 skeleton laborer sold. You have received Goblin Corpse 2. Fang Xiu's actions came to an abrupt. The next second, 4 small green-skinned corpses appeared out of nowhere on the open ground next to the Lord's cornerstone. These corpses were not tall, roughly about 1-2 meters, with long fingers and sharp protruding teeth, emitting a faint, damp, earthy smell. All were fresh corpses with a death time not exceeding an hour. Most wounds were concentrated in the chest and neck areas, shaped like they had been repeatedly stabbed to death by some crude spear or wooden stake. He quickly checked the transaction record. The seller was anonymous and left no coordinate information. Fang Xiu looked at the 4 green-skinned corpses with a rather pleasant mood. With the raw materials accounted for, he would no longer lack low-level undead in the future. These 2 transactions completed with corpses also confirmed Fang Xiu's new operational direction. He reopened the trading hall and adjusted the price of skeleton laborers. Skeleton laborer price adjusted to floating stone 5, or medium-sized animal corpse 2, or human corpse 1. The price of floating stones has increased. However, the price for exchanging corpses remained unchanged. This was not an impulsive price increase. Fang Xiu accurately grasped the psychological state of other island lords. With the price of floating stones rising, the cost-effectiveness of exchanging corpses was even more pronounced. For those who had just gone through a fierce battle, having killed several monsters, and now troubled by the corpses taking up space with no way to handle them, exchanging these garbage for a labor force that neither eats nor drinks was an extremely profitable deal. They thought they were cleaning up waste products. Meanwhile, Fang Xiu was acquiring production materials at a low cost. Both parties would feel they had gained. This is a healthy and sustainable market. At least it appears to be so on the surface. Fang Xiu dragged those 4 goblin corpses next to the bone pile, but did not immediately start refining. The 4th level upgrade of the floating island had not yet completely finished, and the area of the island was still slowly expanding at a visible rate. 20 elite skeleton soldiers stood with bone blades at the side. In the trading hall, skeleton laborers were still listed for sale. Fang Xiu opened the trading hall, and new private messages were still popping up continuously. Some began inquiring about bulk purchase prices. Someone wanted to use the corpse of a certain monster to exchange for laborers long-term. Another person sent an extremely brief message: how much for human corpses? The 4th level floating island has expanded to a full 200 square meters, offering a much broader view. The most apparent change on the Lord's Cornerstone interface is that the number of trading slots has increased from 3 to 4. Fang Xiu did not hesitate for a moment and chose a freshly minted skeleton laborer once again. Product: skeleton laborer. Price: floating stone 5, or medium animal corpse 2, or human corpse 1. Listed and confirmed. For Fang Xiu, at this moment, the skeleton laborer was more than just a commodity. As long as there are people needing labor, and as long as the Shattered Cloud realm has monsters and death, his business will never cease. A few new private messages popped up almost immediately. Boss, can the skeleton guard the house? Will it chop me up at night? Boss, can I trade 2 animal corpses for just caught still warm? Let's be friends. I like to befriend strong people. Fang Xiu's gaze swept over, and he only replied to the one asking about the corpse exchange with, "Okay, send a trade request," ignoring the others. After handling the trading details, Fang Xiu's eyes turned towards the newly unlocked 4th level building. Beginner fishing platform, a building that sounds quite leisurely from its name. He opened the construction list and consumed some of the materials obtained from the recent transaction. Consumption: wood 50, stone 28, energy 30. Obtained beginner fishing platform 1. A flash of light and a delicate building model appeared in his hand. Fang Xiu walked to the edge of the floating island and gently tossed the model down. A simple wooden shed unfolded out of nowhere, firmly fixed at the edge of the island. The structure of the shed is simple, with several large wooden boards on top for shade, and under the shed was a sturdy-looking wooden chair. To the left of the chair is a fishing rod rack, and to the right is a round wooden plate for bait. The initial fishing rod hanging quietly on the rod rack seemed to have an automatic hanging feature, which was quite. He walked and sat down heavily on the chair and deliberately shook it left and right. The chair remained motionless, emitting a solid creak sound. Very good. He sat up straight and opened the blueprint shop attached to the fishing platform. A row of brand new blueprints came into view. Unlike ordinary crafting lists, each blueprint here clearly indicates the fishing preferences of different rods. Wujin Xian Color Long Rod Blueprint 1, 11 black iron level, made from Wujin wood and Xian iron thread, biased towards attracting metal debris and ore in the Cloud Sea. Price: 10,000 fishing points. White Cloud Light Rod Blueprint 1, 11 black iron level, made from cloud fluff wood and sky silkworm silk, biased towards attracting cloud treasure chests and various lightweight floating objects. Price 10,000 fishing points. Rotten Flesh Winding Rod Blueprint 1, 11 black iron level, made from decayed wood and oil-soaked corpse, thread biased towards attracting low-level cloud beast corpses, remains, and various corrupted creatures. Price 12,000 fishing points. Bone Segment Deep Sea Rod Blueprint 1, 11 black iron level, made from beast spine bones and soul, thread biased towards attracting skeletal materials and residual souls. Price 15,000 fishing points. Feng Xiu's gaze swept back and forth over the 4 blueprints and quickly noticed a commonality. Each blueprint was followed by a glaring 11 mark. Feng Xiu curled his lips. This clearly indicated that each blueprint could only be crafted once. More crucially, the currency for purchasing these blueprints was neither floating stones nor wood, but a unit he had never seen before: fishing points. Only by successfully fishing at the fishing platform could one accumulate corresponding points based on the value of the materials obtained. Feng Xiu began to ponder the deeper meaning behind the Shattered Cloud Realm's actions. In addition to trading and unboxing, the Shattered Cloud Realm has surprisingly established a separate measurement and reward system specifically for the act of fishing. Does this imply that fishing itself is a fundamental right of the island owner parallel to trading and constructing? He did not delve deeper into this thought, merely noting the discovery silently in his mind. He raised his hand and took down the initial fishing rod from the rack's skillfully attached bait and cast it into the rolling cloud sea. A new prompt appeared before his eyes. Within the range of the beginner fishing platform, your fishing hook's attraction to various materials has slightly increased. Feng Xiu's purpose for this fishing expedition was not to catch anything substantial. He wanted to test just how small this so-called slight increase really was. However, before he could observe for too long, the rod in his hand suddenly sank. The force was far more stable than the usual pull of a wooden barrel. Feng Xiu exerted strength in his wrist and steadily reeled in the line. A small box entirely white and emanating a faint misty glow was forcibly pulled up from the cloud sea. White Cloud Treasure Chest. Feng Xiu saw this type of treasure chest for the first time. It did not appear to be made of wood or metal, but rather resembled something that had been forcefully compressed into the shape of a box from a heavy mass of clouds. He did not rush to open it, but instead leaned in for a closer look. The surface of the treasure chest was covered in flowing cloud patterns resembling rippling water. These cloud patterns were completely different from any treasure chest he had seen before. He reached out and pressed on the lid. Click! The treasure chest opened in response. Obtained Floating Stone 1. The contents of the chest were not remarkable, but at the moment Feng Xiu picked up the floating stone, the treasure chest made of white clouds suddenly burst apart, transforming into a cloud of pure mist that eventually coalesced into a second floating stone, dropping into his hand. Gained fishing points 20. A total of 2 floating stones and 20 points. The earnings could only be Feng Xiu glanced at the blueprint shop. The cheapest Wujin Xian color long rod blueprint still required a full 10,000 points. 20 points were merely a drop in the bucket. He shook his head and stood up from the chair at the fishing platform. As an island owner, it was entirely unnecessary to waste time on such simple repetitive labor. Come here. Feng Xiu waved to the skeleton soldier squad, standing by not far away. A skeleton soldier immediately walked over with a stiff gait and stopped in front of him. Feng Xiu pointed at the fishing platform chair and issued a series of concise commands. Sit down. Hold the fishing rod. If the fishing line shows a clear tug, reel it in. Anything caught should be placed over there on the empty ground. The hollow eyes of the skeleton soldier flickered with soul fire. It seemed to understand. Under Feng Xiu's watch, the skeleton soldier, moving slightly stiffly, sat in the chair and grasped the fishing platform, showed no signs of rejection. The acquisition of fishing points did not require the island owner to operate it personally. This meant that the points were recorded under the entire floating island's name, not Feng Xiu's personal name. In this way, a fishing platform and a skeleton could achieve uninterrupted fishing. 247. What if there were 10 fishing platforms, or 100? Very good. He looked at the skeleton soldier that had entered idle mode and thought about creating a type of undead specifically for fishing in the clouds. Not far away, the Monkey King force to command the monkey group to transport miscellaneous items happened to look up and see this scene. Its not-so-advanced brain might not understand why Feng Xiu could make a pile of bones sit and fish in the clouds. Feng Xiu returned to the Lord's Cornerstone and checked the requirements for upgrading to level 5. Current floating island level 4. Area 200 square meters. Required for upgrading to level 5, floating stones 40, soil 800, wood 400. Upgrade preview. After upgrading the floating island to level 5, the island's movement speed will slightly increase. No new buildings, no new functions. Feng Xiu initially felt a bit of regret, but soon he realized the true strategic significance behind the 4 words, movement speed increase. In this boundless sea of clouds, speed is everything. Faster speed means a higher chance of encountering unowned islands, treasure chest islands, and resource islands. Faster speed also ensures safety in moments of crisis, whether in pursuing enemies or evading aerial thieves. He closed the upgrade interface, opened the crafting list, and found the newly unlocked small wooden house blueprint. Consumption: wood 100, energy 100. Crafting: small wooden house 1. A model of the wooden house appeared in his hand. He casually tossed it onto the empty ground not far from the Lord's cornerstone. With a play of light and shadow, a simple wooden house of about 10 square meters rose from the ground. After directing the undead to arrange the wooden house, Feng Xiu casually bought the cheapest wooden chair from the trading hall. He did not buy a bed because no one was selling one in the market. At this stage, any island owner with the time to sell beds was either living too comfortably or was overly stable mentally. He sat in the wooden house, leaned back against the chair, and let out a long breath. Outside, the skeleton laborers were being transported away by new buyers. The skeleton soldiers sat motionless in front of the fishing platform, fulfilling their duties. The jailers were sorting through the materials they had scavenged, and the Monkey King was being forced to supervise the monkey group in moving the last of the items. Everything was so harmonious. Feng Xiu closed his eyes, preparing to enjoy a moment of peace. The body was gently nudged. Feng Xiu opened his eyes and sat up straight from the chair in the wooden house. Ahead, new island. The message from the soul fire of the prison master was simply 4 words. Feng Xiu stood up and walked out of the wooden house. To his surprise, not far ahead, a roughly 500 square meter floating island was quietly suspended in the sea of clouds. It looked plain and unremarkable, just some layers of soil, broken stones, and short grass growing close to the ground, with a mound of earth and stones in the center resembling a nest. The floating island slowly approached. Unclaimed floating island detected. Docking exploration initiated. Current exploration time, 30 minutes. Not long after, it was clear that this was just a lonely little broken island. Form up. Including the skeleton soldiers still fishing for clouds, a total of 20 freshly minted skeleton soldiers quickly stepped forward and formed a formation in the open space. This batch of skeleton soldiers was already equipped with the most basic gear. A wooden shield in the left hand, a bone knife in the right, and the one in the lead, the thickest skeleton, was wielding a heavy chopping knife taken from a black iron treasure chest. As for the quality of those bone knives, one could only say they were mediocre at best. Some even had tiny cracks on the blade. There was no way around it, as these were made from leftover fragments after Feng Xiu finished crafting the skeleton workers. The materials used by the skeleton workers were already subpar, and these fragments were even worse, pure scraps being reused. Thus it was completely normal for weapons made from such materials to have cracks. As long as they didn't break in two while chopping, it meant that both the craftsmanship and the materials had done their best. The skeleton soldiers were the first to step onto the unfamiliar land, forming a tight shield formation and advancing step by step. Feng Xiu and the prison master followed closely behind. The prison master's mage hand hovered beside him, a faint green energy fluctuating slightly, ready to strike at any moment. The Monkey King, trapped by the golden hoop, commanded his monkey troop to scout and handle the upcoming transport work. These winged monkeys were clearly reluctant, but dared not disobey, and could only chatter nervously as they spread out, forcing themselves to scout under the Monkey King's orders. As the team slowly advanced, the giant nest in the center of the island was quickly cleared. It was built from a large amount of broken wood, beast bones, and thick layers of dry grass, completely empty inside, as the owner was not home. However, this place was definitely not abandoned. The soil around the nest still bore fresh claw marks, and some beast bones that had been gnawed on like snacks were still damp. There were even a few torn pieces of shell on the ground, as well as a half-eaten vertebra from a small cloud beast. These details clearly revealed several key pieces of information. First, the owner of this nest could fly and was able to drag prey back from the depths of the sea of clouds. Second, it was not small, with a terrifying biting force. Third, it had recently been active here, neither dead nor relocated. Feng Xiu ordered the skeleton soldiers to form a defensive formation around the nest, while commanding the monkey troop to thoroughly check the perimeter of the island. After confirming there were no other ambushes, the looting work officially began. The resources on the island were not stunning, just some wood, broken bones, soil, and the leftover scraps piled up in the nest. Feng Xiu activated the floating cart. He had just acquired a product of a black iron-level blueprint. A wide wooden platform floated half a meter off the ground, pulled by winged monkeys as heavy bone fragments, and wood were easily stacked on it, greatly improving efficiency. Although the transportation process was quite orderly, a subtle sense of unease lingered on the island. The Monkey King paused several times, looking up at the rolling sea of clouds, letting out a low growl that was hard to interpret. A few timid winged monkeys didn't dare to approach the nest at all. Feng Xiu noticed everything, but he did not order a retreat. Nonsense. With 20 skeleton soldiers standing guard nearby, what was there to fear? Just when about 10 minutes remained in the exploration time, an unexpected event occurred. Roar. A roar powerful enough to shake the heavens erupted suddenly from the depths of the sea of clouds directly below the island. That sound was no simple beast roar, it was like a heavy bomb, first causing the entire sea of clouds to violently tremble, then exploding with a boom right next to the island. The winged monkeys instantly went into chaos, most of them emitting piercing screams as they desperately hid behind the shields of the skeleton soldiers. The Monkey King did not flee, but his eyes reflected caution and fear. He clearly recognized this creature, or rather recognized the level of predator it represented. Consolidate formation. Fang Xiu's command was calm and swift. The 20 skeleton soldiers immediately closed ranks, forming a tight defensive square. Wooden shields facing outward, bone knife blades pointing up, they looked like a giant hedgehog made of bones. Fang Xiu and the prison master stood right in the center of the formation. The elite skeleton wielding the heavy chopping knife was positioned at the very front. He did not choose to retreat his floating island. Although his floating island had expanded to 200 square meters, it contained all his possessions, wooden house, fishing platform, and a mountain of materials. Sending an unknown flying monster to rampage would mean losing everything foundational to him. Conversely, the unclaimed island before him was simply a perfect arena for a beast fight. The clouds were torn apart by a powerful force, and a huge figure shot up into the sky. A tiger's body with a pair of enormous wings covered in heavy membrane, and even some lingering moisture from the sea of clouds clinging to its claws. It circled above the island, its golden vertical pupils coldly surveying the group of uninvited guests daring to intrude into its nest. Upon seeing this creature for the first time, Fang Xiu's pupils trembled violently, flickering with a hint of panic. It resembled the legendary ancient fierce beast Xiongqi far too closely. However, this wave of fear lingered for less than a second. The creature before him did not possess the overwhelming pressure that fierce beasts are born with. Its size and presence were indeed intimidating, but the energy fluctuations emanating from it were still within manageable bounds. That brief moment of fear quickly transformed into anger. A tiger with wings certainly has some credentials, but you can't really consider yourself a divine beast. The battle commenced. Fang Xiu and the prison master launched a probing attack first as the soul fire bombs and fragments of stone conjured by the mage hand whistled through the air towards the flying beast. However, that flying tiger was quite slippery. It merely circled at high speed in midair, effortlessly dodging all the spells using its speed and height advantage. Its intention was not to fight to the death, but to drive the intruders away and reclaim its nest. This was the best strategy for the flying tiger, but it became particularly tricky for Fang Xiu. With less than 8 minutes remaining in the exploration time, if this flying tiger kept dragging things out like this, once time was up, he would have to retreat. Once he returned to his own floating island, this creature might not even chase after him. But Fang Xiu had no intention of letting it go. Its wing membranes were far thicker than those of the winged monkeys, which also meant that after being transformed into a skeletal being, it would likely retain some flying ability. This was a flying, undead material that was hard to come by. Thus Fang Xiu appeared a bit anxious. Time was not on his side. Moreover, there were no archers among his current skeleton soldiers, nor any mature aerial combat methods. No archers. Fang Xiu's gaze quickly scanned the battlefield, ultimately landing on the neatly lined up skeleton soldiers. A rather cunning idea popped into his mind. Disassemble. Fang Xiu issued the command to the prison master beside him. The prison master's mage hand lifted, accurately grasping the back, neck, and waist of a skeleton soldier. The skeleton soldier offered no resistance, allowing a death force to act upon it. With a crack, its intact spine, composed of 24 vertebrae, was forcibly extracted from its body, leaving only a skull barely hanging on by some tendons attached to the thoracic cavity, looking precariously unstable. After disassembling several vertebrae, Fang Xiu tossed them to a few robust skeleton soldiers. Several sturdy skeletons caught the javelins and hurled them into the air. In the first round they missed. The mage hand retrieved the distant vertebra. In the second round, a vertebra grazed past the flying tiger's wing membrane. In the third round, one finally struck its hind leg. The damage was negligible, but the insult was fully delivered. Provoked repeatedly by this bone rain from below, and watching those damned intruders continue to haul away supplies from its nest, the flying tiger was completely enraged. It let out a vicious roar, retracting its wings and diving down like a meteor. The flying tiger's strategy was clear: dive, pounce, bite, and then immediately pull up and fly away. It did not want to get into a ground battle. But Fang Xiu was waiting for this moment. Just as the flying tiger swooped down to within 10 meters of the ground, the prison master's mage hand suddenly shot out, accurately striking its right wing and causing a barely perceptible imbalance in its flight. At that moment, the elite skeleton wielding the heavy chopping knife roared and raised its shield to meet the charge, with its body bracing for the violent impact. Bang! The shield shattered, and that skeleton soldier was instantly smashed to pieces, bones flying everywhere. But this disassembly bought precious half a second for the brothers that followed. The first skeleton soldier took the opportunity to leap up and tightly grasp the flying tiger's hind leg. The second, third. More skeletons bravely pressed forward, some clinging to its side, others grabbing hold of its wings. The flying tiger struggled frantically. Every swipe of its claws sent bone fragments flying, but it was pinned down. Undead beings do not know fear, do not retreat. The only order in their soul fire is to carry out their master's commands until completely shattered. Living beings fear death, dodge, and let go. But the undead do not. For the flying tiger, the moment it chose to land, the rules of the battle had already been forcibly changed. Feng Xiu did not allow the skeleton soldiers to slash wildly. What he wanted was a relatively intact corpse. The wing membranes could not be torn, the spine could not be severed, and the organs in the thoracic cavity must not be damaged. He personally stepped forward and picked up the heavy black iron chopping knife from the ground. Feng Xiu did not swing the knife, but instead aimed for the weakest connection point of the flying tiger's neck, swiftly and cleanly stabbing and severing the nerves, and causing precise blood loss. The flying tiger struggled violently for a few minutes, its movements gradually diminishing. Time for exploration was running out. Feng Xiu immediately commanded all units to transport the still-breathing flying tiger. The flying tiger struggled violently for a few minutes, its movements gradually diminishing. Time for exploration was running out. Feng Xiu immediately commanded all units to transport the still-breathing. They managed to return to their floating island in the last minute before the exploration time expired. The unclaimed island, which had just experienced a fierce battle, began to slowly drift away from Feng Xiu's floating island. The nest on the island was emptied while its owner was thoroughly packed away. P.S. The author has included an introduction and images of the flying tiger. Feng Xiu's first task upon returning to the Sky Island was to assess the battle losses. Several skeleton soldiers had been shattered into pieces by the diving strike of the flying tiger, with missing arms and legs being the norm. A few vertebrae had even been thrown like javelins and needed to be reassembled. Among them, the most unfortunate was the skeleton soldier wielding a heavy machete, who had taken the brunt of the flying tiger's initial charge. Its body was almost reduced to a pile of loose bones, yet the ghostly green soul fire still burned stubbornly within the scattered skull, flickering dimly. He immediately ordered the jailer to categorize the scattered bones by body parts. As much as possible, they should be reassembled, and if that proved impossible, they could be taken from the nearby skeleton workers. Feng Xiu felt no sorrow over the loss of a few bones from a skeleton worker. After all, the primary value of a worker was to carry bricks, losing a rib wouldn't affect its selling price. Before starting work, Feng Xiu dragged all the spoils from the unclaimed island to a corner of the Sky Island. A flying tiger that hadn't quite breathed its last. A cold black iron chest. A pile of materials scraped from the nest, including, but not limited to, bone fragments, timber scraps of beast skin, and some unidentifiable shell fragments. The items in the nest looked chaotic, but many bore the marks of cloud sea creatures. Especially those few shattered shells, which were clearly of a hardness superior to any ordinary bone material Feng Xiu had encountered. The lid popped open with a click. Acquired floating stone 10. Acquired black iron grade weapon, cracked bone, longsword 1. Feng Xiu picked up the newly forged longsword. The blade was narrower than the heavy machete, with several shallow energy guiding patterns etched into its surface, and the grip was wrapped in a rough black beast skin, providing a very comfortable feel. Unfortunately, it still wasn't a staff. He handed the cracked bone longsword to a still relatively intact skeleton soldier. Feng Xiu returned to the pile of loose bones. The skeleton soldier wielding the heavy machete still had its soul fire flickering. Its skull was placed on top, while its chest cavity was completely shattered, and its spine was broken into several sections, with a clear crack from the flying tiger's claws on its left leg bone. Feng Xiu did not rush to repair it. He crouched down, picked up the broken vertebra, carefully examining the fracture, and then picked up the cracked leg bone, rubbing his fingertip along the depth of the crack. The impact force of the flying tiger served as an excellent reference. Where would a standard skeleton soldier begin to crumble under the full force assault of a black iron grade cloud beast? How much impact could a shield absorb? What was the pressure tolerance limit of the spine? These first-hand data points were far more meaningful than simply having one more skeleton soldier. After all, if a skeleton soldier broke, it could be reassembled. If the data was incorrect, the next one to break might be Feng Xiu himself. After inspecting, he replaced the broken leg bone with a new one and disassembled 2 of the most intact ribs from a skeleton worker waiting to be assembled. The skeleton worker stood quietly nearby, its chest cavity missing a section, but its soul fire remained steady and undisturbed. Under the influence of pure necromantic energy, the scattered bones began to reassemble. The disconnected vertebrae snapped back into place, and the cracked skull was firmly pressed down by the dense ghostly green magic with a faint aura of death seeping through the fine cracks. Before long, the nearly destroyed skeleton soldier stood up again from the ground. First it took the familiar heavy machete, then accepted the wooden shield Feng Xiu handed it. The skeleton practiced a few moves, swinging and defending her. It all looked quite smooth. His own skills were indeed quite good. After repairing his beloved soldier, Feng Xiu finally had time to open the trade and private chat channels. The sales of skeleton workers remained booming, and the notification sound of private messages was incessantly ringing like a machine gun. Someone asked if they could buy the Sky Island's specialty soil on credit. Someone inquired if the skeleton workers could chat at night. Others sent screenshots of oddly shaped beast carcasses asking if this size counted as medium-sized animals. Feng Xiu skillfully filtered out these irrelevant messages, only replying to those that could yield actual benefits. Soon he noticed a private chat record from a few hours ago. The other party had inquired how many human corpses Feng Xiu was willing to purchase. Feng Xiu had casually replied that he would take as many as they had. But now upon opening it, the person's avatar had turned gray. It was clear that the person was already dead. He curled his lip. So weak, and you dare to private message me, asking how many I want. I thought you were more capable than this. He then shifted his gaze to the few corpses he had just acquired through the trade. In addition to some goblin corpses and medium-sized beast corpses, there was also a fresh human corpse. The corpse was relatively young, covered with several fatal stab wounds, and its right hand was tightly gripping a short section of severed rope. Feng Xiu instructed the jailer to use the mage's hand to drag the corpse closer, lowering his head to examine the pallid face from blood loss, comparing it with the gray avatar. It matched. This was the person. It seemed that this boastful madman had transformed from a potential supplier into raw material. Feng Xiu dragged the human corpse next to the dying flying tiger, speaking calmly. Since you wish to supply me in life, then personally participating in the flying tiger's transformation after death could be considered fulfilling your wish. Feng Xiu did not intend to turn the flying tiger into a skeleton. The greatest value of this black iron-gray flying creature lay not in its bones, but in its complete wing membranes, robust muscles, and the unique structures adapted to the cloud sea that remained in its flesh. If he were to crudely strip it down to a skeleton, its flying ability would be utterly discarded. What he aimed to create was a far more complex entity than a skeleton, an undead corpse zombie. This type of undead was much more challenging to create. As long as the skeleton's frame and residual soul could hold, the structure was clear, and the failure rate was relatively controllable. Corpse zombies, however, were entirely different. The flesh would rot, the muscles would stiffen, and the residual nerve tissues would clash violently with the injected necromantic energy. Without professional tools such as preservation bombs, corpse toxins, soul-fixing nails, and decaying sutures, the result of forced creation would likely just be a lump of decaying flesh that twitched mindlessly. Right now, Feng Xiu had nothing. All he had was increasingly pure necromantic energy, a bunch of fresh corpses, several soul bottles containing residual souls, and his remarkably good crafting skills. This setup did not provide a favorable success rate. He first bought a wide solid wood table from the trade, which cost him 20 units of timber. He couldn't just dispose of the rare black iron-grade flying materials on the muddy ground. Feng Xiu commanded several skeleton soldiers to hold down the flying tiger's limbs and wings, while instructing the jailer to use the mage's hand to press down its spine. The dying flying tiger seemed to sense extreme danger, letting out a low, hoarse growl from its throat, its claws scratching deep grooves into the hard wooden surface. Feng Xiu expressionlessly raised his hand and pressed it against its forehead. Dense gray-green necromantic energy surged into its neck wound like cold poison. The flying tiger's body tensed sharply, its flesh visibly shrinking at an observable rate, and its originally bright and smooth golden fur began to dull and wither. At that moment, Feng Xiu's movement paused briefly. He noticed that at the base of the flying tiger's wing bones, as the death energy eroded, several extremely faint patterns resembling cloud patterns surfaced, only to be quickly suppressed by the death energy. Those were not ordinary muscle textures. They resembled a biological structure evolved to perfectly adapt to the buoyancy of the cloud sea. He could only see this now, he couldn't fully analyze it yet, but at least a new research direction had emerged. If this cloud pattern could be developed, it might enable large-scale production of flying undead in the future. As the crafting progressed to the middle stage, the flesh within the flying tiger began to dry out significantly. Corpses of the zombie type couldn't be completely dehydrated. The outcome of complete dehydration would be a stiff specimen. Feng Xiu immediately dragged over the few corpses he had acquired from the trade. Goblin corpses, beast corpses, and the recently confirmed human corpse. Under the slicing and pressing of necromantic energy, the flesh of these corpses was forcibly stripped and crushed, then meticulously filled into the cavities of the flying tiger's body like stuffing. This was the method taught by his master in life, using corpses to supplement corpses. It was crude, but indeed effective. Fang Xiu's operation was extremely meticulous, ensuring that the key muscle groups at the base of the wings were not haphazardly stuffed. The power structure on either side of the spine was also maintained, with only the minimum necessary support left in the chest and abdomen. All his operations revolved around one core goal: to preserve the vitality of the limbs, wing membranes, and core muscle groups on the back. This was certainly not a complete version of a mature process. A truly mature corpse flying unit should have specialized alchemical agents for flesh processing, with sutures soaked in corpse oil for fixation, with energy circuits to channel soul fire, and even supportive frameworks. But precisely because of the lack of these, in order to preserve the flying tiger's flying ability, Fang Xiu was exceedingly serious about his work. An hour later, the flying tiger completely ceased its struggles. Its originally bright yellow fur had turned completely grayish-white, with faint black spots seeping from the roots of its fur. The muscles had shrunk and stiffened, and its limbs were more defined than in life. The wing membranes had lost some luster, but fortunately they had not ruptured. Fang Xiu raised his hand and forcefully pressed the extracted soul of the flying tiger deep into its skull. Ignite the soul fire. Thud. One paw of the corpseified flying tiger gently tapped on the table. Then it slowly opened it. Fang Xiu immediately opened its attribute panel. Race: corpseified flying tiger, power black iron, grade strength 13, agility 9, constitution 12, spirit 7, evaluation A flying unit, made using rare biological materials, strong in power, but with relatively crude preservation and corpseification processing, resulting in some degradation. Unfortunately, the agility had indeed dropped below 10 points. Fang Xiu reached out and gently tapped the skull of the corpseified flying tiger. The corpseified flying tiger lay on the table unmoving, with only the ghostly green soul fire quietly burning in its originally fierce golden vertical pupils. In the distance, a group of monkeys huddled at the very edge of the sky island, not daring to make a sound. The Monkey King looked at its former nemesis turned into this state, and its golden hoop seemed to tremble in fear. It immediately lowered its head, not daring to look again. Fang Xiu shot a glance at the Monkey King. No need to be afraid. It is now my steed. If it can't fly well, then we will consider it as a guardian beast of the island. The Monkey King understood this terrifying flying tiger had completely come under Fang Xiu's control. For the monkey group, this might be more persuasive than the golden hoop on their heads. Fang Xiu's gaze returned to the back of the corpseified flying tiger, filled with anticipation. He had finally acquired his first true flying undead. Even if it was just a rough prototype, even if the evaluation mentioned degradation, even if it still bore the traces of hastily patched flesh. But a flying unit was still a flying unit. For a sky island, the strategic significance of air superiority far outweighed that of a knife, a shield, or even 10 skeleton soldiers. Fang Xiu patted the cold neck of the corpseified flying tiger and issued an order. Come, fly for me to see. The corpseified flying tiger propped itself up on its limbs, slowly unfolding its massive gray-white wings. As the wings flapped, a strong wind swept through, scattering the bones and dust at the edge of the sky island. Fang Xiu's expression became serious. In the next second, the large body of the corpseified flying tiger successfully lifted off the ground. 1 meter, 2 meters. Then it halted, floating at a height of 2 meters above the ground, unable to go up or down, creating a rather. Fang Xiu looked up at his steed, suspended 2 meters off the ground, remaining silent for several seconds. Very good, he muttered to himself expressionlessly. At least it really did leave the ground. Fang Xiu waved his hand, causing the corpse transformation flying tiger to descend. With a soft thud, its heavy claws pressed into the solid ground, leaving several clearly visible shallow pits. The strength and constitution attributes still remained at the black iron level. Even if it couldn't be used as a mount immediately, it could definitely serve as a fierce guardian for the island, which was not a loss at all. But Fang Xiu was not satisfied. What he wanted was the most crucial first piece in the puzzle of air superiority. At that moment, a series of chirping sounds came from the edge of the floating island, interrupting Fang Xiu's thoughts. It was the group of winged monkeys that had been placed in the corner. As Fang Xiu looked at them, he suddenly remembered something. Since subduing the Monkey King, he had never carefully examined their attribute panels. These creatures flew around the island every day, able to pick fruits, catch fish, and move objects, resembling a mature logistics department. Fang Xiu beckoned to the Monkey King. The Monkey King hesitated, shuffling its feet, its gaze constantly darting towards the corpse transformation flying tiger, clearly filled with fear of the beast. Fang Xiu remained silent, merely focusing his thoughts slightly. The golden hoop atop the Monkey King's head tightened gently. The Monkey King trembled all over, instantly understanding what was meant by workplace safety distance, and scrambled to Feng Xiu's side. Feng Xiu raised his hand and opened the Monkey King's panel. Race Winged Monkey Strength Black Iron Level Power 7 Agility 13 Constitution 8 Spirit 8 Evaluation, a relatively intelligent social creature adept at gathering from the Sea of Clouds. He casually pointed at a cowering, ordinary winged monkey. As soon as it landed, it shrank its neck, its eyes constantly glancing at the corpse transformation flying tiger, as if ready to flee at any moment. The panel expanded. Race Winged Monkey Strength Unranked Power 5 Agility 10 Constitution 6 Spirit 7 Evaluation, a relatively intelligent social creature adept at gathering from the Sea of Clouds and short-distance flight. Comparing the two sets of data, the conclusion was obvious. The combat power of the winged monkey race was practically negligible. Even the Monkey King barely scraped into the black iron level, with just its agility attribute exceeding 10. What truly held value was their functionality. They could fly, scout, fetch, and understand relatively complex commands. In the early stages of exploration, such units were even more scarce in strategic value than mere combat units. Thus, the current positioning of the Winged Monkey Group was very clear: resource gathering team from the Sea of Clouds. Feng Xiu's gaze returned to the Monkey King as he spoke in a flat tone. You cannot eat and drink for free here. The Monkey King understood the word eat and keenly sensed the unyielding tone in Feng Xiu's voice. Feng Xiu raised his hand and pointed to the rolling sea of clouds below. Take your monkey group down. Gather cloud fruits. Catch cloud fish. If you see something unfamiliar, do not stuff it directly into your mouth. Bring it back to me first. The Monkey King emitted a very reluctant squeak from its throat, seemingly trying to express dissent. The golden hoop atop its head trembled lightly. The Monkey King instantly shut its mouth, turning sharply and issuing a series of urgent commands to the monkey group behind it. A dozen winged monkeys flapped their thin wings and dove into the vast sea of clouds like dumplings. After arranging the monkey group's tasks, Feng Xiu's attention returned to the corpse transformation flying tiger. He retrieved several cloud fruits collected by the winged monkeys from the storage area nearby. Cloud Fruit 1 description: a special fruit that grows in the depths of the cloud layer. Consuming it can slightly enhance the flying capability and adaptability of flying units to mist. The cloud fruits were not large, their skins exhibiting a semi-transparent milky white color with faint wisps of cloud energy visibly swirling inside. Feng Xiu split one of the cloud fruits open and directly stuffed the fragrant fruit flesh into the large mouth of the corpse transformation flying tiger. The creature's jaw mechanically chewed a couple of times as the fruit flesh slid down its withered throat. Initially, there was no reaction. Feng Xiu patiently waited for a few seconds. Suddenly, faint white patterns emerged sharply at the base of the wing bones on the back of the corpse transformation flying tiger. Those patterns seemed alive. As soon as they appeared, they were immediately enveloped by dense death energy, suppressed, and quickly faded away. But Feng Xiu saw them. He immediately issued the command, fly. The corpse transformation flying tiger flapped its wings, its massive body lifting off the ground once again. This time its ascent was distinctly different. 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters. Ultimately, it stabilized at a height close to 7 meters. This was right. Feng Xiu did not instruct the corpse transformation flying tiger to fly far. Instead, he commanded it to circle the floating island in low altitude. Its speed was still not fast, and its turns were somewhat stiff, but the sense of pressure from that black iron-level strength was very real. In the distance, a few winged monkeys that had just poked their heads out from the Sea of Clouds were startled by the sight of this terrifying creature circling above, letting out a screech before diving back in. Feng Xiu watched this scene and nodded silently. The test of the flying tiger came to an end. He did not wish to waste more time on it. Although he really wanted to take a ride, he lacked a saddle. If it fell halfway, it would not be fun. The corpse transformation flying tiger could fly for now, but it needed to consume cloud fruits. Cloud fruits needed to be gathered by the winged monkey group. The winged monkey group needed food and water to sustain their lives and work enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the development of the floating island required more resources. Feng Xiu had already thought of a plan to acquire resources in bulk. He opened the crafting panel, his gaze locking onto the newly unlocked building for level 4 floating islands. Basic fishing platform. Previously, it had been verified that a fishing platform could allow a skeleton soldier to fish around the clock 24 hours a day. The benefits of one fishing platform might not be obvious. What about 10? 100? Moreover, what if the cloud fishing points were shared? The point gains could multiply several times. Feng Xiu quickly checked the material reserves. The consumption of wood was a bit painful, and there was a shortage of stone, so he could only buy some from the trading post. Consumption: wood 450, stone 180, energy 270. Gain basic fishing platform 9. 9 exquisite fishing platform models materialized in his hands. Feng Xiu walked to the edge of the floating island and placed them in order along the island's edge. As the light flashed, wooden little pavilions unfolded from thin air. Fishing rod racks automatically fixed themselves, and small wooden chairs formed one after another. Along with the original one, exactly 10 basic fishing platforms formed a neat circle of fishing spots on the edge of the floating island. This scene even had a leisurely vibe reminiscent of a seaside resort, provided that what sat on top were not mere skeletal frames. The fishing platforms were ready, but a new problem arose. There weren't enough cloud fishing rods. Occasionally someone would sell their fishing rods at the trading post, but clearly it was not enough to gather a sufficient quantity in a short time. Currently, he only had one initially gifted fishing rod and a few backup rods purchased previously. Feng Xiu opened the trading post and first purchased a soundstone. Seeing the not-so-cheap price of the soundstone in the trading post, he couldn't help but pout. This thing appears to be relatively common, so why haven't I obtained a single one? This could only mean that luck was quite unstable. Feng Xiu activated the soundstone and sent a message in the trading channel. Undead manufacturer soundstone seeking cloud fishing rods. Price per rod floating stone 3, a bread 5, a water 5. Trades can be initiated directly, a limited quantity, first come first served. As soon as the message was sent, the quiet channel immediately reacted. I'm not good, 3 floating stones. Wow, that's a great price. The manufacturer is generous. Anonymous, are you crazy? Cloud fishing rods are life-saving items. You're selling them. Is your life worth just 3 floating stones and a few pieces of bread? Anonymous, you can't say that. Some people's lives might indeed not be worth 3 floating stones. Carpenter shout, Zhou soundstone big boss. Undead manufacturer big boss. Can your skeleton laborers be a bit cheaper? I'm about to collapse from exhaustion. Anonymous, those selling rods are fools. You're just waiting to starve to death. Feng Xiu observed the chaotic discussions in the channel, showing no interest in replying. Mockery was not important. Sometimes mockery could actually bring free traffic and attention to the message. Those truly wanting to trade had already opened his private chat, instead of wasting words in the public channel. Sure enough, not long after, a series of private trade requests began popping up before him. 1, 2, 3. Someone clearly hesitated in the private trading interface for a long time, but ultimately gritted their teeth and listed a cloud fishing rod. For some island masters, cloud fishing rods were life-saving tools regarding their future. But for others who had reached the point of digging up soil on their islands to exchange for water, the few bottles of water and pieces of bread in front of them were life. Feng Xiu had no interest in teaching them how to survive. He was only responsible for transactions. Before long, 9 brand new cloud fishing rods were gathered. He distributed these rods to those skeleton soldiers who still had empty hands. Thus, all 10 fishing platforms officially began operation. After the fishing platform assembly line started running automatically, the dispatched monkey group also began returning from the sea of clouds. They brought back dozens of cloud fruits, several lively cloud fish, and some random floating debris that appeared to have no use. Feng Xiu stored the cloud fruits separately as they pertained to the endurance issue of the corpse transformation flying tiger. The cloud fish condensed into floating stones upon acquisition. Then he took out food, water, and a small portion of fruit to reward the monkeys. Upon seeing Feng Xiu distributing food, the Monkey King's demeanor visibly softened a little. This is management theory. Pure exploitation is unsustainable. The employees must feel that they have value in being exploited tomorrow. Feng Xiu took out several cloud fruits and fed them to the corpse transformation flying tiger once more. Once the white patterns at the base of its wing bones lit up again, he commanded the flying tiger to patrol the perimeter of the floating island at low altitude. He did not let it stray too far nor allow it to dive into the deeper sea of clouds, only allowing it to fly around the floating island. The corpse transformation flying tiger flapped its gray-white membrane wings, slowly circling the floating island. Below, 10 skeleton soldiers stood motionless at the fishing platforms fishing. The winged monkeys darted in and out at the edge of the sea of clouds, gathering scattered resources. The jailer silently organized the newly collected materials, sorting them into categories. Feng Xiu stood beside the Lord's cornerstone, watching his floating island operate like a well-oiled factory. Once he confirmed that the floating island was running smoothly, Feng Xiu walked to the small wooden house and issued a series of standby commands to the jailer, who was still sorting materials. If you fish up anything special, call me. If you discover a new floating island, call me. If there are any abnormalities in the flight of the corpse transformation flying tiger, call me. If the monkeys dare to run away, activate the golden hoop first, then call me. The soul fire in the jailer's eyes flickered, indicating understanding. Logically, a necromancer only needed to rest for 1 or 2 hours a day, so they shouldn't be this drowsy. It seemed his mental energy was very close to the next transformation. Feng Xiu sat back in the chair inside the wooden house and closed his eyes. Everything seemed to be developing in a positive direction. He had no idea how long he had been asleep, but it felt incredibly comfortable. Feng Xiu opened his eyes, straightened up from the wooden chair, and pressed hard on his temples. There was not a trace of drowsiness. His mind was startlingly clear, as if he had been doused in ice water from head to toe, and he could even precisely feel every gust of cold wind sweeping past outside the wooden house. Feng Xiu sat still, and with a flash of thought, he summoned his attribute panel. Island Master Feng Xiu, Strength Black Iron Level Power, 7 Agility, 6 Constitution, 7 Spirit, 18 Evaluation, Genius Necromancer. His spirit value jumped from 17 to 18. Such a small increment held significant meaning for him now. It seemed that raising his strength on the floating island was much easier than when he was learning necromancy before. Feng Xiu's gaze darkened as he looked at the physical data on the panel, and a thought emerged in his mind that he had never had before. This fragmented cloud realm must have treasures that could permanently increase attributes. If he relied solely on daily training to improve his panel, the scene of those struggling island masters would be too motivational. Feng Xiu raised his hand to close the panel and pushed the door open to step outside. Early in the morning, the gray mist had yet to dissipate, but the work of the territory had never ceased. 10 initial fishing platforms lined up neatly, operating steadily by the edge of the island. 10 skeletal soldiers sat stiffly on wooden chairs, their pale fingers tightly gripping the fishing rods, mechanically lifting the rods whenever they felt a tug on the fishing line. The heavy wooden buckets filled with scattered materials, as well as the cloud fish that had turned into floating stones, were all classified and tossed neatly by the flying monkeys patrolling half in the air behind. He sneaked to the Lord's cornerstone and opened the inventory. The number of floating stones was fixed at 78. Feng Xiu raised his eyebrows, tapping his thigh intermittently with his fingertips. The efficiency of the 10 fishing platforms in automatic harvesting exceeded his initial expectation. Among these 78 crystals, many were transformed from cloud fish caught on the spot, while the rest were floating remnants harshly pulled from the deep space cloud sea. Along with that, the fishing points in the background skyrocketed, but it was still far from enough to exchange for the black iron fishing rod blueprint. He opened the upgrade interface. Current floating island level 4. Required to upgrade to level 5, floating stones 40, soil 800, wood 400. The reserve of floating stones was more than sufficient, but there was a huge gap in wood and soil. Feng Xiu directly opened the trading market, where the market data was clearly displayed. The current prices were relatively stable, with 1 floating stone trading for 55 portions of soil or 23 portions of wood. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately threw out a large number of floating stones, buying over 600 portions of soil and more than 300 portions of wood, without batting an eye, instantly filling all the gaps. He raised his palm and slammed it heavily on the rough surface of the Lord's cornerstone. Upgrade. Do you want to consume resources to elevate the floating island to level 5? Confirm. A massive amount of materials vanished in a flash of white light, and a deep beast-like rumble erupted from deep within the cornerstone, the tremors spreading through the island in an instant. New soil began to push outwards, inch by inch, visibly expanding the area of the floating island. Feng Xiu crossed his arms, watching this miraculous creation unfold with a cold gaze. Due to the expansion of the territory, the 10 fishing platforms that were originally lined up near the edge of death now awkwardly found themselves all stuck within. He summoned the crafting panel and spent a bit of spare materials to create a large batch of simple railings. Feng Xiu pointed to several skeletal laborers on the right side of the empty land, his gaze shifting to the nearby keeper. Tear down all the old railings. Once the upgrade is finished, reattach everything together with the new railings to the outermost circle. Move all 10 fishing platforms outward. The keeper's hollow eye sockets flickered with green soul fire, and he respectfully bowed slightly. After giving the orders, Feng Xiu turned and walked toward the storage area on the other side of the territory. There, a human corpse and several goblin corpses were piled haphazardly, all remnants left after stripping away flesh during the necromantic flying tiger creation. These decaying remains were nothing but skin and bones, devoid of any life. An ordinary island master would have already pinched his nose and kicked such foul-smelling garbage off the cloud sea to feed the fish. Yet in Feng Xiu's eyes, the absence of flesh did not mean they were useless. A dazzling green necromantic power surged in his palm. Just a few minutes later. Creak, creak. Several skeletal laborers wobbled up. Feng Xiu pointed to the skeletal laborers queuing up in the distance, waiting to be traded. All of you go queue up. The skeletal laborers walked towards the designated empty space without a word of complaint, quietly waiting to be packed and sold to far-off floating islands to serve as laborers. Suddenly, a deafening sound of tearing wind filled the air above. The necromantic flying tiger performed a violent aerial roll, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of death, and crashed heavily beside the cornerstone with a loud thud. Its massive heavy paws smashed into the hard soil, creating a deep pit and raising a cloud of dust. Feng Xiu patted the giant beast's head with satisfaction. Since the test flight went smoothly, let's go hunt in the cloud sea. The necromantic flying tiger let out a windswept roar from its stout throat, and its gray-white wings flared open with a boom. With its hind legs crushing a large area of soil, its violent body plunged into the endless swirl. The expansion of the fifth-level floating island still requires some time. Feng Xiu brushed off the dust on his hands, deciding to concoct a few basic necromantic maintenance tools first. The first choice is bone powder adhesive. The process is simple and straightforward. Discarded bone fragments are ground into powder mixed with pre-cooked bone glue and finally forcefully stirred with necromantic power. Once the internal moisture is completely evaporated, it will form a sticky gray-white paste. Applying this substance to the cracks in the skeleton can effectively reinforce and repair. Broken in two, they cannot be rejoined, and those reduced to bone dust are beyond even divine rescue. However, it is absolutely effective against small cracks loosening and regular wear. Feng Xiu kicked the bones on the ground with his toes, opened the trading interface, and casually bought a fire starter and a deep iron pot. Several skeleton soldiers quickly brought over broken stones to build a simple furnace. Flame sword and the bone glue made from relatively intact larger bones in the iron pot quickly produced pungent white bubbles. Feng Xiu sprinkled the ground bone powder into it. The gray-white liquid became viscous at a visible speed. At this moment, a device capable of perfectly guiding necromantic power for even stirring was needed. Feng Xiu turned his head, his gaze crossing the flames, locking onto the skeleton soldier, holding a cracked sword, casually gesturing with his fingers. "Come here." The skeleton soldier stepped forward with its bony frame. Feng Xiu pointed to the bubbling iron pot. "Pour the power from the soul flame into the sword. Stir." The skeleton soldier reversed its grip on the black iron long sword, plunging the tip straight into the boiling bone glue, starting to move in mechanical circles as if programmed. The energy-conducting patterns on the surface of the sword glowed faintly. The green necromantic power transformed into wisps of light, slowly seeping and merging into the bone glue. After stirring for several minutes, the soul flame in the skeleton's eye sockets noticeably dimmed. Feng Xiu did not blink, directly waving his hand to swap in another fully functional skeleton. After all the energy being drained was the inferior magic power inherent to low-level troops. Such tedious labor did not require him to expend any of his own magical energy. The first batch of bone powder adhesive was ready. Without pausing, Feng Xiu began to prepare the second tool, withered soul bone glaze. When applied to the surface of the bones, it can greatly prevent corrosion, resist lightning strikes, and protect against acid rain, even slightly enhancing the impact resistance of the bones. Once again infusing a pure essence of death energy to deepen the color of the withered soul bone glaze, he was about to start the second round of material adjustments when the jailer quietly approached, lightly tapping Feng Xiu's arm with a finger bone. Feng Xiu paused his work and looked up. The jailer raised a bony arm, pointing directly at the rolling grid. The swirling fog in the distance was forcibly parted, revealing a moving micro-floating island. The island was less than 100 square meters, but its movement trajectory was clearly not that of a drifting relic. It was evident that some survivor was cautiously scouting. The other party clearly sensed the presence of this colossal object. The speed of the micro-floating island suddenly dropped to freezing point, trembling violently, as if its throat was being choked. Immediately afterward, the entire small island crazily moved sideways. Feng Xiu leaned on the hilt of his sword, surveying his bustling territory. The ground was littered with disordered stark white bones, a bubbling cauldron of evil, and a row of skeletons sitting rigidly with fishing rods. No wonder the other party fled. Any newcomer with a normal brain who stumbled upon this scene would likely feel as if they had inadvertently walked into some cult ritual. Feng Xiu did not force the floating island to chase closely. He placed both hands near his lips and let out a sharp whistle that pierced through the cloudy winds. The corpseified flying tiger surged upward like a bullet, locking onto its prey, its massive gray-white wings fully spread, with eyes swirling with green flames precisely tracking the fleeing direction. Feng Xiu pointed with his finger. "Bring the people from the island over." The roar echoed as the corpseified flying tiger fiercely swung its wings, diving down with thick death energy. Having undergone repeated test flights, the body movements had already become fluid. Although its speed was far inferior to when it was alive, controlling a micro-floating island moving at a snail's pace was akin to a heavy artillery shell disrupting a mosquito. The sound of wood splintering in the strong wind could be heard clearly from a distance. The island master was completely panicked, and the floating island began to move and in shape, with scattered debris being directly swept into the mist. Feng Xiu strolled to the Lord's cornerstone, pressing his right palm firmly against the rough stone surface, slowly pushing the floating island toward the direction of the small island. There was no need to rush. The Reaper of the Clouds had already arrived in a breath. In less than 2 or 3 minutes, the sky was shrouded in a massive shadow. The corpseified flying tiger swiftly turned back, its terrifyingly brutal bone claw gripping a man's shoulder and neck like it was catching a small chicken. The man's face turned as pale as bleached paper, his body trembling, as if electrocuted, with both hands desperately clutching a sharpened wooden spear for self-defense. Bang! The corpseified flying tiger crashed down to the ground, releasing its claws and directly throwing the man down like a rag. The man rolled to absorb the impact, sending the wooden spear flying far away. The surrounding skeleton soldiers raised their long knives, pressing several bone shields down, completely pinning the man to the muddy ground. Fang Xiu looked down from above. The man exerted all his strength to raise his head, first shattered by the sight of the horrifying white bones scattered all around, then met the chilling soul fire of the flying tiger, his peripheral vision, finally, catching sight of the trembling thornleaf goblin captive curled in the corner. The last trace of color drained from his face. Big brother, I really have nothing good on me. Fang Xiu relaxed his expression, nodding in acknowledgement. I can see that, so I didn't bother to send them to search you first. The man opened his mouth wide as dry, throat convulsing up and down, momentarily choking on the extreme contrast, unsure whether to be afraid or to thank. The skeleton soldiers followed orders to lift the man, hastily tying him up with old coarse hemp ropes and directly tossing him to join the goblin. An intriguing scene unfolded. The two thornleaf goblins that were previously huddled in fear saw a new resident suffer a tragic fate and become a prisoner. Their tiny eyes unexpectedly sparkled with a few hints of schadenfreude. Fang Xiu took in this absurd sight, a cold smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth. Truly an irredeemable inferior life. Even when everyone is locked in the same cage, they still have to argue about their qualifications with an AQ spirit. He walked slowly in front of the unfortunate newcomer, crouched down, and casually threw out several probing questions. Undoubtedly, he was a traveler from Earth. That shabby floating island had barely crossed the threshold of level 2, surviving to the third day purely depended on a fishing rod slowly grinding and a stroke of luck in finding a minuscule resource island. He did not come here with ulterior motives. He was simply trying to evade a certain sinister celestial phenomenon, having stumbled into this dead end in a panic. Sinister celestial phenomenon. The man desperately knocked his head like a garlic pounder. It's rain. A torrential rain swirling upwards from the ground to the sky. That kind of ghostly rain striking the island's surface causes the entire floating island to vibrate. The most critical part was that at the very top of that reverse torrential rain, a very primitive wild island was hovering, completely in a state of stillness and suspension. It was stuck right above the rain curtain, not moving at all. The man gasped heavily. I didn't dare to look at it for another second, and turned around to flee immediately. Fang Xiu lightly tapped his knee with his fingertips, fully awakening the deep-seated vigilance within him. The reverse torrential rain pushing up towards the sky. Such a violation of fundamental physics phenomenon could not simply be encompassed by a mere storm. Opportunity and destruction danced on the same scale. Fang Xiu inquired about the specific coordinates and directly straightened his posture. He had no intention of wasting even a second on this waste. The utmost priority was to thoroughly figure out that extraordinary treasure land. However, before leaving, he naturally would not overlook this man's small island. The two islands successfully completed the side-by-side docking. 3 skeleton soldiers, shield in hand, leaped first onto the enemy's soil. There was no cold countdown to the docking. Fang Xiu keenly caught this point. Crossing the defense line to disembark, the scene before him was utterly desolate. Yet even the thinnest mosquito could still provide some resource replenishment. With a cold snort, Fang Xiu turned the skeletal laborers into leeches, sweeping everything in sight clean like leaves in a storm. He strode directly to the Lord's cornerstone at the heart of the island. Fang Xiu flipped his wrist, pressing his fingers against the stone surface. Level 2 floating island unoccupied. His palm paused, and his breath turned cold. Unoccupied. The brief 3 words crazily elevated the value of this small floating island. Fang Xiu turned around fiercely, his fierce gaze locking onto the original island master, bound tightly. How should he occupy this floating island? Should he have the original island master pledge allegiance? Or should he smash the original island master's head? Or perhaps dismantle the Lord's cornerstone? Withdrawing his hand from the cornerstone, he commanded the skeleton soldiers to bring the original island master over. The original island master was soon brought forward, his gaze fixed on the cold figure approaching him, his blood vessels all over his body wildly constricting. Fang Xiu crouched down, his tone devoid of any emotion. Are you willing to abandon all your dignity and submit to me? His head bobbed violently under the compulsion of despair. Fang Xiu looked at the Lord's cornerstone. The interface showed no feedback fluctuations. The words unoccupied did not change at all. Fang Xiu let out a slight sigh, expelling the stagnant air from his chest. It seems that verbal contracts have no effect. This fragmented cloud realm is indeed cruel, but far more honest and straightforward than some greedy capitalists on Earth who readily promise grandiose things. You false promises can't fool the bottom-line eyes of this world. The long sword pierced through and was drawn out in one fluid motion. The man's body convulsed violently a few times, warm blood seeping from his tattered clothing, spreading a small patch of dark red on the cold, muddy ground. The original island master is dead. The countdown for occupation has begun. Remaining time 200. Fang Xiu looked at the constantly flickering blood-red countdown, nodding slightly. Occupying the Sky Island was indeed about killing the original island master. The 20-minute countdown meant that the occupation process could be interrupted and contested. Fang Xiu stood by the Lord's cornerstone, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, the other stroking his chin, observing the changes in the cornerstone with great interest. Every passing minute dimmed the light patterns on the surface of the cornerstone, as if the spiritual imprint left by the original owner was being ruthlessly erased by the world's rules. He reached out, attempting to touch the cornerstone. A faint sense of repulsion came from his fingertips, like touching the surface of water through a thin membrane. 20 minutes felt long, as if it spanned a century, yet fleeting like a mere moment. Occupation successful. Fang Xiu pressed his hand against the Lord's cornerstone once more, and this time the sense of repulsion was entirely gone. A brand new control interface smoothly unfolded before him. Sky Island occupied level 2. Status unassigned. Basic control is available. Fang Xiu concentrated and attempted to command the small island to shift left. The island trembled slightly, obediently changing direction. It can move. However, when he tried to set it to the formation mode to follow the main island long-term, a new current Sky Island is occupied unassigned management unit. Long-term formation requires a designated. Fang Xiu pondered the term with amusement. He casually pointed at a skeleton soldier nearby who was transporting stones. Non-intelligent entity assignment failed. As expected, it was to be anticipated. Fang Xiu pointed at another skeleton laborer. Non-intelligent entity assignment failed. After 2 failures, he completely ruled out the possibility of using low-level undead as island managers. He felt no disappointment, turning to gaze intently at the jailer on the main island. Come here. The jailer stepped steadily onto the level 2 island, stopping in front of Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu raised his finger, pointing at the jailer. Intelligent undead unit jailer. Would you like to assign it as the temporary manager of this Sky Island? Fang Xiu's pupils brightened. Not intelligent entity, but intelligent undead unit. The system acknowledged the jailer's independent identity as an undead and recognized its intelligence. Yes. Assignment successful. After the assignment was complete, the control panel of this level 2 island displayed an additional avatar of the jailer. The primary control remained in Fang Xiu's hands, but the jailer also gained basic management permissions such as movement and trading. This mechanism, rather than being a simple occupation, resembled a feudal system. Sovereignty belongs to Fang Xiu, while governance is given to the jailer. He opened the upgrade interface of this level 2 island and confirmed that it could continue to grow like the main island, although it was currently too low in level and small in area. Fang Xiu did not immediately invest resources. The priority was always the main island. He looked at the corpse of the original island master who had just died. A fresh corpse should not go to waste. While directly turning it into a skeleton soldier was simple, the returns were too low. Fang Xiu decided to use it first to create the essential potion for necromancers to produce zombie and corpse-type undead, corpse oil. As for why he chose to produce it on the jailer's island, the processes of soaking in corpse oil, fermenting corpses, and distilling corpse poison all share a common characteristic: they are quite odorous. Fang Xiu is a necromancer, but that does not mean he enjoys turning his living space into a public restroom stinking of decay. The elegance of necromantic scholarship does not conflict with personal hygiene. He looked toward the island managed by the jailer, a clear plan forming in his mind. From now on, this island will be called Corpse Oil Island, specifically for the processing of corpse oil, putrid fluid, bone glue, corpse poison, and other high pollution pretreatment tasks. Under Fang Xiu's direction, several skeleton laborers dug a shallow pit at the edge of the subisland, making a temporary enclosure with wooden boards and stones. The unfortunate corpse was moved there and thrown into the pit, some water poured in, and several large stones placed on top. Next, all that was needed was to wait for the fermentation of time. In the case of soaking in water, it generally takes 7 to 15 days to produce corpse oil, and the presence of necromantic magic will speed up the process, so the jailer needs to inject a bit of necromantic magic into this corpse daily. After handling the trivial matters of the subisland, Fang Xiu regained control of the main island, moving towards the rainfall area mentioned by the man earlier. The level 2 island managed by the jailer followed closely behind like a silent attendant. There was no physical connection between the 2 islands, yet under the invisible pull of the cornerstone's rules they maintained a perfect formation. Fang Xiu gazed at the structure of the main and subislands, his vision for the future necromantic island cluster becoming clearer. The main island acts as the central brain, integrating command, military, and core production, while the sub-island is responsible for high pollution processing, resource storage, and hazardous experiments. In the future, if there are enough subislands, he might even develop specialized islands, such as Corpse Oil Island, Bone Material Island, Fishing Platform Island, or even a battle platform island covered in bone spikes and turrets. By that time, his sky islands would no longer be just a cold floating land. Ahead, the gray mist the corpseified flying tiger, which had been patrolling at low altitude, suddenly let out an anxious low growl, descending back to the edge of the main island. The sky island continued forward. In the distance, a massive blurred island shadow was pinned to the sea of clouds like a nail. Before Fang Xiu could approach, the cornerstone beneath his feet trembled slightly on its own. Immediately after, a dense sound of water came from beneath the sea of clouds. It was not the sound of something descending. It was rain flying upwards. Gray and white raindrops broke free from the constraints of gravity, emerging eagerly from the thick cloud layer below, defying common sense, soaring upwards, and then, with a pop, striking the cornerstone ground at the bottom of the sky island. Pop, pop, patter. The raindrops became denser, the sounds blending together. The lower edge of the railing quickly adorned itself with glistening water droplets, and the entire bottom of the island resonated with the crisp sounds of small stones being struck. The winged monkeys were terrified by this strange phenomenon, screaming and all retreating to the inner side of the island. The Monkey King clutched a wooden post tightly, the golden hoop above its head trembling slightly from its fear. Fang Xiu walked to the edge of the island and looked down. Endless rainwater was gushing upwards from the depths of the sea of clouds, forming a spectacular and eerie upward rain. That still wild island hovered in the densest core area of the rain. Its island bottom seemed to be gently cradled by the rain flying upwards, yet it also appeared to be gradually eroded by the rain from below. Fang Xiu slowly raised his hand, extending it out over the island. A drop of upward flying rainwater landed precisely in his palm. It did not disperse but rolled around in his palm like a gray-white elastic mercury bead. In the next moment, a cold system notification popped up before his eyes. Detected special weather, reverse cloud rain. Warning, unknown cloud activity is intensifying. Fang Xiu looked at the gray-white water droplet in his palm, his expression finally becoming serious. Special weather, a mysterious, giant wild island. The abnormal response of the corpseified flying tiger combined with the earlier warning from that unfortunate fellow. This place was clearly not just a simple high-level resource point. Fang Xiu squinted his eyes, slowly rubbing his thumb and index finger together. At that moment, the cornerstone of the Lord emitted a rhythmic and dull rumble. The floating island had completed its 5th level. Fang Xiu turned his face to look at the warden not far away. The warden's hollow eye sockets flickered with green soul fire, and he immediately turned around to kick the dazed low-level laborer. Groups of skeleton frames quickly scattered, wielding their bone tools, and began a violent demolition operation. The old guardrails were uprooted piece by piece and repiled along the newly expanded outer circle. As for the 10 initial fishing platforms, they were forcibly moved to the new edge by the skeleton soldiers. What did the howling winds and torrential rains matter? Even if the sky were to fall, it could not delay the fishermen from working. The floating island, now at 400 square meters, appeared much more spacious. Fang Xiu strode forward to the cornerstone, placing his palm on the rough stone surface. With a slight thought, the floating island descended slowly. Directly docking was not appropriate, a reconnaissance was needed first. His gaze immediately locked onto the Monkey King hiding behind a pile of materials, pretending to be dead to avoid detection. The Monkey King shivered all over, his scalp tingling, and he slid to the front on weak legs. Fang Xiu did not press him too hard, as the difficulty of the command was not high. Split the troops into 2 routes, one team to circle the boundary of the giant island, while the other team would dive down along the edge of the torrential rain to investigate what was happening beneath the cursed rain curtain. Upon hearing the command to dive, the Monkey King collapsed to the ground, letting out a terrified wail from his throat. With such a strange rain, would there be any chance of returning after going down to scout? Fang Xiu's expression remained unchanged. He slowly curled his right middle finger and gently tapped the golden hoop on the Monkey King's head. Suddenly erupted with a sharp, high-frequency sound. The screeching stopped abruptly. This devil was 1,000 times more terrifying than the reverse-flowing rain. Resistance would lead to a complete demise. Going to clear minds at least offered a chance to struggle. The monkeys were arranged, and it was now the turn of the beast to take the lead. The corpse-transformed flying tiger let out a roar that echoed through the air. Fang Xiu casually pointed at 2 ordinary skeleton soldiers holding wooden shields. The flying tiger's huge claws reached out and firmly grasped the skeleton frame, lifting it back into the sky, releasing its deadly claws above the outermost layer of the giant island, as if tossing a sandbag. With 2 loud crashes, the 2 low-level cannon fodder crashed hard onto the floating island, while the great tiger flapped its wings, returning to the camp without looking back. Now all that remained was to await the exploration results from the monkey troop and the skeleton soldiers. However, the waiting time could not be wasted. Fang Xiu's fingers swiftly poked and swiped across the trading panel, accumulating a large batch of cheap wooden barrels at the edge of the corpse oil island. A few skeleton laborers that had not been sold, yet were neatly lying at the edge of the corpse oil island. They meticulously tied and fixed each wooden barrel completely upside down at the bottom edge with numerous knots. The torrential rain was flying upwards, which meant that the mouths of the barrels had to be opened downwards to collect water. A few minutes later, a piercing scream split the sky. The team of winged monkeys conducting the reconnaissance around the island rolled back to the main island, having seen not a single monster, shivering as they returned with a few pieces of rotten wood swollen by the gray water. Fang Xiu took the wooden pieces, feeling their soft and rotten texture with his fingers. He tossed the broken wood aside and raised his gaze to the churning cliffs. The team of monkeys that went to clear the mines had not sent back a single message. The Monkey King beside him was already on the verge of a mental breakdown, frantically pacing around the island's edge. The flying tiger was also restless, its bony tail carving deep grooves into the ground. Suddenly, the necromantic energy surged with two ripples. At the edge of the giant island ahead, two gray-white skeletal figures finally poked their heads out, swaying unsteadily. Without needing to issue commands, the massive body of the flying tiger surged forward, scooping up the two skeletons along with the spoils in their hands back to their territory. With a thud, a heavy object landed. Two wooden treasure chests, completely smeared with gray water stains, were thrown in front of him, with fine threads resembling dead grass roots faintly entwined in the seams. They were just ordinary wooden treasure chests. There was no need to pay too much attention. However, the fact that the two skeleton soldiers were able to return proved that the situation on the island should be similar to what the monkeys had seen and posed no significant danger. Placing his palm back on the cornerstone, the speed of the floating island surged. The enormous floating island broke through the turbulent mist, charging towards the silent giant island with an unstoppable ferocity. Glancing at the empty, echoless sea of clouds beneath his feet, Fang Xiu did not waste a single second worrying about the missing monkey troop. His cold gaze swept across the waiting skeleton soldiers ahead. The undead needed no grand speeches to inspire. Simple and brutal commands were often the most effective. The thunderous sound of earth and stone colliding shattered the tranquility. Countless water barrels hanging from the base erupted into a frenzy of shaking. The 30-minute countdown for the exploration instantaneously dropped into the corner of his vision, with the numbers slowly ticking. Fang Xiu unhesitatingly crossed the boundary line connecting the two islands. At that very moment, a long and dull, strange sound emerged from the darkest and most silent sea of clouds below, as if some ancient giant was awakened from a beautiful dream by a collision, stretching and shifting its body in annoyance. As far as the eye can see, this colossal island, suspended in the turbulent rain of reverse clouds, is incredibly vast. Beneath it sprawls a vast expanse of desolate plains, its color a lifeless gray, with the surface cracking open in a dense web of fissures. In the depths of the cracks, not a single blade of grass grows, only countless shriveled black roots resembling withered veins. It seems as if a once lush ancient forest had its life force forcibly drained by some unfathomable power. Fang Xiu slowly crouched down, pinching a small piece of deep gray soil and crushing it with force. This place is not an ordinary resource point for timber or stone, but a natural incubator transformed by the prolonged baptism of the reverse gray rain. For the empty island, which is in dire need of a stable planting environment, its agricultural value is simply immeasurable. Fang Xiu stood upright, gathering 10 skeleton soldiers, and directly headed into the wilds on the left. The soul fire in the eyes of the necromancer flared up, and his hands swirled in the air, leading the remaining 10 skeletons to push sideways to the right. The Monkey King tucked his head into his shoulders along with the group of winged monkeys, grimacing as they pushed a floating handcart, timidly following behind the main force's laborers. Fang Xiu advanced along the gray soil fissures, encountering several half-buried pits ahead. The bottoms of the pits were devoid of life, leaving behind only a few scattered charred stalks. Fang Xiu extended his bone knife and gently prodded. The black stalks were as fragile as thin ice, instantly breaking apart into extremely fine powder. A sudden mutation occurred. 3 meters ahead, the dense curtain of rain abruptly stagnated in midair. Thousands of water lines seemed to be forcibly clenched by a giant unseen hand, instantly forming a bizarre humanoid figure made of water. Featureless and without facial features, gray water continuously flowed and intertwined, yet beneath it the ground was parched and dry, not even a single drop of water splashing up. As the humanoid monster took shape, it violently lunged at the advancing shield formation. 2 arms transformed into thick whips, brutally striking against the surface of the skeleton soldiers' wooden shields, producing a continuous series of muffled explosions. In Fang Xiu's detection, it was not flesh and blood, nor did it possess any signs of death. The 2 skeleton soldiers in the front row swung their bone blades in unison. The sharp blade sliced through the chest of the water creature with ease, while the gray flow at the cut swiftly intertwined and sealed, completely dissipating the physical impact. Feng Xiu let out a cold snort, suddenly raising his right arm with fingers splayed. A ball of grim green ghost fire shot out, arcing with deadly brilliance. A violent explosion shattered the water pressure. The humanoid rain monster was instantly annihilated by the ghost fire, dissolving into a mist of murky water droplets. As the droplets fell onto the gray soil, they congealed instead of dispersing, as if alive, slowly forming a gray droplet the size of a soybean. Feng Xiu halted his steps, closing his eyes to unleash the pure perception of the necromancer sweeping towards the raindrop like a radar. There were no remnants of any souls. Not a single trace of soul could be extracted. Feng Xiu bent down and pinched the water droplet with 2 fingers. Acquired black iron level item, murky water. 1 description: a drop of murky water that when crushed can summon a small patch of gray rain, which can promote plant growth or be consumed directly. Long-term consumption can improve physical constitution. Feng Xiu's gaze was fixed like a branding iron on the words improve physical constitution. This is indeed a treasure that can gradually enhance physical attributes. However, its limitation is long-term use. A single drop may be useless. Feng Xiu closed his palm, the will to kill enveloping the entire area. All timber and stone materials had become worthless trash. Capturing the rain monsters is now the absolute core task. The 2 armies of bones spread out like ravenous wolves laying their nets. In just half a quarter of an hour, 7 rain monsters lay dead, yielding 7 heavy drops of murky water. The shallow pits in the wasteland gradually revealed a hidden treasure trove. 3 black iron treasure chests and 7 wooden treasure chests were haphazardly piled into the soil. Exploration time rapidly slipped away. Just as the exploration countdown reached its halfway mark, the dense curtain of rain pouring over the entire island collectively underwent a terrifying deviation. Thousands of scattered water lines were forcefully ripped apart by the giant gravitational pull at the heart of the island. Feng Xiu's pupils constricted, commanding the skeleton soldiers to rapidly withdraw to the border zone. The torrential rain tornado at the center of the island was collapsing chaotically. A super rain monster, its size swollen several times, thunderously crashed down to the ground, its massive foot shattering and sinking the surface. Deep within its translucent water belly, a grayish-white sphere was ominously rotating. The 2 skeleton soldiers charging at the front raised their shields to test the attack. The rain monster swung its arm down with a powerful slap, shattering the sturdy bone shield and producing a terrifying cracking sound from the skeleton's chest. Feng Xiu's eyes twitched as he quickly assessed the battlefield situation. This monster's physical attributes should exceed that of black iron level, but its strength was not very great, and its movement speed resembled that of a snail hauling a cart, clumsy and burdensome. Feng Xiu guided the entire formation to maneuver and stretch. The chain of ghost fireballs rained down like there was no tomorrow, bombarding the core of the rain monster's chest and abdomen. Meanwhile, small water monsters began to coalesce and counterattack. The necromancer controlled the fireballs to clear the area. The battle lasted for 10 minutes. The process could be considered relatively smooth. Bone fragments littered the gray ground, and the defensive line was on the verge of collapse. Feng Xiu delivered the final ghost fire strike, severing the armor wrapped in a water wall. Right at the center of the grayish-white sphere, the crisp sound of shattering echoed through the skies, and the massive water body immediately lost control and disintegrated, with surging water waves pouring out like a breached dam. A crystal ball rolled into the muddy ground, within which a miniature version of the gray rain and earth was swirling madly. Acquired bronze level core, small reverse cloud rain, gray rain 1. Description: when loaded onto the Lord's cornerstone, it can initiate gray rain weather, causing gray rain to rise from the sea of clouds around the empty island. Gray rain can be collected and can promote plant growth. The area of gray rain in the sea of clouds will increase the appearance probability of plant-related fishing items. Additional energy from the empty island is consumed upon activation. Feng Xiu grasped the crystal ball tightly, raising his head to look around the dome. The rain had truly stopped. Losing this core of rules, the torrential rain that wrapped around the giant island had been completely forced into a pause. The exploration countdown flashed to its utmost limit. Retreat. The remaining skeleton soldiers withdrew fluidly into the borders of the main island. The last white bony foot had just pulled away from the contact point. The docking large island pushed Feng Xiu's island further away. Holding the core in his hand, Feng Xiu quietly gazed down at the gradually blurring gray ground. Beneath the dead silence of the void, the edge of the bottom surface. Strangely, several drops of viscous gray-white ghost rain struggled and twisted, crawling back up again. Feng Xiu did not immediately count the treasures. That was not a pressing matter. He crossed the deck and walked straight to the Lord's cornerstone on the main island, retrieving the still swirling crystal ball from his pocket. He placed the small reverse rain, gray rain, near the Lord's cornerstone. The cold stone surface rippled in circles, light, flowing, and ultimately engulfing the crystal ball completely. Loading successful. Launching gray rain, weather consuming 20 energy points per hour. Feng Xiu fell silent for a moment as he read the energy consumption prompt that popped up. This consumption was certainly not low for a newly upgraded level 5 empty island. It meant that it could not be kept running for 24 hours, resembling more of a resource module that needed careful accounting and demand-based activation. It would only be worthwhile to activate it when inducing special plants collecting gray rain in a targeted manner or when cooperating with fishing platforms for special fishing. After a brief consideration, Feng Xiu still chose to activate it once. He needed the most intuitive data. Upon issuing the command, the empty island trembled slightly beneath his feet, as if something was awakening from the depths of the island. Immediately, strands of grayish-white rain streaks surged forth from the cloud sea below, rising against logic. The rainwater struck the lower edge of the railing, forming tiny beads. The skeleton soldiers on the island showed no reaction. The concept of weather did not exist in their soul fire. However, the distant winged monkeys stirred, collectively screeching as they scurried towards the wooden house, clearly frightened by this bizarre meteorological phenomenon. Feng Xiu reached out his hand to catch a few drops of the newly generated gray rain, feeling its cold touch. He then instructed the warden to bring a bucket of previously collected native gray rain for comparison. The results were clear at a glance. The gray rain generated by the main island was much lighter in color, and the gray floating particles within were also sparser. It was somewhat regrettable, but even with the quality diminished, this renewable gray rain still held immense value. Feng Xiu immediately opened the trading interface and purchased a large batch of wooden barrels, directing the skeleton laborers to tightly bind and invert them along the edges of the main island and the corpse oil island. Since the rainwater was rising, the barrel openings had to face downward to collect effectively. Additionally, as the rain lines would slightly shift with the cloud flow, the barrel's positions needed regular adjustments by the skeleton laborers. Once the setup was complete, Feng Xiu decisively closed the gray rain weather after filling up once. Energy could not be wasted like this. He maneuvered the island fleet to leave this area that had just experienced an anomaly. At that moment, a rapid, terrified squeaking sound came from behind. It was the winged monkeys that had been sent to explore beneath the cloud sea. They had finally returned. Feng Xiu's gaze swept over immediately, and his expression darkened. Having obtained the core of the reverse rain, these monkeys returned only now, likely having been slacking off below. He was even prepared to activate the golden hoop to teach the Monkey King a lesson about discipline. Yet as the monkeys drew near, the anger he was ready to unleash was forcefully suppressed. The returning winged monkeys were all injured, with small damaged spots visible on the edges of their wing membranes appearing ragged. Among them, the sturdiest monkey clutched a treasure chest that shimmered with a bronze luster tightly in its arms. Several others held a black iron chest and a few wooden chests respectively. As the monkeys landed, their legs trembled, clearly frightened, yet they still struggled to throw a broken gray vine ring at Feng Xiu's feet. Feng Xiu's expression immediately brightened. Well done. He even spoke in a surprisingly gentle tone. He took out clean water, food, and some freshly caught fruits, distributing them to the returning heroes, and instructed them to enter the small wooden house to rest. To soothe the monkeys, Feng Xiu even consumed some wood on the spot to build 2 additional small wooden houses specifically for the winged monkeys. Just as the monkeys squeaked and burrowed into their new homes, an anomaly occurred again. A deep, profoundly oppressive roar suddenly echoed from the far depths of the cloud sea below. The sound was not loud, but it carried a pressure capable of freezing the very soul. In the distance, the large island that had lost the core of the gray rain and should have been completely silent suddenly began to draw out thin strands of gray rain from the cloud sea again. The rain was light, but it was indeed recovering. Feng Xiu's pupils suddenly constricted. He understood. What he had obtained was not the true core, it was at most a small node installed on the island's surface. The true source that allowed the reverse rain to persist was not on the island, but beneath the unfathomable depths of the cloud sea. The injuries of the monkeys, those treasure chests, and this gray vine ring all indicated that they had encountered a terrifying presence guarding the treasure chest, or rather the true source of the rain below. Feng Xiu did not take the risk. Now he had the core, the dirty water, the native gray rain, and a pile of treasure chests. His gains were already maximized. He decisively controlled the empty island, accelerating to full speed, leaving without looking back in the direction away from this place. Only when the island's silhouette had completely disappeared into the gray mist did he breathe a sigh of relief, turning his gaze toward the pile of spoils. He approached the bronze chest and did not perform any opening ceremony, simply lifting the lid. Obtained bronze level item, favorable wind sail 1. Description: can be installed on the empty island. After installation, the direction of the empty island's movement will receive assistance from favorable winds, increasing sailing speed and turning stability. Good stuff. He immediately arranged for a few skeleton laborers to install this large sail at the tail of the main island. The moment the installation was successful, the sail suddenly unfurled, and the cloud vapor at the island's edge began to flow smoothly backward, as if being pulled by an invisible hand. The feedback from the empty island's movement instantly became much lighter, like a broken cart that previously required a strong push, finally equipped with wheels coated in lubricant. Next came the black iron chests and wooden chests. The items obtained from these boxes were rather standard, mostly comprising levitating stones, food, water, a few ordinary weapons, and some basic materials. No new blueprints were obtained, but quietly lying within one of the black iron chests was a staff. Obtained black iron level weapon energy conduction staff 1. The staff was made entirely of an unknown gray wood with a colorless crystal embedded in the center, displaying basic energy conduction patterns inside. Although it had no attributes of its own, it could carry Feng Xiu's necromantic power. For him, that was enough. Feng Xiu gripped the staff and infused it with a strand of pure death energy. The crystal within the staff was instantly infused with a layer of ghostly green, and the tip of the staff emitted a small ball of stable burning ghost fire. It was smoother than casting spells barehanded and consumed less mental energy. Though it was not a transformative artifact at this current stage, it was undoubtedly the most practical casting tool. From now on, creating undead, releasing ghost fire bullets, handling corpse oil, and bone glue would see significantly improved efficiency. Finally, Feng Xiu tallied all the gains from this expedition. Bronze weather core, native gray rain sample, weakened gray rain, dirty water, favorable wind sail, energy conduction staff, abundant resources, and the gray vine ring brought back by the Monkey King. He did not immediately study that vine ring, simply sealing it in a wooden box. For on the rough surface of the vine ring, there was a very shallow bite mark. The spacing of that bite mark was larger than that of his corpse-like flying tiger. Thick ropes were tied between the main island and the corpse oil island, not the giant iron chains of the previous iron chain islands, but ordinary ropes serving merely to connect. After all, the main island's speed had increased significantly compared to the corpse oil island. Without the connection, the corpse oil island would soon disappear from view. Feng Xiu stood by the Lord's cornerstone. The favorable wind sail at the tail of the island had already caught the wind. The two islands departed this place of strife at the fastest speed. The battle at Grey Rain Island resulted in significant losses. Out of 20 skeleton soldiers, only 8 remained standing, barely able to return to the island after a fierce war of attrition. Feng Xiu did not delay, immediately instructing the jailer to lead several skeleton laborers to perform post-battle maintenance for these heroes using the newly concocted bone powder adhesive and withered soul bone glaze. He took out the newly acquired black iron grade energy guiding staff. From the recent batch of corpses received from the trading post, he selected a few human corpses to replenish his forces. With the assistance of the energy guiding staff, the efficiency of skeleton production increased significantly, processing speed nearly 30% faster than doing it by hand. Soon the number of available skeleton soldiers on the island was replenished to 15. However, Feng Xiu was not satisfied. He glanced at the stripped flesh and blood tissues on the ground, his brows furrowing slightly. He initially intended to turn these human corpses into corpse warriors or even black knights. Unfortunately, reality did not allow for many choices. Timely reinforcement was the priority. After completely distancing himself from Grey Rain Island, the effect of the favorable wind sails became increasingly evident. The increase in the speed of the empty island made encounters with wild empty islands more frequent. Within just half a day, Feng Xiu encountered 4 small resource islands in succession. These islands were small, with no powerful monsters dwelling upon them, yet they were exceptionally rich in basic resources. At this moment, Feng Xiu's necromancy system displayed an overwhelming advantage. In gathering resources from these islands, he never left his own island. The skeleton soldiers formed a shield formation, conducting the first wave of thorough inspections. After confirming safety, the skeleton laborers rushed in with picks and axes, beginning to scrape the ground clean. The winged monkeys pushed floating carts back and forth between the islands, efficiently transporting the gathered materials back to the main island. When the 4th island appeared, Feng Xiu's eyes lit up. It was a rare iron ore island. The island's rock layers were exposed with large swathes of dark red iron ore. The skeleton laborers swung their iron picks, mechanically repeating the digging motions. The winged monkeys were responsible for loading the heavy ore onto floating carts, while the corpse-flying tigers circled above, maintaining order to prevent any accidents. Feng Xiu looked at the piles of iron ore accumulating in the empty space of the main island, and a blueprint for 100 forged armor worth 8 skeleton laborers surfaced in his mind. As long as he could resolve the smelting facilities, the black iron grade 100 forged armor could gradually be equipped to his skeleton soldiers, increasing the toughness of these cannon fodder. However, the problem was also clear. Iron ore was just iron ore, Without a furnace or stable fuel, these ores could only temporarily pile up on the empty island waiting to gather dust. It seemed the plan to search for furnace blueprints needed to be prioritized. After half an hour of digging, the skeleton soldiers returned, and Fang Xiu checked the yield from the fishing platforms. Despite encountering 4 islands in half a day, most of the time the empty island was still in a state of movement. During this period, without exploration, the 10 fishing platforms had been operating autonomously. The floating stones, wooden barrels, scrap materials, and low-level treasure chests that had been caught formed quite a decent income. However, new problems soon arose. Every time a resource island was discovered, he had to divert skeleton soldiers who were fishing in the clouds to combat and transport, frequently interrupting the efficiency of the fishing platforms. Fang Xiu decided it was time to completely separate the fishing operation from the combat sequence. He approached the pile of freshly traded corpses again, this time targeting the medium-sized animal remains. Fang Xiu intended to create specialized fishing skeletons. These skeletons were not meant for combat, nor even for walking. Under his modifications, these skeletons retained only their complete upper bodies, with their arms and shoulder structures specifically reinforced and their fingers reshaped for a firm grip on the fishing rod. Their lower bodies were transformed into a peculiar clasp structure, allowing them to fit snugly into the seats of the fishing platforms. They could not stand up or move. The only command Fang Xiu gave them was to sit down, cast the rod weight reel, and throw the catch into the sorting basket, and then continue casting. If it weren't for the other empty islands not yet reaching level 4 to unlock fishing platforms, Fang Xiu might have even considered selling them. Fang Xiu consumed another batch of materials to create 5 new basic fishing platforms, and through the chat channel he acquired enough fishing rods with a small amount of resources. Thus, 15 fishing spots surrounded the empty island, operating simultaneously. 15 fishing lines dipped into the sea of clouds, and the back end of the fishing point system began to steadily increase. Fang Xiu estimated the efficiency under basic conditions. Approximately 300 points could be earned per hour. If luck was on his side, and he caught some special items, the earnings could rise even further. He glanced at his points, which had already reached over 2,900, still a considerable distance from exchanging for the black iron grade fishing rod blueprint. While Fang Xiu made various adjustments to the empty island, the skeleton laborers at the trading post had completely sold out. After a day and a half of word-of-mouth fermentation, the practicality of the skeleton laborers no longer required Fang Xiu to promote it. In the chat channel, the screenshots shared by buyers served as the best advertisement. Is this for real? Wow, this thing is really amazing. Let it work for a day, and it will work for a day without stopping. Things have become very cost-effective. I swear, compared to the one up, their mind was walking, and its head just fell off. The soul fire went out. Despite the increasing complaints about inconsistent quality, sales continued to rise. At this stage, an unyielding, tireless labor force was valuable enough to change a person's survival situation. Fang Xiu had discovered that the skeleton laborers were almost sold out as soon as they were listed. To prevent the supply chain of raw materials from breaking, he made an important decision. He canceled the option to purchase skeleton laborers with floating stones in the trading column, retaining only the method of exchanging corpses. Various materials, corpses, ores, treasure chests, and miscellaneous items caught while fishing had piled up the main island like a junkyard. Fortunately, reaching level 6 would unlock a simple warehouse. After excavating another empty island, the upgrade conditions were met. Current empty island level 5. Area 400 square meters. Required to upgrade to level 6. Floating stones 80, soil 1600, wood 800, stone 100. With ample materials, Fang Xiu did not hesitate to confirm the upgrade on the Lord's Cornerstone. However, this time he did not choose to wait for a long time. He found a thin card from a pile of miscellaneous treasure chests. Upgrade double speed card, valid within level 10. This card was obtained from a wooden treasure chest, and after opening so many, only this one came out, making it quite rare. Use. Fang Xiu did not hesitate at all. Time is efficiency. Buzz. The Lord's Cornerstone burst forth with even more brilliant light, and the upgrade progress bar began to advance at a visible speed. At the edge of the main island, new land began to expand wildly outward once again. Fang Xiu instructed the skeletons working to temporarily halt their tasks, waiting for the island structure to stabilize completely before readjusting the fishing platform and railings. Seizing this rare break, Fang Xiu began to process the backlog of private messages. He had previously conducted a large-scale acquisition of saddle blueprints in the chat channel, but the results were unsatisfactory, and he had not received the blueprints themselves. However, one private message caught his attention. A stranger, an island owner, approached him claiming to have learned the saddle blueprints and unable to trade again, but could offer custom manufacturing services. The other party was very clear, stating that he would only charge for materials and a fee for assistance in customization. Fang Xiu did not dwell on this matter. First, resolve the existence issue, then consider subsequent optimization iterations. After a brief negotiation, both parties quickly reached an agreement. Fang Xiu provided all the necessary materials plus 2 skeleton laborers as payment, asking the other party to craft a saddle based on the flying tiger image from the attribute panel he sent. After all, it was a blueprint product that could be produced by the system, so he quickly received the finished product. Fang Xiu checked it over. This item was entirely different from the saddle he had imagined. Considering that the skeletal flying tiger required high intensity flight, the wing roots could not be under pressure. Therefore, this saddle was designed more like a closely fitting fixed frame that conformed to the back. The main body was made of a tough curved piece of beast skin with several wide straps underneath to securely fix it onto the flying tiger. Once the user lay down, their feet could fit into 2 adjustable buckles while their hands could grasp the thick ropes hanging down on either side of the neck. This design maximized practicality. Fang Xiu casually tossed the saddle onto the ground and beckoned to a winged monkey that was grooming itself at the edge of the empty island. "Go call that tiger over here." The winged monkey sprang into action, rolling and scrambling down into the sea of clouds. Moments later, the skeletal flying tiger landed with a thud, shaking the ground slightly. Several waiting skeleton soldiers hurried forward, grabbing its limbs and wings to prevent it from moving. Fang Xiu approached, personally lifting the saddle and carefully comparing it against the flying tiger's wing roots, spine, and several key attachment points. After carefully adjusting the tightness of each buckle and confirming that it would not wear against the wing membrane during flight, he nodded in satisfaction. He took out a sufficient quantity of cloud fruits from the supplies and stuffed them into the flying tiger's mouth. As the cloud fruits were consumed, the previously faint white cloud patterns at the base of the skeletal flying tiger's wings reappeared. Without any hesitation, Fang Xiu climbed onto the tiger's back, his feet accurately fitting into the buckles and his hands tightly gripping the reins on either side of the neck. He stabilized himself in a low center of gravity position, lying flat on the broad back of the flying tiger. "Fly!" With that command, the skeletal flying tiger flapped its wings vigorously, rising into the air with a strong gust. It first made a low fly around the expanding main island. Fang Xiu lay on top, closely sensing the stress on each strap, confirming there were no signs of loosening. On the second lap, the speed suddenly increased. The flying tiger executed several sharp turns and ascents in the air. Having transformed into an undead creature, its movements were not as agile as when it was alive, displaying a noticeable stiffness during turns. Each flap of its wings transmitted vibrations clearly through the saddle to Fang Xiu. After half an hour of testing confirming that the skeletal flying tiger had fully adapted to the load during flight, Fang Xiu patted its neck and pointed towards the endless sea of clouds below. "Dive down." The flying tiger let out a low roar, diving headfirst into the swirling clouds. The internal world of the sea of clouds unfolded before Fang Xiu for the first time. He suppressed the urge to admire the spectacular scenery and quickly scanned his surroundings with an eye for resource points. There were indeed many cloud fish swimming in groups through the mist, but their movements were exceptionally nimble. The skeletal flying tiger attempted to pounce several times, only stirring up a handful of scattered cloud vapor, ultimately managing to catch one, which turned into a floating stone upon capture. The cloud fruits were even more peculiar, growing in 3s and 2s in the gaps of the clouds, with semi-transparent roots seemingly embedded directly in the cloud vapor. Fang Xiu reached out, grasping a cloud fruit, attempting to uproot it. However, the roots immediately disintegrated the moment they left the cloud layer, leaving only a single fruit. It seems simple transplantation is impossible, or perhaps entirely unfeasible. During the flight, Fang Xiu discovered some scattered floating objects. Most of them were not large, supported by a small solid cloud layer below, resembling naturally formed floating platforms. It seems that the materials for fishing clouds are these things. The skeletal flying tiger lowered its altitude, approaching one of them. The cloud beneath seemed to attempt to flee with the materials, but fortunately Fang Xiu reacted quickly. Reaching out, he grabbed a small wooden chest. The moment the chest left the cloud layer, the cloud vapor supporting it suddenly dissipated. Fang Xiu did not bother to carry it back to the main island, but directly opened the chest with one hand on the swaying tiger's back. The lid popped open, revealing only a carefully rolled up, small blueprint quietly resting at the bottom of the chest. Detected blueprint herbal bait. Would you like to learn? Learn. The blueprint transformed into a stream of light, merging into Fang Xiu's mind. The herbal bait complemented the previous blood bait in functionality. While the blood bait was more inclined to attract carnivorous cloud sea creatures and fierce beasts, the herbal bait required materials like plants, fruits, and spices, making it more suitable for attracting gentle herbivorous cloud beasts, useful plant-like, floating objects, and certain special resources. Like the blood bait, it had no grade, and the quality of the finished product entirely depended on the quality of the materials used. Gray rain weather combined with high-quality herbal bait. Perhaps I can catch some unexpectedly special plants. Feng Xiu quickly noted this experimental idea, deciding to find time to test the gray rain after returning to the island. Just then a sharp screech came from ahead. The skeletal flying tiger continued deeper and finally encountered a genuine entity cloud beast at the edge of the sea of clouds. This type of cloud beast was entirely different from the energy forms that would turn into floating stones when caught. It had flesh, a skeleton, and a complete remnant soul, making it excellent material for undead transformation. This cloud beast resembled a massive ray, but with 4 short, yet powerful claws, its wide flesh fins glimmering with a blade-like sheen. It could glide at high speed through the clouds, and could also perform brief explosive pounces. After several mutual attacks, Feng Xiu assessed that its agility attributes likely reached the threshold of black iron level. If it were intent on escaping, the skeletal flying tiger in its current stiff state might not be able to catch up. However, the strong undead aura emanating from the skeletal flying tiger seemed to have driven it to madness. The cloud beast let out a shrill scream, not only failing to flee, but counterattacking once more. The cloud beast glided along the cloud layer like a phantom, its broad flesh fins slicing towards the flying tiger's abdomen. The flying tiger took the hit, its gray-white fur sliced open, yet no blood flowed. It seized the opportunity to extend its claws, firmly gripping the opponent's back. Feng Xiu lay on the tiger's back, stabilizing his position with his energy guidance staff already raised. A ghostly fireball shot out, precisely hitting the cloud beast's flank. The ghostly fire exploded, disrupting its gliding rhythm and causing its form to momentarily freeze. Now's the chance. The flying tiger took advantage of the opening, its sharp claws tearing through the cloud beast's back. The battle quickly concluded. The skeletal flying tiger grasped the cloud beast's corpse, turning direction and heading back towards the main island. The floating island trembled violently, as if a slumbering giant beast had turned over. The lights circulating on the Lord's cornerstone retracted completely, indicating that the upgrade was complete. Current floating island level 6. Area 800 square meters. Expansion is a good thing, but it also brings new work. The guardrails that were originally nailed along the edge of the island awkwardly sank into the inner circle. The positions of more than 10 fishing platforms also needed to be adjusted. The skeletons began to bustle about just like during the last upgrade. Feng Xiu stood with his hands behind his back, watching it all unfold. He didn't need to shout or get involved directly. He only needed to be here like a true lord, continuously issuing and fine-tuning commands, allowing this island of the dead to operate precisely according to his will. Next, he selected 3 simple warehouses in the crafting menu. 3 palm-sized models unfolded in his hands and were placed on the western side of the main island. With a flash of light, 3 simple yet spacious wooden warehouses rose from the ground. The first one stored soil, wood, stone, and levitating stones. The second one stored whole corpses, bone materials, soul bottles, and various semi-finished products. The third one stored treasures, iron ores, gray rain samples, and other miscellaneous items. As the last batch of ores was pushed into the warehouse by the winged monkeys, the feeling of a garbage dump on the island instantly vanished. Feng Xiu was quite satisfied with this. He casually opened the upgrade preview for level 7. The material requirements were still simply and brutally doubled, while the preview effects indicated improvements in carrying capacity and stability. Feng Xiu's gaze swept past the rear of the island to the corpse oil island, connected to the main island by a thick rope which was being rapidly towed. The swift wind brought by the sails gave his island fleet a strong mobility. However, in the future, with the continuous addition of mining islands, dedicated fishing platform islands, and storage subislands, the role of the main island as the engine would become increasingly important. If the pulling force and structural strength of the main island cannot keep up, the speed advantage could instead become a significant risk. Indeed, carrying capacity and stability are essential. After finishing the planning for the main island, Feng Xiu crossed the rope bridge to the corpse oil island. In the pit that had been expanded once again, 5 complete human corpses were currently soaking. Among them was the original island master, who was killed during the initial occupation, as well as fresh goods that had been collected through the trading post. Perhaps because Feng Xiu was nearby, the jailer increased the output of necromantic energy a bit to show off. Strands of pure necromantic energy were directed into the pit, catalyzing the oil production process of the corpses. Moreover, the mixed gray rain samples made this catalysis even more efficient. Feng Xiu received the freshly produced output handed to him by the jailer using a mage's hand. It was contained in a very small, wide-mouthed bottle, the liquid murky with a nearly transparent black film on the surface. He conjured a bone needle at the tip of his staff, carefully probing into the liquid, trying to lift the black film. The structure of the black film was very unstable, breaking apart as soon as it left the water, with a few gray-white droplets floating to the surface. This was neither mature corpse oil nor ordinary putrid liquid. It seemed more like a bizarre intermediate product resulting from the catalysis of gray rain death energy and human flesh, achieving an odd balance. Feng Xiu did not rush to name it, but took it back to the main island for a series of tests. He took a drop and placed it on a bone powder adhesive. The solidification speed of the adhesive noticeably accelerated. He took another drop and applied it to a broken joint of a skeletal laborer. The surface of the bone rapidly turned black within a short time, and its hardness slightly increased, but its soul fire also showed a hint of abnormal fluctuation. Unsure whether it was good or bad, it needed to be sold quickly. He took another drop and placed it on a regular wooden board. The board did not rot, instead gray-white mold spots began to grow from the point of contact. The results were not stable, but they were indeed highly valuable. Feng Xiu carefully stored the remaining black film and labeled it Gray Corpse Oil No. 1. Feng Xiu continued with his daily duties as a necromancer, manufacturing. All 6 slots in the trading post were occupied by skeleton laborers. He casually listed 6 freshly completed skeleton laborers. Almost the moment he confirmed the listing a success notification popped up. They sold out in seconds. He listed them again. Again they sold out in seconds. In the chat channel, discussions about him had completely polarized. Some buyers supported by Feng Xiu began promoting becoming the most effective salespeople. Moreover, Feng Xiu keenly sensed the changes in the market. By the 3rd day, the leading island master had already reached level 3, and most people had also entered level 2. Those still at level 1 could basically be declared eliminated. This world was quietly shifting from survival to conflict. For others, this meant that danger was escalating. But for Feng Xiu, this meant that raw materials would become increasingly abundant. He consumed the last bit of materials and crafted several fishing platforms and specialized fishing skeletons to fill the newly expanded edge of the level 6 floating island. 22 fishing platforms operated simultaneously, creating a magnificent scene. He also crafted a few newly learned herb baits and hung them on 2 experimental fishing spots. Soon one of the fishing rods showed signs of activity. What was caught was not a cloudfish, but a mass of white water grass entwined with roots. The water grass did not dissipate upon being touched, indicating that it might be cultivable. Feng Xiu's eyes flickered as he placed it in the warehouse, preparing to use a weakened version of Gray Rain for cultivation testing. After finishing all this, he was about to ride the flying tiger again to enter the sea of clouds, testing the collection of material from the physical cloud beasts. At that moment, the private chat notification sound suddenly rang out in rapid succession. It wasn't the normal ding sound. Instead, it was a rapid ding 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 ding, a barrage of notifications that almost threatened to overwhelm the system alerts. Feng Xiu was now somewhat of a big shot in the chat channel, so to prevent ineffective harassment, he set his private chat to filter out non-keywords. Keywords revolved around corpse skeleton blueprints and other trading content. Normally, only buyers genuinely interested in doing business could trigger a private chat, but now dozens of notifications popped up at once. It felt like someone had guessed his set keywords just to annoy him. Feng Xiu frowned as he opened the first message. The first half of the message was a bunch of meaningless drivel, but at the end of the sentence the word corpse was forcefully stuffed in. The second message was the same. The third message was the same. The fierce light in his eyes gradually turned savage. He was bloodthirsty. As a necromancer, his temper was not exactly gentle. Feng Xiu scrolled through the private chat list, and soon discovered that these harassment messages all pointed to the same newly established official organization. The initiator of that organization seemed to be some high-ranking official from the Earth era. Using grandiose terms like order, unity, and brethren, the latest private message that was blocked invited him to help them create the undead for the future of humanity. It is merely a so-called Huaxia Mutual Assistance Alliance led by a prominent figure from the old order before the crossing, aiming to recruit capable island lords in the region, hoping to co-build the last spark of human civilization. They have positioned Feng Xiu very clearly, not as equal collaborators, but as a special productive force that needs to be united and managed. The demands in private messages were dressed up quite nicely, boiled down to 3 points. They hope Feng Xiu can provide skeleton laborers to alleviate the pioneering pressure on the organization's members. They hope Feng Xiu can disclose the conditions for creating the undead and at least submit some technical details to the core members of the organization for joint research. They hope Feng Xiu can immediately suspend external transactions and prioritize supplying all production capacity to the alliance internally. The rhetoric was flawless, brimming with a lofty sense of collective contribution. However, peeling away that sugary coating reveals a core message handed over. The more Feng Xiu looked, the calmer the fierce light in his eyes became. He had no objections to unity itself. If the other party could provide enough corpses, blueprints, and resources for a fair trade, he wouldn't even mind becoming a long-term supplier. The problem lies in the fact that the other party packaged their blatant demands as supposed responsibilities, twisting what should have been a business negotiation into a one-sided obligation. This was quite impolite, and showed a lack of basic respect for the survival law that esteemed the strong in the Shattered Cloud realm. Flooding his private chat was particularly disgusting. Such people simply could not part with their power from their time on Earth, so they waved the banner of kinship and shouted slogans of justice. He tapped on the energy rod beside him and responded with 4 words. Do you want to die? The other party was evidently still online with replies coming almost instantly. At first he tried to maintain that ridiculous veneer, his words laden with preachy tones. Mr. Feng Xiu, the new world needs a new order, and the strong ought to bear more responsibility. Your undead laborers hold immense value for the survival of all compatriots. Oh, we should unite. He also hinted that if Feng Xiu was willing to join, he could attain a position in the organization's upper echelons. Feng Xiu was not swayed in the slightest by these empty promises, his response equally direct, like a surgical knife tempered with ice. What will you use to pay? Silence fell on the other side for several seconds. The other party began to speak in vague terms, attempting to sidestep this core issue. Mutual assistance among compatriots cannot be entirely measured by transactions. The power you wield is too dangerous and needs to be subjected to public oversight. That is the responsibility to all. Feng Xiu lightly tapped on his private chat. You have no goods, no money, yet you want to take my things. Truly you must be tired of living. This statement seemed to finally pierce through the other party's facade of hypocrisy. The other party's tone abruptly shifted, becoming angry and sharp. Feng Xiu, don't be so unappreciative. You cold-blooded selfish person, you have no humanity at all. Just you wait. I will rally all island lords to collectively boycott your undead products. I will also publicly expose your evil deeds of acquiring human corpses in the chat channel, so everyone can see the true face of you, the undead manufacturer. Seeing this threatening message, Feng Xiu instead found it somewhat uninteresting, as the other party finally spoke the truth. Without any chips to exchange, they resorted to moral coercion. Lacking the military might to threaten, they attempted to incite public opinion to attack. Unfortunately, in the Shattered Cloud realm, the solidity of both was highly questionable. Feng Xiu ceased to reply. He directly blacklisted the other party, and then opened the world chat channel. After consuming 2 transmission stones, he sent out 2 brief messages along with screenshots of those key chat segments. He offered no defenses, nor did he express anger. Feng Xiu looked down on explaining why he collected corpses, and had no desire to argue whether necromancy was evil. He only did one thing: he issued a bounty. Undead manufacturer transmission stone, this person who can kill them and trade their corpse with me. I will for the killer create 5 skeleton soldiers for free. Undead manufacturer transmission stone, to repeat, these are combat-ready skeletons, not the worthless type of skeleton laborers. The message attached with screenshots was clearly presented before everyone in the regional channel. In an instant, the entire chat channel exploded. I want to eat, holy crap. Am I seeing this wrong? 5 combat units. A bounty for murder. Commitment. This is insane. The undead manufacturer has truly lost it, directly offering compatriots as materials for a bounty. Anonymous. Wait. What does 5 skeleton soldiers mean at this stage? It means a secondary island lord can directly attack a small resource island. The temptation. Anonymous. Shut up, you upstairs. This is a matter of principle. How can we kill each other? Hey big shot, may I ask where that person is? Old wolf transmission stone. Tisk. Interesting. I guess those who are now shouting the loudest to boycott the undead manufacturer are secretly inquiring about the target's coordinates. After all, morality won't shield you from the claws of a cloud beast, but 5 skeleton soldiers can. The high-ranking official being targeted clearly became enraged and immediately flooded the channel with messages alongside a group of supporters via transmission stones. They positioned themselves as guardians of human future and order protectors, vehemently denouncing Feng Xiu as the source of evil and a traitor to humanity. Breaking wind, we must boycott undead products. Purchasing skeleton laborers is funding butchers. Tracing water, all conscientious island lords unite. We cannot allow this demon to act recklessly. In an instant, the public channel seemed overwhelmingly filled with voices of justice. But Feng Xiu had lost interest in watching the show. He quietly opened the back end of the trading hall. At the very moment when the channel was filled with the most intense insults and fervent public sentiment, the 6 skeleton laborers he had just listed were still snatched up within 3 seconds. There were even 2 private chat transactions initiated with human corpses that closed more than twice as fast as usual. It seemed that public boycotts were merely performances for others. Private transactions were what truly mattered, and demand never vanished due to poor performances. He even decided to increase the bounty on his first issued reward. Today the bounty is for 5 skeleton soldiers. If that person's corpse has not appeared by tomorrow, he will raise it to 7. The day after tomorrow, 9. Until that person's corpse is respectfully placed before him by some righteous or greedy island lord. Just the thought of doing so made the interest that had just dissipated suddenly surge back up. He wanted to personally test how thin the moral shell of all the island lords in this region would shatter under the temptation of combat power. After all, human nature is there to be tested. Unfortunately, the current situation was that he didn't even need to raise the bounty the next day, as a new private chat request abruptly popped up. The other party said nothing unnecessary, only sending one sentence: "I know his approximate course, but I want 10 skeleton soldiers for the corpse." Fang Xiu looked at this message, his long fingers lightly tapping on the rod of energy. He did not agree immediately, but instead asked a question in return. "How can you prove that you were not sent by him to fish?" The other party quickly sent a screenshot. In the screenshot was a message from the internal channel of the Huaxia Mutual Assistance Alliance. It clearly stated, "In necessary times we can sacrifice a few peripheral members' coordinates to lure that undead manufacturer into our preset airspace and resolve him once and for all." Fang Xiu looked at the screenshot, and suddenly the corner of his mouth cracked into a grin, the laughter from his throat pure mockery. Just a bunch of foul maggots destined to die. On the private chat interface, the desire for credit almost overflowed the screen, urging the 10 skeleton soldiers in every line. Fang Xiu sat in a corner of the floating island, leisurely stirring the bone powder adhesive with his energy-conducting staff. The thick paste, catalyzed by the ghostly flames at the tip of the staff, emitted a peculiar aroma unique to necromancy, a blend of death and decay. He seemed to possess great patience. Only when another pot of adhesive was ready did Fang Xiu slowly continue to probe the other party for information. The questions did not revolve around the coordinates of the bounty target, but rather pointed directly at the organization's tools. "How did you get your internal channel?" The other party was clearly taken aback by the question, and initially tried to be vague, claiming it was an organizational core secret. Fang Xiu simply replied, "Secrets depend on the price. Your price is currently unworthy." This statement poured cold water on the pride that had just ignited in the other party. To prove his value, the other party could only honestly divulge the information. It was a black iron level item called the group chat card. One card could establish an internal channel for up to 100 people, and subsequent similar cards could either create a new 100-person channel or expand the original channel by 20. Fang Xiu's line of thinking was different from others. This was not just a simple chatting tool, it was a breeding ground for organizational schism. Mastering the group chat card equated to the power to establish a closed information bubble beyond the free public screen. In the hands of the Merchant Guild, it was internal communication. In the hands of Sky thieves, it was an ambush network. In the hands of those old order opportunists, it was a tool for reclassifying brethren. He did not voice his judgment, but continued with the second question. "How do you lock onto each other's positions?" This time the other party responded much faster, eagerly revealing the usage of the unlocked map feature. They uploaded their partial maps to the group, with dozens of people continually stitching and verifying, ultimately piecing together a fragmented large map through the edges of fog zones, resource islands, wind indicators, and navigation trajectories. Fang Xiu continued to inquire, "What about the errors?" The other party clearly froze. After a moment, he reluctantly admitted that the errors were significant. Especially near moving islands and turbulence, the maps often did not align. Some would even deliberately erase rare resource points near their territories, only uploading a processed, censored version map. Upon seeing this, Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow. It seemed their map was not truly a map, but rather a fragile consensus constructed from lies by a bunch of mutually wary speculators. One last question: "Why did you betray him?" The other party began to embellish, claiming it was not betrayal, but merely a choice for a brighter camp. Fang Xiu directly interrupted, "Stop wrapping yourself in false virtue." The other party was left speechless for a long time. Eventually, he reluctantly confessed the truth. Not long after the internal channel was created, discontent arose. The core members shouted about shared interests loudly, yet the benefits always went to those few. In recent days, peripheral members were tasked with scouting, sharing maps, and serving as bait. When danger struck, they were lightly defined as necessary sacrifices. Fang Xiu's bounty was merely widening that long-existing crack. The screenshot stating "sacrifice a few peripheral members when necessary" was not a Spiro-Themin idea, but rather part of their consistent style. The more the other party spoke, the more he emphasized his unwillingness to continue colluding. Through these few words, Fang Xiu also gauged what kind of person he was. The other party was not satisfied with the current distribution of benefits and did not want to offend Fang Xiu, who was recognized as a big shot in the chat channel. Thus Fang Xiu provided a very brief reply. "So you choose to offend both sides at the same time." After this statement was sent, the other party clearly panicked and began frantically urging for the 10 skeletons, as if grasping at a lifeline. Fang Xiu knew the probing phase could end here. "What was the bounty I posted?" The other party paused. Fang Xiu continued, "When did I ever say I was collecting intelligence?" The other party began to stammer incoherently, emphasizing his intelligence was worth a fortune far exceeding that of a single corpse. Fang Xiu looked at the pale text and calmly typed his query. 5 skeleton soldiers are the price for a corpse. You want 10. Your intelligence fee is more expensive than a corpse. Are you provoking me? A series of questions bombarded him, leaving the other party completely flustered. He began to frantically lower his price, going from 10 to 5, then from 5 to 2 would be fine, and finally, he was almost begging, saying he just needed 1 combat skeleton. Feng Xiu no longer paid attention to his offers. He merely typed the last 5 words and minimized the private chat window. Bounty paid in corpses. On the other side, the opportunist found himself in a complete dead end on his floating island. He had betrayed the Old Order alliance, but gained nothing from Feng Xiu. Empty-handed from both sides. It felt like a huge loss. The immense sense of loss did not awaken this foolish man, but rather drove him into madness. He made an unexpected move. He took screenshots of his private chat with Feng Xiu along with the internal group chat screenshots of the alliance and anonymously tossed them into the public channel. The accompanying text was highly provocative. Neither side is good. One uses the periphery as cannon fodder, the other collects intelligence and does not pay. The public channel was instantly ignited. However, this time the public opinion was far more complicated than the last. Some continued to curse Feng Xiu, claiming the necromancer had no credibility and refused to pay for intelligence. Yet another group of island owners, having endured societal hardships, seized upon the key point. Old Jackal Transmission Stone, wait a minute, let me sort this out. Selling out your companions is called being pragmatic, and a big shot not paying for intelligence is called unfair. Kohai, to be fair, the bounty indeed stated bounty paid in corpses, and it didn't mention collecting intelligence. You can't demand a skeleton soldier worth double the bounty. Is that intelligence made of gold? The sea is like the sea, the truth is out, this guy is really dim-witted. As for the internal channel of the alliance, it had descended into chaos. All screenshots were anonymous, making it impossible to identify the traitor in a short period. The screenshot stating sacrifice peripheral members when necessary was like a poisonous thorn piercing the hearts of every peripheral member. Trust once fractured could never be mended. The trade of skeleton laborers was almost cleared in seconds, with the 6 trading slots often remaining unfilled. At least from the buzzing trade notifications, the resistance had no effect whatsoever. As long as his goods maintained a monopoly, resistance could not succeed. Instead, as sales increased, complaints regarding bone fractures, loose joints, and unstable soul flames began to rise. Feng Xiu lightly traced his finger across the cornerstone, making adjustments. Out of the 6 trading slots, 4 were retained to continue selling skeleton laborers, while the other 2 were replaced with stackable maintenance consumables. Bone powder adhesive and withered soul bone glaze were officially put on the shelves, with 100 units each listed at once. After all, 1 unit only weighed 50 grams, and the manufacturing cost was extremely low. He did not pursue extreme profits. The prices were set quite reasonably: 2 floating stones, or a complete medium-sized animal skeleton. After the maintenance items were listed, a new topic quickly emerged in the chat channel. While the big shot actually released a patch pack. The laborer I bought had a fracture in its forearm, but after applying the adhesive it can carry stones again. The withered soul bone glaze works well. After applying it, the bones are not as brittle, though I didn't apply it well, so it looks a bit ugly. Among these seemingly genuine buyer feedback, some were indeed real buyers, while others were paid by Feng Xiu with a few floating stones. He did not let the hired helpers exaggerate too much. He only required them to mention specific effects, and they could even point out minor flaws. Exaggeration would seem fake, while having a few small issues would feel more authentic. As a result, the wind direction in the channel began to change bizarrely. They shouted for a boycott while honestly rushing to the trading hall to buy maintenance packs. In front of the island, a new wild island emerged from the fog, and the skeleton soldiers and winged monkeys automatically went to gather resources, while Feng Xiu himself had no desire to explore. Today there were too many islands encountered, and the skeleton soldiers and monkeys had become so skilled that they no longer needed his commands. The increase in the speed of the floating islands significantly raised the frequency of encountering wild islands. Soon the outline of a small island emerged from the gray mist ahead. The skeleton soldiers had already formed a memory of soul fire. Without waiting for Feng Xiu's orders, they assembled at the docking area, their arms holding wooden shields without a hint of movement. The flying monkeys pushed hovering handcarts, closely following behind. Half an hour later, the collection team returned. The floating island continued its journey. Before long, another small wild island appeared. A black iron-level beast was lurking on the island. A corpse-like flying tiger patrolling above let out a low growl, seemingly wanting to leap down and stretch its limbs, but was stopped by Feng Xiu. He dispatched a few skeleton soldiers to work with the prison master to resolve the situation. Minutes later, the carcass of the cloud beast was dragged back, preserved remarkably well. Feng Xiu took a glance and did not let the skeleton laborers approach to disassemble it. First into the warehouse. Good materials cannot be used casually. especially since he had begun to conceive a new plan called sowing abominations in his mind. Every black iron-level cloud beast skeleton, along with the specially structured beast bones, needed to be classified separately as future strategic reserves. At this moment, Feng Xiu stopped his actions of crafting skeletons and walked to the edge of the island. A strange change was occurring in the gray mist ahead. The previous mist was scattered like a thick gray cloth, but now the mist ahead seemed to be rolled by an invisible giant hand, condensing into an exceptionally clear wall at the end of his vision. The mist wall was straight up and down, extending to the limits of visibility on both sides, as if someone had used a colossal blade to forcibly cut a distinct boundary through this sea of clouds. He summoned the Monkey King and instructed it to send a clever flying monkey to scout ahead. Ultimately, the monkey that was sent off with sympathetic gazes from its companions was the one most skilled at flying in curves. The monkey was tied with a thin rope around its waist, clutching a small wooden plate coated with withered soul bone glaze, in its claws gallantly flying towards the mist wall. The rope was not meant to pull it back, but to observe whether the mist wall would swallow or cut off the physical connection. The wooden plate was used to test whether the mist wall had corrosive properties. The moment the monkey dove into the mist wall, its figure immediately faded and vanished. The rope did not break. However, the surface of the rope quickly became covered with a layer of damp white droplets. Moments later, the rope suddenly tightened, and then it quickly relaxed. Feng Xiu narrowed his eyes, signaling the skeleton soldiers next to him, who were eager to move to stay still. After a few more seconds, the monkey tumbled and crawled out of the mist wall in a sorry state, a chunk missing from the edge of its wings, with a few strands of scorched curls emitting black smoke. Once on the ground, it rolled twice, clinging to the Monkey King's leg and screeching in a panic. Feng Xiu had the monkey explain the situation behind the wall. On the other side of the mist wall, it was very bright. Not bright due to sunlight, but because the gray mist had become extremely thin, allowing for high visibility. There were an astonishingly large number of islands there, arranged like a patch of debris floating in the sky, with some islands so close that one could walk across on wooden planks. There was no familiar oppressive feeling of gray mist behind the wall, but there was danger. Not long after entering, it saw a flying creature darting out from behind an island, spitting a fireball at it. Fortunately, it was quick to dodge. The fireball merely grazed the edge of its membrane, singeing its fur. The monkey could not clearly identify what that creature was, only knowing it had wings, a tail, and flew faster than it. Feng Xiu had to draw a picture in the mud. The monkey used its hind paw to sketch an abstract postmodern-styled thing on the ground. Feng Xiu looked at the drawing expressionlessly for a few seconds before declaring it to have no research value. The monkey lowered its head in shame. The Monkey King also followed suit, mainly because it was afraid of being asked to redraw. The monkey's intelligence value was limited, so the corpse-like flying tiger was summoned to the edge of the island. With its power and physique both at the black iron level and having the advantage of a necromantic body, as long as the flying monster behind the wall was not at the bronze level, even if it couldn't defeat it, it should be able to escape. The corpse-like flying tiger let out a low roar, its gray-white membrane suddenly spreading open like an arrow released from about, charging towards the mist wall. Time passed little by little. Feng Xiu continued to handle the territorial affairs, while also focusing a portion of his mind on waiting for the flying tiger's return. The sky gradually darkened. Feng Xiu temporarily set aside the matters beyond the mist wall and walked toward the pile of treasure chests stacked like a small mountain beside the Lord's cornerstone. Over the past few hours, the fishing platform, resource islands, and floating objects in the sea of clouds had contributed quite a few chests. The highest quality was a black iron-level chest, while the rest were mostly wooden chests and cloud chests. After opening a circle, the haul was rather unremarkable, primarily comprising floating stones and food-grade water. In the end, only the black iron-level chest remained. Feng Xiu lifted the chest lid. There was no blinding light. Inside lay a heavy linen bag, quiet. Acquired black iron-level crop moonheart black amaranth seed bag 1. Description: dark purple leaves with a silvery white core, edible raw or for soup. Effect: slightly expands the spiritual capacity. Rare black iron-level spirit vegetable. Upon seeing the words "expands spiritual capacity," Feng Xiu's dark eyes widened in surprise. The value of spiritual attributes for a mage needs no further explanation. Although his physical attributes were still lacking, his spiritual attribute had already reached 18 points, approaching the threshold of the bronze level. These seeds were like a timely gift. Feng Xiu immediately issued orders directing the skeleton soldiers to till all the available land on the main island. Next to the warehouse behind the wooden house, any area that was temporarily unoccupied by buildings was designated as a temporary planting zone. The 6th-level floating island spans an area of 800 square meters, which sounds substantial, but the actual land available for farming was not as much as imagined. After clearing, only less than 500 square meters of open space was produced. After the skeleton soldiers planted the seeds, Feng Xiu did not wait idly. He had the skeletons fetch the previously stored weakened gray rain and began to water in measured amounts. He precisely divided the land into 3 experimental plots. The first plot was watered normally. The second plot received a small amount of gray rain. The third plot was watered with gray rain diluted with ordinary water. Next to each plot, wooden signs were inserted, clearly recording the watering ratios and times with charcoal. After all, only through comparison could one more clearly understand how much gray rain should be used. Just as he arranged for the skeleton laborers to place a wooden sign in the third experimental plot, a tearing low roar suddenly came from the direction of the mist wall. The corpse-like flying tiger burst through the thick fog, staggering back to the main island. Its condition was extremely poor. Most bizarrely, a severed vine hook was hanging from its hind leg, with the end of the vine hook resembling dark red, tendon-like, hard vines. When the flying tiger landed, it was evidently at the end of its strength, unable to stabilize its control, and stepped right into the freshly sown moon-heart black amaranth field. Feng Xiu's expression changed immediately. "Come out." His voice was not loud, but it carried a chilling aura. The corpse-like flying tiger froze in place, raising its head with the soul fire in its hollow eye sockets flickering violently. "Be gentle." The flying tiger, as if under a paralysis spell, awkwardly attempted to lift its foot with a slow motion. "Fold your wings." Finally, under Feng Xiu's quiet commands, the flying tiger carefully backed out of the spiritual field, only damaging a small patch of newly turned soil. Fortunately, the seeds had not been buried too deeply, so the loss was minimal. Feng Xiu took a deep breath, suppressing his displeasure. He had several skeleton soldiers guide the flying tiger to an open area and personally checked its wounds and the attachments on its body. The charred chains bore traces of brittleness due to high-temperature burns. The dark red vine hook, however, was more peculiar. Even after being torn, it still contracted, slightly resembling a living biological tissue. Feng Xiu cut off a small segment with a bone knife and discovered that its interior had dense pores seemingly capable of storing thermal flow. This was not material from an ordinary beast, but rather resembled some primitive modified organ or possibly a hunting plant mutated under the influence of this void. At that moment, the other side of the mist wall suddenly lit up. It was a massive burst of fire that erupted behind the wall, following that a second and a third. The position of the firelight was constantly shifting, as if something was fiercely chasing and battling behind the mist wall. The Monkey King hugged a wooden post, trembling in fear, while the flying tiger emitted a low growl filled with menace. Feng Xiu still did not recklessly enter the mist wall, but instead controlled the floating island to navigate parallel to the outer side of the mist wall. The main island skimmed along the mist wall for several hours, neither thinning nor revealing any discernible. Feng Xiu gazed at the ever-extending sinuous trajectory on his map, and a faint, almost imperceptible arch lifted his brow. This was no mere line, it was a circle. And not just any circle, a colossal one, absurdly vast. With the tailwind sails straining to their limit, the main island dragged the corpse oil, all behind it, continuing its interminable circumnavigation. Soon Feng Xiu noticed an anomaly. Small wild sky isles outside the mist wall appeared with unnatural frequency. Hardly any time passed before a new island silhouette emerged at the horizon's edge. Though modest in size, these isles varied wildly in composition. Ordinary timber isles, soil isles, stone isles, and even several rare ones bearing low-tier cloud plants. This deepened Feng Xiu's wariness and anticipation of the world concealed within the wall. Time flowed silently, night fell, and dawn broke anew. When noon sunlight pierced the gray mist on the second day, Feng Xiu reopened his map. There the crimson flight path had coiled into a massive, nearly closed ring. The main island now hovered perilously close to its starting point from yesterday. Enclosed by this mist wall lay an entire isolated, vast, circular sky domain. Yet this circuitous journey had not been in vain. More than 20 small isles lined the outer perimeter, yielding a surplus of foundational materials, floating stones, soil, timber, and stone, all sufficient to meet the upgrade requirements for a level 7 sky isle. Feng Xiu immediately confirmed the upgrade upon the Lordstone. Current sky isle level 6. Materials required for level 7 upgrade fully acquired. Proceed with upgrade. Yes. While the sky isle underwent transformation, Feng Xiu shifted his focus elsewhere, crafting black warriors. This voyage yielded more than mere resources. Through the trade market, he had acquired carcasses of low-tier cloud beasts slain on resource isles, and dozens of remarkably well-preserved human corpses. Combined with the ceaseless supply of corpse oil from the corpse oil, plus the preservative corpse balm and suture threads soaked in corpse oil that Feng Xiu himself had prepared, every prerequisite for forging black warriors had now been fulfilled. Fang Xiu selected 30 of the finest specimens and arranged them neatly along the barren edge of the corpse oil aisle. Then he stepped forward, personally injecting thick viscous preservative balm slowly into each corpse's incisions. Using bone needles, he guided threads soaked in corpse oil through flesh and sinew, drawing slack muscles, taut once more, and re-anchoring them firmly to the skeletal frame. Necrotic mana flowed like a gentle stream from the tip of his mana-conducting staff, carefully infused into each cadaver. Simultaneously, freshly minced animal flesh, hastily prepared by flustered winged monkeys, was packed into sunken cavities of the corpses, compensating for muscle atrophy caused by dehydration. The process demanded immense mental fortitude. Fang Xiu had to constantly correct the flow of necrotic qi within each body. Any misstep would render all prior effort void. The crafting continued until midday. Of the 30 corpses, only 25 successfully transformed, nearly a 20% failure rate. The 5 failures were not discarded. Under Fang Xiu's command, skeleton laborers dismantled them. Usable bone material was stored in the materials vault. Residual flesh and tissue returned to the corpse oil pit, where they would continue to serve. Frugality, the virtue of a necromancer, often rests upon scenes others prefer not to examine closely. 25 freshly forged black warriors stood in formation along the corpse oil aisle. They bore far greater resemblance to true warriors than mere skeleton soldiers. Their atrophied muscles displayed an unhealthy blackish-brown hue. Coarse corpse oil sutures held skin and flesh taut over bone. Limbs, though still desiccated, had been reinforced with animal flesh, rendering them unnervingly lean and densely muscled. To ensure mobility, Fang Xiu even instructed the winged monkeys to inject small amounts of lubricant, acquired via the trade market, into the joints of each black warrior's skeletal frame. He seized the first black warrior and tested its range of motion, raising its arm, pivoting its torso, crouching, and lifting its shield. Its movements were slightly stiff. Fang Xiu directed the winged monkeys to administer another dose of lubricant into its knee joint, and instantly its motions became fluid and seamless. He then produced the pre-prepared equipment. Left hand iron sword, right hand wooden shield, torso of vine armor cuirass acquired through the chat channel. Though its blueprint resided with another player, and thus commanded exorbitant prices, 3 sets could be exchanged for a single high-grade skeleton laborer. Fang Xiu deemed it expensive, but acknowledged its worth. Black warriors were not expendable cannon fodder, certainly not at this stage. He casually opened the stat panel of 1. Occupation: black warrior. Power rank unranked. Strength 79. Agility 56. Constitution 910. Spirit 7. Assessment: an exceptionally durable combat unit. Fang Xiu found this stat sheet deeply satisfying. Though individually unranked, their collective formation conferred an entirely different strategic significance. Skeleton soldiers excelled in affordability, obedience, and utility. Black warriors, by contrast, excelled in resilience, frontline endurance, and relentless forward momentum. With preparations complete, Fang Xiu did not yet order the main island to enter the mist wall. Instead, he summoned the Monkey King. Upon beholding the 25 black warriors radiating palpable dread, the Monkey King's entire face contorted with foreboding. Fang Xiu issued his command with stark clarity: pair the winged monkeys, bind ropes around each black warrior's back and waist, and drag them through the mist wall in batches. Altitude was irrelevant. Mere skimming height parallel to the island's surfaces sufficed. First batch 5. Second batch 5. The objective was unequivocal: deploy these tireless, deathless vanguards to secure a safe mooring point within the wall, where the main island could dock without peril. Upon hearing the order, the Monkey King's face crumpled into a bitter, resigned grimace. This task plainly was no monkey's burden. Fang Xiu said nothing, only watched, silent and unwavering. Instantly, the Monkey King straightened his spine and nodded vigorously. Sometimes efficiency in communication is disarmingly simple. Soon the winged monkeys awkwardly hoisted the black warriors aloft, their bodies swaying gently midair, vine armor and wooden shields clattering dully against one another. One by one they vanished into the impenetrable ashen-white fog. Shortly thereafter, muffled thuds echoed faintly from beyond the mist, signaling successful landings on some unseen island. Moments later, a fleeting spark of fire flickered within the fog. Fang Xiu stood motionless beside the Lord Stone. After a long silence, a slender rope tethered to a winged monkey suddenly trembled violently, unprovoked and abrupt. A blood-curdling shriek tore from within the mist wall. A winged monkey burst forth in panic, clutching only half a severed rope in its claws. Trailing behind it was not a black warrior, but a wooden shield riddled with a charred fist-sized hole. Embedded deep in its reverse side was a slender, dark red bone spike. That spike still faintly glowed with residual heat. In the next instant, the winged monkey dragged forth another figure from the fog, a black warrior. 3 identical bone spikes pierced its chest. Its left arm was utterly blackened by fire, yet its intact right hand clutched a dripping severed wing. This wing bore none of the vine-tendon grappling hooks brought back by the necrotic flying tigers. Rather, it was a hybrid organ, part bone, part membrane, radiating primal, unsettling energy. The black warrior staggered to a halt before Fang Xiu, its hollow eye sockets flickering with unstable necrotic soulfire. Fang Xiu extended his hand and accepted the severed wing. He did not immediately rejoice at the prospect of abundant resources within the wall. Instead, he first conducted a meticulous examination of the injured Black Knight that had returned. 3 dark red bone spines were deeply embedded in the Black Knight's chest, yet fortunately none had pierced its core necrotic circulatory pathway. Its left arm's vine armor was charred black and curled, revealing equally darkened flesh beneath, but the joints remained functional. This indicated that the monsters within the wall possessed formidable offensive power, yet fell short of instantly annihilating a Black Knight. So long as none of its key attributes had yet ascended to the Bronzeteer, there remained room for strategic maneuvering. He replenished the Black Knight with a modest infusion of necrotic energy, stabilizing its soul flame. He then commanded 2 skeleton laborers to step forward and with iron pincers wrench out the bone spines with a sharp, grating snap, after which the warden himself sealed the wounds shut. Before long, more winged monkeys dispatched for reconnaissance began returning in succession. With the Black Knight drawing enemy fire ahead, their intelligence this time proved far clearer and more precise. Monster density was moderate, yet their tactics were insidiously cunning. They frequently launched ambushes from behind islands, through crevices and rock faces, or even from dense treetops, hurling fireballs and launching dark red vinotendril grappling hooks at airborne targets. Upon hearing their report, Fang Xiu generously distributed a large cache of fruit among the monkey troop, though he did not fully trust their intelligence. He then dispatched the necrotic tiger bearing 2 freshly repaired Black Knights on another brief passage through the mist wall. Over an hour later, the tiger returned unscathed. It bore no new grievous injuries, only several scorched bone fragments, and the corpse of a flying creature impaled cleanly through the skull by its talons, already lifeless. The tiger dropped the carcass onto the ground. The creature was small in stature, a grotesque fusion of lizard and bat skeletons crudely assembled together. It bore membranous bony wings upon its back, a fleshy barbed tail capable of coiling around dark red vinotendrils, and a warm sac-like organ nestled deep within its throat. Its fire-breathing ability stemmed not from sorcery, but from a chemical reaction between a thermally volatile fluid stored within that sac and its own bodily secretions. Having confirmed the boarding site's relative safety, Fang Xiu hesitated no longer. He steered the main aisle steadily toward that sharply defined mist wall, and an overwhelming sense of pressure descended instantly. Droplets of moisture clung heavily to the main aisle's rim, railings and ropes strained taut, and the trailing corpse oil all scraped against the fog, emitting a low, grating, teeth-rattling groan. The oppressive wait lasted only seconds. Then the vista burst open. What struck the eye was not sunlight, but the astonishing clarity afforded by the mist's dramatic thinning. Visibility soared beyond all expectation. The airspace before him appeared as if a colossal invisible hand had torn away a vast section of reality. Countless floating isles, varied in size and form, hung motionless ahead, suspended at an unnaturally high density. Some islands hovered mere meters apart, bridged easily by a single long plank. Some were barren stone heaps, others gleamed with visible veins of dark red, or some held shallow basins of collected rainwater, still others bore crumbling remnants of ancient architecture. Resource isles, or isles, water isles, ruin isles, every category imaginable lay arrayed before him. Fang Xiu stood beside the Lordstone, his gaze sweeping slowly across this opulent, dreamlike expanse. Fang Xiu opened his map. In the lower left corner, the location name had changed. Medium-scale resource archipelago. The appearance of this system-designated name confirmed instantly that this was no randomly generated void space, but rather a special resource zone formally recognized and governed by the rules of the Shattered Cloud Realm. He did not rush toward the richest ore isle. Instead, he guided the main isle with deliberate caution to an inconspicuous corner. Selecting a modest earthen sandstone isle nestled directly against the mistwall's edge, devoid of notable resources, he initiated docking. By convention, docking with a wild isle triggered a 30-minute exploration countdown. This time, however, nothing appeared. No timer, no warning, no interface prompt whatsoever. Fang Xiu gazed silently at the blank screen for a moment, then ordered a skeleton laborer to carry a wooden plank across to the adjacent isle and return, moving with unhurried precision. No anomaly occurred. He next sent a winged monkey, pushing a levitating handcart across, loaded it with stones, and brought it back. Still no anomaly. This meant the exploration mechanics governing this archipelago diverged entirely from those of wild isles. Here, prolonged occupation was possible, repeated exploitation permissible, and perhaps most crucially, This could serve as an ideal forward base for early-stage development. Fangxiu's floating isle ecosystem had always suffered from a critical lack of stable rear-area resource zone. This archipelago filled that void flawlessly. A mixed force of skeleton soldiers and black knights advanced outward together. The harvesting efficiency surpassed anything achieved before. Islands clustered so densely that transport logistics were nearly eliminated. Levitating handcarts no longer needed to fly. They simply rolled across temporary plank bridges hastily erected by skeleton laborers straight onto neighboring isles. The first rudimentary wooden bridge was completed, swiftly linking the main isle to its nearest neighbor, then the second, then the third. One after another, small earthen and stone isles were rapidly absorbed into his provisional harvest perimeter, a distinct sensation of necrotic colonization rising unbidden. Midway through harvesting, 3 firewing lizards erupted from behind a small ore isle. They bypassed the shield wall formed by skeleton soldiers and dove from above, aiming straight for the winged monkey cart train behind. At that instant, the 5 black knights Fangxiu had prepositioned along both sides of the supply route revealed their true worth. Facing descending fireballs, they neither flinched nor evaded, raising their shields in unison to absorb the blast's heat. Boom, boom, boom. The outer layers of their wooden shields blackened and blistered. Tendrils of smoke rose from their vine armor, yet not a single black knight yielded an inch. Still bearing the residual heat of flame, they lifted their iron swords and strode forward, slightly slower than skeleton soldiers, yet each movement grounded in unwavering heavy authority. One firewing lizard was cleaved midair, another slammed hard onto the ground by a brutal shield bash, the third attempting to ascend was struck mid-flight by the descending necrotic tiger, its wings shattered beneath a single crushing claw. Fangxiu observed the battle's outcome from afar. Black knights possessed only modest resistance to fire, but their constitution attribute fixed at 10 points ensured continued operational capacity, so long as non-lethal damage spared their core necrotic circuitry. This was precisely the kind of unit Fangxiu sought. The archipelago's extraordinary yield prompted him to act immediately, bolstering his force's critical weaknesses. He opened the chat channel and issued urgent calls for useful blueprints and equipment. His list included iron swords, shields, vini armor, leather armor, crossbows, iron nails, lubricant forges, anvils, bridge components, and simple watchtowers. Though Black Frontier undead remained impossible to mass-produce for now, he could elevate ordinary Black Knights, through superior gear alone, to near Black Frontier efficacy. Skeleton laborers remained the most consistently valued commodity within the chat channel. Fangxiu traded several skeleton laborers for sets of equipment, and exchanged 2 stronger skeleton soldiers for the Black Frontier blueprints of the forge and anvil. Though neither forge nor anvil constituted direct combat gear, both were indispensable keystones for upgrading his entire production infrastructure. Once acquired, the mountains of iron ore piled in his warehouse would cease to be mere red stones. They would become raw potential. The vision of 100-fold tempered plate armor, standardized Black Knight armaments, all would now converge into a self-sustaining cycle. He selected Learn without hesitation. Detected Blueprint Forge. Learn. Detected Blueprint Anvil. Learn. Fangxiu confirmed both. Immediately, he directed skeleton laborers to designate a temporary workshop zone along the newly expanded periphery of the Level 7 Isle. Fangxiu's aggressive large-scale procurement of blueprints and gear soon ignited a storm across the He paid not in scattered materials, but in organized units: skeleton laborers, skeleton soldiers, maintenance kits, and vast quantities of levitation stones. This bore no resemblance to routine provisioning by an ordinary Isle Lord. It resembled nothing less than a fledgling faction executing a concentrated military buildup. Discussion exploded across the channel. One user exclaimed, "Holy hell! Does this necromancer have an infinite stockpile? How can he still trade skeleton soldiers?" Another speculated, "Has this expert stumbled upon a major resource node? Oi! His spending is absurdly lavish." Others panicked, urgently seeking to purchase skeleton soldiers to reinforce their own defenses. Naturally, sardonic voices chimed in, "A necromancer will inevitably be devoured by his own creations. Just wait and see." Fangxiu scanned the channel once expressionless, and closed it. Every word spoken about him now amplified scrutiny. Yet what he lacked was not attention, he lacked time. The longer he delayed, the more thoroughly he could strip this resource archipelago bare. The brilliance of Level 7 flickered across the Lord's cornerstone. The area officially reached 1,600 square meters. At first, Fangxiu felt nothing until he instructed the skeletons to begin reassigning areas. The warehouse area was entirely relocated to the northwest corner of the island, with dozens of skeletal laborers busily sorting and categorizing the chaotic supplies as if they were worker ants. The temporary workshop area, fishing platform area, planting experimental area, and necromancer assembly area finally no longer felt cramped together, creating a genuine distance between them. Several skeleton soldiers worked together to lift a new railing, clearing a dedicated space for the 25 newly equipped Black Knights at the edge of the island. Feng Xiu walked to the Lord's cornerstone, opened the trading backend, and began to adjust the resources listed in the trading hall. Skeleton laborers, maintenance packs, bone powder, adhesive, soul bone glaze. These items had already earned him fame and his first pot of gold. But now he was no longer satisfied with this. Feng Xiu swiftly swiped his fingers across the interface, unifying all resources to be exchanged for corpses or skeletal materials. He also listed some skeleton soldiers that had already been relegated to the sidelines. He had made up his mind to launch a second wave of necromancer troops on this medium-sized resource island. In the chat channel, he spent a few floating stones to hire some promoters and water army, who were performing enthusiastically. Next door, Taishan from Lao Wang's side, brothers, don't hesitate. Just now the big shot listed combat-ready skeleton soldiers, they're really fierce. I just swapped one, and standing on the island I feel completely secure. The meat-loving rabbit, the skeletal sea, is the way to go. Yesterday, I encountered someone who wanted to rob me. I directly bought 5 skeleton laborers, and he was so scared that he moved his island 3 miles away overnight. These words might not all have been arranged by Feng Xiu himself, but he was intentionally stirring the pot. The atmosphere in the channel visibly grew more anxious. Most island owners hadn't truly recognized each other, yet resources were dwindling, empty islands were expanding, and the information about the arms race in the chat was increasing. Fear and greed matured earlier than the war itself. When people cannot see each other, they are most likely to see each other as enemies. Feng Xiu looked at the flood of messages, revealing a cheerful smile. This was exactly what he wanted to see. After all, he was in the business of necromancer trading, and could be considered half a weapons dealer who often didn't favor a peaceful atmosphere. The main island was developing, and the corpse oil island over there was also busy. The resource island was simply too rich. The materials Feng Xiu had devoured were sufficient to support the simultaneous upgrade of 2 islands. The corpse oil island was upgrading to a level 5 empty island with a significant increase in area. The forging furnace and anvil were directly built on the corpse oil island. Several skeleton soldiers whose frames had been damaged in previous battles and were no longer suitable for direct combat were assigned there for shifts. 3 of them were responsible for adding materials, 2 for operating the bellows, and 4 for wielding hammers. They remained stiff as if attending a funeral for an enemy, but their advantage lay in their tirelessness. The furnace crackled, and the molten iron in its initial shaping stage clanged loudly as it struck the anvil. Feng Xiu personally checked the first batch of molten iron and the rough iron produced, confirming that while the output wasn't high, it was stable. In a few hours, the first batch of black iron grade 100-plate armor materials would be ready. The materials for the corpse poison potion had finally been gathered. A few skeleton soldiers were surrounding a cauldron, mechanically stirring the thick, dark green liquid with a long bone. Feng Xiu glanced at it, seized the bone, and took over the final steps himself. The skeleton laborer beside him held out a plate of processed materials. Without looking, he reached out and grabbed them accurately. The last pinch of corpse oil mixed with a few crushed pieces of corpse was tossed into the cauldron along with several pre-processed corpse materials. Finally, Feng Xiu forcefully pressed a surge of pure necromantic energy into the cauldron. Glub, glub. The dark green bubbles in the pot erupted one after another, and the outer wall of the cauldron quickly became coated with a layer of dark frost. Moments later, a pot of greasy, foul-smelling potion officially took shape. Feng Xiu looked at the liquid in the cauldron, which seemed to be writhing, as if it were alive, with a look of delight on his face. Only with corpse poison can one truly be a necromancer. As long as a living being dies at the hands of a necromancer with corpse poison, it will quickly be contaminated by the poison and spontaneously transform into the lowest tier of necromancer. The vast majority would only become the weakest skeletons, while a few might turn into corpses, but that was enough. In the future, creating low-tier necromancers wouldn't require his personal efforts. Moreover, there existed a large number of low-tier creatures densely distributed in the empty domains of this resource island, which would become an excellent battlefield for the necromancers to snowball. This was just the beginning of the natural disaster. A few hours later, the Black Knights responsible for clearing and transporting from the outskirts gradually returned. They brought back a hodgepodge of corpses, including fire-winged lizards, unnamed cloud beasts, and even a few half-ruined living creatures that had been torn apart. Feng Xiu wasted no time directly selecting a batch of individuals among the returning Black Knights with the most stable soul fire and highest physical stats to start the first round of corpse poison injection. As the needle pierced the flesh of the Black Knight, tensed sharply, the soul fire in its eye sockets flickered violently, and the death energy circuit within deepened and thickened. On the other side, the first batch of black iron grade 100-plate armor materials was finally completed. Due to the low efficiency of the furnace, the quantity wasn't too high, with only 5 sets being produced at the Lord's cornerstone. Feng Xiu opened the panel, and systematically compared the attributes of the Black Knights, selecting the 5 with the highest physical stats for priority equipping. They are all undead, there's no need for averages or fairness. Whoever is most suited for the front line gets equipped. When the first batch of Black Knights clad in armor stepped forward, even though there were only 5 of them, that heavy sense of oppression immediately elevated the entire Necromancer lineup. Very good. Feng Xiu was ready to conduct a test right there, letting a Black Knight who had just been injected with corpse poison randomly choose a complete corpse from the pile that had just been brought back to see the conversion efficiency of the poison. That Black Knight seemed to understand his intent, raising its armor-clad arm to point at a particular corpse in the pile. Feng Xiu initially didn't pay attention, but when he focused his gaze it froze. The corpse was very small, with short and stout limbs, long pointed ears, a protruding facial bone structure, pale gray-green skin, and a mouth full of fine teeth. It was a goblin's corpse. He had previously traded for it using a skeleton laborer and had sought the trader in the chat channel to buy a live goblin, but unfortunately had never managed to contact him. And now, since goblins had also appeared here, there was no need to search for that person in the chat channel anymore. These are authentic Western-style goblins, both male and female, with an extremely high reproduction efficiency and a very short growth cycle. Unlike certain Japanese subspecies that rely on abducting foreign females to continue their lineage, these goblins can multiply on their own. Feng Xiu's desire to acquire live specimens is precisely due to the goblins' incredible breeding capabilities. Goblins can reach maturity in 2 months, and with the right stimulants they can even mature in just a few days. Their utility is immense due to their high birth rate and rapid growth. They can serve as low-tier troops or as self-destructive units. Skeleton goblins were considered one of the most effective expendables in the undead sea tactics of the original world. However, since this one is already dead, let's have the Black Knight test the effects of the corpse poison. Feng Xiu stood up and tilted his head towards the Black Knight beside him. The Black Knight stepped forward, gently scraping its sharp claws across the thigh of the goblin corpse. A fine tear appeared. Since it was already deceased, the corpse offered no resistance. The spread of the corpse poison was even more apparent than on a living being. To the naked eye, wisps of gray-black death energy seeped through the tear, rapidly causing the flesh and blood to disintegrate. In just a few minutes, the outer skin of the corpse began to peel away, extensively revealing the stark, white bones underneath. In the next moment, with a crack, the goblin, now merely a skeleton, had the soul fire in its eye sockets ignite on its own, and then it wobbled to its feet. A low-tier skeleton goblin was born. Feng Xiu couldn't even be bothered to check its attributes. It was obvious with a thought that such a creature would be fragile, weak, and slow, pure cannon fodder. Yet this was precisely its value. In true large-scale warfare, it was never about having an invincible undead, but rather whether the cheapest expendables could flow forward in waves like a tide. The weaker the goblin, the more suitable it is to die. The more suitable it is to die, the more fitting it is for the undead sea's attrition tactics. The Black Knights marched with heavy steps, once again disappearing into the mists of the resource islands. They had added a new task to capture live goblins. Feng Xiu then approached the Lord's Cornerstone, where he crafted 2 more furnaces and 2 anvils. The materials were sufficient. Once completed, they were directly sent to the workshop area of Corpse Oil Island. The rate of outfitting the plate armor must be accelerated. He needed to expand the troop numbers while simultaneously advancing the military equipment. Both lines had to keep pace. After handling these tasks, Feng Xiu checked the resource stockpile in the warehouse. The collection efficiency of this resource island was truly astonishing, with materials skyrocketing every moment. By tomorrow morning at the latest, the main island would gather enough materials to reach level 8. Moreover, he had received a double upgrade acceleration card. At that point, upgrading would be a matter of mere minutes. Level 8 would unlock the manufacturing of basic planting slots. Feng Xiu's gaze inevitably fell upon the several temporary experimental fields carefully marked off. Moonheart Black Amaranth, a black iron-level spiritual vegetable that can enhance mental attributes. Once level 8 is achieved, these precious plants can be officially transplanted into the planting slots, enjoying a more stable, nurturing environment. At the edge of the island, several skeleton laborers were repairing the corpseified flying tiger with spare materials. The previous battle within the mist wall had left it severely damaged. At this moment the repairs were completed, but it looked like a ragged toy that had been roughly stitched together, filled with a tragic sense of patchwork. However, Feng Xiu did not allow it to rest. Continue the reconnaissance. The corpseified flying tiger let out a low growl, spreading its patchwork wings. This time, no reckless charges. Keep your distance and gather information. Feng Xiu did not let the opportunity to acquire goblins cloud his judgment. Intelligence will always come first. The corpseified flying tiger dove into the sea of clouds, its figure quickly vanishing. Another night passed. The sky began to brighten. The Black Knight team returned with a massive haul of materials. The materials required for upgrading to level 8 have been met. Feng Xiu stood before the Lord's cornerstone and unhesitatingly confirmed the upgrade. Use the double upgrade acceleration card. Buzz. The expansion progress of the main island began to surge at a frenzied pace. Meanwhile, the goblins he wanted were also captured. The results were remarkable. 2 males and 17 females. This number may not be large, but as seeds it was more than sufficient. Feng Xiu waved his hand, directing the skeleton soldiers to escort the noisy goblins across the rope bridge to Corpse Oil Island. He found a corner and simply enclosed it with a few wooden planks and stones, making it their breeding area. Thus, the once proud Corpse Oil Island had completely transformed into a bizarre and foul-smelling subproduction zone. In the corpse oil pit, unknown corpses were soaking. In the workshop area, 3 furnaces spewed black smoke, and the sound of hammering iron echoed day and night. The warehouse outside Corpse Oil Island was also piled high, with half-finished undead products emitting a rotting stench. Now a group of goblins that were mating and reproducing at any time and place had also joined the island's corners. This place had completely lost its human semblance. Even the form of the island was evolving in the direction of functionality, resembling a floating garbage industrial site in the sky, exuding various mixed foul odors. Feng Xiu was quite satisfied with this. In his envisioned sub-island system, he never pursued cleanliness or aesthetics. Instead, it was about extreme utilitarianism leading to functional aberration. Each sub-island was contentedly decaying towards its purpose. 6 hours later, the brilliance of the main island's upgrade flashed and then faded. The area expanded again, reaching 320 square meters, and the space became more spacious. More importantly, in the manufacturing list of the Lord's cornerstone, the blueprint for basic planting slots had been unlocked. Basic planting slots description provides a standardized planting environment, slightly increases soil fertility, and slows down water loss. Construction requirements would X10 soil, X15 floating stone, X1. The cost is low. For Feng Xiu at this moment, this level of consumption can even be ignored. Let's start with 100. Feng Xiu designated a piece of land adjacent to the warehouse area as the future exclusive agricultural zone. As the command was given, materials were automatically deducted from the warehouse, and 100 palm-sized planting slot models rapidly formed on the cornerstone. He tossed the models towards the planned area. In a flash of light, rows of standard planting slots constructed from thick wooden boards and filled with fertile black soil neatly appeared on the island. Like huge blocks of black tofu. The waiting skeleton laborers immediately stepped forward to execute the next command, transplanting. The few rudimentary experimental fields finally welcomed their ultimate destination. The experimental results were quite straightforward. The patch that received a small amount of gray rain yielded the most impressive results. In just 2 nights, only the black amaranth in this patch sprouted first. At the edge of the floating island, 2 spiky leaf goblins were dragged out of a corner by Feng Xiu. They had previously been nothing more than useless ornaments, but now they finally had their first official position. Feng Xiu tossed them next to the planting area. Keep an eye on this plot of land. The spiky leaf goblins were too short, they would be a joke in a fight, and could hardly be relied upon for heavy lifting. However, precisely because of their diminutive stature, they were more suited to burrow into the newly sprouted crops, searching for bugs, inspecting leaves, and tending to roots than those skeletal soldiers. To prevent these little creatures from running around, Feng Xiu casually adjusted a few skeletal soldiers around them. Now it was the 3rd day since the bounty was posted. The heated arguments about the high official in the chat channel had long since subsided. Most people merely regarded this incident as one of the few entertainments on the floating island. But those truly wanting to earn that bounty were precisely the ones who moved at this time. Feng Xiu's original assessment, raising the price from 5 skeletal soldiers to now 9, could only be considered a probe. To pry open the circle of that seasoned veteran and make them take the risk of betrayal, he would at least need to increase the stakes further. As a result, things unfolded more quickly than he had anticipated. The old order's rhetoric was worthless here. Ding. The first message from the other party was a lowly, humble inquiry. Boss, if he's alive, could you raise the price a bit? Upon seeing this line of text, Feng Xiu immediately understood that the target had been captured. After all, it was hard to ensure the target's survival before taking action. Internally, the other party had probably already rotted through. Feng Xiu did not pretend to hesitate for long. Whether alive or dead, it was all the same to him. The only difference was that capturing alive was indeed more troublesome and had greater demonstrative value. He raised the price to 10 skeletal soldiers, directly locking in this deal. Not long after the transaction was completed, the so-called unknown high official directly appeared in the clearing in front of Feng Xiu. His appearance resembled a bag tightly bound with overripe pork. Until this moment, Feng Xiu still couldn't be bothered to ask the other party's name. The person before him had a round face, big ears, a beer belly, and loose flabby skin, with cold sweat covering his face from sheer terror. He looked almost exactly like the kind of bureaucratic parasite Feng Xiu had envisioned. This was not a capable individual capable of controlling the situation, but merely a remnant of the old era adept at feeding off rules. Now that the rules were gone, all he had left was a body of fat and a facade of false authority. The subsequent handling could not simply be about killing him. Such a creature would certainly enjoy capturing examples, let him become a typical case in the chat channel. A hint of malice even flickered through Feng Xiu's mind. For instance, dragging over that group of freshly captured goblins to shoot some more exciting adult video scenes with this creature. But this thought only lasted a second before he dismissed it. Too disgusting. He always emphasized efficiency. There was no need to waste his time and resources on mere depravity. Thus Feng Xiu switched to a cleaner method. He summoned a few skeletal soldiers and activated the chat channel's built-in recording function. He did not command the skeletal soldiers to kill this fat worm outright. Instead, he meticulously disassembled it according to its joints, bones, and locations that could amplify the suffering. Throughout the entire process, Feng Xiu did not need to utter a single cruel word or play the indignant judge. For him, this was merely dealing with a piece of garbage while testing the psychological endurance of those old acquaintances in the channel. By the time that high official finally breathed his last, his face had contorted into a grotesque shape, and his limbs were no longer intact. Just then the corpse transformation flying tiger returned from its patrol. It landed with a thud, seemingly disdainful of the corpses on the ground, casually flicking its tail. Smack! The mangled corpse was swatted away, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing into the corpse oil pool with a splash. The splash of water quickly subsided. Feng Xiu halted the recording and sent the entire unedited video directly into the chat channel. There were no accompanying words. The impact of this was far more severe than the 3-day-long argument combined. The channel was silent for a brief moment. It wasn't that no one wanted to speak, but many had truly come to witness this unfathomable boss in the chat channel. He dared to use people as materials and treated life with utter indifference. He did not need to act according to anyone else's rules. He himself was the rule. After a brief silence, the channel began to flood with messages. Some were cursing the madman. Some were loudly cheering, saying such scum deserved it. More people quickly turned their guns around and began to flatter him madly. Done, boss is awesome. Well killed. Elite, this is how it should be in a chaotic world. Some who had previously followed the crowd to shout quickly distanced themselves. Recently coughing, I have long found that so-called alliance displeasing, a bunch of profit-driven fool. Cough, cough, cough. Just to clarify, I have never participated in any statements against the boss. I have always respected the boss. Feng Xiu took all of this as background noise. The deterrent effect he desired had already been achieved. In the future, if anyone dared to send him incomprehensible messages in private chat to annoy him, they would have to weigh their own life against the worth of 10 skeletal soldiers. The corpse transformation flying tiger had also brought back a more important piece of intelligence this time. A small colony backed by a bronze-level flying creature along with a large number of black iron-level individuals. Feng Xiu was not intimidated by the bronze-level creature. Instead, a flicker of interest ignited in his eyes. This time was different from the last. Although he had only recently entered this medium-sized resource archipelago, his military strength had already experienced explosive growth. He already had 50 black knights, all equipped with plate armor. The 300 or so strangely shaped skeletons infected with corpse poison were also suitable for a war of attrition. Thus he was no longer satisfied with continuing to gnaw at the leftovers in this corner. He ordered the corpse tiger to take off and begin calling back all the gathering teams scattered outside. The resources in this corner had already been nearly depleted by him. Remaining here would only be a waste of time. With sufficient military strength, now the island cluster 2,000 meters ahead looked even more bountiful. In just a moment, the undead that had gone out returned to the island. The main island emitted a deep rumbling sound, slowly changing direction while dragging along the foul-smelling corpse oil island behind it. Using the wind-powered sails, the two floating islands began to accelerate and charge fiercely towards the area with more abundant resources. It's just a matter of clearing the wilderness. This isn't the first time. He stood beside the Lord's cornerstone and issued a few simple commands. The skeleton soldiers immediately hoisted the wooden planks and began to lay the bridge. Planks were nailed down one by one, starting with a tentative short bridge to confirm that there were no traps or ambushes on the other side. Soon several longer and sturdier transport lines took shape rapidly. With a whoosh, the skeleton cannon fodder already gathered at the edge of the island surged onto the empty island on the other side like a flood released from a dam. They explored, drew monsters, and checked for pitfalls. A few minutes later, a few sporadic monster roars echoed from the opposite shore, quickly returning to silence. The first wave of scouting encountered no unexpected incidents. Feng Xiu's gaze swept over the assembled black warrior group. 50 armored black warriors stood silently, and after receiving the command, they stepped onto the wooden bridge with heavy steps, advancing at a deliberate pace. The flying tiger had previously scouted this area and the highest level creatures here were only at the black iron level with not even a single bronze level creature in sight. For Fang Xiu, who already had 50 black warriors and more than 300 skeletons, this level of enemy strength was not even enough to fill the gaps in his undead army. This sparked a rare sense of leisure in Fang Xiu. He wanted to take a closer look himself. Flying Tiger. With a call, the corpseified flying tiger swooped down from the sky, folding its massive wings and lowering its body. Fang Xiu deftly flipped onto the saddle, gripping tightly with both hands. Go! The flying tiger flapped its wings vigorously, lifting Fang Xiu into the air, soaring over the island below that was being slowly consumed by the undead army. The aerial view was completely different from the sensation in the sea of clouds before. The various resources on these small islands lay bare for all to see. The roaring wind poured into his lungs as if the entire firmament was swirling within him. The flying tiger finally descended in height, landing on a large island lush with various fruit trees. The monsters on the island had long been cleared away by the black warriors that advanced, leaving only a faint aroma of plants in the air. At the edge of the fruit forest there lay a black iron-level treasure chest. Fang Xiu jumped off the flying tiger's back and walked straight towards the treasure chest, opening it casually. Acquired black iron-level spiritual plant bone pattern, vine mother plant X1. Description: the juice of its vines can nourish bones and joints, and long-term consumption can slightly enhance physical attributes. Oh, enhancing physical attributes. Fang Xiu's eyes brightened. Things that can directly increase base attributes are always welcome. More importantly, the phrase nourishing joints immediately reminded him of his undead army. In the undead system, the stability and lubrication of joints in the corpse and zombie types had always been a foundational issue affecting combat power. Previously, he could only barely maintain them with lubricating oil obtained through trading. Now with this item, it might be possible to address the problem at its root. It was of extremely high value. It must be cultivated vigorously. Fang Xiu stowed away the bone pattern vine mother plant and rode the flying tiger back to the main island. He walked directly to the planting area and pulled out the 2 thornleaf goblins that were clumsily tending to the moon heart black amaranth. You mentioned that after reaching the black iron level you could control vines, so you should be able to plant this too, right? If that's the case, here, plant this for you. Fang Xiu handed the bone pattern vine mother plant to them. The 2 little creatures held the new plant with expressions of confusion and fear on their faces. Caring for one is one thing, caring for 2 is another. Anyway, besides planting things, they didn't understand anything else. To assist them in completing this task, Fang Xiu even humanized the situation by assigning them 4 skeleton soldiers as helpers. This way the thornleaf goblins would be responsible for assessing the plant's condition, while the skeleton soldiers would handle all the physical work, such as tilling the soil, watering, and pest control. Of course, the skeleton soldiers' main role was still to keep an eye on these 2 little creatures the size of palms. After finishing matters in the planting area, Fang Xiu walked towards the fishing platform area at the edge of the island. After several days of automatic fishing, more than 40 fishing spots, and over 40 specialized fishing skeletons, they had been working around the clock without interruption. The rate of increase in fishing points was like a dam burst, continuously flowing into Fang Xiu's background day and night. This massive accumulation of data finally reached a moment of redemption. This time it must be cashed out. Fang Xiu opened the trading interface, his gaze directly locking onto the target he had been eyeing for a long time. Bone Joint Sea Fishing Rod Blueprint X111. Description: a sea fishing rod, made from special beast spine bones and soul threads. It has a strong attraction to skeletal materials and remnants of souls. Selling price 15000 fishing points. This was practically a fishing rod custom made for him as an undead mage. Its fishing characteristics were very distinct. Fang Xiu's balance of points was currently at 15600. Without any hesitation he said, purchase. Whoosh. 15,000 points were instantly cleared, leaving only 600. But Fang Xiu felt no pain or reluctance. Such a hefty expense only highlighted the value of this blueprint. Good things are not afraid of being expensive, only afraid of not being able to buy. With the blueprint in hand, Fang Xiu immediately chose to use it. Blueprint learned: crafting times 11. Required materials: black iron level beast spine bone X1 soul, thread X3, A energy X600. The beast spine bone was easy to obtain, there were plenty in the warehouse. Energy was also not lacking, a floating stone could replenish 100 points of energy. He was currently financially comfortable and didn't mind these 6 floating stones. The troublesome part was the soul threads. Fang Xiu took out a bone soul bottle, uncorked it, and carefully tilted it over his palm. One by one, nearly transparent broken souls spilled out from the bottle's mouth, gathering in his hand. He pressed his palms together, the undead magic power surged, and he began to mimic the techniques from his memory, needing that mass of intangible soul energy. This process was not complicated, but it was mentally taxing. Strangely, the soul threads today seemed to form more smoothly than he had anticipated. Those soul energies appeared to be drawn by some force actively converging towards his palm, the entire process flowing astonishingly well. My. Fang Xiu sensed something unusual. This feeling was akin to being in an environment most suitable for undead spellcasting, where all negative energies were actively drawn to him. Fang Xiu didn't think much of it, and assumed it was just his skills improving again. 3 wisps of faint soul threads were soon completed. Fang Xiu gathered all the materials and walked towards the Lord's cornerstone, directly choosing to craft. Light flickered. A long rod made entirely of white bones slowly coalesced into form in the glow. The rod was made from a single unknown creature's spine with distinct joints and rigid lines. Holding it in his hand, it gave off a cool and solid sensation. It was completely in line with his favorite aesthetic style. Fang Xiu held the brand new fishing rod and slowly walked into a fishing platform, kicking away the fishing skeleton on top, and sat down himself. He gazed at the lush yet eerie empty space below, a spark of anticipation igniting in his eyes. Let him see what this fishing rod, so perfectly suited for him, could reel in from this treasure trove. The bony fishing line silently sank into the sea of clouds. Almost without waiting, in less than half a minute, the tip of the rod suddenly plunged. Something had been hooked. Fang Xiu exerted strength in his wrist, steadily lifting the line. Splash! A not particularly large, but well-structured animal skeleton broke through the clouds, being steadily dragged onto the island. Fang Xiu reached out to touch the bone, feeling the hardness under his fingertips. The skeletal strength had already reached the level of black iron. For Fang Xiu, this was a ready-made supply of undead constructs, far more useful than directly catching a few floating stones. Excellent. The first catch proved that this new rod was not just a pretty, but useless item. With a sense of assurance, Fang Xiu cast the hook again. However, this time the sensation transmitted back through the line felt somewhat strange. The line was taut, indicating that something had indeed been hooked, yet there was little weight in his hand. It felt light, as if he had hooked a plastic bag blown by the wind. Fang Xiu raised the hook slightly. At the hook tip, a small, almost transparent remnant of a soul trembled gently, with the airflow resembling a flickering candle flame. So that's how it is one can directly fish for souls. Fang Xiu calmly took out a soul bottle and skillfully captured the small soul, sealing it tightly. Continuing on, the next few casts yielded satisfactory results. Fragments of black iron level bone materials, a few strands of reasonably good remnants of souls, and some basic enchanted materials suitable for undead research. The tests concluded here, and the results were quite clear, useful, and entertaining. More importantly, it could steadily provide him with the core materials of bones and souls in this way, and occasionally, even some surprises. Thus Fang Xiu decisively stood up and returned the wonderfully tactile bony fishing rod back into the hand of the nearby skeleton that fished for clouds. He patted the skeleton's skull. "Do well, or just pile up the strange things you catch beside you." The soul fire in the skeleton's eye sockets flickered sluggishly, as if trying to understand the command. Fang Xiu no longer paid attention to it, and turned back towards his small wooden cabin. Having experienced the joy of fishing and understood the tool's performance, it was time to return to his main business after riding the flying tiger once. As he walked, he took out a few soul bottles filled with souls from his pocket. Just now, one of the remnants caught by the new fishing rod had a quality that remarkably reached the level of black iron. This provided a type of undead he particularly liked, with the possibility of realization ahead of time. It was time to create a true specter. The flying tiger was more suitable for wide-ranging exploration, while the black knight was suited for direct assaults. But in this densely packed and complex environment of islands, he needed a unit that was more covert and flexible. A reconnaissance unit capable of ignoring physical attacks, traversing the corners of the islands he had yet to fully understand, and even penetrating certain ruins. This was not just about adding another type of soldier. Once successful, it would mean a qualitative leap in his intelligence-gathering capabilities. Returning to the cabin, Fang Xiu closed the door behind him. He poured out dozens of fragmented small souls that he had recently accumulated from the soul bottles, letting them float in the air like dust. Then he took out the recently acquired, noticeably more solid black iron level soul separately. The main material was sufficient, and the auxiliary materials were abundant. Fang Xiu believed he could fully attempt a soul construct with a success rate of at least 90%. He took a deep breath, traced a small magic circle on the tabletop with his hands, and infused it with necromantic energy. Buzz! The lines of the entire magic circle instantly glowed with a ghostly light. Fang Xiu controlled the black iron level soul, slowly pressing it toward the center of the magic circle. In an instant, a powerful suction force emerged from the center of the magic circle. The fragmented small souls floating in the room were drawn in uncontrollably, like iron filings attracted by a magnet, merging into the main soul. The death energy in the small room also began to collapse and coalesce towards the center of the magic circle. Feng Xiu gazed intently at the gradually forming gray-white outline in the magic circle, its edges quivering continuously. Within the small room, the light of the array slowly receded. The fragmented souls that had been forcibly drawn in were now completely merged with the main soul of black iron grade. The grayish-white outline gradually tightened and solidified, finally stabilizing in midair. A complete ghost was born. It was entirely different from the fluctuating souls within the soul bottle. The entire soul body emanated a faint green glow resembling a piece of jade that had been soaked in corpse water for a long time. Within its eye sockets, 2 points of green soul fire flickered quietly. The lower half of its body transformed into a constantly swirling mist, allowing it to defy gravity, floating gently in midair, swaying back and forth. Feng Xiu directly opened its attribute panel. Race Ghost Strength Black Iron Grade Power 1 Agility 10 Constitution 1 Spirit 14 Evaluation Dangerous and Terrifying. Feng Xiu was a bit surprised. Even without a physical form, its power and constitution were not 0. However, this was not particularly important, as constitution and power had no effect on it. As long as it had high agility and spirit, that was sufficient. Feng Xiu stared at the ghost for a few seconds, finding it increasingly pleasing to the eye. He felt like a child who had just received a new toy, eager to try out all its functions. Go outside. Feng Xiu pointed to the closed wooden door and issued the first command. The ghost's soul body swayed slightly, and without hesitation floated directly towards the door. There was no sound of impact, no sound of friction. It passed through the door as silently as ink dissolving in water. Feng Xiu nodded, turned around, and pulled the door open. Outside, the door was empty. Only the ghost floated quietly, awaiting the next command. Very good, its ability to pass through walls was flawless. Next, he summoned the ghost to the outer side of the island and began testing its maneuverability and obedience. Fly around the railing. The ghost immediately began moving at high speed along the railing. Circle around the warehouse wall. It swayed and glided closely along the wooden wall. Go around the skeleton soldiers' formation without touching any of them. It nimbly weaved between the eerie skeletons without stirring a whisper of wind. It moved swiftly without a sound, unlike the winged monkeys that made a ruckus, nor did it create a huge disturbance like the corpse-like flying tiger. After testing its basic obedience, the ghost floated over to Feng Xiu's side, near the soul bottle, circling the bottle's mouth twice. After testing its basic obedience, the ghost floated over to Feng Xiu's side, near the soul bottle, circling the bottle's mouth twice. Feng Xiu initially did not understand its intention. It was not until it tentatively tried to push its soul body into the bottle's opening that Feng Xiu realized. It wanted to live inside. The soul bottle should be considered a reasonably good single apartment for soul-based beings. Feng Xiu casually took an empty soul bottle from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. The ghost immediately joyfully dove inside, and the faint green glow within the bottle visibly stabilized. After a few seconds, it leisurely floated back out, as if getting familiar with its new home. Watching its excited demeanor, Feng Xiu felt quite happy as well. When you go into sleep, remember to seal the bottle tightly to avoid catching a chill. The ghost actually floated over to the nearby cork, gently nudging it with its soul body, as if in response. Feng Xiu nodded in satisfaction. Having played with the new toy enough, he no longer hesitated and directly issued its first official work task. The medium-sized resource islands were too vast. It had taken nearly a day to navigate the outer fog wall. Now relying solely on the corpse-like flying tiger and winged monkeys to explore was still too inefficient. Many gaps between islands, the interiors of broken walls, deep cave entrances, and dense shadow areas were not suitable for exploration by flying units. The ghost happened to fill this gap. Feng Xiu mentally reviewed the currently explored island map and decisively issued the command. Circle the outer perimeter and check out the empty island to the east. Also remember to bring back some treasures on your way back. The ghost's soul body swayed and turned to float towards the east. It left without making a single sound, quickly disappearing into the thin gray mist. Feng Xiu stood at the edge of the island, watching for a few seconds before retracting his gaze. Rather than waiting for news, he preferred to concurrently handle other matters. Feng Xiu directly allocated some resources from the warehouse to the island of the prison master, beginning the upgrade of the level 6 island. With the rapid increase in military strength, the resource island's material return speed accelerated significantly, and both the main and secondary islands developed synchronously, no longer feeling so laborious. While upgrading, Feng Xiu also took time to glance at the work progress of the resource recovery team. The cooperation of the skeleton soldiers, winged monkeys, and black warriors had already become much more proficient than when they first entered. At most, they occasionally accidentally trampled a few newly sprouted spirit plants. That was already the most serious mistake they could make. Feng Xiu turned and walked towards the Lord's Cornerstone, found the floating cart in the production list, and replenished 20 of them in one go. The biggest bottleneck in development had now become insufficient transport capacity. The islands within the cluster were densely packed like dumplings, and the resource points were astonishingly abundant. Although the floating carts had been put into use, their numbers were still insufficient. Especially when working on multiple islands simultaneously, it often led to an awkward situation where materials piled up in the front lines while the rear could not keep up with the transport. The purpose of making these 20 floating devices was to improve the transport efficiency of the resource. The floating carts moved back and forth in an orderly manner on the wooden bridge. Ordinary skeleton soldiers stood guard at the bridgehead. Winged monkeys busily transported various materials overhead, while corpse-like flying tigers occasionally swooped down from higher clouds. With supplies continuously being transported back and no urgent matters at hand, Feng Xiu once again dove back into his little wooden house, entering a state of research. On the table lay a few floating stones, some selected bone materials, a charred vine, and numerous monster material parts dismantled in previous battles. What he was focusing on this time was not a new type of soldier. Instead, it was an essential tool for aerial combat, floating equipment. More specifically, a floating board capable of carrying a small squad of undead soldiers. The concept was simple. Using floating stones as the core power source, a framework built from sturdy beast bones on the outside, and then enchanted and reinforced with undead materials, ultimately creating a floating vehicle that could continuously hover, bear weight, and be uniformly dispatched by the main island. This would allow Feng Xiu to have the capability to deliver troops from a distance. He had already designed this item to a near-complete state. It did not require high speed, but must be sufficiently stable. It did not need great agility, but should be easy to manufacture in large quantities. This way, in the future, when encountering islands where direct docking with the empty island was inconvenient, or when monsters occupied the opposite shores of Fault Island's troops could be dropped from the sky. A squad of black warriors and skeleton cannon fodder could stand on the floating boards, fly over, and directly engage in forced landing operations. Furthermore, if the number of these floating boards was sufficient, large-scale war support could even be achieved. Thinking of this, Feng Xiu casually made 2 more marks on the design sketch, emphasizing the load-bearing structure and the fixed grip parts on the edges with charcoal. As evening approached, the main island was still bustling with activity. Feng Xiu was still modifying details on the blueprints, and suddenly a familiar faint green glimmer floated in through the tightly shut door of the wooden house. The ghost had returned. However, its appearance upon return was completely different from when it had left. The edges of its whole body were clearly more dispersed, as if severely sanded down, and the 2 points of green light in its eye sockets were less stable than before, flickering. Unlike before, when it had immediately floated to Feng Xiu to show off its accomplishments, it hurriedly dove into the soul bottle Feng Xiu had provided. After a few seconds, it cautiously poked half of its body out from the bottle's mouth, hovering in midair, motionless like a frightened child. Feng Xiu looked up at it, and immediately ceased his actions. To make a ghost a being that ignored physical attacks behave this way indicated that it had encountered something far from ordinary. Feng Xiu extended his finger and gently tapped on the table, signaling it to relay what it had seen. The next moment, the green light on the ghost flickered violently. A fragmented stream of soul thoughts entered Feng Xiu's mind. It was not a complete image, but a series of rapidly flashing fragments. A dense, previously unseen archipelago. In the center of a massive island, an ancient stone pillar lay broken. Below the pillar, a barren charred ground. There was also a void that appeared to have nothing. However, large clusters of lingering souls gathered around, as if guarding something. Most critically, it was that final moment. When the ghost attempted to approach the area filled with a large number of lingering souls, it felt as though something invisible was staring at it intensely. There was no sound, no entity, only a sense of suppression emanating from the soul level. In that instant, the ghost felt as if it had been doused with a bucket of strong acid and had no choice but to turn and flee. Yet even so, it still suffered some unknown harm. Sitting in his chair, Feng Xiu processed the fragmented images, tapping on the table with a bit more force. Indeed, within this seemingly bountiful resource archipelago, there were still deeper things that had yet to be. Resources were transported back from the external islands in batches. It didn't take long to gather enough materials required for upgrading to level 9. The preview effect of level 9, much like the previous level 5 effect, was an increase in the speed of the floating island. More importantly, Feng Xiu could clearly sense that level 9 was merely a transition. Level 10 would likely mark a true qualitative change. According to the current rate of area growth, once the floating island reached level 10, the main island's area would directly surpass the 1 hectare mark, expanding to 1,280 square meters. A more spacious workshop for the undead. A gigantic square capable of accommodating tens of thousands of undead without affecting the operation of other areas. There could even be a large open space set aside for potential larger undead constructs or floating equipment, serving as a dedicated testing ground. Feng Xiu stared at the still glowing Lord's Keystone, already mentally reserving space for new buildings post-level 10. That's just how people are. Once the territory is large enough, there will be a desire to construct even more. This is especially true for island masters. During the wait for the floating island's upgrade to complete, Feng Xiu found a moment of leisure to sit and rest. He casually opened the chat channel. The channel was as chaotic and noisy as ever. Requests to buy sob stories coordinate testing, sarcastic remarks, cries for help. Various streams of information scrolled by rapidly. After all, everyone had been traversing for a few days, and the communication stones were no longer a scarce resource. Feng Xiu had little interest in participating in such ineffective social interactions. His fingers brushed across the screen, sending a concise message in the channel. Undead manufacturer, collecting various materials, collecting various blueprints. This wasn't his first time posting a purchasing message. Such shouting rarely yielded results akin to shooting an arrow whether or not it hit. If he truly received something good, it would be a windfall. If not, it wouldn't be a loss either. As it turned out this time, there was indeed an unexpected gain. A private message popped up. A seller proactively approached him holding a blueprint for a large floating island sale. This blueprint by itself wasn't particularly impressive. The large floating island sail itself bore no special rules, it was merely a conventional navigation module. Installed on an ordinary floating island, it would only slightly enhance sailing speed and wind efficiency. For most island masters it was a nice-to-have, but not essential. However, the issue was that Feng Xiu had a favorable wind sail. The most outrageous aspect of the favorable wind sail was not how much it increased the speed of the floating island. Rather, it was its rule feature of always favorable wind, which was simply unreasonable. As long as this rule held, the more sails stacked on the island, the larger its area, the benefits of the favorable wind sail would be magnified exponentially. Upon realizing this, Feng Xiu immediately became serious. He exchanged a few simple words with the seller and quickly settled on a final transaction price. 5 skeleton laborers plus an iron axe and an iron pickaxe. This price wasn't low, but it was definitely worth it for him. The transaction was complete. Once the blueprint was in hand, Feng Xiu chose to study it immediately. The Lord's Keystone soon lit up with available crafting prompts. He glanced at the high material consumption without batting an eye, planning to produce 5 of them in one go. The manufacturing cost of the large floating island sail was not low, requiring a significant amount of wood and fabric. Especially fabric, which at this stage still needed to be purchased at a high price from the trading post, making it a scarce resource. For any normal island master, before making this item, they would probably hesitate for a long time. But Feng Xiu, now backed by an entire resource island, obtained materials at a frightening speed and didn't care about this level of consumption. 5 brand new models of the large floating island sail quickly appeared in Feng Xiu's hands. He didn't hesitate, directly calling over a few skeleton laborers to begin the installation. The 2 new large sails were prioritized to be inserted next to the favorable wind sail. The other 3 were arranged according to the island's force direction and edge positions, ensuring no waste of any of the power from the always favorable wind. Once all the sail positions were secured, Feng Xiu had the skeleton soldiers untie the temporary ropes binding the main island and the corpse oil island. It was time to test the current sailing speed of the main island. His palm pressed against the Lord's Keystone, and the main island's direction gently shifted, beginning to circle in place along a predetermined course. In just a few seconds, the effect was evident. It was fast. The speed had significantly increased. The clouds at the island's edge were dragged into long white ribbons by the rapidly moving island. During turns, the island's trailing trajectory became smoother and more fluid. Even the sense of forward momentum when the entire floating island surged forward became more intense. Standing beside the Lord's Keystone, Feng Xiu silently estimated. After installing these sails, the increase was at least over 30%. In the future, whether it was seizing resource points, quickly switching areas, or maneuvering in battle for close island tactics or retreats, he would possess an unparalleled advantage. Moreover, when towing the secondary island for long-distance migrations, this set of sails could also provide stronger pulling power. This transaction could be described as a significant profit for him. Returning to the small house, he took out the strange vine he had removed from the flying tiger, which still retained. In fact, after entering the fog wall, there had been winged monkeys searching near the site where the flying tiger was attacked, but they found no trace of that mysterious creature, only picking up some charred items on a nearby island. With its vine-like appearance, ability to fly, robust vitality, and fire-based powers, these elements combined only heightened Feng Xiu's interest in that unknown creature. He used a bone knife to cut off a small piece of the vine structure, placing it on a wooden board to conduct more detailed research. On the table, the dark red vine that had been repeatedly manipulated could no longer yield any more secrets. Slicing, baking, cooling, soaking. Even having the skeleton soldiers roast it with varying intensities of soul fire. In the end, Feng Xiu confirmed just one thing. The fine pores inside this material would frantically transmit heat to the other end when heated. The heat transfer efficiency is quite high, but that's all there is to it. Currently, its most stable use is as a premium thermal conductor. This result did not satisfy him. It was almost an answer laid bare before him. A flying creature that breathes fire and can unleash heat waves as an attack, having such a highly efficient thermal structure, is only to be expected. After a day's work, it felt like he had merely confirmed an obvious fact through a series of experiments. It was akin to stating a correct but pointless remark. Feng Xiu tossed the vine into the materials box and chose not to delve further. Perhaps there wasn't enough material. He would wait until he could catch a live one. At that moment, Virum, the entire floating island trembled violently with the ground beneath emitting a dull rumble. The glow of the upgraded Lord Stone spread like a tide. Level 9 completed. Feng Xiu stood before the stone. His first reaction was not to check how much territory had expanded, but to directly open the upgrade preview for level 10. He had long sensed that level 9 was merely a transition. Upon looking, the materials required for the upgrade had indeed changed. Current floating island level 9. To upgrade to level 10 requires floating stone 1280 soil 25600, wood 12800. Cloud soil core 10 black iron level water source crystal 1. The basic materials continued to double, which was within expectations. What really caught Feng Xiu's attention were the two new requirements. The first type cloud soil core 10 pieces. The second type black iron level water source crystal. He had none of these items on hand. However, the method to obtain the cloud soil core was not a secret. Through the chatting channels over the past 2 days, it was clear that the frequency of encounters with floating islands outside was increasing. The day before yesterday, someone in the chat channel had mentioned that breaking someone else's Lord Stone could yield cloud soil cores from the wreckage, with the number obtained directly linked to the level of the opponent's floating island. At that time, most people regarded this information as mere casual chatter or as proof of the growing audacity of floating thieves. But now it had become a hard ticket to level 10. This meant that starting from level 10, conflicts between floating islands would be actively amplified by the rules of the Shattered Cloud Realm. The locals still did not know the true purpose of the cloud soil core. But as soon as someone reached this stage, the price of this material would soar. Since he was already aware of this situation, he had to start collecting some. Feng Xiu was not lacking in resources now. Floating stone's basic materials, low-level undead maintenance packages were piled high on his floating island. Especially the skeleton soldiers, although they had just become available yesterday, they quickly turned into a hot-selling item. He pondered for a moment and directly opened the trading hall. New exchange option: Cloud Soil Core 1. One Cloud Soil Core can be exchanged for one skeleton soldier. After all, he was already considered a big shot, and many people were watching the various items he sold. The newly added exchange option was immediately noticed and spread through the chat channel. Within minutes, the back-end chimed with the first trading notification. Soon after, there was a second, third. Most people still had no idea about the true use of the Cloud Soil Core. Although some guessed it might be useful later, wasn't it useless for now? But the combat power of the skeleton soldiers, in the eyes of many, this was like exchanging something whose purpose was unknown for a combat unit that could help them stabilize their development. What a steal. After dealing with the Cloud Soil Core, Feng Xiu shifted his focus to the second new material, Black Iron Level Water Source Crystal. He had truly never seen this item or even heard of it. He had not encountered it in fishing opening boxes, battling monsters, or searching islands. However, its effects were likely related to the new features to be unlocked at level 10. Upgrade preview: when the floating island reaches level 10, it unlocks the basic water storage area, allowing for the formation of the most basic water cycle. However, although he had never seen this material, Feng Xiu was not worried at all, because on his Lord Stone he had already loaded a higher tier item. Bronze level Core Small Reverse Cloud Rain Gray Rain 1. The conditions for the water source crystal had quietly changed. Requirement met, replaced by higher tier item. This time the greatest difficulty in reaching level 10 was directly halved. Now, as long as he gathered enough basic materials, he could directly advance to level 10. He casually opened the new black iron chest brought back by the winged monkey. Obtained Healing Potion 3, obtained Floating Stone 10. Floating stones are certainly valuable the more. As for those 3 healing potions, Feng Xiu glanced at their effects and was left speechless. In someone else's hands, these might be life-saving treasures at critical moments. In his hands, they were equivalent to a useless item. They were even less useful than a chicken rib, as chicken ribs could be boiled into soup. The combat units on both the main island and the secondary islands were basically all undead. If he were to pour it into the mouth of the Black Knight, there was a good chance it would cause some of the hard-earned flesh to fall off. The final resting place for these 3 potions would likely only be with the injured winged monkeys and those 2 timid gnomes. They were not completely useless. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps and the sound of wood clashing echoed from the outskirts of the island. It was the undead forces returning to the island in large numbers. They were not encountering any danger. The dangers in this outer region had long been cleared out. They were now busy transporting things. After all, they couldn't assign a floating cart to every undead. Or wood soil, as well as various scattered boxes and monster corpses, were continuously sent back to the main island by the skeleton cannon fodder, according to established procedures, then redistributed to the warehouse area and the corpse oil island. With the current efficiency akin to locusts crossing the land by tomorrow noon at the latest, these dozens of floating islands would be cleaned out completely. Once this area is thoroughly cleaned out, Feng Xiu did not plan to let the main island linger on the edge of the fog wall any longer. It was necessary to move deeper into the resource islands to a more central location. There the resources were richer, and it was more likely to encounter valuable creatures. Of course, it was also possible to encounter those abnormal areas that even the ghost had felt fear towards. Level 10 is not far off. The real troubles and greater opportunities are also not far away. Another day has passed. The small islands surrounding the main island have been thoroughly stripped bare. As far as the eye can see, only a desolate wasteland of island remnants and pockmarked foundations remains. Wooden bridges were constructed one after another, only to be diligently dismantled by the skeletal laborers. The warehouse was once again stuffed to the brink of bursting, filled with various basic materials. The materials required for upgrading to level 10 have finally been gathered. Sky Island level 9. Materials required for upgrading to level 10 have been met. Do you wish to upgrade? Yes. Buzz. The cornerstone radiated a brilliant light. A wave of energy more substantial than any previous upgrade slowly surged from the depths of the cornerstone, instantly spreading across the entire main island. While the upgrade countdown was still running, Feng Xiu did not remain idle. This peripheral resource cluster had already been thoroughly exhausted by him. Staying any longer would be a waste of time. Before adjusting the position of the main island, Feng Xiu first called for the jailer. Go and tally the number of cannon fodder skeletons for me. Now, looking around, the cannon fodder skeletons on both the main and secondary islands had gathered to a rather alarming density. Just in terms of scale, they should be nearing 1,000. But such matters cannot rely solely on estimation. After Feng Xiu issued his command, the jailer immediately took several auxiliary skeletons to conduct the count. Feng Xiu himself walked over to the Lord's cornerstone, placing his palm on the cool stone surface, beginning to adjust the heading of the main island. The massive body of the main island gradually turned, pulled by the strong currents of the favorable winds, and several newly added large sails dragging along the foul-smelling corpse oil island, inching deeper into the resource cluster. With the course adjustment complete, Feng Xiu turned and walked toward another patch of freshly cleared space. The final touches on the floating board should be completed. The first floating board has finally reached the last stage of production. This thing has undergone several structural adjustments from a mere sketch to a physical object. The design sketch was completed yesterday, but as the skeletons filled in the framework and floating stones, problems immediately emerged like bamboo shoots after rain. Some were unevenly stressed, flipping over as soon as they floated like a drunken man. Others were too heavy at the front, diving down like a wild boar as soon as they left the ground. After repeated adjustments, it was only then that the current ugly yet practical octagonal structure was finalized. It looked neither like a boat nor like a vehicle. Instead, it resembled a massive coffin covered in a bony framework. The interior of the board was hollowed out and tightly filled with floating stones. The exterior was reinforced with sturdy beast bones and black iron fittings, tightly locking the load-bearing frame. But ugly as it was, as long as it was usable, it was a good board. Get on. Feng Xiu summoned several skeleton soldiers again, directing them to stand on the board for testing. The floating board initially shook violently a couple of times. The edges of the board gently sank due to the added weight. The outer bone framework emitted creaking sounds as it tightened, but in the end it stabilized. It floated in midair, not high off the ground, yet it was indeed hovering. Squeak! A few winged monkeys flew over under the command of their king, screeching as they tightly grasped the 2 thick ropes left at the front of the floating board, beginning to drag it forward with all their might. Indeed, the power was that primitive. This floating board could only barely float. The speed and direction still relied on the most rudimentary force. There was no choice. There were no better materials available. Perhaps in the future, wings could be added to the floating board, or an engine could be installed at the back. But for now, this was already the best effort. Further modifications would be discussed later. The enormous floating board glided forward slowly under the joint dragging of the winged monkeys. After sliding a distance, it clumsily turned under the strained pulling of the winged monkeys, ultimately completing a full circle around the empty space. Of course, many issues were revealed during the process. For instance, if the turning was too sharp, the tail of the board would drift uncontrollably. If the positions of the skeletons standing on the board were unbalanced, the board would tilt slightly. Moreover, once the force from the winged monkeys loosened, the board would merely drift in place with the wind like a home. These shortcomings did not disappoint Feng Xiu. After all, it was merely the first-generation prototype hastily produced. After the test flight, Feng Xiu did not linger in the joy of finally completing it. His mind was already racing, calculating the true uses of this creation. The most immediate value of this board was that it significantly reduced transportation costs and the risks of short-distance deployment. In areas with complex terrain where wooden bridges were difficult to lay or where they could easily be disrupted by enemies from the opposite shore, it could be used to send a small team of black warriors ahead to establish a foothold. More importantly, it could extend Feng Xiu's exploration range into those peculiar places where the main island was not convenient to approach directly. Just like the two winged monkeys earlier tied with ropes, taking black warriors into the mist wall to explore. Now with the floating board, it would be even more convenient and efficient. Feng Xiu did not vocalize these thoughts. Instead, after the testing concluded, he instinctively began to record several key parameters. Maximum load: 8 fully armed black warriors, or 23 ordinary skeleton soldiers. Winged monkey drag consumption: 5 winged monkeys in a group stamina can sustain pulling for 20 minutes. Turning radius minimum 10 meters. Recording these details, the purpose was self-evident. He was already preparing for more troublesome and dangerous actions. The movement of the main island continued. Finally, after sailing with the Corpse Oil Island for nearly half an hour, a brand new resource-rich area appeared in the foreground. The main island gradually slowed down, completing docking with a small edge island of the new area. The undead on the island immediately began to act according to the well-rehearsed procedures: laying bridges, scouting routes, attacking, transporting. Everything appeared orderly and logical. Just then, in the distance, a shadow of an island with a slightly disjointed outline appeared vaguely. The edge of that island shadow seemed to reflect an extremely unnatural glimmer, flashing briefly. That reflection bore a faint resemblance to the broken ancient stone pillar seen in the fragmented soul fragments returned by the ghosts. Feng Xiu gazed in that direction, not immediately issuing orders to approach. But he silently left the freshly tested floating board in the most convenient position for mobilization at the edge of the island. He planned to wait until the black warriors had dealt with the dangers on these resource islands before sending a few black warriors on the floating board to check it out. This way, he could also gain a more intuitive understanding of the floating board's role in actual combat. After all, testing is testing and reality is reality. The massive undead army began to advance according to the established plan. However, this time the advance was not as smooth as before when they consumed the outer areas. Before long, a shadow rushed back from the front lines, landing heavily on the main island with a whistling sound. It was the corpseified flying tiger. A mental link with it also transmitted a more detailed battle report. The Black Iron Tier races on several nearby large islands under the death threat of the undead army did not choose to fight alone. They banded together. These creatures, which might have been slaughtering each other on a regular basis, actually joined forces at this moment to launch a fierce counterattack. Several large islands, each covering tens of thousands of square meters, were very close to each other. At this moment, the undead still held an absolute advantage on the ground battlefield. Large waves of skeleton cannon fodder surged forward like a gray-white tide, pouring in wave after wave from several bridges and the edges of the islands, charging forward fearlessly. Although the individual combat power of several Black Iron Tier races on the ground was stronger and varied in form, some resembling upright wild boars and others like giant lizards with 4 arms, they simply could not withstand the overwhelming number of undead. Once they died, their bodies could be dragged away by the skeleton soldiers behind for recovery, which was utterly unreasonable. The ground line of the Black Iron races was being continuously pushed back, and it seemed they would soon be completely submerged by the sea of undead. However, the real trouble came from above. Several types of flying units circled in the sky, completely ignoring the skirmishes with the ground skeleton cannon fodder. This group of flat-haired beasts clearly knew who could decide the outcome of this war. The Black Knight troops were firmly pinned down a few hundred meters away from the main battle zone. Their advance interrupted time and again. Several times they had just pushed their heavy shield formation forward by several dozen meters when a dense barrage of bone spikes came crashing down from above. Boom, boom. Bones shattered and flew, and the freshly stabilized formation was instantly forced back. Master Lao stood at the edge of a rocky high ground in the rear, the soul fire in his eyes flickering erratically due to the high-intensity spellcasting. The ghost fireballs were almost continuous, shooting out one after another towards the sky, attempting to disrupt the diving rhythm of those flying units. The skeletal shield was being thrown onto the Black Knights as if it cost nothing. His spellcasting had become nearly rigid, and the undead mana within him was being consumed at an astonishing rate. But he did not choose to retreat, firmly maintaining command at the front line, determined not to allow the formation to collapse directly. He understood very well what it would mean if this line broke. The Black Knights in front would be the first to have their defenses torn open by the flying units above, and then the Black Iron races on the ground who were being suppressed would seize the opportunity to counterattack. The greatest advantage of the Undead Sea was that they were not afraid of attrition, they were most afraid of the formation being broken. Once the formation was broken, bodies and materials would scatter everywhere, and the recovery troops would be unable to keep up, effectively sending back all the hard-earned battle losses undisturbed. Therefore, Master Lao must not fall here. Even if it means squeezing out the last bit of undead mana from my soul fire, I must first hold this section of the front line. On the battlefield, several frontline shields had been pierced, and the shoulder armor of 2 Black Knights was directly shattered in the dive, with several seams used for fixation on their chests bursting open. Yet they still held on to their broken shields, not retreating an inch, holding firm at the front. At the edge of the main island, Fang Xiu listened to all the information relayed back by the Flying Tiger, frowning deeply. It seemed he had indeed underestimated the intelligence of these local creatures on the central island. The pressure of death would instinctively lead intelligent beings to choose to join forces, which was not surprising. Strangely, they had banded together so quickly and fought with such order, not chaotic at all. This could only mean that the several races here were not completely isolated from each other, and there might even be some primitive means of communication. Unfortunately, now was not the time to delve into these matters. The front line was still suffering casualties, and the urgent task was to provide a wave of support first. Fang Xiu turned and returned to his small wooden house, reaching for a soul bottle from the shelf. He pulled out the cork and a cold breath spilled out. Time to get to work. As his words fell, a translucent soul body, glowing with a faint green light, floated out slowly from the bottle. It was the ghost he had just created yesterday. It had gone out to scout, received some damage, and had been resting in the soul bottle since returning. The moment it emerged, the edges of its soul body still carried a slightly unstable shadow. Fang Xiu did not waste time with it, directly pulling out another soul bottle containing residual souls from his pocket and uncorking it. Have a little snack first. Several fragments of broken souls, invisible to ordinary human eyes, were poured out of the bottle, like little fish attracted to something actively drifting towards the ghost. The ghost did not hesitate, opening its mouth to swallow those few small souls in one gulp. The green light on its body visibly stabilized. The ghost's spiritual attribute stood at 14 points, its spellcasting ability was not weak, and more importantly, it had no physical form. This meant that conventional physical attacks would have little effect on it. It was simply perfect for dealing with those black iron flat-haired beasts in the sky that clearly had no spellcasting means. Fang Xiu ordered it to go to the front lines, disrupt their rhythm, and prevent them from focusing on Master Lao and the Black Knights. The ghost's soul body swayed, indicating its understanding. Before setting off, Fang Xiu took out another soul bottle, filled with high-quality residual souls. He tossed the soul bottle to the ghost. On your way, take this to Master Lao. Fang Xiu planned to create a new type of undead, an idea he had been contemplating for several days. Now, Fang Xiu planned to create a new type of undead, an idea he had been contemplating for several days. Now all the necessary pre-made tools were ready, and he had gathered enough materials. Once the new undead was completed, he would accompany it to the battlefield personally. The only problem was that the process of creating it had an overwhelming odor and was too messy, so it could only be done on the Corpse Oil Island. Fang Xiu crossed the rope bridge between the two islands, heading straight towards the Corpse Oil Island, which emitted a mixed stench. He went straight to the edge of the corpse oil pit, instructing a skeleton soldier to carefully retrieve several bundles of soaked sutures from the upper layer of the pit. Then he directed another skeleton soldier to fish out a fellow that had already swollen and turned white from soaking. Immediately after, other skeleton soldiers began transporting materials to this location. Various corpses stored in the warehouse were dragged out one by one. Fresh flesh, half-rotten corpses, limbs of nameless beasts, remnants of magical creatures collected from previous battles. Several barrels of pre-prepared corpse poison, preservative agents, and corrosive agents were also pushed aside. Several large bags of specially collected stomachs, along with a large amount of spare meat, were piled up like garbage throughout the entire operation area. In summary, all sorts of materials that usually, when used, could be tossed in. After all, the most challenging aspect of this undead creature was that it required a vast amount of materials, as well as various tools for crafting undead. Fang Xiu personally directed the assembly of different biological limbs, piecing them together on the bloated corpse base according to their load-bearing capacity, biting strength, gripping effect, and swallowing function. As the last circle of sturdy sutures soaked in corpse oil was tightly bound into the swollen flesh, a core structure composed of a massive skeleton and multiple stomachs was thoroughly secured. That indescribable mass finally had a complete outline. Its chest and abdomen appeared particularly exaggerated, as if someone had stuffed half a slaughterhouse's leftovers into a gigantic leather bag. Perhaps it was a matter of differing aesthetics, but as Feng Xiu stood by and observed for a while, the more he looked at it, the more pleasing it became. The front line was still stalling for time with the newly dispatched ghost, and Master Lao, who had replenished his mana, struggling to hold on. But as long as this thing was completed, he would accompany it personally. With this thought in mind, Feng Xiu raised his hand and patted the war tool, which was still taking shape and reeking of blood and filth with satisfaction. The perspective shifts back to the front line. The battlefield has been forcibly torn into two layers. The ground is the realm of the undead. Waves of skeletons charge forward, utterly unconcerned about their casualties. No matter how strong the Black Iron race is, they cannot withstand such a cost-ignoring cannon fodder battle. As the front ranks of skeletons are reduced to a pile of shattered bones, the ones behind step over their fallen companions to reinforce the line. On the bridge slopes and rocky ridges, broken bones and disassembled shields are everywhere. The Black Iron race's defense line is being pushed back step by step by this gray-white tide, threatening to retreat to their own stronghold. However, the sky presents a different scene. The elite Black Warriors, personally led by the Master, are being severely suppressed by several Black Iron-level flying units. Both sides are caught in a strange balance. Neither can decisively eliminate the other, and the entire battlefield resembles a jammed gear, producing a grinding sound that is agonizing to hear. While commanding, the Master continuously reinforces the front ranks of Black Warriors with shields. Each time a withered bone shield rises, it feels as if a small piece is being forcibly torn from the soul fire in its eye sockets. Its magical power has long been depleted. It is now consuming soul fire. Once the soul fire extinguishes, it will be completely dead. No matter how exquisite the undead spells are, they cannot bring it back. Yet it still does not retreat. The corpse tiger has already returned to deliver the news. Now all it can do is wait. Wait for the Master's reinforcements to arrive before they completely collapse. The longer the battle drags on, the more advantageous it is for the undead. The premise is that it must survive this most arduous period. Before long, a faint green shadow drifts in from the horizon. There is almost no sound, like a wisp of ghost fire scattered by the wind. The specter has arrived. It floats closer from afar, locking onto the few Black Iron flying units swirling above. Not a single spellcaster in sight. The specter's soul body sways slightly. In that case, in the next moment, it flickers like a green flash of lightning, shooting straight into the sky. The flying creatures clearly notice this unexpected guest, and swiftly send one to pounce at the specter. Claws and beaks slice through the specter's body with a rush of wind. Then nothing happens. Only a negligible shadow disperses. Physical attacks have no effect on it. The specter retaliates with a chill of soul fire, accurately splattering it onto the creature's wings. The grotesque beast emits a sharp screech, immediately struggling to gain altitude, attempting to shake off the soul fire that clings to it like a maggot. The specter does not need to kill them. Its task is to create chaos. As long as they are in disarray, the Master will have a moment's respite. As it passes above the Master, the specter casually drops an object. A soul bottle. The Master raises its bony hand, and with a mage's grasp securely catches the soul bottle midair. With a flick of the lid, it does not even glance, directly pouring the stored remnants of souls into the soul fire in its eye sockets like pouring water. Sizzle. As the remnants of souls touch the soul fire, the once flickering flames surge like they have been splashed with a ladle of hot oil. The previously dim glow suddenly flares up, crackling loudly. Now it's invigorated. The spells in the Master's hand seem to have reconnected to a valve. Soul fire projectiles are hurled into the sky as if they cost nothing. The withered bone shields begin to cover the front line of Black Warriors en masse once more. The assistance from Feng Xiu is not a miracle, just a simple supply. But for the Master at this moment, it is the best stimulant. With the specter drawing attention in the air and the Master's spells suppressing the enemies, the battlefield situation quickly shifts from a stalemate to a more favorable one. Undead 6 against 4 on the opposing side. The Black Iron race on the ground is being pushed back steadily by the ocean of skeletons, while the elite Black Warriors take advantage of the decreased aerial pressure to push the line forward by several dozen meters. However, this advantage is not stable. The reason is simple: both the Spectre and the Master are spell units. Their advantage comes from the undead magical energy within them. Once this wave of replenished energy runs out, the battlefield will revert to the suffocating state of attrition it was in before. Thus, although the undead have gained the upper hand, they have not truly secured victory. The battle continues to drag on. The ground is littered with broken bones and carcasses, the remnants of the Black Iron race, the scattered parts of skeletal cannon fodder, fragments of armor shed by the Black Warriors, all mixed together forming thick layers. In yet another round of diving and ground fire bombardment, 2 Black Warriors' heads burst open, their soul fire extinguished. For Feng Xiu at this moment, the Black Warriors are not expendable enough to be casually thrown away as cannon fodder. Each loss represents tangible material and time costs. Therefore, the master does not engage recklessly, but continues to command the entire front line, striking and pulling back, while keeping the pressure firmly within manageable limits. Time drags on for over another hour. Several winged monkeys fly over from their home island, dragging several floating carts behind them. The carts are filled with standard crossbows and bundles of arrows. These were recently purchased at a high price by Feng Xiu from the trading post. They drop the items onto the ground, chirp a couple of times, and fly off, without looking back, clearly just a transfer. The master immediately reacts, pulling out 20 black warriors from the shield formation, commanding them to equip crossbows, while the rest continue to hold their shields. Black warriors are not professional archers, their shooting accuracy is concerning. However, they have shield formations for protection, absolute discipline, and the master's unified command. At the very least, they can force the aerial monsters to stop diving recklessly. Arrows rain down in success, not aiming to kill, but to drive away. As long as they can disrupt the enemy's movements, it will be easier for the Spectre to entangle them, and the master's soulfire projectiles will have a higher hit rate. This is the most rudimentary yet effective aerial firepower net that can be assembled under the current conditions. Having done this, the master casually picks up the soul bottle again, wanting to replenish a bit of fuel for its soulfire. However, when the bottle is turned upside down, it is empty. There is nothing left. It pauses for a moment, then decisively discards the empty bottle and continues to command the Black Warrior unit to tighten their defenses. Temporary supplies are ultimately just temporary. The situation on the battlefield tightens once again. This battlefield still lacks a powerful figure who can decisively turn the tide. At this moment, a massive black suddenly appears from the direction of their home island. At first, it is just a blurry shadow in the distance, but it approaches with incredible speed and steadiness. As the distance closes, all units on the front line, whether friend or foe, clearly see. It is a gigantic platform made of 4 floating boards bundled together, upon which sits a colossal creature. To pull it, the corpseified flying tiger is bound with heavy reins, and even a dozen winged monkeys are harnessed at the front, straining to drag the terrifying thing forward. The flying tiger and the winged monkey's movements are not graceful, even somewhat comical, but the mountain of flesh they are dragging instills a sense of dread in all living beings present. It is a stitched abomination. Its size resembles a small mountain stitched together with various biological limbs. Human, beast, and monster. Crude, twisted, but exceptionally sturdy. More than half of its body volume belongs to that terrifying stomach. Even the biggest gluttons are mere small stomachs compared to it. Its abdomen features a massive hollow cavity, the edge lined with a dense ring of biological teeth, within which coils an extremely long, slimy tongue. That cavity directly connects to its vast gastric chamber. Once grabbed, it can be directly consumed. Feng Xiu stands at the forefront of the floating boards, squinting his eyes in admiration of the powerful creation he has crafted. Species: stitched abomination, strength black, iron, level power 20, agility 6, constitution 20, spirit 8, evaluation. I possess both the values and the mechanisms. Can devour flesh and blood to enhance strength and constitution. Though it appears hideous in the eyes of ordinary people, to Feng Xiu it is exceedingly beautiful, unparalleled in its magnificence. That is the beauty of numerical values. The front line has dragged on for so long, finally awaiting this war tool. The floating boards continue to advance. The stitched abomination's mouth, filled with teeth, is already aimed at the battlefield below. P.S. The author has included an image of the stitched abomination in the author's note. The stitched abomination suddenly bowed, its massive body crashing down like a mountain of flesh pushed off a cliff, accompanied by a deafening howl as it slammed into the ground. A muffled thud resounded, causing the entire ground to tremble 3 times. Its landing was devoid of grace, even somewhat clumsy, but the oppressive aura it exuded was undeniably real. All creatures on the battlefield were involuntarily drawn to the descending mountain of flesh. In the next moment, the enormous mouth on the stitched abomination's belly, formed from countless teeth of various beasts, opened wide. A roar erupted that resembled no known creature. Hungry. It didn't even bother to distinguish friend from foe. The dozen or so arms of varying sizes stitched onto its body flailed wildly, grabbing the nearest black iron-grade 4-armed giant lizard, and without a glance shoved it straight into its gaping mouth. The giant lizard struggled desperately, its sharp claws leaving gashes on the abomination's flesh. However, it was futile. The seams on the abomination's surface tightened, its muscles writhing with wounds healing at a visible speed. In an instant, the giant lizard was snatched by the tongue inside the mouth, unable to let out even a scream before vanishing into the unfathomable depths of its stomach. Next, the abomination seized a nearby skeleton soldier that hadn't had time to dodge. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as it was crushed and devoured whole like a snack. Hungry, hungry, hungry. The monotonous hoarse sound of hunger became its only background music. It stepped forward with legs composed of various creatures' bones charging recklessly toward the densest. Alone it constituted an entire battle line. Fang Xiu stood on a floating platform, watching the chaos below, unable to suppress a grin. He felt that the evil laughter of the necromancer was about to burst from his lips. In the skies, several circling flying monstrosities were the first to recover from their shock. It seemed they realized that although this massive heap of rotten flesh was terrifying, it appeared to lack aerial capabilities. A few daring flying monstrosities exchanged glances, folded their wings, lowered their altitude, and prepared to launch a probing attack from above. Unfortunately, they ultimately underestimated the treachery of a necromantic creature. Just as 3 of the flying monstrosities dove within 10 meters of the abomination's head, a sudden development occurred. A tongue growing in a manner utterly unreasonable shot out from the abomination's massive mouth. The tongue was as swift as a ghost coated in a slippery, decaying liquid, tracing a bizarre arc in the air expertly, ensnaring the 3 black iron-grade flying monstrosities. They shrieked in terror, frantically flapping their wings, trying to escape. Yet their meager strength was feeble against the abomination, whose power had reached 20 points, akin to 3 moths ensnared in a spider's web. The tongue abruptly retracted. 3 writhing masses of flesh were yanked into the chasm-like maw. At that moment, an even more horrifying aura emanated from its body. The might of the bronze rank surged. This creation, just completed by Fang Xiu, had officially broken through the black iron rank and entered the bronze rank. The remaining flying monstrosities in the sky were terrified out of their wits, emitting a chorus of panicked shrieks, desperately ascending into the air, no longer daring to approach. But it was too late. The abomination, possessing both numerical and mechanical advantages, was far from limited to such means. Suddenly, its 2 most robust primary arms reached into its own bellious gaping maw, like reaching into a pocket, mixing for a moment, before pulling out 2 globs of sticky corrosive liquid exuding sour fumes, and flung them upward with great force. Puff! Puff! The accuracy of this acidic liquid was indeed commendable, most of it missing its target. But it was relentless in its high frequency. The abomination's numerous arms took turns extracting and flinging, seemingly tireless. Before long, an unfortunate flying monstrosity was struck midair, its wings corroded to a large hole, shrieking as it spun around, plummeting into the endless sea of clouds below. Sigh. Fang Xiu, standing on the floating platform, couldn't help but exhale. Those were precious black iron-grade materials. Falling into the sea of clouds was akin to waste. This prodigal creature, though he lamented verbally, he showed no signs of wanting the abomination to stop. As the aerial threat was temporarily lifted, the Black Knight Regiment on the ground finally freed their hands, abandoning their shield formation, seizing bows and crossbows, and began to conduct suppressive fire under the command of the necromancer. Fang Xiu's gaze swept across the battlefield, noticing the necromancer, whose soul fire had dimmed significantly. He raised his hand. A massive hand of the mage appeared out of thin air, lifting the necromancer from the ground, as if grabbing a chick directly, placing him onto the floating platform. Fang Xiu casually tossed another soul bottle over. Heal yourself. After doing all this, looking at the chaotic battlefield stirred up by the stitched abomination, he felt the necromantic energy within him stirring restlessly. In such a one-sided, crushing situation, how could he not take the opportunity to unleash havoc? He untied the reins binding the floating platform to the flying tiger, then leapt onto its back with a grand jump. Let's go, time to play. The flying tiger let out a low growl, flapping its wings, carrying Fang Xiu into the battlefield. At this moment, his 18 points of mental attributes erupted without reservation. One by one, fireballs of ghostly flames, denser and more massive than those previously unleashed by the necromancer, burst forth like artillery shells, wildly bombarding the ground and sky. Fang Xiu had no intention of conserving magical power, unleashing a relentless barrage on the densely packed enemies. The entire battlefield was suddenly engulfed in an even thicker aura of death. His grin widened, unable to suppress a raucous laugh. However, despite the revelry, Fang Xiu still valued his life. He continually maneuvered the flying tiger, keeping his position within a safe range that the abomination's long tongue could reach in 2 seconds. The originally evenly matched tug-of war began to slowly draw to a close under this absolute suppression. The flying monstrosities in the sky had long lost their nerve, scattering like birds and beasts, fleeing into the distance without a backward glance. As for taking a few land companions with them, what a joke! Would he risk his life for these ground-dwelling lizards? He was a noble flying monstrosity, wherever he went he held sway. It was simply beneath him. Meanwhile, the black iron creatures on the ground completely crumbled before the unkillable mountain of flesh that could devour while fighting. They didn't even have a chance to escape, utterly overwhelmed, divided, and engulfed by the pursuing black knights and the sea of skeletons. Fang Xiu rode the flying tiger leisurely to the side of the still-feasting stitched abomination and kicked it. Stop eating. You're consuming more allies than enemies. The abomination scratched the spot where it was kicked. It felt as if it hadn't been kicked at all, neither pain nor itch. Nevertheless, it obediently ceased its feeding, turning its relatively small head compared to its body toward Fang Xiu, its large mouth aimed at him, emitting a sound of grievance and persistence. Hungry. Hungry. Fang Xiu directly ignored its display, concentrating on his thoughts as he opened its attribute panel once more. Race Stitched Abomination Strength Bronze Rank Power 2023 Agility 67 Constitution 2025 Mental 8 Evaluation I possess both numbers and mechanisms. Able to devour flesh and blood, enhancing power and constitution. The gains from this battle were quite commendable. Fang Xiu nodded in satisfaction, then muttered if such gains could be achieved without consuming allies, that would be even better. The abomination seemed to have heard Fang Xiu's complaints, flicking its sticky tongue. Allies. Not large, they dissolve upon entry. The clamor of war faded away, leaving a chaotic battlefield scattered with spoils waiting to be collected. Yet the task of cleaning the battlefield was naturally left to the professional skeletons. He rode the flying tiger back ahead of time, leaving behind the newly replenished Mage the Black Knight troops and the tireless skeletons. The abomination became the largest logistical challenge at the moment. In this battle it indeed gained a as the mage directed the skeleton soldiers, they exerted tremendous effort to move the abomination, which resembled a pile of rotten meat, onto 4 floating boards pieced together. The assembled floating boards creaked under the heavy burden. Without the flying tiger as the main engine, a dozen flying monkeys desperately pulled the reins, straining to fly forward. The scene resembled dragging a mountain of rotten flesh through the air, exuding a bizarre, yet comical. Upon returning to the main island, Fang Xiu did not rush to review tactics or pop champagne like other. He leisurely walked into his small wooden cabin, poured himself a cup of tea brewed with murky water, and settled down to slowly replenish his magical energy. Sipping a mouthful of mildly sweet tea, he pondered the immense profits. Murky water was a black iron-grade item dropped by the Gray Rain people a few days ago, capable of directly summoning Gray Rain and enhancing physical condition when consumed, though the stock was nearly depleted. Fortunately, while crafting the abomination, he discovered that the water produced by small reverse cloud rain Gray Rain, though less effective than murky water, was still better than nothing and notably cheap in quantity. As a conscientious merchant, Fang Xiu immediately listed this water in the trading hall. Upon discovering its price, the trading hall determined that this item could stack with the already listed undead maintenance package, eliminating the need for repeated listings, which was quite convenient. This wonderful substance, which could be used for irrigation consumption and enhancing physical condition, was sold for just 5 floating stones per 100 liters of Gray Rain. It was practically charity. Just thinking about how he missed out on a few days of earnings by not listing it in time made his heart ache. Thanks to his reputation as a necromancer, this water sold rapidly. After all, 100 liters was enough for an ordinary island master to enjoy as drinking water for quite a while. As for the cost, Fang Xiu thought for a moment. With the increase in the island's area, the energy consumption of the Gray Rain core rose from 20 to 32 points per hour. 1 floating stone provided 100 points of energy, sufficient for 3 hours of rain from the core, and an hour's worth of rainfall could easily fill 200 barrels. The profits were so high that he couldn't even be bothered to calculate them. In fact, the cost of the barrel was much higher than the water itself. Fang Xiu opened the warehouse and glanced at the stock of floating stones. Floating stones 2434 Psi. Fang Xiu raised his teacup and took a gentle sip. I often feel out of place with the others in the chat channel due to my excessive wealth. Moreover, with the progress bar for upgrading the floating island to level 10 almost full, his mood improved even more. Fang Xiu savored another sip of tea and began to contemplate more concrete matters. The Black Knights suffered losses of 9 units that needed repair and replenishment. The skeleton cannon fodder lost over 300, but their scraps could be collected to feed the abomination. The growth yield of the abomination was exceedingly high. Although it consumed a lot, it certainly justified its appetite. While he drank tea and calculated his profits, the cleanup operations on the front line progressed in an orderly manner. Trucks of supplies were transported back from the battlefield by the skeletons. Bodies of flying monsters, remains of the black iron race, intact bones, removable shells, usable stomachs, and several sparkling treasure chests. As the front line advanced deeper, new discoveries quickly emerged from the mage's side. The visual style of several core islands was distinctly different from the resource islands on the outskirts. For instance, beneath a charred ground lay numerous bone fragments fused by high temperatures, as if something had exploded here. Additionally, on one of the islands, some fractured stones embedded in the rock layers had smooth breaks completely unlike natural formations. There were even areas where, despite the absence of living beings, ordinary skeletons experienced brief outbursts of chaos and flickering in their eye sockets when approaching. Just then a heavy flapping sound accompanied by the screeches of the flying monkeys echoed. That mountain of meat had finally been dragged back to the main island, almost simultaneously as the abomination landed. Buzz! The Lord's cornerstone emitted a soft chime, and the glow of the upgrade fully dispersed. The floating island had also completed its level 10 upgrade. Its area surpassed the 1 hectare mark, exceeding 10,000 square meters. As for the new water cycle feature granted by level 10 to other floating island masters, for Fangxiu, this function had long been perfectly replaced by the Gray Rain core, even yielding better results. Thus, this upgrade, besides the significant area increase, did not add any new features. At that moment, 3 mechanical system voices resonated in his mind, unexpectedly breaking through the cloud realm for the first time, echoing in the entire world's chat channel. Congratulations to the Island Master Fangxiu for becoming the first official Island Master to upgrade the floating island to level 10. Congratulations to the Island Master Fangxiu for becoming the first official Island Master to upgrade the floating island to level 10. Congratulations to the Island Master Fangxiu for becoming the first official Island Master to upgrade the floating island to level 10. Fangxiu was momentarily taken aback before becoming excited. Could there be a reward? Unfortunately, after the announcement rang out 3 times, nothing else occurred. That was it. It was merely a notification. Fangxiu waited for a long time, but received nothing. No reward. What the heck? Damn it, this useless system ruined my good mood. However, looking at the newly emerged thousands of square meters of land beneath his feet, his mood improved once again. That's just how he was. Bad moods came quickly and left just as fast. The new land could not be wasted. Fangxiu walked over to the Lord's cornerstone, directly found the basic planting slot in the crafting list, and crafted hundreds of them in one go. With a wave of his hand, he tossed these palm-sized planting slot models into the planned agricultural area. Immediately afterward, he commanded some of the returning skeletons to begin planting the various crop seeds they had recently scavenged. There was no need to conserve the Gray Rain either. He let the Gray Rain core unleash its full power. He was now a wealthy man, completely unconcerned about the minor consumption. After completing these tasks, Fangxiu added some basic fishing platforms and a large number of wooden railings surrounding the barren edges of the expanded island once more. Fangxiu stood beside the Lord's cornerstone, watching a group of skeletal laborers laboriously carry several large wooden barrels filled with rainwater into the warehouse. A sudden thought emerged. The level 10 unlocked basic water storage area seems to have its uses. For other island lords, this thing is used for storing water. But for him, this item can be transformed into a dedicated soaking pool for the undead. For example, that meat mountain had devoured a massive amount of flesh and blood during the recent battle, its strength reaching 23 points, while its constitution soared to 25 points. Its size had also increased significantly since it first emerged. The 4 floating platforms could no longer stably support its weight, swaying precariously. Leaving it on the main island would take up space and constantly reach out with its greedy hands, while the skeletal soldiers transported materials, attempting to snatch passing corpses and even the skeletons responsible for moving them. Fangxiu immediately decided to shove the abomination directly into the water storage area, filling it with Gray Rain for soaking. The Gray Rain can slowly improve its constitution, and the abomination does not need to breathe. Soaking it would not only limit its gluttony, but also conveniently facilitate daily repairs and enhancements, achieving 2 goals with 1 action. Following this line of thought, the Black Warrior could also be utilized. However, Fangxiu abandoned this idea after only a second of contemplation. No, the abomination already possesses traits similar to that of a giant, so soaking it wouldn't be a problem. But the structure of the Black Warrior is closer to that of a dried corpse. Prolonged soaking would cause its flesh to swell and the stitches to loosen. In the end, it could very well transform from 100 elite Black Warriors into 100 bloated giants. That would be a huge loss. However, although direct soaking isn't possible, that doesn't mean it can't be used. Perhaps the distillation method could be employed to extract the essence that enhances attributes. Then it could be made into a strengthening liquid suitable for undead bones and dried corpse tissues. Fangxiu crafted several models of the basic water storage area, cradling them in his palms. He then opened the upgrade panel to see what could be unlocked at level 11. Current sky, island level 10. Area 12800 square meters. Required for upgrading to level 11 floating stones, 2560 soil, 5100, wood 25600. Black iron level cloud soil, core 1. The consumption of basic materials from the newly conquered large islands was still within manageable limits. As for the black iron level cloud soil core, it seemed somewhat familiar. Did I just see the crafting method somewhere? Fangxiu clicked on the crafting section, confirming that he hadn't made a mistake. Black iron level cloud soil core consumes cloud soil core 10A Energy 1000, can craft black iron level cloud soil core 1. The crafting difficulty isn't too high. Upon opening the description, Feng Xiu understood that this black iron level cloud soil core could only be synthesized here or obtained from the drops of level 10 or higher Lord Cornerstones. Feng Xiu didn't believe anyone could keep up with his pace of upgrading the Sky Island. After all, the system voice just mentioned that he was the first to elevate the Sky Island to level 10. It seems that the cloud soil cores he would need in the future can only be synthesized in the crafting section, but that also requires a large number of ordinary cloud soil cores. Indeed, he would need to encourage the locals to die a bit more, allowing for more circulation of cloud soil cores in the market. Feng Xiu opened the trading hall, making no noise, merely adjusting his listings. He continued to use skeletal soldiers, gray rain, and maintenance materials to purchase all the ordinary cloud soil cores available in the market. He did not raise the prices significantly to avoid drawing attention. He was simply exploiting an information gap. Feng Xiu's gaze swept through the chat channel, observing the locals who were still shocked by the announcement of the first level 10 boss. Since he used the alias of an undead manufacturer in the chat channel, these people had no idea that he was actually that level 10 boss all along. Among these people, those capable would quickly level up and watch him from a distance as he forged ahead. As for those incapable, it was much simpler. They just needed to turn their Lord Cornerstone into cloud soil cores, contributing to building a better fragmented cloud realm. As long as his corpse trades remained active in the trading hall for a day, the locals would always have a reason to fight. Closing the trading hall, Feng Xiu returned the interface to the upgrade section. Upgrade preview. After the Sky Island is upgraded to level 11, it will acquire a blank arrow tower blueprint. During the first crafting, different materials can be invested to generate a unique arrow tower blueprint. It's not a fixed building blueprint. Investing bone materials and soul materials will likely generate a necromancer-style arrow tower. Using the bones and tendons of flying magical creatures may enhance its range and penetration. If he adds that thermally conductive vine muscle he obtained earlier, he might even get a special tower type capable of launching high-temperature projectiles. This is an opportunity to choose a developmental path. If the wrong materials are chosen, he may only be able to craft arrow towers he doesn't want in the future, and by the time he regrets it, it would be too late. Feng Xiu silently noted this matter. Currently, the basic materials weren't ready, allowing him to think it over. Once he has a dedicated arrow tower, it will completely compensate for the main island's shortcomings in aerial defense. Even if he leaves, this island would possess stable, autonomous defense capabilities. Turning off the upgrade panel, Feng Xiu weighed the water storage area model in his hand, beginning to search for a suitable construction site on the island. Ultimately, the location was designated at the rear right of the main island. This place is far from the warehouse planting area and fishing platform close to the edge of the island. Several water storage areas were placed one after another, but not all were left for the abomination. One was designated as a resting soaking pool for the abomination. Another was reserved for subsequent gray rain experiments. The rest served as regular water source reserves. The skeletal laborers immediately moved forward laboriously, bringing a large number of stones, constructing a slope around the soaking pool that could bear the weight of the abomination. Ordinary wooden ladders would be crushed into pieces under the weight of that meat mountain, so the sturdiest stones had to be stacked high in layers. Get in. Feng Xiu ordered the abomination, which was still harassing the transport team. The abomination sluggishly shifted its body, stepping along the stone slope into the pool's bottom. Gray rain was poured in bucket after bucket, rapidly raising the water level until it slowly submerged the massive mouth located at the abomination's abdomen. At first, it restlessly extended its arms, trying to scratch at the nearby skeletons. Feng Xiu simply allowed people to dump some more fragmented flesh and blood recovered from the battlefield directly into the pool. Upon smelling the scent of blood, the abomination finally settled down, sinking to the bottom and no longer fidgeting. A massive wooden cover was pushed into place over the pool by dozens of skeletons, sealing it tightly. On the cover, only a few inspection ports and an exhaust pipe facing outward from the island remained. Feng Xiu could never accept transforming his main island into a second fetid corpse oil island. After all, the smell is significant and needs no further explanation. Feng Xiu noted the start time of the soaking, planning to check the abomination's stitches, stomach, and flesh condition every 6 hours. The abomination can indeed soak, but that doesn't mean all the materials that compose it can withstand the erosion of gray rain over the long term. The jailer and the Black Warrior squad returned, as well as there was no longer any danger on these islands. The transport work could be entirely entrusted to the lowest level cannon fodder. However, repairing them wasn't too troublesome. Coupled with the already prefabricated human corpses in the warehouse, it was enough to expand the Black Warrior squad to over 100. But after considering it, Fang Xiu decided to put the Black Warriors on hold for a while. His gaze settled on the jailer. The jailer had overdrawn its soul fire multiple times on the front lines. Even though it had later replenished its residual soul, its mental state remained quite unstable. The soul fire in its eye sockets appeared to have returned to normal, but internally subtle fractures had emerged. If it continued to perform high-intensity spellcasting, it could very likely cause permanent damage to the soul. Fang Xiu instructed the injured Black Warriors to be transported to the repair area by the skeletons, while he personally took the jailer to a spacious location. Black Warriors can be remade if damaged. But the jailer holds a status in Fang Xiu's heart that those Black Warriors cannot compare to. Since the jailer's strength was beginning to lag behind, it was time for a good upgrade and enhancement. I am a distinguished necromancer and the master of an island. As everyone knows, my word is my bond. I once promised that when the materials are sufficient, I would transform you into a high-ranking skeletal mage in grand style. Fang Xiu gently laid the captive master down on the wooden board. His limbs were secured to prevent any unconscious struggles during the transformation process. The soul fire in the captive master's eye sockets burned quietly. He was fully aware and agreed to this comprehensive overhaul. Fang Xiu wasted no time and picked up a bone saw starting directly from the most severely damaged area, rib, spine, and leg bones. These parts, having endured the most impact in battle, were disassembled one by one and thrown into a nearby waste bin. In their place, new black iron-grade biological materials were prepared. The shape of the alien bones was completely different from human bones, attempting to replace them directly with holding the cutting tool. Fang Xiu cut and drilled the new materials according to the load-bearing direction, meticulously smoothing each joint contact surface. Bone nails were hammered in, and the specially treated sutures threaded between the bones emitted a grating, crunching sound. For this enhancement, Fang Xiu had no intention of boosting the captive master's strength and agility. As a distinguished casting unit, it was sufficient to ensure the body remained intact before the soul fire was exhausted. Thus, Fang Xiu retained the captive master's skull and a small portion of the original spine. The bones that had long housed the soul fire had formed a stable connection with the soul. Replacing them all might lead to an inexplicable decline in spiritual attributes. Upon completion of the transformation, the captive master's physical attributes predictably surpassed the 10-point threshold, officially reaching the standards of a black iron-grade undead. Both strength and agility had only slight fluctuations and would not affect the captive master's combat power in the slightest. Fang Xiu was quite satisfied with this and reached into the captive master's cranial cavity, with necromantic energy enveloping his hands, carefully extracting the flickering soul fire. The moment the soul fire left the skull, there was a brief sensation of tugging. Several strands of soul threads thinner than spider silk remained attached inside the old skull. Fang Xiu did not brutally yank them off, but instead focused using his mental power to peel the soul threads off the bone wall, like peeling an onion. This process consumed even more mental effort than the transformation of the skeleton itself. Ultimately, the soul fire was safely placed into a specially crafted soul vial. Fang Xiu then tossed several newly refined soul pearls into the vial. Only one of them contained the complete black iron-grade soul he had captured during a previous battle. The rest were made from ordinary remnant souls. Although Fang Xiu was currently affluent, creating these few soul pearls still caused him considerable pain. Even so, Fang Xiu estimated that he could only increase the captive master's spiritual attributes by 1 or 2 points. On an open space, he quickly sketched a small 3-layer magic array, using a mixture of bone powder and corpse oil. He whistled. Dozens of the lowest-strength cannon fodder skeletons staggered over from various corners of the island, then silently sat down in the outermost circle of the magic array, as instructed. Most of them were assembled from the remnants of broken bones recovered from the battlefield, their soul fires weak, like candle flames that could extinguish at any moment. Remaining in the core only allowed them to charge once. The magic array was activated by necromantic energy. In an instant, the soul fires in the eye sockets of all the cannon fodder skeletons were forcibly drawn out by the power of the array. Gray-white fire lines began to converge towards the central soul vial, following the patterns on the ground. One by one, the skeletons lost their support, their frames collapsing with a clatter, reverting to piles of useless bones. No one would be held responsible for the loss of cannon fodder. They lived to exhaust the enemy's strength. After they were damaged, their body parts would be used to repair their kind. Now, even their last soul fires would be used to enhance the command unit of the core. With the support of these cannon fodder and the magic array, they should be able to increase the captive master's spiritual attributes a little. This enhancement process would take more than 10 hours. Fang Xiu arranged for several black warriors to guard nearby. After finishing with the captive master, Fang Xiu turned and entered the repair area. The black warriors had already gathered and stood by here. Fang Xiu replaced their bones, stitched their flesh, and repaired their armor. Then he crafted new black warriors using the corpse materials that had been prepared in the warehouse. The speed of creating the new batch of black warriors far exceeded previous efforts. The variety of tools produced by the undead had increased significantly. There was no longer a shortage of corpse oil sutures, soul fire containers, and bone nails. The newly created black warriors had their strength attributes stabilized between 8 and 9 points, while the old batch of veterans fluctuated between 7 and 9 points. The overall quality had improved. Looking at this elite force, Feng Xiu felt a slight sense of nostalgia. All of you are my good fellow townsmen. You have helped me immensely. These fellow townsmen not only provided him with a lively chatting channel, precious cloud core resources, and immense trading demands, but also actively participated in the construction of the undead army. The Shattered Cloud Realm indeed tightened the connections between people. However, the mode of connection required the use of sutures. After equipping them, he had them group into teams of 10 corpses to practice against each other to slightly improve their combat skills. As for the equipment, where during training Feng Xiu didn't care, did he seem like someone who would mind such trivial loss. Watching their training, Feng Xiu recalled a critical issue exposed during that battle: insufficient aerial capability. Although he later provided these black warriors with crossbows, they were quite clumsy in using them. This couldn't be blamed on the black warriors. After all, crossbows are not like melee weapons that one can use simply by picking them up. Crossbows indeed require a certain level of skill. However, creating undead that could use crossbows was indeed troublesome. It was best if the soul had used crossbows in life, though only then could the skills be retained after being transformed into the undead. Yet such souls were difficult to collect. Of course, there was another method: the undead memory crystal. First, extract the memory fragments of practicing archery from an archer's soul. Then engrave this content into a special crystal, allowing ordinary souls to repeatedly absorb it. The undead archers produced this way may not become master marksmen, but at least they could perform standard shooting actions. As long as there were enough, they could form a real arrow curtain. However, that still required a highly skilled archer soul as a template. It also needed precious memory crystals. Feng Xiu even wondered if such memory crystals existed in this world. He certainly couldn't make them. After completing the training arrangements for the black warriors, Feng Xiu returned to the wooden house to tally the soul materials. Not realizing until now, he was shocked to find that several soul vials were nearly empty. Feng Xiu shook the empty soul vial in his hand and sighed lightly, wondering why they were so short-lived. Fortunately, he had already thought of a solution. The ghost had mentioned encountering a void where many lingering souls gathered, drifting without dispersing. In that case, once his strength was sufficient, in a few days he would go there to seize some. The training session concluded and Feng Xiu scanned the entire training ground, selecting the 15 strongest black warriors. Their strength, physique, and agility were all capped at the threshold of the unremarkable realm. In the recent spar, it successfully blocked attacks over 10 times, and even knew to retreat a half step before its shield shattered, allowing another black warrior to take its place. This made Feng Xiu take a few more glances. Not bad. He temporarily designated this black warrior as the team leader for this exploration. The 15 fully equipped black warriors were divided into 2 groups, standing on 2 floating platforms. They even brought sufficient repair tools for the undead, such as suturing threads. The floating platforms left the main island, being towed by the monkey group towards the direction of the Stone Pillar Island. Feng Xiu stood at the edge of the island for a moment, confirming that the floating platforms did not tip over before turning back to the wooden house. It was time to carefully select materials for the arrow towers. The 2 floating platforms, under the guidance of the monkey group, gradually approached the target island. The surface of the distant island was covered in large patches of charred black, starkly contrasting with the green and gray-brown of the surrounding resource islands. Once the floating platforms stabilized, the towing monkeys untied the ropes around their bodies, maintaining a safe distance from the dangerous charred island. They wouldn't run away, especially since each of them wore a golden hoop. After all, the method of making the golden hoop was not difficult. Feng Xiu had simply controlled each monkey. So they quietly waited at a safe distance while the black warriors reboarded the floating platforms. The black warrior leader was the first to step onto the charred land. In the next moment, the soul fire in its eye sockets swayed violently. It was an undead. It felt no pain. Yet on this charred land, it still sensed a burning sensation. The burning sensation did not come from its soles, but rather brushed directly against the edge of its soul fire. It felt as if something invisible was gently stirring its soul. The black warriors with lower spiritual attributes reacted even more noticeably. 2 black warriors upon landing slowed their movements, instinctively pressing their shields down, while their soul fires swayed violently. It could only be said that from the moment the black warriors stepped onto this land, their combat ability decreased by 1/10. However, the black warrior leader did not retreat. It strictly followed its master's command, raising its bony hand to make a forward motion. The team began moving towards the central stone pillar of the island. Not long after, a massive skeleton appeared before them. The skeleton lay on the charred ground, its skull grim, its spine curved, and its enormous tailbone extending outwards for quite a distance. The Black Warrior leader made a rough judgment based on stride and the number of joints, concluding that this creature had exceeded 10 meters in length when it was alive. The surface of the bones showed signs of charring, with the outer layer blackened. The Black Warrior leader paused, marking the location. It did not immediately order the bones to be moved. The Master's command for this mission was very clear. Assess the dangers, retrieve samples, and process the materials after confirming their safety. The team continued to explore deeper and soon encountered the first batch of local creatures. They were a group of lizard-like crawling monsters, not very large, with only critical areas covered in thin scales. They burst out from the black crevices in the rocks, roaring as they charged towards the Black Warrior squad. Most of the lizards were of unremarkable quality, with only 2 reaching the brink of black iron level. For the 15 fully armed Black Warriors, these creatures posed no threat at all. Shields pressed forward. Iron swords pierced in. The battle ended swiftly. The Black Warrior leader left behind a relatively intact lizard corpse, while having 2 Black Warriors harvest the scales, claws, and tailbones from the 2 black iron-level lizards. It noticed that after the lizard's death, the edges of their scales still bore faint warm red patterns. This should be something the Master would like. The team continued to approach the stone pillar. The deeper they went, the stronger the soul-burning sensation from the charred land became. The ordinary Black Warriors' movements noticeably slowed, with several even showing signs of unstable soul fires. The leader ordered them to remain on the outskirts while it advanced with 4 of the healthiest Black Warriors. The broken stone pillar finally appeared nearby. The stone pillar was not an ordinary rock. It was covered with strange patterns etched by high temperatures, and in the grooves between the patterns lay fine white powder. The powder had not been blown away by the wind, but was firmly embedded in the grooves, resembling remnants of something that had burned out. The Black Warrior leader extended its hand, carefully scraping off a bit of the powder and placing it in a bone bottle. Outside the fog wall of the medium-sized resource island, 7 closely grouped empty islands were stationed here. One could tell that they were extremely fortunate to encounter so many companions in just a few days. At the forefront was a level 5 empty island, slightly larger than the others, with several newly made wooden posts inserted along its edge. The remaining empty islands haphazardly gathered nearby, resembling a pack of wolves huddling together for warmth. Beside each island owner stood several skeletal laborers or skeleton soldiers. These undead units, without exception, all came from that mysterious undead manufacturer. They relied on traveling together to survive the dangerous early stages while remaining highly vigilant of their companions. The skeleton soldiers stood beside their masters, iron blades pointed downwards. Yet whenever a stranger approached, the blade tips would slightly lift. As for trust, what is that? No item that enhances trust between people has ever been sold in the trading hall. And now they were waiting for a scout. Soon after, the 8th empty island passed through the fog wall and slowly returned. The island owner stood at the edge, face filled with excitement, nearly unable to contain his voice. He informed the others that there were abundant resources inside the fog wall, and the map function had labeled it as medium-sized resource island. The islands were densely packed with resources, and many of the smaller islands did not even have powerful monsters. His survival was the best evidence. A place where even the weakest among them could return alive was not seen as truly dangerous in their eyes. The 8 soon reached a consensus. They believed this was a shared opportunity. This resource island could easily become their private property, allowing their strength to far surpass others in a short time. The level 5 island owner suggested that they all enter together, gathering resources separately once inside, but providing mutual support in case of danger. Everyone verbally agreed, but in their hearts, they were calculating whose island was weaker, whose resources were more abundant, and who would be most suitable to become a scapegoat if necessary. This is also an unavoidable aspect of human social interaction, forming alliances on the surface while engaging in internal intrigue. The 8 empty islands lined up and sequentially passed through the fog wall. They safely entered the resource islands. One could only say that the luck of this alliance was quite good. There was no danger in this area of the fog wall. Feng Xiu had put in a lot of effort to enter the fog wall back then. But were they really that lucky? The supervisor is still in the process of strengthening, temporarily stepping away from management duties. The Corpse Oil Island, however, is steadily progressing towards level 8. The fishing skeleton sits at the fishing platform, continuing its tedious yet important work. Feng Xiu, having rare free time, picks up the bone rod, sits by the island's edge, and enjoys a moment of tranquility. Unfortunately, this leisurely time is as fleeting as a summer vacation. A familiar sound of wind rushing from afar comes as several winged monkeys drag a floating platform, puffing as they return to the main island. On the floating platform stands a Black Warrior surrounded by several materials. Feng Xiu sighed, handed the rod back to the nearby fishing skeleton, and walked over. The Black Warrior quickly relayed the exploration results through the Soulfire link. No large-scale high-risk creatures have been found on the Stone Pillar Island, but the ground continues to burn with Soulfire. The closer one gets to the central fractured stone pillars, the more pronounced the burning sensation becomes. The materials brought back include charred soil, white powder scraped from the pillars, several half-charred bone fragments, a complete body of a scaled lizard, and several pieces of dark red crystalline powder. The exploration team also discovered a giant charred skeleton over 10 meters in size, which is too large to be transported back by the current floating platforms. Upon hearing a charred skeleton over 10 meters, Feng Xiu's eyes instantly lit up. He immediately decided to put aside less urgent matters and make more floating platforms. Without hesitation, Feng Xiu began crafting new floating platforms. During the first development, it took quite a bit of time. But now the mature blueprints are clear in his mind. He just needs to follow his previous experience. Feng Xiu quickly made 6 floating platforms, securely binding them together with thick bone fasteners and ropes, creating a large transport platform even larger than the one for transporting the abominable. At the edges of the platform, several anti-slip bone stakes were added to prevent the giant skeleton from accidentally rolling into the sea of clouds during transport. If such a large material were to fall, Feng Xiu would likely feel so pained he would turn all the monkeys responsible for pulling into dried specimens. Meanwhile, in another area of the resource island, the island masters of the 8 empty islands are immersed in immense joy. Even the Pathfinder Island master, who had been here once before, couldn't contain the shock in his heart. Upon entering this legendary medium-sized resource island, they were first stunned into silence by the abundance of resources, and then immediately sprang into action, each searching for suitable small islands to dock. These individuals are not particularly powerful. The strongest among them is merely a level 5 empty island, so they naturally do not dare to touch the larger islands, only selecting small resource islands ranging from a few hundred to slightly over 1,000 square meters. Even so, their gains far exceed their expectations in the outside world. What pleases them even more is that once their empty islands dock here, it seems there are no time restrictions. This allows them to gather resources leisurely, no longer needing to be on edge like before. One island master, upon discovering a small patch of exposed iron, couldn't help but laugh joyfully, feeling as if he had reached the peak of his life. Another island master was fortunate enough to find a black iron treasure chest, immediately commanding the skeleton soldiers he had bought to surround it, fearing it would be discovered by his companions. The level 5 island master, however, displayed more restraint. He had 2 skeleton soldiers clad in leather armor and wielding iron swords guarding him, while 5 skeleton laborers frantically chopped trees and dug soil not far away. In his heart, he had already begun to silently plan to treat this bountiful resource island as a long-term development point for himself. So far, their luck has been absurdly good. They encountered fellow townsmen early on, entered the fog wall safely, and to this day have not encountered any real dangers. According to the normal script, they should be grouping together to develop here, backstabbing each other, ultimately giving birth to a regional little overlord through trials of blood and fire. Unfortunately, a certain street thug disagrees. The idle corpse transformation flying tiger unknowingly wandered into the vicinity. After all, there is currently nothing for it to do. What's wrong with wandering around? It then discovered these creatures that resemble its master. It remembers that the last time it encountered such creatures, its master directly ordered it to capture them and bring them back to its island. Thus the flying tiger did not hesitate at all. It folded its wings and dove down fiercely. The unfortunate island master had just heard a rush of wind overhead and hadn't had a chance to look up before being seized by a pair of icy giant claws, his feet abruptly leaving the ground. The axe in his hand clattered to the muddy ground. Not far away, his 3 skeleton laborers mechanically looked. Non-intelligent undead units can only continue executing the last command when they have not received a new order. Chop trees. Very dedicated. The island master, suspended in midair, immediately broke down. He let out a pig-like scream, struggling frantically, shouting for help. The flying tiger was indifferent. Just as Feng Xiu finished assembling the large transport platform, he felt a gust of wind rushing towards him. No need to guess, he knew the flying tiger had returned. Now would be a good opportunity to grab someone as free labor to help pull the platform. But when he turned around, he saw the flying tiger clutching a crying living person in its massive claws. Feng Xiu's movement paused for a moment. A fellow countryman. No, that's not the point. It's alive. A living person cannot be floating alone in the sea of clouds of the resource island. This means there is an empty island nearby. Drop him. Feng Xiu's voice was filled with excitement. The flying tiger released its claws, and the person fell to the ground like a bag of trash. As soon as he looked up, he saw the hellish scene on the island. A sea of skeletons, heavily armored black warriors, and various bloody materials being transported. The expression on this fellow countryman's face turned pale at a visible rate. His legs went weak, and he collapsed fainting. Feng Xiu had no time to indulge him. Several skeleton soldiers stepped forward and firmly restrained his limbs. Fang Xiu picked up the energy conduction staff, and with the hard tip struck the person's cheek forcefully. After a piercing scream, the person woke up. Name: empty, island level location. Fang Xiu began to interrogate. This person was evidently not a tough nut. But he was not a fool. Under the fear of death, his brain ignited an unprecedented survival instinct. For every question Fang Xiu asked, he answered with 3. He even proactively supplemented various details, fearing he would be dealt with on the spot due to lack of utility. He revealed that he was from a temporary alliance of 8 islands, with the strongest being a level 5 empty island possessing 2 skeleton soldiers clad in leather armor, wielding iron swords, and 5 skeleton laborers. When he mentioned this, he secretly glanced at the surrounding more elite black warriors patrolling, and then looked at this big shot in front of him. Could very well be the elusive undead manufacturer mentioned in the chat channel. After finishing his answer, he knelt on the ground, banging his head. With tears streaming down his face, he expressed his willingness to submit, guide them, and help persuade others. Even if it meant being a dog for the big shot, he just wanted to be spared. He understood clearly that if he could follow such a big shot, his future would be promising. He was simply too eager. Fang Xiu listened and felt a slight admiration. To be able to quickly assess the situation and throw away one's dignity so thoroughly in such circumstances is indeed a talent. Unfortunately, such talent was not needed by him. After all, loyalty is not absolute, equating to absolute disloyalty. Even if he could control him with a golden hoop, Fang Xiu would not be interested. Such individuals would be fearful, would lie, would play tricks, and in some unforeseen corner in the future would create unexpected troubles. Fang Xiu raised his hand, and a mage hand appeared out of thin air, gripping the island master's neck. Crack! A crisp sound. The skeleton soldiers stepped forward, skillfully dragging the body away towards the direction of Corpse Oil Island. Another fellow countryman has honorably participated in the great construction of the undead industry. Fang Xiu did not waste any time continuing to lament. He has now obtained a key piece of information. 8 empty islands that can be occupied have arrived in the resource islands. The only trouble now is that occupying the empty islands requires intelligent beings for management. The supervisor already has Corpse Oil Island, so that doesn't count. The ghost can count as 1. The Black Warrior Captain might also count. But with 8 islands, the need for managers remains substantial. Fang Xiu quickly contemplated in his mind. Is it possible to temporarily create a few low-spec, intelligent undead? Can he occupy the islands first and drag them behind the main island in the short term? Can he kill the island master first, maintaining the empty islands inert, drifting, and then handle them one by one? Forget it, let's see as they go. When the enemy is too weak, the plan can be a little rough. Fang Xiu first commanded the large floating platform under the pull of the monkeys to continue towards the stone pillar island, ensuring that the giant skeleton is transported back. Then he cut the rope between the main island and Corpse Oil Island, allowing Corpse Oil Island to temporarily remain in its current position. Fang Xiu personally placed his hand on the Lord's cornerstone. The large empty island sails on the main island unfurled one by one. The airflow brought by the downwind sails filled several large sails simultaneously, causing them to swell dramatically. The flying tiger flew ahead of the empty island, guiding the direction. The main island began to accelerate, leaving a long white trace in the sea of clouds, speeding towards the direction of the alliance of the 8 islands. Fang Xiu's action plan remained unknown to the other 7 members of the 8 islands alliance. They had not even witnessed the scene of their companion being taken away by the corpse transformation flying tiger. Upon entering the medium-sized resource archipelago, the 8 empty islands scattered in unison, each seeking out small resource islands to dock and gather. While they shouted about mutual assistance, the distances they maintained while docking only grew further apart, fearing that others might see what treasures they had obtained. The first to notice something amiss was a female island master within the alliance. She was directing 2 skeletal laborers to excavate a patch of exposed, or while casually opening her friend list to chat idly. At first glance, she saw a gray icon in her list. She froze for a moment, and a chill rushed into her mind. One companion had silently perished without even sending a single distress message. She quickly relayed the news to the other island masters. The other island masters, skeptical, opened their friend lists and immediately spotted the dimmed icon that would never light up again, prompting them to gradually cease their gathering activities. The deceased ranked 3rd in strength among the 8. While the weakest scout had returned alive, the 3rd strongest had fallen without a sound. The 7 empty islands began to slowly move closer to the location of the deceased's island, not immediately gathering together, but maintaining a subtle distance of vigilance. The island of the 5th level master moved slightly ahead, while the other islands were scattered around it. Soon they discovered the 4th level empty island that had lost its master, along with the small resource island it was docked to. A few bold island masters set foot on the small island to investigate. There were no signs of battle, no corpses, not even a drop of blood. The 3 skeletal laborers belonging to the deceased were still faithfully executing their last command, raising their axes and striking down on the trees. As the axes fell, with chips flew. The island masters watched the 3 stiff skeletal laborers swinging their axes, a shiver running down their spines as they felt an unsettling fear. An iron axe lay abandoned at the edge of the empty island, but the last footprint left behind was several meters away from the axe. There were no signs of struggle around the footprint. Could it be that he slipped and fell, as someone speculated? Nonsense, another person immediately retorted. The iron axe is several meters away from the footprint. He couldn't have thrown the axe first and then leapt off. After arguing for a long time, they failed to find any reasonable explanation. Ultimately, everyone tacitly accepted that the fool must have slipped and fallen. Not that they genuinely believed this flawed explanation, I rather not believing meant acknowledging the presence of a terrifying monster that could silently abduct a 4th-level island master within this seemingly safe resource archipelago. Admitting that a companion had died foolishly was evidently more conducive to maintaining their mental stability. Upon confirming their companion's death, the focus of the 7 shifted swiftly from fear to another matter: inheritance. That was a 4th-level empty island, and the master's cornerstone still stood intact. If they could shatter the cornerstone, it would yield 4 cloud soil cores. 1 core could be traded for a skeletal soldier, and 4 cores meant 4 soldiers. If they could gain 4 additional skeletal soldiers, who would be the leader was still uncertain. A few quick-witted individuals had already begun to stealthily move closer to their companion's empty island. Despite their light movements, everyone was on high alert. Such small actions were instantly detected, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The skeletal warriors guarding their master raised their iron swords. The skeletal laborers brought by each island master tightened their grips on their axes. At a critical moment, it was the 5th-level island master who stepped forward. Everyone calm down. A person's death is paramount. We must divide this inheritance according to the rules. He proposed that the 4 cloud soil cores be divided based on strength contribution and current combat ability. Those who did not receive cores could take wood, soil, iron, ore, and fishery outputs from the island as compensation. After a brief moment of contemplation, the 3 weakest island masters nodded first. They knew they had no chance of grabbing the cores, and obtaining some resources was not a loss. The remaining few argued for a long time, but finally reached a distribution plan through mutual compromise. The alliance, previously filled with fear due to their companion's death, was now fervently discussing how to divide the deceased's inheritance. Fear and greed manifested vividly in them. Just as they prepared to head towards the deceased's empty island to shatter the cornerstone, a fierce tiger's roar suddenly echoed from afar. The 7 of them looked up simultaneously as if their throats had been gripped. In the distance, a colossal gray-white tiger with wings slowly revealed its menacing form. Behind the giant tiger, a massive empty island loomed so large that it made them feel breathless, rising inch by inch from the mist. Their combined 7 empty islands likely did not even equal half the area of the approaching giant island. As it drew near, trailing long clouds, it resembled a moving landmass bearing down on them with immense force. From the perspective of the 7, it was as if the giant tiger was leading a floating continent with invisible chains. Run! Split up and run! Someone screamed in terror. All of them snapped back to reality, no longer caring about dividing any inheritance, and frantically rushed back to their empty islands. The distant giant tiger seemed to sense their plans to escape, its wings flapping powerfully as it accelerated. Another resounding tiger's roar echoed along its path. In that instant, a sudden change occurred. The skeletal soldiers they had purchased from the trading hall at a hefty price halted all movement simultaneously. The skeletal warriors that had originally guarded their master slowly turned around, raising their iron swords. The skeletal laborers also gripped their axes and picks, surrounding their masters. Even the 3 skeletal laborers left behind by the deceased halted their tree-cutting actions and, dragging their axes, began to step forward from the resource island across from them. The feeling of impending doom was overwhelmingly strong at this moment. Cut them down. Protect me. Quick, protect me. What do you bony frames want to do? Someone panically issued orders, attempting to regain control, while others wanted to flee. But it was too late. The skeletal soldiers no longer responded to their commands. Cold iron swords pressed down on their wrists, heavy axe handles struck their knees, and hard bony hands held them firmly by the back of their necks. By the time the giant tiger flew above this empty island, all the island masters had been subdued by the skeletal soldiers. Their limbs were firmly pinned down, unable to break free. After a while, bang! A tremendous sound echoed as Fengxiu's main island collided heavily with this empty island. The island body shook violently. Wooden stakes, ropes, and bone fasteners were thrown from the main island, firmly securing the edges of this small island. 7 island masters were firmly pinned to the ground by skeletal soldiers, their bodies dragged along, leaving behind 7 desperate streaks on the ground. Upon reaching the island, they saw a pale-skinned young man smiling at them. That smile brought no warmth to them. The instinct to survive overwhelmed their fear and the little dignity. Don't kill me. I am a level 5 island master. I am willing to submit. I will give you all my resources. We are all Earthlings. You can't treat us like this. The chat channel will know you murderer. Whoa, spare me. I don't want to die. Angry curses, cries, curses, and pleas all mixed into a chaotic cacophony. Some even lost control and wet themselves, collapsing into a puddle of mush being held by the skeletal soldiers. Feng Xiu still wore that cheerful expression on his face, until the female island master began to scream hysterically. Alt. The sound was ear-piercing with intense penetration, like an invisible cone drilling straight into people's minds. This made Feng Xiu take notice. With such a sharp scream, perhaps he could create an interesting undead artifact using her soul. As for the other 6, they seemed to have no special abilities. Feng Xiu snapped his fingers crisply. Aside from the female island master, the other 6 were instantly grabbed by several skeletal soldiers and unceremoniously dragged towards a nearby water reservoir covered by a huge lid. When they were dragged to the edge of the pool, they belatedly realized that something was beneath the lid. Something inside the pool gently pried open a crack in the lid. Then a slick, thick red tongue slithered out from the gap. The surface of the tongue was covered in mucus and barbs resembling a giant python come to life. No, don't, help. The pleas and screams abruptly ceased. The long tongue was as fast as lightning. In a single coil it dragged the nearest person into the pool. Then came the second and the third. Bang! The heavy lid fell back into place, hiding all the sound. Feng Xiu turned his gaze away and walked in front of the female island master, who was still desperately screaming despite being completely limp. He took out a soul vial and summoned the necromantic power within him, pressing one hand against her head. A ball of glowing soul essence was forcibly pulled out from her still twitching body. The most peculiar thing was that the extracted soul essence retained the posture of screaming with its mouth wide open. This made Feng Xiu quite satisfied. He did not waste time in reflection and immediately began to process it on the spot. In just half an hour, the wailing soul lamp was completed. This item could temporarily stimulate the soul fires of low-level cannon fodder, throwing them into a frenzied state at the cost of leaving them weak afterward. It was of no use to units like Black Knights or Wraiths. It wasn't a powerful artifact, but it was very suitable for use as a war horn before charging into the After all, the wailing soul in this lamp hadn't even reached black iron level, so how could it provide any enhancement to mid to high level undead? Feng Xiu held the lamp, emitting a faint green glow, and shook it casually. Oh! A loud wail echoed from the soul lamp. The soul fires in the eyes of several skeletal cannon fodder suddenly flared up and their movements noticeably quickened. But just a few minutes later, their soul fires dimmed again, as if they had already exhausted part of their energy. After trying it out, Feng Xiu put the lamp away. He thought about giving it to the jailer when the reinforcement was over. Next came the time to enjoy the spoils. He stepped onto the island. The original island master has died. Occupation countdown begins. Remaining time 4000. 40 minutes. Feng Xiu remembered that it only took 20 minutes to occupy the level 2 island before. It seemed that the time required to occupy an empty island was directly linked to the level of the empty island. During the waiting time, Feng Xiu did not remain idle. He saw a fishing platform on this island and sat down, without hesitation, casting his fishing rod and starting to fish. By the time he finished occupying all 8 empty islands, over 5 hours had already passed. The main island, dragging the 8 newly seized smaller islands, began to slowly return. By the time it returned to its original position, the sky had completely darkened. Once the main island redocked with the empty islands, large quantities of piled-up supplies were once again continuously transported back by the skeletal cannon fodder. It felt like reaching level 11 would not take long. Meanwhile, a large floating platform that had already returned 2 hours earlier and docked nearby was also being slowly towed over by monkeys. On the platform lay a giant charred skeleton that had been transported back from the Stone Pillar Island. Feng Xiu's gaze was immediately drawn to the massive skull. The huge snout, the robust cranial structure, and the 2 rows of terrifying tooth sockets in the upper and lower jaws made him feel increasingly familiar. This thing seems to be a Tyrannosaurus Rex. To find a Tyrannosaurus bone on an empty island was indeed a delightful surprise. Feng Xiu immediately stepped forward and reached out to touch the gigantic skeleton. The bone felt cold and rough to the touch. However, the examination results left him slightly disappointed. The age of this skeleton was too ancient. The internal spiritual essence had severely dissipated. Any residual soul that might have existed had long since vanished completely. Feng Xiu judged that with the current state of this skeleton, even if successfully revived, its combat power would only reach the peak of black iron level and would struggle to directly cross into bronze level. It's a bit of a pity, but it's better than nothing. However, a new problem arose. Fang Xiu currently had no suitable soul to use for the Tyrannosaurus. He glanced around, and his eyes suddenly fell on a skeletal wolf in the corner carrying fragments of bones. It looked somewhat comical now. Its bones were haphazardly pieced together, its leg bones were clearly not original, one long, and one short, several ribs were missing, and its tailbone was taken from some unfortunate creature. It resembled a stitched-up monster struggling to piece itself together from a heap of garbage. Oh dear. Fang Xiu was somewhat surprised. This skeletal wolf had actually survived through the previous brutal battles. He waved his hand. The skeletal wolf immediately dropped the bone it was carrying and limped over to him, the soul fire in its eye sockets, shaking uneasily. Fang Xiu reached out, probing into its soul fire. After all, it was crafted by him much more condensed than the soul fires of those skeleton cannon fodder, created from corpse poison. A bold idea appeared in Fang Xiu's mind. Although the soul fire of the skeletal wolf was indeed weak, with just a little enhancement, it should be able to barely drive the Tyrannosaurus Rex bones. According to Fang Xiu's estimation, as long as the mental power of this skeletal wolf is pushed to the limit of 10 points, it should be able to barely activate by re-establishing the soul circuit within the Tyrannosaurus Rex skull. Unfortunately, after just finishing the enhancement for the prison master, there was hardly any residual soul left. The existing soul materials were only enough to slightly nourish the soul fire of the skeletal wolf, and trying to achieve it in one step was purely a pipe dream. Fang Xiu did not insist. He took out an empty soul bottle, preparing to temporarily collect the soul fire. The necromantic magic reached out, accurately wrapping around the soul fire within the skull of the skeletal wolf, and began to extract it. The soul fire was successfully collected into the soul bottle. After adding a small amount of soul silk, Fang Xiu casually placed the soul bottle into the stabilizing rack. Once this was handled, his gaze turned towards the massive Tyrannosaurus Rex bones. Under his command, several skeletal laborers grunted and moved the gigantic dragon bones into the repair area. The spiritual essence within this skeleton had severely diminished, and many joints were charred, making it clear that it could not be used directly. Fang Xiu directed the skeletons to first dismantle those bones that had completely turned to dust, then numbered the remaining main bones that could be preserved, arranging them neatly. The skull, spine, and hind limbs of the Tyrannosaurus Rex were designated as core components and had to remain original. As for the ribs and tailbones, it was permissible to use other black iron-grade materials for replacement. This approach preserved the original majestic structure of the skeleton while minimizing repair costs. Fang Xiu left the subsequent repair work to the skeletal workers to handle themselves. He then approached the enhancement formation. The soul light within the formation was almost completely absorbed, indicating that it was nearing completion. After patiently waiting for another hour, Fang Xiu retrieved the fully stabilized prison master soul fire from the soul bottle and placed it back into the newly reinforced skeleton made of black iron-grade materials. The limbs of the prison master twitched a few times before he propped himself up with his hands on a wooden plank and slowly stood up. Fang Xiu had him sequentially perform a series of test motions, including raising hands, turning, casting spells, and establishing a mental link. Once he confirmed that the new skeleton did not interfere with spellcasting, he finally opened the prison master's page. Name: Prison Master. Strength: black iron grade. Strength: 35. Agility: 57. Constitution: 513. Spirit: 1518. Evaluation: a pitiful dead soul unable to find peace even in death. The increase in Constitution was the most significant, and Spirit had successfully risen by 3 points, reaching a total of 18. Overall, the prison master did not waste the materials Fang Xiu had prepared for him. Fang Xiu casually took out the Scream Soul lamp and the flame staff obtained from the black iron chest, handing them both to the prison master. The flame staff was not compatible with his necromantic magic. The prison master also could not utilize its full effect, but it was at least better than having nothing. The prison master accepted the two items, and the soul fire flickered slightly. Fang Xiu pointed to the nearby Tyrannosaurus Rex bones and issued new instructions, telling it to personally lead a team of skeletons to complete some more detailed handling work. The prison master nodded at the skeletal head and turned to lead several skeletons into the repair area. After handling the prison master's matters, Fang Xiu summoned the ghost from the soul bottle. He allocated one of the 400 square meter 5th level empty islands to it, and conveniently allocated a batch of resources to upgrade this 5th level island to 6th level. After all, in Fang Xiu's plan, a 400 square meter island could do nothing. There were now 7 islands remaining. Perhaps when the Black Knight captain returned, he could share one. The remaining 6 islands still lacked suitable managers. Sigh. Fang Xiu sighed, temporarily abandoning the idea of distributing all the empty islands at once. He turned and walked towards another vacant area to continue testing the materials for the arrow tower. By the time the testing concluded, the prison master had already directed the skeletons to complete the first round of cleaning on the Tyrannosaurus Rex bones. Fang Xiu called the ghost over. While testing materials, he had already thought of the purpose for this island. The new island was officially renamed Breeding Island. Ghost, you go and relocate the goblins from the oil island, and the winged monkeys and thorn-leaf lizardmen from the main island in batches. In the future, if any other affiliated species with breeding value are captured, they will also be uniformly placed in Breeding Island for management. Feng Xiu quickly made several models of small wooden houses and warehouses near the Lord's Cornerstone, placing them directly on Breeding Island. The wooden houses were used as a nurturing area for newborns, while the warehouse stored food, drinking water, and some basic tools. At the edge of the island, he also added 2 layers of rudimentary wooden fences to prevent the newly born cubs from accidentally falling into the endless sea of clouds due to excitement. Once the relocation work began, the ghost dutifully floated in midair according to orders, responsible for recording the number of migrating creatures. After the creatures from both islands were fully relocated, Feng Xiu began to personally count the number of pregnant females. The counting results were roughly what he expected. All 17 female goblins were pregnant, not a single one was left out. This was very normal. Given the reproductive capacity of goblins, as long as food is sufficient, they can devote all their energy to increasing the population. If there were any that had not gotten pregnant, they should be singled out to check whether they were infertile. Goblins had a short gestation period, and their offspring grew much faster than humans. As long as the food chain on Breeding Island is uninterrupted, in a few months the population scale could multiply by dozens of times. By then, several individuals with mutations in strength, constitution, or spirit might even emerge. One of the female thorn-leaf lizardmen also successfully conceived. Feng Xiu casually inquired a bit from the male thorn-leaf lizardman, and learned that this species was oviparous and could lay multiple eggs at once. However, the hatching conditions were relatively harsh, requiring stable temperature and humidity, as well as a large amount of fresh plant juice. Among the winged monkeys, due to the relatively comfortable days, recently 7 female monkeys had successfully become pregnant. Feng Xiu was not particularly satisfied with this reproductive speed. The gestation period for winged monkeys was 4 to 5 months, and after the offspring were born, they still needed to be nurtured for a while before they could be put to use as transport teams or participate in production. Simply relying on natural reproduction, it was basically impossible to form a scale effect in a short period. However, the Monkey King had mentioned that there was another simpler method of expansion within the winged monkey group. Monkey King duel. Different Monkey Kings from different groups would duel, with the victor taking all and directly absorbing the defeated group. The defeated Monkey King would either be driven out or would slink away in defeat. In the future, if he could find other wild winged monkey groups, he could certainly let his own Monkey King go for a friendly exchange. The tradition of fair dueling should certainly be upheld. Feng Xiu absolutely would not give his own Monkey King any potions, equipment, or pairs of necromantic guardians before the match. If he did, it could only be considered a reasonable utilization of existing resources to highlight home field advantage. The soul fire of the Black Knight Captain quietly burned. On this stone pillar island, there were few areas left to explore. It even commanded its subordinates to capture a few lizards they had encountered earlier, preparing to take them along. At the same time, it keenly sensed that the heat on the island, capable of directly scorching souls, did not originate from the ground, but rather from the enormous fractured stone pillar at the center of the island. The stone pillar continuously absorbed the heat from the surrounding clouds and transformed it into a peculiar energy to supply the entire island. But that was not the most important thing. The soil at the base of the pillar was far too loose. There was definitely something beneath this stone pillar. After several Black Knights took turns digging through the thick charred soil with iron swords, something buried deep finally emerged. The Black Knight Captain cautiously reached out, cradling the object from the earth. It was an egg. Dark red in color, its shell lacked the smooth texture of ordinary bird eggs, instead covered in dense hard scales. Warm to the touch, it felt as though it contained life within. This was undoubtedly a treasure. Without a moment's hesitation, the soul fire flickered slightly as it issued a command to return. It personally held the egg, accompanied by several tightly bound live lizards, and boarded the floating board with the remaining team members. Feng Xiu was still unaware that a tremendous surprise was heading his way. He was currently standing next to the Lord's Cornerstone, watching the last batch of resources needed for the upgrade being stored. Half an hour later, as the last load of soil was dumped by the skeletal laborers onto the empty ground, all the materials required for the upgrade were finally gathered. Island level 10. Materials required for upgrade to level 11 have been met. Are you sure you want to upgrade? Feng Xiu clicked without hesitation. Yes. A familiar upgrade halo illuminated, enveloping the entire main island. But that was not the end. Feng Xiu then took out a jet black card. The edges of the card shimmered with a metallic sheen. Black iron level 5 times upgrade acceleration card effect can be used for upgrades from level 11 to level 20 of the island, increasing the upgrade speed by 5 times. This card was more precious than all the ordinary acceleration cards he had used before. Out of so many black iron treasure chests, he had only obtained 2. However, Feng Xiu did not regret using it. There was no shortage of black iron treasure chests in this resource group. He could simply open more once he used them up. Feng Xiu casually slapped the card onto the Lord's Cornerstone. Are you sure you want to use the 5x acceleration card? Yes. The brilliance on the cornerstone suddenly surged several times, compressing the nearly 2 days upgrade time into less than 10 hours. After finishing these tasks, Feng Xiu's gaze turned towards the distance. At the edge of his vision, a familiar black that was approaching. It was the Black Knight's floating board returning. It seemed the exploration of the Stone Pillar Island had been completed. The harvest this time was already substantial, with various rare materials plus a precious Tyrannosaurus skeleton, leaving Feng Xiu quite satisfied. As for new discoveries, he had no extravagant hopes. This was what Feng Xiu originally thought, until the floating board slowly docked, and as he prepared to give the order to unload, his gaze suddenly froze. He immediately spotted the object in the arms of the Black Knight captain. It was an egg, entirely red, covered with dense scales. Feng Xiu's eyes widened suddenly, then quickly narrowed. A dragon egg? This thought emerged, but was swiftly denied by himself. No, he could not sense the unique, domineering aura of a true dragon at all. This was definitely not a genuine dragon egg. But this appearance was certainly related to dragons in some way. Feng Xiu stepped forward, grabbing the warm egg from the Black Knight captain's hands. At that moment, the information panel popped up. Congratulations. You have obtained a silver level item, Flame Bipedal Dragon Egg 1. Silver level, a bipedal dragon egg. Feng Xiu's mind raced, recalling knowledge from books about dragons he had studied, with his master flooding back. Bipedal dragons are a special breed born from the hybridization of subdragons and giant avians. The dragon blood they possess fluctuates between 15 and 29. In terms of form, they are closer to giant lizards, with wings having only hind limbs and a pair of powerful fleshy wings without front claws. They cannot breathe fire, but the bony spikes on their tails are often poisonous. And now he was cradling such a precious bipedal dragon egg. Thinking of this, Feng Xiu tightened his grip on it. Although Feng Xiu could not currently detect the dragon blood content of this egg, he might have to wait until it hatches to perform the test. However, whether he could make it hatch was still a question. According to the soul fire message relayed by the Black Knight captain, this egg had been buried beneath the stone pillar for who knows how long. Feng Xiu was uncertain if it could still hatch under the present conditions. As for the egg's survival, he did not need to worry too much. He did not sense the deadened aura of inanimate objects from this egg, which proved it was still alive. However, being alive did not necessarily mean it could hatch. Bipedal dragon eggs were not nearly as tough and resilient as true dragon eggs. A red dragon egg of the same fire attribute could successfully hatch even if thrown into flames, but bipedal dragon eggs were different. If they truly caught fire, they would simply become a silver-level roasted egg. He had to come up with a reliable method. Feng Xiu's thoughts turned as his gaze fell upon the several large lizards that had been captured nearby. He had only glanced at the scales brought back earlier, not paying much attention. But now, when linked to this bipedal dragon egg, could these creatures be hybrid dragon beasts? Feng Xiu recalled the records regarding these hybrid dragon beasts. Hybrid dragon beasts possess a dragon blood purity of between 1 and 4, which can essentially be ignored. They are merely ordinary beasts that have sporadically acquired dragon blood. They grow some scales that resemble dragon scales, but actually have negligible defensive power. Their strength is only slightly superior to other magical beasts, lacking any true dragon abilities. Purely decorative. This type of creature with such low dragon blood purity has almost no breeding value. Just as Feng Xiu thought this, he was suddenly taken aback. Then, as if an idea struck him, he slapped his forehead. The thoughts in his mind suddenly opened up. His burning gaze returned to the bipedal dragon egg in his hands. Indeed, hybrid dragon beasts are trash. But now he had a bipedal dragon egg right. Once this bipedal dragon hatches and matures, he could let it mate with these lizards. Wouldn't the offspring then have a higher dragon blood purity? In that case, it would be best if this bipedal dragon was male, but a female would also work, especially since he had brought back male lizards. According to Feng Xiu's estimates, the offspring bred in this manner would likely produce dragon breeds of the earth dragon or lizard dragon level. The dragon blood purity of these dragon breeds ranges from 4 to 14. Although the dragon blood purity is still quite thin and they lack wings and breath. But this level of dragon breed is enormous with hard scales. Their potential could even reach the bronze level. At that time, his elite undead could ride the massive lizard dragons across the shattered cloud realm. Who could stop them? Thinking of this, Feng Xiu's gaze towards the hybrid dragon beasts became fervent. Send them to the breeding island and take good care of them. He ordered the skeleton soldiers nearby. Make sure to keep them separated and don't let them eat the goblins. Just the thought of the potential lizard dragon cavalry in the future made the minimal resources spent on raising a few large lizards seem trivial. This dragon egg is now the most valuable item on the entire island. If it were to be accidentally bumped or damaged, he would be heartbroken for 3 days, unable to sleep. Feng Xiu personally carried it back to his small wooden house, placing it steadily in the corner of the innermost wall. After doing all this, he still felt it was not secure enough. He waved his hand towards the door, summoning 2 fully armed black warriors. Stand guard. He was not referring to the wooden house. It was the egg inside the house. The 2 black warriors stood at the door of the wooden house, their heavy wooden shields thudding to the ground, iron swords hanging at their sides, and the soul fire in their eye sockets burned quietly like the most loyal guardians. Feng Xiu observed at the door for a while, then nodded in satisfaction. All right. At this stage, no one should have the ability to break into my small wooden house. As the great contributor to this operation on Shizhu Island, the captain of the Black Warriors also received a well-deserved reward. Feng Xiu directly granted him the authority to manage a sub-island. While this hardly counts as a reward, even if there were no merits this time, he still planned to assign a sub-island to the captain. The successful allocation also proved that the captain of the Black Warriors indeed belonged to the intelligent beings category in the assessment of the Broken Cloud realm. This meant Feng Xiu had one more resource to manage the sub-island. However, although the island had been allocated, he had not yet thought about what to assign it to do. Counting the one just allocated, there were still 6 barren islands without managers left on hand. Feng Xiu calculated silently in his mind and did not rush to continue arranging. While the lack of these extra empty islands was a hindrance now, they would surely be useful in the future. The troubles of having a large family and business are so plain and unadorned. Of course, rewards are rewards, but tasks cannot stop. People cannot be idle, and neither can the undead. Even though he had just given out the rewards, he did not intend to let the captain of the Black Warriors rest. This time Feng Xiu instructed him to take some mining picks and lead the team to gradually bring back that stone pillar. The stone pillar, capable of absorbing and providing heat, might become excellent material for arrow towers. Moreover, the captain of the Black Warriors had also mentioned that the dragon egg was excavated beneath the stone pillar. Therefore, the stone pillar should also be able to provide the energy required for the hatching of the dragon egg. After receiving the order, the captain of the Black Warriors nodded. The other Black Warriors in command took up iron picks and once again rode the floating boards towards Shizhu Island. Though it had only been created for a few days, it never questioned why. Whatever the master commanded, it did. Feng Xiu stood at the edge of the main island, watching as several floating boards slowly rose into the air, once again dragged by the winged monkeys flying towards the distant Shizhu Island. After the Black Warriors left, there was temporarily nothing urgent to attend to on the main island. Feng Xiu did not idle away the time and returned to the wooden house to continue devising several new schemes for creating undead. The upgrade progress bar for the main island, now at level 11, was steadily advancing. During this time, the Black Warrior troops heading to Shizhu Island returned one after another, bringing back basket after basket of stone fragments. Feng Xiu paused his work, stood up, and walked out of the wooden house. He casually picked up a medium-sized fragment of the stone from the basket. As soon as his palm touched the surface of the stone, a line of system prompts immediately popped up. Congratulations on obtaining bronze level material Sunburn Stone 3. Feng Xiu raised his eyebrows in surprise. Bronze level. The quality of this material was unexpectedly higher than he had anticipated. He turned the material, named Sunburn Stone, over and over in his hands. The surface of the stone was very dry, but not hot to the touch. He could clearly feel a surge of heat securely locked inside the stone, flowing slowly. However, relying solely on feeling was not sufficient. Feng Xiu began immediate field tests. The first test, naturally, was its energy supply characteristics. He instructed the skeleton laborers to bring various materials, bringing them close to the stone one by one, then dismantling them carefully, recording the changes in energy conduction. Soon he discovered that this material could indeed release heat steadily, and the method of release was extremely gentle, completely unlike those one-time explosive materials. But that was not enough. What truly caught Feng Xiu's attention was the soul-burning sensation that the captain of the Black Warriors had previously mentioned. His own spiritual attribute had already reached 18 points, and at this moment, holding the sunburned stone, he could still feel a slight, unusual sensation. Though it was faint, the feeling was exceptionally real. Thus Feng Xiu immediately set about preparing the second set of tests. He casually summoned a skeleton cannon fodder with only 4 points of spiritual attribute. Under the bewildered gaze of that cannon fodder, Feng Xiu decisively cracked open its skull and directly stuffed a small fragment of the sunburned stone beside its soul fire. The skeleton cannon fodder initially showed no reaction, merely standing there in a daze. However, after a short while, the faint soul fire in its eye sockets began to flicker violently. First, the edges of the soul fire suddenly shrank inward, followed by the entire flame becoming erratic, flickering in brightness. After another 10 seconds pop, a soft sound, that flame of soul fire unexpectedly extinguished. With the disappearance of the soul core that supported the skeleton's movement, the entire skeleton collapsed, instantly scattering into a pile of bones. Feng Xiu looked down at the pile of bones, his face showing no expression, but his heart was already fully aware. Indeed, bronze-level materials were extraordinary. The power it released could directly interfere with, or even disintegrate beings with lower spiritual attributes. At that moment, the floating island suddenly completed its upgrade. Next to the Lord's cornerstone, a blueprint appeared out of thin air. He walked over, grabbed the blueprint, and directly chose to use it. The next moment, the crafting interface for the Lord's cornerstone popped up. A line of prompts never seen before appeared before his eyes. Please select the materials you wish to add. The blank blueprint was indeed extraordinary, completely different from ordinary building creations. Following that, a more detailed template interface slowly emerged. Tower body template material 1, 60 material 2, 30 material 3, 10, firing template material 1, 60 material 2, 30 material 3, 10 reinforcement template material 1, 50 material 2, 30 material 3, 20 energy consumption template material 1, 100. If there are no other energy materials or facilities, this option can be ignored. The Arrow Tower's energy consumption would change to directly consume the energy within the Lord's cornerstone. So this was how to add materials, and it also specified the proportion of materials in each template of the Arrow Tower. This design was indeed very user-friendly. However, Feng Xiu still read through this entire template word by word, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. After all, once the crafting was completed, this blueprint would be solidified. Therefore, this first selection of materials would lay the most solid foundation for the future defensive style of the entire main island. Feng Xiu did not rush to fill in the materials. He first went over the plans he had already reviewed many times in his mind, running through them again from beginning to end. After confirming what he had in mind once more, he then began to make his selections. First was the tower body template. The material with the highest proportion, without a doubt, was the most basic stone. Using stone as the main material could save costs while maintaining the hardness of the tower body. For the second material, accounting for 30, Feng Xiu chose bone powder. Bones were the most plentiful resource on the undead path, and the bone powder itself was light, and when mixed with stone could effectively increase the internal structural strength of the tower body. Finally, for the third material, accounting for only 10, Feng Xiu chose to use rope. Although this 10 seemed inconspicuous, it could provide a touch of resilience to the Arrow Tower, preventing it from cracking under the enemy's concentrated fire. In this way, the materials for the tower body were decided. Next was the firing template. For material 1, he unhesitatingly chose the bone spikes of flying magical creatures. The bone spikes were long and hard, naturally designed for penetration, making them perfectly suited for the shafts of crossbow bolts. For material 2, he used a gigantic bowstring made from layers of black iron-level magical beast hide and vine fibers. This was a material he had prepared after learning that he could unlock the Arrow Tower blueprint. He had even specifically had the Black Warriors test its elasticity and rebound strength, which were both remarkably impressive. For the third item, he filled an arrow fletching made from the feathers of flying magical creatures. Its purpose was to significantly increase the stability of the arrows and reduce the likelihood of missing the target. With these selections, the entire basic framework and design concept of the Arrow Tower had already clearly. Feng Xiu did not hesitate. His gaze fell on the final two templates. The reinforcement template for the material that accounted for 50%, he chose the sheets of iron he had prepared long ago. Metal offered the greatest rigidity. Fitting these iron sheets at the tower's crucial junctions would maximally ensure the structure would not tear apart under stress. For the 30% slot, he filled it with Blackaron-grade beast leather. Though leather lacked the hardness of iron, its suppleness and tensile strength could absorb the violent vibrations generated when the Arrow Tower fired. A cadence of rigidity and give perfectly complementary. For the final 20%, he added Kohun bone glaze. The small amount he himself had made was already used up. The simple manufacture of such necromantic accoutrements had long been delegated to other undead and the binders. Applied to the bone surface, the glaze would greatly resist corrosion, lightning strikes, and acid rain, and could even slightly enhance the bone's impact hardness. Done. Only the energy template remained. The system's hint had been clear enough. Even if nothing were placed there, the Arrow Tower could draw energy directly from the Lord Keystone to operate. That would undoubtedly be the simplest, most reliable approach. Yet Feng Xiu, without a second thought, put the pile of freshly dug Rizhao stones into the slot. The reason was simple. Since this template had been singled out, it could not be so ordinary. If it merely consumed energy, there would be no need to designate it separately. It was like a phone browser that could both search for knowledge and be used to read a chapter. Using it only for searches would be a gross waste. Moreover, the Rizhao stone itself absorbed heat and slowly recharged, essentially a little solar power bank, one that would spare him frequent energy replacements in the future. Thinking further, the stone's greatest value lay in its soul-scouring property. If that trait were absorbed into the blueprint, the arrow tower to be born might inherit this formidable ability. Feng Xiu quickly scanned every material he had placed from top to bottom. Finding no low-level mistakes, he pressed the craft button. The next instant the Lord Keystone's prompt flashed up. This crafting would be the first formation of a blank blueprint, and once the formula was generated, it would be permanently fixed and irreversible. Continue. Feng Xiu's voice held not an ounce of hesitation. All the materials were simultaneously annihilated and absorbed. Light streaked across his vision, and a palm-sized model of an arrow tower slowly took shape before him. The tower's shaft appeared first. Layers of gray-white stone rose swiftly, the interior filled with assorted beast skeletons, as if a giant carcass had been cruelly encased in cold rock. Sheets of iron materialized and snapped tight around several key structural joints, clamping fiercely to the stone's outer edges. Beast leather and cords were forced into the stone's interstices, girding the tower like a layer of sinewy muscle. Above the crown of the tower took form a massive crossbow arm unfurled in silent dignity. The braided string hummed and locked into its anchors with a muted power-laden snap. A bolt channel stitched of bone spikes formed alongside it, the fletching along each arrow's tail aligned in neat rows, radiating a grim, lethal aura. Finally, 20 Rizhao stones sank together into the tower's heart. Darker, scalding veins raced up the internal bone framework like molten lava, and then halted precisely beneath the bolt channel. The first formation was complete. An exclusive arrow tower blueprint materialized: the Zhuahuan bone ballista, quality black iron grade. Tower body strength black iron grade. Effective range 600 meters. Basic functions: low-level automatic target lock, automatic loading of bones pike bolts. Special function: Rizhao attachment. After a bolt leaves the tower, it carries for a short time a spiritual scouring effect that inflicts additional damage upon targets with low spiritual resistance. Energy: Rizhao stones can absorb ambient heat and slowly recover energy. Feng Xiu read the attributes through and exhaled slowly, relief warming him. Although the tower's final grade remained black iron and had not left a tear simply because a Kington grade component was included, this was entirely within his expectations. After all, the other primary materials still lingered at black iron level. Relying on one or two pieces to force the finished product across tiers was unrealistic. And the special effect, Rizhao attachment, had truly been inherited. That alone was enough. Feng Xiu turned the palm-sized model in his hands. The more he looked at it, the more pleasing it became. Its appearance suited the aesthetic of his island. Without hesitation, he took the model to the main island's far eastern edge. He set the first Zhuahuan tower down with a steady hand. The model swelled in the wind, expanding with a thunderous rumble into its full scale. From base to crossbow arm, a 10-meter-plus grim tower of stone and bone rose and stood at the island's rim. It was a position he had picked out long ago for its prime firing arc. The eastern view was unobstructed and panoramic, ideal for a first live-fire test. Although the tower possessed low-level auto-targeting, Feng Xiu wanted to try manual control first. Perhaps, just perhaps, his aim might outmatch it. He climbed the tower's side ladder in a few strides, fumbled with the controls, and soon grasped the basics. On the opposing isle, a lone skeleton grunt was huffing and hauling supplies. Feng Xiu had originally considered using it as a target, but he thought better of needlessly sacrificing his own minion for a mere test, and redirected the aim to a crooked-necked tree at the opposite island's edge. The distance, by his estimate, was surely over 300 meters. He narrowed his eyes, gauged for a few seconds, and pressed the firing button. A moment later, the bolt screamed forth. The crooked tree did not so much as sway. He had as expected. Feng Xiu stared at the area and searched carefully until he finally spotted the bolt. The bones pike bolt lay embedded at an angle in the opposite island's soil, the shaft driven in entirely, its tail feathers still trembling faintly. Its penetration and force were beyond doubt, but accuracy left something to be desired. Expressionless, Feng Xiu climbed down, opened the tower's control panel, and activated the low-level auto-targeting. The panel glowed softly. The tower itself gave no obvious movement, yet Feng Xiu noticed a faint ring of phosphorescence appear around the index finger of his right hand. He lifted his hand experimentally. The glow slid with his thought from index to middle finger, leapt nimbly to his left hand, and then settled back on his right. This, he realized, was the locking permission. He tried to transfer the authority. The next second, a nearby dazed skeleton soldier's fingerbone lit with the same pale luminance. Feng Xiu watched for a few breaths, retrieved the permission, then raised his glowing red finger and pointed at the giant crossbow atop the tower, adjusted, making several-minute corrections within a single second. Then the bolt struck true. The trunk split open with a blast, of vast cavity torn through its center, while the bolt, still brimming with deadly force, continued forward into the unknown. Feng Xiu stood agape with astonishment. Good heavens, this was low-level autolock. What wonders awaited at the mid and high levels? He did not allow himself to dwell on such thoughts. Indulging them only bred restlessness. The first tower's test was complete. The rest was straightforward. Fang Xiu returned to the Lord Keystone, and in a single burst produced 7 identical Zhuohuan towers. The materials had not been cheap, but he spent the lot with exhilarating decisiveness. Soon 7 brand new towers were installed one after another. Their positions fell to the west, south, north, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, together with the original eastern tower. With the 8 compass points filled, the 8 towers left no blind spots in the island's defenses. Yet a new question immediately arose. Who would hold the operational permissions for the 8 towers? Fang Xiu replayed his use of the tower from memory and quickly distilled 3 basic requirements. First, a finger is required. Bone finger would suffice. Second, the being must distinguish friend from foe. Third, vision must be sufficiently keen to identify distant targets. Among these, the Black Warriors satisfied the first 2 conditions. Their discipline and friend-or-foe recognition were reliable. Their eyesight, however, was poor. Fang Xiu thought for a moment and smiled. If none existed ready-made, he would craft them. Creating undead tailored to 3 basic functions posed little challenge for a master of the dead. He personally went to the warehouse, cut 8 skulls from the corpses of flying monsters, then fetched 8 prepped human bodies from the storage of human cadavers. Since the Black Warriors already met the first 2 criteria, he only needed to supply the third. One by one, he replaced the human skulls with those of the flying creatures. The flying monster skulls were large and carried an unusual ocular structure. Mounted on human frames, they looked grotesquely disproportionate. Narrow shoulders, oversized heads, radiating an uncanny strangeness as they stood. Fang Xiu paid no mind to appearances. Aesthetics did not affect duty. He took up his suturing thread and stitched skull to neck, then proceeded, as he would when making ordinary Black Warriors. Before long, 8 new undead stood silently before him, bird-headed Black Warriors. He conducted a simple vision test, and was thoroughly satisfied. These 8 could see markedly farther than ordinary Black Warriors, and were far more sensitive to fast-moving objects at a distance. He assigned each of the bird-headed warriors to an arrow tower, granting them the tower's operational permission. From that day forward, their sole duty would be to man the towers and identify targets. They raised the fingers wrapped in faint light, and with those luminous digits guided the towers toward death. Fang Xiu stood at the edge of the main island, his urge to unleash the 8 soul-burning ballista towers upon the wilds growing almost impossible to suppress. After a moment's thought, he commanded the skeletal soldiers to sever the rope tethering the main island to the corpse oil isle. The corpse oil isle was left adrift in solitude, no longer a mere appendage trailing obediently behind the main island. Fang Xiu's intent was straightforward. For the coming period, all foundational resources, scattered corpses, and low-grade materials plundered from this resource-rich zone would be prioritized for stockpiling on the corpse oil isle. There it would serve as a temporary transit hub and frontline arsenal. Fang Xiu stationed 30 Black Knights and over 200 expendable skeletal troops to garrison the isle. He himself departed with the main island, his remaining forces, and the 8 subsidiary isles, not targeting any single objective in particular. Now that he possessed so many subsidiary isles, why persist with the old laborious method, conquering one region, then painstakingly clearing, harvesting, and transporting its spoils? In Fang Xiu's current vision, resource acquisition should be seamless. Seize a territory, leave behind one subsidiary isle, and a modest garrison to harvest it, enabling parallel operations across multiple fronts. Of course, this system remained far from perfected. Among the 8 subsidiary isles, only 2 were under active command: the breeding isle, currently ascending to Tier 7, under the control of the Wraith, and the newly granted isle now entrusted to the Black Knight captain, whose physical form remained elsewhere on assignment. The remaining 6 were inert, unresponsive islands, capable of being anchored, yet never fully autonomous. Once harvesting concluded, Fang Xiu himself would have to pilot the main island back, circling each like a vigilant hen to reattach them one by one. This dilemma had no immediate solution, and Fang Xiu felt no urgency. It merely meant an extra circuit once collection ended. As for the deeper reaches of the resource archipelago, especially the Shattered Soul Expanse previously scouted by the Wraith, Fang Xiu merely marked its approximate location in his mind with no intention of venturing there now. If the archipelago were roughly divided into outer, middle, and core rings, that expanse lay nestled within a corner of the core ring, its density of shattered souls unknown, its reason for coalescing into a drifting mass entirely mysterious. Such places promised immense rewards, but equally immense peril. Fang Xiu acknowledged he now commanded formidable strength. Yet he had no desire to test precisely how formidable that strength truly was. His aim was instead to navigate the middle ring, striking exclusively at clusters of large affluent islands. Isolated minor isles no longer warranted his attention. He sought only the strongest prey. 2.5 hours, what the realm called a kun hour. Later, the first true prize appeared along the main island's course. Ahead, several massive islands clustered tightly together. Faint clouds veiled their contours, yet beneath them gleamed exposed mineral strata, vast groves of towering trees, and numerous Blacarantier creatures moving across the terrain. Fang Xiu hesitated barely a breath before initiating boarding. In the next instant, black knights and expendable skeletal troops surged forth like a tide of ink from every subsidiary isle. Even the stitched abomination heaved itself from the reservoir pool and lumbered toward the battlefield. Its movements this time were even more frenzied than before. The colossal maw on its abdomen yawned open prematurely, skipping warm-up entirely to launch straight into an unrestrained feast. Yet the first to strike was not it, but the ballista towers. For the first time, all 8 grotesque, soul-scorching bone ballistae accompanied the main island into open combat. Fang Xiu quickly realized their utility in boarding engagements was extraordinary. Under the guidance of the bird-headed warriors, the 8 towers locked onto aerial threats, Blacarantier chieftains, and high-value targets positioned with tactical cunning. Those singled out by the towers faced only 2 fates grazed, and maimed, struck, and slain. Naturally, the towers were not divine. One bolt aimed at a black iron creature camouflaged among expendable skeletal troops pierced its target with uncanny precision, along the way shattering several intervening skeletons. Yet fortune favored the beast. The bolt tore only through its hind leg. Dragging half its bleeding body, it limped desperately toward a fissure in the distant rocks. On the battlefield, the stitched abomination fought with its customary ferocity, indiscriminate and satiate. It devoured whatever fell within reach, black iron beasts passing skeletal cannon fodder, swallowing them whole bite after ravenous bite. Fang Xiu paid this consumption no mind, for minding it would change nothing. To this colossal entity driven solely by primal instinct, there existed no distinction between foe and ally, only satiety mattered. Yet one could not deny its efficacy. Monsters once requiring coordinated squads of black knights to surround, wear down, and slay over minutes, now fell silent within seconds of its gaze falling upon them. Moreover, with the 8 ballista towers systematically eliminating airborne harassers, the ground advance of black knights and skeletal troops proceeded with remarkable fluidity. The black iron chieftains inhabiting this fertile zone never managed, unlike their more tenacious predecessors, to unite into a cohesive front. They fought alone and died alone. Some perished before even registering the threat, their skulls impaled by bolts fired from tower summits. Others attempted to ascend skyward, only to be cut down mid-flight by a second tower's follow-up shot. One particularly massive black iron lizard beast, having just overturned several skeletal cannon fodder, was snatched by the stitched abomination's tongue, its torso thrust deep into the gaping maw on its belly, leaving only 2 flailing legs protruding helplessly. Within half an hour the battle concluded. After securing the cluster of large islands, Fang Xiu stationed the breeding isle, the one under the Wraith's command, and ascending to Tier 7 in this region. The Wraith's physical form remained behind, as well ensuring uninterrupted control over the isle. Simultaneously, Fang Xiu left behind over 20 black knights and 200 skeletal troops, tasked exclusively with resource extraction, minesite surveillance, and contingency response. He then sailed onward with the remaining 7 subsidiary isles. For the next 20-odd hours, the main island traversed the middle ring almost continuously. A full-speed circumnavigation would have taken only a dozen hours, but the rest was spent searching for clusters worthy of conquest. Along the way, Fang Xiu seized several more affluent island clusters. One proved exceptionally troublesome. Its isles teemed almost exclusively with flying demons. In former days, such a prize, however rich, would have prompted Fang Xiu to pause, furrow his brow, and deliberate carefully. Now, however, everything had changed. With the 8 ballista towers unleashing their full anti-air firepower, those winged demons could not even approach the main island. A few precise volleys left dozens of corpses strewn across the ground. The survivors scattered in disarray, shrieking in terror before fleeing into the distance. By the time the main island completed its circuit and neared the corpse oil isle again, not a single subsidiary isle trailed behind it. All 7 newly acquired isles had been strategically deployed across distinct locations in the middle ring, silent, autonomous harvesting nodes functioning like waypoints in a grand strategy game. Ahead, the familiar silhouette of the corpse oil isle re-emerged on the horizon. The middle ring had finally been circled, and the vast reservoir of souls amassed on this journey already had its destined purpose. The Tyrannosaurus skeleton stored in the armory was nearing completion. It was time to begin reinforcing the soul fire of the skeletal wolves. The process of enhancing the skeleton wolf soul fire is quite similar to the previous reinforcement done for the master. Fang Xiu first refined several soul orbs, skillfully inserting them one by one into the soul bottle containing the skeleton wolf soul fire. He couldn't be bothered to draw a new formation. Instead, he directly found the previous set used for the master, checked it, and discovered that a few nodes had suffered significant wear from energy erosion. He promptly repaired them, A new batch of cannon fodder skeletons was summoned over silently, sitting down in the outer circle of the formation. As the formation activated, the soul light within the soul bottle began to swell slowly at a tortoise's pace. Feng Xiu only glanced a few times and realized that this process couldn't be rushed. The foundation of the skeleton wolf was simply too poor. Its absorption efficiency was far inferior to that of the master. At this rate, it might take until the same time tomorrow to completely digest these soul orbs. However, a slower pace is acceptable, as long as it can succeed. After dealing with the skeleton wolf, Feng Xiu turned and entered his wooden house. At the door, the two black warriors he had dispatched to guard remained standing straight with shields in their left hands and swords in their right, not changing their posture at all. Inside the house, the flying dragon egg was being kept in a wooden box lined with soft grass. The box was tightly padded to prevent any accidental bumps. Beneath the box, several sunburned stones were pressed down slowly, emanating a stable and gentle warmth. Feng Xiu squatted down and opened the lid of the wooden box. The flying dragon egg looked the same as before. The dark red scale patterns on the eggshell showed no signs of change, feeling warm to the touch, and still exhibited no signs of lifelessness. Yet it remained immobile. He had read about flying dragon eggs in books and had seen numerous accounts. The hatching requirements were indeed not low, but they were certainly not exaggerated to this extent. The problem lies here. What was written in the books did not match the flying dragon egg before him at all. This was Feng Xiu's first encounter with a genuine flying dragon egg. He couldn't assert whether the books were wrong or if this egg was inherently abnormal. However, the more he looked, the more he felt that the latter possibility was greater. Because this egg was not just difficult to hatch. It seemed more like it was deliberately stalled in a state of neither life nor death, neither breaking nor emerging through some special means. The captain of the Black Warriors had once told Feng Xiu that this egg had been buried in the ground for quite some time. This was also one of the reasons he dared to accept the flying dragon egg directly. Since it had been buried for so long, it was highly unlikely for a mother dragon to be guarding it. It should be noted that this egg was of silver quality. If there really was a mother dragon, its strength might even reach the silver level. If a mother dragon had come, Feng Xiu would have undoubtedly given up the flying dragon egg without hesitation. But the question arose, who left this flying dragon egg here without a mother dragon present? It couldn't have just popped out of a rock like Sun Wukong, could it? Furthermore, what was the purpose of the creature that buried the flying dragon egg there? What were its objectives? He had no idea. Feng Xiu extended his finger and gently tapped the eggshell. He received no response. He then pressed his palm against the egg, sensing it for a moment. It felt like a stone. This added another layer of thought to his mind. What if the conditions for hatching were not sufficient? Could it be that it was simply not meant to hatch at this time? Feng Xiu replaced the lid of the box, resting his hand on it without immediately pulling it away. The Tyrannosaurus Rex bones from Stone Pillar Island, this flying dragon egg, and the sunburned stone pillar, 3 high-value items, all originated from the same place. Feng Xiu never believed in coincidences. At least he didn't believe in such dense coincidences. However, the current information was simply too scarce. Even if he racked his brains, he couldn't come up with any answers. If he couldn't understand it, he would raise it first. After all, the egg was in his hands, giving him the initiative. It would eventually show some other reaction. If there was truly something wrong, it could not hide forever. After leaving the wooden house, Feng Xiu casually tested the results of the research he had intermittently conducted in recent days. The most presentable outcome was the corpse explosion technique. This spell was not yet fully matured, but it could be released steadily. In simple terms, the principle was not complicated. It was to use mental force as a trigger to forcibly detonate the corpse poison inside the bodies of decayed corpses and zombies. When it exploded, toxic mist, decayed fluids, shredded flesh, and broken bones burst out all at once. The power was quite considerable. Moreover, the damage from this type of explosion did not stop at the initial blast. Living beings with poor constitution and weak resistance, if hit by the splattered corpse poison, could easily mutate towards becoming undead. It was a bit unfortunate that several severely damaged Black Warriors died while researching this spell. Well, it wasn't really that unfortunate. Those Black Warriors were too damaged, reduced to half their original selves. What else could they be used for besides experimenting with spells? After all, many human corpses could be traded daily, so losing 2 Black Warriors was not a big deal. Before long, the main island reconnected with Corpse Oil Island via a rope. The captain of the Black Warriors also strode over from Corpse Oil Island. It had long completed the task of transporting sunburned stones, and had been back on the island waiting for orders for 10 hours. Following that, the undead troops previously dispatched to gather resources began to return in succession. Feng Xiu mentally reviewed the resource situation left at various locations, confirming that this bountiful area he had frequented for several days had been mined for over 70% of its resources. The remaining 30% mostly consisted of scattered leftover materials in the corners. They were difficult to excavate and transport. There was no need to keep pushing. Thus the main island quickly adjusted its course, dragging Corpse Oil Island along towards Breeding Island. Along the way, Feng Xiu also reorganized the upgrade priorities for the islands for the upcoming period. The Corpse Oil Island of the Master was already level 8 with an area of 3,200 square meters, which was sufficient for the time being. There was no need to continue feeding it resources in the short term. The Breeding Island for the spirits could be upgraded to level 8. As for the other subsidiary islands whose specific purposes had not yet been determined, their upgrade speeds could be lowered for now. After establishing the upgrade priorities for the island cluster, Feng Xiu glanced at the panel for his main island. The number of materials required to upgrade to level 12 had increased from 1 to 2 for the black iron level cloud core. Converted, this meant a total of 20 ordinary cloud cores were needed. This was easy to solve, but the requirements for other basic materials had doubled. It seemed that in the short term the level of the main island would not see any significant leaps. However, although the upgrades for the empty island had slowed down, his attributes should see significant improvements in the next couple of days. The black iron level spiritual vegetables and plants in the planting slots were growing extremely fast. In fact, several well-growing Moonheart black amaranth plants were already ready for harvest. Feng Xiu was unaware of the principle behind this, but it might be related to the rules of the fragmented cloud realm. Additionally, during this journey, he personally unearthed a fruit-bearing black iron level spiritual tree from a bountiful area, the blood tree. At that time, he directed the black warriors to carefully transplant it into the planting slots. As for the blood fruits that grew on the tree, consuming them could enhance physical attributes. Counting the various spiritual plants consumed over the past few days, Feng Xiu's physical attributes finally reached the limit of 10, which is unrefined. His strength and agility had also risen to 9. Island Master Feng Xiu. Strength black iron level. Strength 9. Agility 9. Physique 10. Spirit 18. Evaluation genius undead mage. He was just one final step away from having all 3 attributes cross the black iron threshold. He just needed to wait for the other fruits and vegetables that could provide attributes to mature, and the breakthrough to black iron level would be effortless. On the previous circuit, Feng Xiu only needed to take the archipelago, leave behind the satellite isles, and his undead forces then depart with ease to await the harvest of resources. This time was different. The fertile region beside Fanyu Island had already entered the mid-stage of collection. Minerals, soil, timber, and black iron-grade biological materials were sorted into neat piles, while wraiths accompanied by black warriors and skeletal cannon fodder were harvesting in staggered waves. The main isle's mission this time was to wait until one fertile area had been fully gathered, then reconnect those completed isles back to the archipelago and proceed to the next rich sector. Feng Xiu estimated, based on current sailing speed and each isle's collection progress, that finishing this round of mid-ring recovery would take at least another week. That was under the ideal assumption that no mishaps occurred along the route. They were still harvesting beside Fanyu Island, and 7 more fertile regions lay ahead. A day passed. The skeleton wolf's soul fire had been fully absorbed. The fluctuations within the soul vial were noticeably richer. Feng Xiu poured the soul flame into his palm and gauged it with a measured touch. It should have reached the 10-point threshold, enough to power the tyrannosaur bones. Feng Xiu pinched the skeleton wolf's soul fire like a small fidget and approached the tyrannosaur skeleton. He did not plunge the soul flame in at once. Instead, he circled the vast tyrannosaur frame once. The charred sections of the skeleton had been cleaned and repaired. The fearsome skull, the sturdy vertebrae, and the powerful hind limbs still retained their original structure. To ordinary eyes, it was a great bone hauled from the fire. To a mage's sight, however, the interior of the frame was threaded with dormant magic circuits waiting to be ignited. The soul circuits laid by the binders ran along the spine, ribs, and leg bones, extending like an invisible neural network that connected to every major joint. Feng Xiu inspected section by section and found no signs of energy breaks, backflow, or leakage. In you go. He pinched the clump of soul flame and pushed it into the cranial cavity of the withered bone tyrannosaur. The next moment, necromantic energy poured through the skull and instantly suffused the entire frame. The more meter-long structure shivered faintly. Then its hefty hind limbs slammed against the ground, and the massive skull began to rise slowly. The tyrannosaur bones stood up. But its first step was askew. The enormous tail swept an arc across the earth while the hind legs veered uncontrollably, the whole skeleton swaying like a giant learning to walk. Although the skeleton wolf soul fire met the required intensity, it was plainly unable to fully adapt to such a colossal body and its radically different center of gravity. It seemed the skeleton wolf would need time to acclimate to this form. That did not stop Feng Xiu from opening its status panel to take a look. Race withered bone tyrannosaur. Tier black iron grade. Strength 20. Agility 9. Constitution 20. Spirit 10. Assessment: an ancient creature reborn. Though its strength is but a shadow of its former glory, it remains formidable. Its strength and constitution were capped at the black iron ceiling, and its agility exceeded that of the earlier abomination by 2 points. To help the skeleton wolf Soulfire adapt to the Tyrannosaur frame more quickly, he immediately summoned 10 black warriors and 200 skeletal cannon fodder. The black warriors were tasked with encircling, blocking, and forcibly redirecting the tyrant's attacks. The skeleton fodder's task was to charge and be crushed, allowing the skeleton wolf to rapidly familiarize itself with the attack rhythm and destructive power of this gigantic body. Fang Xiu's single order for the withered bone Tyrannosaur was simple: do not damage those 10 black warriors. As for the cannon fodder skeletons, handle them as needed, even if their soul fire must be absorbed. Battle began in an instant. At first, the withered bone Tyrannosaur could not even control its tail. A sudden lift of its tailbone reduced several charging fodder to scattered bones. When it tried to lower its head to bite a black warrior, the skull descended too quickly and bit into the ground, its tooth sockets clogged with gravel and earth. But after several collisions, its movements rapidly stabilized. It learned to lift its hind bones to precisely crush fodder, to use its heavy tailbone to disperse encirclements, and to temper its force before the black warrior's shield wall. Fang Xiu watched from a distance for a while, ears filled with the creaks and thunderous collisions of bone. Every step of that 10+ meter frame produced a tremendous roar. It was maddeningly loud. Fang Xiu simply mounted his corpseified flying tiger and flew to the harvesting zone near Fanyu Island, officially to supervise the gathering. In truth, the skeleton would not slack off. Fang Xiu merely did not want to listen to the clamor any longer. Calm now, he began to consider how to improve himself. He already commanded a bronze tier abomination. The tyrant possessed peak black iron strength, but its potential stretched far beyond that. With suitable materials, enhancing it to bronze tier would be effortless. He, however, was a little slow. The Yuexin Haitian was thriving and would mature in 2 days. Raising his spirit attribute to 20 would be no problem, but breaking beyond 20 was another matter. Beyond 20, the effects of black iron grade spirit plants declined sharply. Black iron grade spirit produce would clearly not help him breach bronze tier. To truly step into bronze tier, aside from continuing to seek higher quality spirit plants, he would have to rely on the most primordial cultivation. After all, he was a genius. Once his attributes reached 20, breaking through to bronze by cultivation should not be overly difficult. Yet as an undead mage, the environment most suited to him was naturally one thick with death aura. The remnant soul void that the wraiths had once discovered should meet that condition. But it was dangerous. Without sufficient strength, Fang Xiu would never venture there. There was another method: cultivate death aura himself. Create a controllable death aura environment. To cultivate death aura, one needed only to leave corpses untouched. Keep them in their primitive piled state, let flesh rot dry and decompose naturally. Over time, when the stench of decay faded, death aura would begin to emanate from the corpses. If the corpses were numerous enough, they could form a stable and potent source of death aura. The process was not quick. Even with necromantic catalysis, it would take a month or 2 to reach a concentration suitable for cultivation. Moreover, supplying Fang Xiu's cultivation would demand an enormous amount of death aura. The required number of corpses could easily form a mountain of cadavers. No matter how sinister Fang Xiu's thoughts may have been, time continued its unhurried passage. 2 days later, the moon heart black amaranth in the cultivation plots had fully matured. Without hesitation, Fang Xiu strode directly to the plot and harvested the finest specimen. The glossy black leaves seeming to hold captured moonlight, exuding a delicate ethereal fragrance. After a brief rinse, he placed it whole into his mouth and chewed deliberately. A cool, refreshing current slid down his throat, permeating his limbs and torso, before converging in his mind. His mental fatigue vanished entirely. Your constitution attribute has permanently increased by 0.2. In the following days, other black iron tier spirit plants ripened one after another. Thanks to Fang Xiu's meticulously planned expansive cultivation zone, this harvest yielded an exceptionally abundant yield. Spirit plants tailored for strength, agility, constitution, and spirit were neatly arranged on a wooden table, each category carefully segregated. Fang Xiu consumed them in strict sequence, pausing after each to circulate necrotic mana throughout his body, a full circuit, to refine and assimilate residual medicinal energy. This method prevented abrupt attribute surges that might destabilize his physiology. Only after swallowing the final bite of ironroot grass, and feeling the deep satisfying fullness resonating through his entire frame, did Fang Xiu nod in quiet satisfaction. Island Lord Fang Xiu, rank black iron, strength 20, agility 20, constitution 20, spirit 20, assessment, a prodigious necromancer who has reached the absolute pinnacle of the black iron tier. Only a single step remains before ascending to bronze. All 4 attributes had attained the black iron ceiling. Fang Xiu slowly clenched his fist, savoring the dense humming power coiled within his muscles, and weighed his conduit staff thoughtfully in his palm. His enhanced physical resilience now allowed him to withstand far greater necrotic mana flow. Even prolonged spellcasting would incur significantly less strain than before. The highest grade specimens among the mature spirit plants were naturally reserved for Feng Xiu's personal use. The remainder, most of them, were set aside for further research. He intended to develop a reinforcement elixir capable of being absorbed by undead constructs. Admittedly, not all undead were incapable of metabolizing spirit plant essences. When Feng Xiu fed Moonheart Black Amaranth to a flesh golem, its spirit attribute demonstrably rose. Yet spirit and intellect remained distinct. Heightened spirit conferred no increase in cognition. Moreover, the golem's ability to absorb nutrients stemmed from its innate digestive capacity, an attribute absent in most other undead. Thus, Feng Xiu still needed to formulate an elixir universally absorbable across the undead spectrum. Naturally, when we speak of most being reserved for research, what are the lesser-grade specimens? They were destined for trade, surely not left to rot. Feng Xiu had no intention of indiscriminately empowering rivals. Consequently, these attribute-enhancing spirit plants commanded exorbitant prices, exclusively traded for black iron tier or higher artifacts, materials, or schematics. To Feng Xiu, any living being besides himself qualified as an enemy. The sudden appearance of spirit plants ignited a frenzy across the chat channel. Old Wu, holy hell. Food that directly boosts stats. Is this real? No likes, just freeloading, absolutely real. I verified it myself. Black iron tier spirit plants. Broke enough to become a ghost, you only accept black iron tier items, or better. Are you stocking up for War Master? Most island lords stared dumbfounded at the absurdly steep pricing, unable even to barter for the lowest grade specimen. Yet Shueyun realm teemed with earthborn humans, and among them always existed a rare few blessed with preternatural luck. Some had drawn useless black iron schematics from treasure chests, while others had stumbled upon rare materials near ruined perimeters. Still others, desperate to survive, willingly exchanged their most treasured heirlooms for tangible stat gains. The attribute-enhancing spirit plants Feng Xiu listed in the trading bazaar sold out almost instantly. He assumed the matter concluded, until a private message pinged sharply. Ding! Since he'd last posted that video of a nameless high-ranking official's brutal execution in the public channel, few dared trigger his keyword alerts without cause. Thus, anyone bold enough to initiate a private message now likely possessed something truly valuable. Feng Xiu opened the message. No preamble, only a screenshot of a schematic. Blank staff schematic description. Upon first crafting, infuse unique materials to generate a personalized staff schematic. Feng Xiu's tapping fingers stilled midair. The immense utility of the blank watchtower schematic had already proven the worth of such schematics. Truly, one must never underestimate the realm's luck-born elites. This schematic could not possibly have been seized by strength alone. Had the owner possessed the power to claim such a precious blank schematic, they would hardly seek Blackirntier spirit vegetables from him. Clearly, they underestimated its rarity. Otherwise, they'd never offer it for sale. Yet the word personalized alone granted them ample leverage to inflate the price. Feng Xiu glanced at their avatar, gender ambiguous. Evidently, their identity was as indeterminate as a combat helicopter. Deer cares about mining master. The schematic's description states it generates a personalized blueprint. Its value surely warrants spirit vegetables sufficient to elevate all 4 attributes to the black iron ceiling. An audacious demand indeed. Necro manufacturer, spare your fantasies. For attributes maxed. Impossible. I'll provide vegetables raising exactly 2 attributes to 15 points. Negotiations stretched long and tense, until finally the other party relented. Deer cares about mining fine. Strength and constitution to 15, plus a full set of black iron gear. Master, don't deceive me. Necro manufacturer, rest assured. Feng Xiu closed the chat window, a faint predatory smile curling at the corner of his lips. Though the final deal closely matched his initial asking price, and represented but a negligible fraction, their arrogant, uncompromising attitude stirred a sliver of irritation within this malevolent, despicable necromancer. Just a sliver. Rising, Feng Xiu prepared the agreed-upon vegetables and equipment, and racing against time forged of Blackirntier Golden Halo undead. He delivered both the undead and the gear. The transaction completed smoothly, the blank staff schematic now rested securely in his possession. Feng Xiu turned the elegant parchment over in his hands, contemplating which materials would best forge his own sovereign staff. The reply arrived slightly delayed. First a grimacing emoji more sorrowful than joyful. Then a line of text appeared. Deer cares about mining master, you're a figure of renown. Must you be so devious? Deer cares about mining. Had I not developed the habit of clicking every item description, I'd have fallen straight into your Deer cares about mining master, farewell forever. Goodbye. With that, the Cinder terminated the conversation. Notification: you have been blocked by the other party. Fang Xiu gazed at the Cinder's avatar and now grayed out, clicking his tongue in mild regret. Though truly it was nothing more than mild regret. After all, this entire charade had sprung solely from a fleeting mischievous impulse. As for what might happen should the other truly don it, guess. He felt no concern whatsoever that Lu Guanai mining might expose the matter of the Golden Circlet undead in the chat channel. The man's immediate decision to block rather than negotiate compensation upon discovering the issue revealed a temperament marked more by caution than courage. Publicly disclosing the transaction would amount to an outright admission that he had possessed the blank staff blueprint, while inadvertently revealing his recent acquisition of reinforced spirit plants and Blackrong-grade equipment. The chat channel was never short of madmen eager to kill for loot. Unless Lu Guanai mining had grown utterly reckless, he would never risk transforming himself into a walking treasure chest, simply to vent a few insults at Fang Xiu in the channel. Even if hypothetically the man truly abandoned all restraint and spoke out, Fang Xiu would remain entirely indifferent. What then? Would others cease purchasing his undead? Do not forget this was a monopoly. Monopolistic enterprises have never needed to fret over reputation. Would anyone truly refuse to buy his undead merely because his name carried ill repute? Surely they could not simply discard human corpses they had looted, or were those corpses somehow usable by others? Thus, regardless of the other's actions, no genuine threat emerged. Fang Xiu casually sealed the blank staff blueprint inside a bone casket. Though precious, the materials at his disposal were insufficient to bridge the gap between it and an ordinary staff. The first shaping was irreversible. Rather than hastily forging a transitional Blackrong-grade item, he preferred to wait until acquiring superior high-grade materials. Days passed steadily amid continuous navigation and resource recovery. One by one, the auxiliary islands scattered across the mid-ring completed their harvesting. The main island, following its preordained route, swallowed them whole like a ravenous leviathan. Before retrieving the final auxiliary island, the main island trailed behind it the Oiloff Corpse Island, the Breeding Island, and several other resource-laden auxiliaries, forming an irregular serpentine archipelago. Minerals, timber, soil, Blackrong-grade corpses, and scattered treasure chests brought back from across the islands elevated the main island from level 12 to level 13. Only minor shortages of stone and iron ore remained for the level 14 upgrade. These would be fully replenished once the final auxiliary island completed its loading. The level 14 upgrade preview revealed a structure named the Workshop Prototype. Fang Xiu believed that once established, the workshop would dramatically accelerate the production of certain undead artifacts. It could not magically elevate final product quality, but it could record matured crafting processes, decomposing repetitive tasks, bone cutting, antiseptic, soaking, foundational circuit laying, and skeletal assembly into standardized sequential procedures. In essence, it functioned as an assembly line factory requiring only expendable skeleton fodder or subordinate races to operate. With the workshop prototype, Fang Xiu could even mass-produce black warriors. After all, he already possessed ample prefabricated undead components. The complexity of black warrior creation had diminished significantly, making full-scale workshop production entirely feasible. All that remained was for him to ignite the soul flame at the final stage. With a sharp crack, the last mooring cable snapped taut, binding the final empty island securely to the main island. A system notification confirmed that all level 14 upgrade materials were now complete. Fang Xiu did not initiate the upgrade immediately. Instead, he meticulously assessed the archipelago's total load. Only after verifying that the island's expansion during upgrading would not snap the newly attached auxiliary cables did he finally confirm the upgrade. Having settled the archipelago's logistical affairs, Fang Xiu returned to his laboratory hut. He had spent several days researching how to enhance undead units using spirit plants. Ordinary undead lacked flesh stomachs or intact circulatory systems. Pouring spirit plant extract directly into their hollow frames caused it to drain instantly through fissures in their bones. Applying the concoction externally to skeletal surfaces proved equally futile. How could bare bone absorb nutrients from medicinal fluids? Fang Xiu swiftly shifted focus from skeletal frameworks to the soul flame itself. Through relentless testing and refinement, he had already produced a promising prototype. He extracted juice from spirit plants that enhanced mental attributes, blended it with finely filtered corpse oil, and added distilled highly concentrated gray rain. The resulting mixture burned steadily, but the soul flame refused to absorb it. Its active compounds dissipated uselessly into the air with the flame. One critical component remained, a stimulant capable of forcibly prying open the soul flame structure. Fang Xiu recalled Sunscorched Stone. Previous experiments had confirmed its capacity to destabilize low mental attribute soul flames. He ground a small fragment of Sunscorched Stone into fine powder and added it with meticulous care to the liquid mixture. using an infinitesimal quantity to mitigate its adverse effects. Its purpose was solely to stimulate the outer layer of the soul flame, inducing microscopic fissures within its otherwise stable sealed architecture. The first batch of trials failed consecutively. Too much sunscorch powder extinguished the skeleton fodder's soul flame instantly, reducing it to a pile of shattered bone. Too little, and the lamp oil burned out without eliciting any change. Feng Xiu remained impassive, adjusting the dosage incrementally. After sacrificing over a dozen skeleton fodder, he finally pinpointed the precise ratio, enabling stable, sustained absorption. The final product was no longer an ingestible elixir, but a viscous, ashen-gray lamp oil. To use it, one must first extract the undead soul flame from its skeletal frame and place it within a specially reinforced soul lamp socket. Then subject it to continuous roasting powered by the burning oil. Sunscorched stone's influence induced delicate microfractures in the soul flame, while the active compounds from gray rain and the spirit plants seeped slowly inward, carried by the flame of the corpse oil combustion. He provisionally named it the soul-nourishing lamp oil. Feng Xiu selected ordinary skeletons with varying mental attributes for preliminary testing. Once efficacy was confirmed, he carefully extracted Lao Shi's soul flame and placed it into a reinforced soul lamp. Lao Shi's current mental attribute stood at 18, nearing the black iron ceiling. Using the absorption-to enhancement ratio derived from ordinary skeletons, Feng Xiu calculated that 2 doses of soul-nourishing lamp oil would reliably elevate Lao Shi's mental attribute to 20. The soul lamp ignited while Lao Shi's soul flame rotated slowly above the wick. The process demanded at least 1 full day, and interruption was impossible. Progress on enhancement agents for strength, agility, and constitution remained stagnant. Skeletons possessed neither digestive nor circulatory systems. The compounds within spirit plants could not autonomously convert into increased skeletal density. Feng Xiu classified these 3 attributes as long-term research objectives for the future workshop, planning to explore avenues such as bone enamel replacement, skeletal materials, and external structural augmentation. Exploration of the Midring's resources had concluded. The final auxiliary island had been fully recovered. Remaining here would yield only low-value marginal scraps. The main island's developmental trajectory naturally shifted toward the core ring. Feng Xiu summoned the rough navigational chart sketched by the Wraith, his gaze settling upon the marker labeled Residual Soul Expanse. It was termed an expanse precisely because no islands floated there. Only countless residual souls suspended motionless above the cloud layer. Even from a distance, the Wraith had drawn hostile attention merely by observing. For this tough nut to crack, he did not let the main island charge directly, but decided to send out a movable sub-island for reconnaissance. The diligent captain of the Black Warriors was entrusted with another important task. The sub-island under his command was upgraded to level 7 in one breath and officially named Ambush Island. As the name suggests, this island does not engage in planting, breeding, or long-term storage. Its sole purpose is to scout, dock, and probe high-risk areas for the main island. Feng Xiu only placed 1 burning soul crossbow tower at the front and on both sides of the island, forming a crossfire range directed forward. A sufficiently large space was left in the rear for the takeoff and landing of floating boards and for emergency retreats. 3 newly manufactured bird-headed warriors were granted operational control of the arrow towers. They did not engage in close combat. Their only task was to observe the airspace, mark targets, and calibrate the crossbow towers. The deployment of troops for this expedition was also streamlined. The captain of the Black Warriors, 50 elite Black Warriors, and the already trained Bone Tyrant plus 700 skeleton cannon fodder. 200 of these cannon fodder were carrying a large number of empty soul bottles clearly aimed at those lingering souls. Feng Xiu did not allow the abominations to accompany them. The area of lingering souls lacked tangible targets, making the abominations' devouring and close combat abilities difficult to utilize, and their massive size would encroach upon Ambush Island's space. Furthermore, leaving the bronze-level forces to guard the main island could prevent the loss of powerful units during the exploratory period. Feng Xiu set 3 retreat conditions for this expedition. First, if regular losses exceed 20%, they would immediately withdraw from the airspace. Second, if a clear bronze-level fluctuation is detected, they would evacuate directly, without secondary confirmation. Third, if they encounter any continuous attacks that cannot be targeted by the burning soul crossbow, they must report back to the main island immediately. Ambush Island then detached from the main island's tether, and under the control of a large floating island sail and foundation stone, it slowly sailed towards the unknown airspace of the core circle like a departing assault boat. Feng Xiu climbed onto the forward arrow tower, raised his binoculars, and continued to observe. As they crossed the blurred boundary between the middle circle and the core circle, the scene ahead indeed matched the description given by the lingering souls. There were no islands here. Countless lingering souls floated in the air, varying in height, maintaining irregular distances between each other, resembling a vast silent graveyard of souls. The captain of the Black Warriors did not rush to bring the entire island closer. It first commanded 50 skeleton cannon fodder to board the floating boards and probe the least dense outer areas of the lingering souls. The skeletons extended their bony hands, awkwardly passing through the semi-transparent lingering souls. They were not attacked. The first batch of soul bottles began to collect. As the bottleneck approached, the scattered lingering souls seemed to be drawn in by some unseen force, sucked into the bottles. The entire process lasted several minutes, collecting over a dozen bottles, while the surroundings remained calm. A flicker of soul fire danced in the captain of the Black Warrior's eyes. The master had said that the lingering souls were attacked unexpectedly after merely taking a glance. Now his cannon fodder army was on the verge of stripping the flora right at their doorstep, yet the other side showed no response. But since there was no reaction, the captain of the Black Warriors would not hold back either. Collect until full. Unfortunately, it seemed they had collected too many souls, and something within became agitated. An invisible, intangible harm appeared, attacking a skeleton cannon fodder that was collecting lingering souls. Puff! The soul fire in the eye sockets of that skeleton extinguished abruptly, as if snuffed out like a candle without any warning. Its skeleton did not suffer any external impact. The skull, spine, and limbs remained intact. Yet the soul that supported its movement was gone. Crash! A pile of bones scattered on the floating board. The soul bottle in its hand exploded, and the lingering souls sealed inside floated back into the air, quickly filling the void left during collection. Alert! The 3 burning soul crossbow towers immediately rotated their crossbows, but the bird-headed warriors at the top hesitated to raise their hands to mark. They witnessed the death of the skeleton and the shattering of the soul bottle, yet did not detect any tangible attacks approaching the target. Bring it back. The captain of the Black Warriors did not blindly order an attack, but first had 2 Black Warriors bring back the skull of the deceased skeleton for a careful examination of the cranial cavity. Inside the cranial cavity, it was empty, without a trace of soul fire fragments. Under normal circumstances, the soul fire of a low-level skeleton would briefly disperse before gradually disappearing upon death. However, this skeleton's soul fire seemed to have been completely extracted by an invisible hand, leaving no trace of energy. Even more bizarrely, the captain of the Black Warriors noticed that the total amount of lingering souls in the air seemed to have increased by a cluster compared to before the soul bottle shattered. The newly appeared cluster of lingering souls was loosely configured of extremely low intensity, closely matching the original strength of the dead skeleton's soul fire. He instantly arrived at an unfathomable conclusion. The previous attack did not merely extinguish the soul fire. Something invisible extracted the skeleton's soul fire and then threw it back into the cluster of lingering souls in the air as a supplement. At that moment, an invisible force directly invaded the forward area of Ambush Island. The foremost burning soul crossbow tower suddenly triggered its alert by itself. The solar patterns beneath the crossbow suddenly lit up, but the targeting glow of the bird-headed warriors wildly swayed in the air, unable to achieve a lock. Stop all collection. The captain of the Black Warriors immediately halted the action. On the main island's arrow tower, Fang Xiu saw Ambush Island suddenly stop and witnessed the skeleton fall. But the problem was there seemed to be no visible danger nearby. He scanned left and right with the binoculars and quickly guessed that it was likely another soul-type creature similar to the lingering souls. However, due to the distance, Fang Xiu could not accurately assess the strength of that soul-type creature. Lingering souls needed to approach or release mental shocks to attack their targets. No matter how concealed, there would be a brief energy fluctuation. Yet the force facing Ambush Island could appear in any position within the cluster of lingering souls and accurately retrieve any lingering souls that had entered the island. If the Guardian was indeed some singular creature, its control over the entire airspace seemed excessively vast, far exceeding that of a black iron level. Yet its actual attack strength could only eliminate ordinary cannon fodder, showing none of the formidable destructive power one would expect from a bronze level. The two conclusions contradicted each other. Either the other side was a rare soul entity with special abilities, but lacking in combat power, or the one launching the attack was not a singular target at all. Rather, it was a part of the lingering soul space itself. Fang Xiu did not order a retreat. The current losses of these cannon fodder had not yet reached the retreat threshold. He turned away from the arrow tower and called back the lingering souls from the breeding island to the main island. Fang Xiu carefully compressed the lingering souls into a mass and placed it into a newly prepared soul nurturing lamp. Lingering souls, being pure soul units, absorbed the lamp oil far more efficiently than the prison masters, allowing for a slight increase in firepower. To prevent it from becoming loose during the enhancement process, Fang Xiu deliberately reduced the proportion of solar stone powder and used his own necromantic power to continuously stabilize the edges of the soul body. The mental fluctuations of the lingering souls steadily increased, and their originally blurry outlines gradually became solid. Once the lingering souls were enhanced, they could act in concert with Ambush Island. Feng Xiu sat on the main island patiently adjusting the flame of the soul-nurturing lamp. Within the lamp holder, the ghost soul was happily rolling about. As a pure soul entity, its efficiency in absorbing lamp oil far exceeded that of any skeletal undead. Once the first lamp oil was consumed, the ghost's spiritual fluctuations visibly increased. Feng Xiu scrutinized it carefully, confirming that its soul structure showed no signs of looseness, which was excellent. He casually added the second lamp oil as well. The ghost still appeared unfazed, even leaning closer. Seeing this, Feng Xiu became less polite, increasing the flame and directly pouring in the third lamp oil. Triple the joy should bring triple the growth. But the fact proved that haste makes waste. After all 3 lamp oils were consumed, the ghost's soul strength successfully surpassed its previous limit, taking on a more solid outline than before. The enhancement effect was intact. The only issue was that the soul had turned significantly darker. Originally semi-transparent with a hint of grayish-green, the soul had now transformed into a pure black-gray color, especially the outer layer, which glinted slightly. Feng Xiu took it out of the soul lamp and patted its soul body, hoping to clean it up a bit. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. He then pinched the ends of the ghost and rubbed it back and forth in his palm, as if kneading a soaked pill. He opened his palm. Still, it was not in vain. It seemed that it might not be possible to wash it white again. Looking at this little black lump in his palm, Feng Xiu suddenly felt that the ghost deserved a special name. He stared at its dark shape, and a flash of inspiration struck him. From now on, you shall be called Black Egg. The ghost in his palm paused for a moment, seemingly trying to comprehend the meaning of this new name. In the next second, its little head began to shake wildly from side to side, leaving behind afterimages of its entire soul. Feng Xiu looked at its vigorous head movements and nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that it was very pleased with this name, so much so that it could hardly distinguish between nodding and shaking its head. All right, no more celebrating. Feng Xiu patted Black Egg's head, urging it to cease its ecstatic celebration, and issued a new command. Immediately head to the Assault Island to execute the support mission. Black Egg's soul gradually returned to its normal size, then drifted towards the Assault Island like a dejected. Upon arriving at the Assault Island, the Black Knight captain ordered Black Egg to conduct another probe. Sure enough, that invisible attack quickly reappeared. With the addition of Black Egg, the crossbow tower was finally able to lock onto its target. As the third round of crossbow arrows, imbued with sunlight energy, passed by Black Egg, a semi-transparent humanoid silhouette was finally forced to emerge from the dense remnants of souls. I see it. Feng Xiu raised his telescope on the main island and finally discerned the opponent's form. It was a humanoid soul, its surface devoid of the common dull death energy typical of ordinary ghosts, instead radiating a faint white glow. The opponent matched the first type he had previously speculated. It was a rare soul with a unique ability, but lacking in combat power. The suppression Black Egg faced during its first exploration was not due to mastering any powerful spell, but simply a numerical superiority stemming from a difference in attributes. The opponent was a heroic soul. It was a bronze-level heroic soul. Fortunately, it probably wouldn't possess any powerful attack spells, though otherwise the Assault Island would likely fall. As for what a heroic soul actually is, it is a being with justice in its heart, possessing a strong obsession. After death, its soul does not dissipate, and its spirit endures, giving it a minuscule probability of becoming a heroic soul. Of course, this explanation might be a bit complicated. I can also tell you in the simplest, most straightforward and non-nonsense way what is impressive about heroic souls. They are wholly light undead. Feng Xiu developed a keen interest in this heroic soul. It clearly belonged to the undead, yet possessed the power to restrain ordinary undead. It did not emit death energy, and could even stabilize the constantly dissipating remnants of souls. If he could capture a complete sample and thoroughly study its soul structure, source of power, and the differences between it and ordinary ghosts. Unfortunately, current methods were insufficient for capture. Although the crossbow tower's attack could reveal its form, it did not mean that the tower could genuinely inflict damage on it. Sunlight energy was only effective against targets with lower spiritual attributes, and clearly the bronze-level heroic soul did not fall into this category. At most, it would cause its soul to produce a brief ripple like water waves. But this led to another problem: how to explore this void and collect the remnants of souls when they could not win. Feng Xiu also considered communication. Books said that heroic souls were very righteous and reasonable undead, possessing clear judgment and capable of communication. Under other circumstances, there would even be a chance to persuade it with a silver tongue to gain its assistance. But obviously this situation did not belong to such a category. After all, the undead under Feng Xiu were almost exuding black energy. It was hard to gain the trust of a righteous heroic soul. Thus the exploration fell into a standstill. The heroic soul would appear every so often, decisively shattering each skeleton soul fire that attempted to stealthily collect the remnants of souls. Arrows passed through its soul body, only managing to reveal its form briefly. In the last confrontation, the heroic soul even became too lazy to dodge. It actively positioned itself in front of a group of remnants about to be approached by Black Egg, allowing the incinerating soul bone crossbow to pass through its chest. Then it raised its head, facing the direction of the main island from a distance. Feng Xiu through the telescope locked gazes with that featureless silhouette. The heroic soul showed no expression, but Feng Xiu could detect a hint of disdain from this simple action. If you have the ability, then keep going. Feng Xiu slowly lowered the telescope, his expression unchanged. He felt as if he was being provoked by a dead person. To be more precise, he was provoked by an undead that appeared more righteous than himself. Hep, this matter could not just end like this. The bronze-level spirit possesses a mental attribute that is difficult to confront Hedon at this stage. However, it also has a more obvious weakness than its strength. It can discern right from wrong. It does not pursue the departed spirits that have ceased gathering remnant souls, nor does it destroy the Lord's cornerstone on the island simply because it is permeated by a strong aura of the departed. This signifies that it follows a nearly rigid set of behavioral principles. A word quickly popped into Feng Xiu's mind: gentleman. Immediately following was another phrase: a gentleman can be deceived by a square. A strong opponent is hard to deal with. Yet a principled and reasonable strong individual can be approached with a question that demands an answer. Feng Xiu put down the telescope and turned away from the arrow tower. He retrieved the shrieking soul lantern intended for the prison master, preparing to make some minor modifications. On another side, the Black Knight captain confirmed the appearance of the bronze-level energy fluctuation through the tremors of the soul fire. The second retreat condition set by Feng Xiu took effect immediately. Detect clear bronze-level fluctuations, do not conduct a second confirmation, and evacuate directly. An order is an order. The three blazing soul bone crossbow towers immediately ceased fire. The cornerstone energy of the island began to operate, and the massive island slowly changed direction, gently retreating from this silent soul graveyard. The spirits in the air sensed their intent, and indeed halted their attacks. They merely hovered in place, watching. The other departed spirits on the island successfully retreated with the island. Only one unit encountered the Black Egg. It was originally floating behind the island as commanded, responsible for rearward observation, confirming whether the spirits were pursuing. When the island began to turn, the gaze of the white spirit accurately fell upon the Black Egg. Suddenly, it departed from its original position of guarding, transforming into a beam of white light darting straight towards the Black Egg. In the judgment of the spirit, this evil soul had been taught a lesson last time. How long had it been since then, and it had returned again? Truly a wicked soul that had committed numerous wrongdoings, and this time, even its soul body had turned black. Such a recalcitrant evil soul must be severely punished. The Black Egg had yet to react when it was struck by a powerful mental shock, causing a significant dent in its soul body. It let out a terrified scream, immediately turning around and fleeing desperately towards the island. The spirit relentlessly pursued from behind, striking several times in succession. The Black Egg was battered and distorted, but it barely held on due to the greatly enhanced spiritual strength from its reinforcement. It awkwardly squeezed into one of the empty soul bottles on the island, and the Black Knight captain hurriedly approached and sealed the bottle. The spirit halted outside the island, not attacking the soul bottle containing the Black Egg, nor pursuing it merely remained still for a few seconds, seemingly confirming that the wicked soul had been imprisoned before returning to the realm of remnant souls. The island returned safely. The Black Knight captain led the team to report to Feng Xiu, but the Black Egg hid inside the soul bottle, refusing to come out. Feng Xiu took the soul bottle and opened the lid. As soon as the Black Egg's small head peeked out, it spotted Feng Xiu and immediately retracted, daring only to show two eyes made of soul light peeking out cautiously. It did not refuse to carry out orders, nor did it sever its mental connection with Feng Xiu. It simply continued to convey a strong emotion to its master. Injustice. The baby felt wronged. During its first trip to the realm of remnant souls, it was attacked by the spirit. After working hard to reinforce itself, it returned only to be chased and beaten by the spirit. It had even been burned black during reinforcement, unable to be restored to its original state. Ultimately, it had been given a name it did not like at all. The Black Egg could not form complete words, but it repeatedly transmitted the same question from the depths of its soul to Feng Xiu. Why? Why was it always bullied? Feng Xiu checked its soul body, confirming that it only suffered significant energy depletion without any permanent damage that could not be recovered. He then casually took out two small soul orbs and tossed them into the soul bottle. Task reward. As for consolation, it was unnecessary. A worker must have the spirit of a worker. The actual value of the two soul orbs far exceeded a few worthless words of comfort. Feng Xiu resealed the bottle, allowing the black egg to remain inside, slowly digesting its grievances. He himself turned back to continue modifying the Shrieking Soul Lantern. Feng Xiu disassembled the Shrieking Soul Lantern, carefully adding a layer to produce high-frequency oscillations outside the existing soul power circuit. Then he took a small amount of sunlight stone powder and evenly applied it to the new structure to enhance the penetrating ability of the spiritual fluctuations. The modified Shrieking Soul Lantern not only retained all its original functions, but also added a shriek attack, which was not particularly powerful. Feng Xiu had a disposable skeleton stand in front of the Soul Lantern to endure a complete shriek impact. The soul fire in the skeleton's eye sockets only flickered violently a few times without extinguishing. In a typical battle, this level of power wouldn't even be enough to kill the lowest level skeleton cannon fodder. However, the remnant souls were different. The remnant souls in the air lacked skeletal protection, and their soul body structures were in a state of extreme disarray. Once subjected to such high-frequency shrieks continuously, they would soon be completely shaken apart, losing their value for collection and use by the soul bottle. Feng Xiu did not need to destroy all the remnant souls. He only needed to destroy a portion of them in front of the righteous spirit. If the spirit turned a blind eye, the remnant souls it guarded would gradually be shaken apart into shrieks. If the spirit intervened to stop it, it would have to approach the unit carrying the Shrieking Soul Lantern, or even actively leave the airspace. At that time, all Feng Xiu needed to do was lead that spirit to the main island, and he had plenty of ways to deal with it. He did not believe that the bronze-level spirit could not see this as an outright threat. However, seeing it did not necessarily mean it could remain indifferent. After all, a gentleman can be deceived by a square. The modifications were complete. Feng Xiu held the brand-new Shrieking Soul Lantern, approached the black egg's soul bottle, and gently tapped the bottle's surface with his knuckles. "Come out. There is a new task." The lid of the soul bottle was cautiously pushed open from the inside. The black egg's small head slowly peeked out. The black egg did not refuse. It simply lay at the bottle's opening, its two soul-light eyes looking pitifully at Feng Xiu, continuing to convey an emotion of grievance that was almost palpable. It hoped that its master could at least say a few words of comfort, like "You've worked hard, or there won't be any danger this time." Feng Xiu waited a few seconds, confirming that the black egg had no intention of coming out on its own, then reached out to grasp the soul bottle. He then began to shake it vigorously, shaking up and down, shaking left and right. The black egg inside the soul bottle was tossed around, its small head thumping against the inner wall of the bottle repeatedly. "You were given 2 soul orbs as a bonus, and you still want a spiritual reward. You greedy black egg. Hurry up and come out to execute the task." In the end, the dizzy black egg floated out of the soul bottle and immediately hugged the Shrieking Soul Lantern, which was larger than its reduced body. This time, the island stopped at the periphery of the remnant soul realm. The Black Knight Captain and the 3 blazing soulbone crossbow towers remained on the island, responsible for long-range support. The black egg on its own hugged the Shrieking Soul Lantern and floated forward all alone. The black egg dared not overstep its bounds, merely hovering at a safe distance while lifting the modified soul lamp towards the area dense with remnants of souls, as if showcasing a toy that was about to explode. In the next moment, the soul lamp was activated. A high-frequency soul sound spread out, piercing and grating, directly affecting the formless soul bodies. Several clusters of residual souls near the edge of the void began to morph and twist violently, as if being kneaded repeatedly by an invisible giant hand. One of the weakest clusters of residual souls held on for only a few seconds before its soul body snapped in the middle. Then, with a poof, it scattered into faint soul light that could not be collected, completely dissipating into the cloud. It was done. Almost at the moment the residual souls dispersed, a blinding white soul light shot straight out from deep within the cluster of residual souls. The heroic soul had manifested. It did not immediately attack the black egg, but chose to stand between the soul lamp and the residual souls, using its solidified soul body to withstand the impact of the second wave of shrill screams. Circles of white light rippled continuously along its chest like water waves. The heroic soul raised its hand across the boundary, launching a condensed spiritual shockwave aimed directly at the shrieking soul lamp in the black egg's embrace. "I knew it," the black egg exclaimed, inwardly already prepared. It hugged the soul lamp and executed a slick backward roll, narrowly avoiding the attack that brushed past the edge of its soul body, instantly dispersing a small patch of cloud behind. As soon as it steadied itself, the black egg immediately lifted the soul lamp again. The heroic soul had attacked twice in succession, but the black egg managed to dodge narrowly, relying on its pre-planned retreat route. It did not confront Hedon, nor did it attempt to collect those residual souls. Its strategy was to let the enemy advance while it retreated, and to disrupt the enemy when they withdrew. As long as the heroic soul retreated back to the cluster of residual souls, it would continue to activate the soul lamp. After several exchanges, the heroic soul quickly confirmed something: this entirely black and sinister soul body was not here to collect residual souls. It was specifically here to annoy it with the intention of forcing it to leave this void. This was a blatant scheme. As the seventh shriek was about to be released, the white figure of the heroic soul momentarily paused. Then, without further hesitation, it charged out of its defined protective boundary. With a single step forward, the bronze-level momentum pressed down on the black egg without reservation. Immediately afterward, the heroic soul struck out with a palm directly hitting the shrieking soul lamp. Crack! The lamp base exploded on the spot. The high-frequency circuits added by Feng Xiu extinguished in succession, and the annoying shriek abruptly ceased. The black egg did not counterattack. It retreated at the fastest speed, creating a safe distance from the heroic soul. The heroic soul did not pursue. It merely hovered at the edge of the void, all the white light traces on its soul body converging into its hands, poised to strike again at any moment. The black egg steadied itself and began to convey a complete piece of information according to Feng Xiu's instructions. The creation of this type of soul lamp is not difficult for my master. If you destroy one, he can make a second and a third. After saying this, it raised a small soul hand pointing towards the distant, faintly visible main island. My master has a few questions. If you can provide answers, we will no longer harm the residual souls here. A blatant threat. The heroic soul did not accept immediately. The light on its soul body flickered uncertainly, revealing its inner anger. However, it ultimately turned back to the residual soul void, gathering the clusters of residual souls that had been affected by the shrieks, but were not completely dispersed. Once those poor souls stabilized, it returned to the boundary and made a gesture towards the black egg that signified inquiry. The black egg clearly sensed annoyance and impatience from the other party's actions. The willingness to communicate did not equate to an acceptance of this roguelike intimidation. It merely placed the responsibility of guarding the residual souls above its own emotions. The black egg was not concerned about the other's attitude. As long as it could obtain answers, that was sufficient. Thus it posed the first question: who were you in life? The heroic soul's response came through spiritual fluctuations, concise and clear. I am the third elder of the Tyrannosaurus clan. In life, I was responsible for law enforcement, resource distribution, and wartime management. Why did you die here? This was the second question. The heroic soul was silent for a moment. Because of the greed of the clan leader. Back then, the leader of the Tyrannosaurus clan, nearing the end of his life, refused to accept his fate and set his sights on a young dragon passing by. That dragon possessed scales, blood, flesh, bones, and soul potent enough to help the leader prolong his life and break through. The leader summoned the clan's high-ranking members, laying a net in this location, even driving countless innocent beings from the surrounding islands into the array, all to exhaust the young dragon's strength. The Tyrannosaurus clan was well prepared and indeed cornered the young dragon. However, we underestimated a dragon's pride. When that dragon realized it could not break free, it did not plead for mercy, nor did it leave behind a complete corpse, but chose the most fierce method, self-detonating its dragon body. The power of the dragon body exploding destroyed everything. Most members of the Tyrannosaurus clan died on the spot, and the beings that had been driven in were not spared either. Nearby, several large, empty islands were blasted into fragments, scattered throughout the void. The heroic soul did not defend its race. It candidly admitted that its death stemmed from the clan leader's greed and from the obedience of all the high-ranking members, including itself. Although it had opposed the expulsion of innocent beings, it ultimately participated in the slaughter. Then why are you guarding here? The black egg threw out the third question. I guard here to protect these poor souls. Among them are my kin as well as the souls of those innocent beings. Why have these residual souls not dispersed? The answer was beyond the black egg's expectations. The reason lay not with the heroic soul, but with the self-detonating giant dragon. Though the dragon body was destroyed, the dragon's soul remained. The strength of the dragon's soul far exceeded that of ordinary beings, and even in a state of slumber, the unconscious soul force it emitted still exerted a strong pull on the surrounding wandering souls. Initially, it was the dragon soul that inadvertently gathered these residual souls here. After so many years, a stable soul field connection had long formed among the residual souls. Now, even if the dragon soul temporarily leaves, they will not immediately dissipate. The dragon soul will not remain in this void forever. It awakens periodically to seek opportunities for revival. Once its soul force is nearly exhausted, it will return here to recuperate using this soul field. I once conversed with it, and it entrusted me with the duty of guarding the residual souls in this area. The condition of the exchange was that I would not prevent it from seeking opportunities for revival. This has been the arrangement for these years. Moreover, the dragon's soul has never asked me to conceal its existence. On the contrary, it once actively informed me that if outsiders were to reach this place, they could be told the truth about its revival. I do not know why, but in my view, plotting for revival is a secret among secrets that should not be known by too many. However, after all this time, only you have appeared. At the same time, the heroic soul also made its position clear. If you wish to prevent the dragon soul from reviving, it will choose not to assist either side. The enmity from that year's slaughter has ended, and it will not participate in the second one for the Tyrannosaurus clan. Its next revival should be sooner. If you have anything to discuss with it, you may seek it out. It seems different from other giant dragons. It is quite approachable. What is the situation in the remaining areas of the core Circle A? The Black Egg asked the fourth question. The heroic soul quickly provided the scope of what it knew. To the north of the residual soul void lies the former temporary station of the Tyrannosaurus clan, where materials for the formation were buried remnants of power, suppressing the giant dragon. To the west is the center of the dragon boat self-detonation. I have not visited there in years, and do not know what it is like now. To the southeast, several islands blasted away by the explosion are scattered, posing the least danger. The Black Egg noted down these directional details one by one, preparing to return and report them to Feng Xiu for judgment. One last question. The Black Egg fixed its gaze on it. Those residual souls have lost all consciousness and cannot recover. Why do you still guard them? This time the heroic soul took a step forward voluntarily for the first time. It raised its hand, pointing to the countless unconscious residual souls in that vast void. Its spiritual fluctuations carried an unwavering determination. Does guarding the powerless who cannot resist require additional justification? It pointed to itself. Moreover, they died because of my Tyrannosaurus clan. As the law enforcement elder of the Tyrannosaurus clan, I was unable to prevent it in life, remaining here after death to atone for my sins. What is wrong with that? The Black Egg's soul body froze. It could not comprehend this long-term perseverance with no tangible benefits. The exchange came to an end. The heroic soul finally warned the Black Egg not to use the soul lamp to harm the residual souls again. If there were any questions, it could wait outside the void for the dragon soul to awaken on its own. After saying this, it immersed into the cluster of residual souls. Indeed, a noble and upright soul. After a moment of reflection, the Black Egg returned to report to Feng Xiu. It conveyed all the details of the exchange word for word to Feng Xiu, and specifically emphasized that the heroic soul's spiritual fluctuations were very stable, indicating it was not lying. After listening to the report from the Black Egg, Feng Xiu's mind first turned to the two words dragon soul. A complete dragon soul of a young dragon, likely maintaining a silver level of power. The mere existence of a dragon soul left Feng Xiu astonished. If the dragon's body were to self-destruct, it would leave him in unbearable pain, as it was the entire body of a young dragon. The complete dragon bones combined with the dragon soul could be used to create a bone dragon. Dragon blood could strengthen the magic circuits of the undead, and dragon scales could produce armor that was truly invincible among its peers. Even the broken dragon teeth were worth 100 times more than the bone spikes he currently cherished. As a result, it exploded, and it had been exploding for many years. Feng Xiu stood at the edge of the main island facing the clouds and wind, remaining silent for a few seconds before ultimately forcing himself to accept this heavy loss that transcended time and space. After all, it was the dragon that had self-destructed, and he couldn't even find someone to hold accountable. Surely he couldn't drag out the spirit of that elder from the tyrannical dragon clan to beat him up again, right? As for seeking out that dragon soul for a conversation, Feng Xiu had never entertained such a dangerous thought. The guardian spirit had protected the remnant soul for many years, and its standards for judging good and evil had long diverged from those of normal beings. The dragon's soul, not devouring the remnant soul, made it seem easy to communicate with in its eyes. However, this did not mean that the dragon soul would remain friendly towards someone surrounded by a large number of undead exuding death energy. What was even more critical was that the dragon soul was plotting its resurrection. And Feng Xiu, as an undead mage, happened to possess a series of techniques for soul enhancement, soul body containment, and corpse activation. If the two were to meet, who would study whom was truly uncertain. The more Feng Xiu thought about it, the more he felt that this situation was far too deep. Thus the question now was whether to flee. In fact, the gains from this medium-sized resource island were already quite rich. His military strength had expanded and upgraded, and thus the question now was whether to flee. In fact, the gains from this medium-sized resource island were already quite rich. His military strength had expanded and upgraded, and various resources were plentiful. Upon careful reflection, there was no need to continue. After all, he was not a greedy person. However, when wealth conflicted with his own life, Feng Xiu had always respected life, primarily his own. All troops, heed my command, retreat. Feng Xiu immediately issued the order, and the falling squad island reconnected to the island chain, immediately halting all explorations. The Corpse Oil Island Breeding Island and the other auxiliary islands also tightened their ropes in succession. The Black Knights began checking the fixed racks, while the lined-up skeletal cannon fodder marched in an orderly manner, striving to move the mining baskets piled at the island's edge towards the island's center, avoiding the risk of losing the hard-earned materials into the cloud sea during the swift turn. A batch of ordinary stones that could not be moved in time was directly abandoned. Feng Xiu merely glanced at them without changing the order. Stones could be mined again later, but life only came once. At least for now, there was only one life. The cornerstone of the main island entered a high-load state, emitting a dull roar. The entire massive island chain began to awkwardly change direction, accelerating towards the outskirts of the resource island. Falling Squad Island was arranged at the very end of the island chain. The 3 blazing soul crossbow towers on the island all turned 180 degrees facing backward, while the Black Knight captain personally stood at the tail of the island observing the movements of the core circle. As for the black egg that had just made a contribution, it was unceremoniously stuffed back into the soul bottle and placed beside him. All preparations were completed in the shortest possible time. The island chain began to sail at full speed. The cornerstone continued to emit a low rumble, and fragments of soil and stone fell from the island's edge, dragging the cloud trace at the back of the island chain into a long line. However, the retreat had only just begun. The guardian spirit had said he should awaken soon. How soon was soon? Feng Xiu now had the answer. The alarm sounded almost immediately from the end of the island chain. The Black Knight captain's spiritual fluctuations were filled with unprecedented urgency. In the direction of the core circle, a wave of soul-body fluctuations was rapidly approaching its speed far exceeding that of the main island sailing at full speed. The other party showed no intention of hiding at all. That overwhelming soul force, even from a great distance, pressed down on the clouds, causing them to roll. The 3 blazing soul crossbow towers on Falling Squad Island all entered the highest state of alert autonomously. The bird-headed warrior atop the tower raised a finger, locking onto the glowing wave that could not be pinpointed at any one location, only able to jump wildly forward in the void along with that terrifying wave. Feng Xiu quickly walked to the back of the main island and picked up the telescope. In his field of vision, there was no physical entity, only a section of faint golden outline that was continuously approaching. It sometimes unfolded into elegant dragon wings, and sometimes shrank into a long soul light. Each transformation allowed it to traverse a significant distance of despair. Feng Xiu silently calculated both parties' speeds in his mind. After finishing, he forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. Damn it, guardian spirit, you thick-browed Baijid creature, stop playing word games with me. The golden dragon soul did not launch an attack from behind. It effortlessly surpassed Falling Squad Island at the end of the island chain, its speed not only undiminished, but instead accelerating, directly circling to the front of the main island. Above the clouds, a majestic dragon head composed entirely of soul light slowly took shape. Following it were a long neck, a powerful back, and 2 slightly damaged dragon wings. Although it did not have a complete dragon body, the unfolded soul body still radiated an unmatched oppressive aura. The dragon soul quietly hovered in the air lane without contacting the island. Merely the unconscious release of its mental pressure caused the ordinary skeletons on the island to stop their actions in large numbers. Hundreds of low spiritual attribute cannon fodder had their soul flames within their skulls begin to shift outward, as if they would be forcibly drawn out of their skeletons at any moment. Stop! Feng Xiu immediately gave instructions to the Lord Cornerstone. The Lord Cornerstone emitted a muffled sound of unbearable burden. The entire island chain slid forward a considerable distance due to inertia. The stitched abomination crawled out of the reservoir, and the skeletal Tyrannosaurus stepped heavily forward, arriving in front of the wooden house. One was at the bronze level, and the other was at the peak of the black iron level. Under normal circumstances, both would be important combat forces capable of suppressing a region on the main island. Yet at this moment, standing before this colossal dragon soul, their greatest function seemed to merely increase the number of undead units on the island. The dragon soul looked at Feng Xiu. After a few seconds of silence, the massive dragon head slowly lowered, and in a standard common tongue it asked, "Human, why do you flee?" "I do not mean any harm." Feng Xiu tightened his grip on the energy staff, but did not respond. The dragon soul seemed to be quite patient, and added, "I am not an evil dragon." Upon hearing this, a radiant smile of agreement instantly appeared on Feng Xiu's face. He nodded slowly and solemnly. "I think so too, esteemed true dragon. We have merely completed this stage of resource collection and are preparing to leave." He expressed complete agreement verbally, but in his heart he dismissed this statement as nonsense. As if joking. Villains never proclaim themselves as such upon meeting. Evil dragons probably were the same. The colossal soul body of the dragon soul began to contract. The wings that could block out the sun, the elongated body, and the majestic dragon head all swiftly shrank inward in proportion. Until the soul body had shrunk to a height comparable to Fangxiu, it slowly descended at the edge of the main island. Its landing point was quite deliberate. It landed precisely within the crossfire zone of the 8 blazing soul crossbows, yet did not cross that invisible line, nor did it approach the core of the island, the Lord's Keystone. This action allowed Fangxiu's tense spirit to relax slightly for a moment. If the other party truly wanted to strike, there was no need to accommodate his meager defenses, nor to voluntarily position itself in a spot easily targeted. However, Fangxiu did not let the abomination and the skeleton tyrant retreat. Even if he could not defeat them, the proper etiquette of hospitality still needed to be upheld. He simply instructed the 8 bird-headed warriors to shift their focus away from the dragon's soul, easing the tension. I wonder what the esteemed true dragon seeks from me. Fangxiu took the initiative to speak. With my strength I fear I cannot be of assistance to a powerful true dragon. The dragon's soul did not follow his humility, but instead with an ancient and solemn gesture slightly lowered its proud dragon head. Valzales, the holy fire golden dragon, extends its respects to the esteemed Lich Master. A clear wave of spiritual energy resonated directly in Fangxiu's mind. Fangxiu paused for a moment. A Lich Master. He felt a bit embarrassed by such a lofty title. With his current strength, he could at best be considered a junior Lich Mage. But upon further thought, Fangxiu understood. The other party was not referring to a level of power, but rather to a status of knowledge. Valzales had clearly observed the soul lamps, skeleton tyrants, stitched abominations, and the standardized undead troops on the island, and based on this judged that these uniformly styled and distinctly systematic creations were all crafted by the same individual. This was a compliment to his professional skills. Fangxiu was not swayed by this title. Could you first explain what exactly you need from me? If it is something I can accomplish, I will certainly not delay. Valzales seemed to appreciate his straightforwardness, and the soul body emitted a slight wave. When seeking help, one should naturally show sincerity first. The dragon's soul slowly raised a front paw. Inside the wooden house, the wooden box containing the dragon egg began to tremble on its own. Then, with a whoosh, it zipped through the doorway, passing between 2 black warriors, and landed steadily in the space between Fangxiu and the dragon soul. The guarding black warriors simultaneously drew their swords, the blades igniting with soul fire, only to be halted by Fangxiu raising his hand. The wooden box opened automatically, revealing the dark red flame-footed dragon egg lying quietly within. This egg was buried by me on the stone pillar island, Valzales calmly admitted. The flame-footed dragon egg is merely one of the revival vessels I prepared long ago. As my subsequent plans advance, I have obtained a higher purity, more compatible substitute, hence I gradually forgot about this egg. Now that it has been unearthed by you, it can be considered a bond between us. The dragon's soul placed its paw on the eggshell. Golden soul light spread like a tide along the dark red scale patterns as several tiny runes hidden deep within the eggshell extinguished one after another. Crack, crack. Inside the eggshell, clear faint sounds emerged, as if something was stretched. The system panel before Fangxiu also displayed new prompts. Flame-footed dragon egg 1, current status stable, incubation, estimated hatching time 1 to 2 days. It worked. Valzales gently pushed the wooden box back towards Fangxiu. From now on, it belongs to you. Just take normal care, and you will gain a silver-grade flying companion. Fangxiu did not immediately reach out to take it. He first concentrated carefully, sensing the soul fluctuations within the egg. After confirming that there was only a single formless pure consciousness akin to blank paper inside, he then took the wooden box. Seeing Fangxiu accept the reward, Valzales finally revealed his true request. I require a complete method for Lich transformation. I plan to transform myself into a dragon Lich. It explained that in order to resurrect, it had made countless preparations and had currently obtained a dragon egg with a blood purity of 49%. As long as the original plan is executed, it is 90% confident it can successfully complete the resurrection. However, 49% is ultimately not pure-blooded true dragon. Even if the memories and soul remain unchanged, the limits of the bloodline, the speed of growth, and the nature of power will all significantly decline. In contrast, a dragon Lich can retain the essence of the dragon soul, and by replacing the vessel and body obtain another form of immortality. For me, a dragon that has died once, this path's potential is evidently higher. Fangxiu did not respond. What first came to his mind was the knowledge inheritance of the dragon race. The knowledge accumulation of pure-blooded giants far exceeded mortal imagination. Logically, they should not lack even a single set of Lich transformation methods. Valzales seemed to see through his thoughts and directly provided an explanation. The vast majority of the dragon race's inherited knowledge is not based on oral transmission. Most is imprinted within the bloodline. A young dragon must grow to a corresponding stage before gradually unlocking related knowledge from the bloodline. I was indeed a pure-blooded giant dragon in life, so I could read it. But now I am merely a dragon soul. In the soul body there is not a single drop of dragon blood. As for before life, the dragon soul's wave carried a hint of helplessness, which giant dragon would have spared time to learn how to become a dragon lich during their lifetime. Now it was Feng Xiu's turn to be troubled. He had indeed listed lich transformation as one of his ultimate topics for the future. But this made Feng Xiu feel awkward. He wanted to become a lich too. Yet currently he had not even solved basic issues such as stable materials for the life vessel memory preservation after soul cutting and the rejection reactions between the new body and soul. In the end, Feng Xiu chose to be honest. My master was not a powerful lich mage in life and did not leave me the transformation method for liches. I only have a small amount of deductions on the subject, and the overall progress is likely less than 1%. I truly find it hard to meet your request. The air fell silent. After listening, the golden light patterns on Val Zale's soul body visibly dimmed slightly. It did not become angry, nor did it retract the already activated dragon egg, but merely looked quietly at Feng Xiu. Are you certain you have never come into contact with a complete lich inheritance? Feng Xiu gave a firm answer. Silence enveloped the edge of the main island for a few seconds. Val Zale's did not leave. Instead, it took half a step closer, its enormous dragon head slightly lowered as it carefully observed Feng Xiu. Its gaze first fell upon the energy-conducting staff in Feng Xiu's hand, then shifted to the Lord's keystone, not far away, and finally rested on Feng Xiu himself. Feng Xiu tightened his grip on the staff. The stitched abomination beside him also took a step forward, emitting a threatening low growl from its massive mouth. The dragon soul, however, merely inhaled lightly, as if sniffing something. Just because you do not have the lich method does not mean you cannot obtain it. You bear the lingering resonance of spatial energy. And after a long silence, the dragon spirit spoke again, its mental fluctuation resonating directly within Feng Xiu's mind. It is faint yet unmistakably present. If my perception serves me true, you must be the newly appointed island lord of Shuiyun realm. In Feng Xiu's heart lurched inward. A new generation, and so there must also be an older one. And before he could dwell further, Val Zarex's next words sent his mind into total collapse. Moreover, two spatial coordinates cling to your being. One tethered to your original world, the other pointing toward a distinct plane of existence. You must have undergone a prior transmigration before arriving in Shuiyun realm. And you claimed your master lacked sufficient strength to impart the Lich Lord arts. Then the world you first entered through transmigration must possess a far more complete tradition of necromantic magic. And the dragon spirit continued its analysis. Per Shuiyun realm's laws, your kin from your native world should likewise have been drawn here. Yet the world you traversed before your second transmigration remains intact and fully operational. Val Zarex's golden spirit body leaned forward slightly, his tone edged with barely perceptible. I wonder, when the time comes that you possess the power to return to that world, might you take me along, to seek a true Lich Lord art? Feng Xiu no longer heard the dragon spirit's words, and he stood frozen in place, pupils trembling violently. And what on earth was happening? And what in the heavens was going on? In just a few terse sentences, my entire past laid bare, and right before my eyes, open like a sealed box. Knees skull throbbed, countless thoughts surged chaotically through his mind. Is this dragon spirit some hyper-intelligent AI? What preternatural analytical prowess? And if you keep speaking, will you deduce even my 18-digit cipher? That alone was nearly unbearable. Yet an even more staggering revelation followed. And he said, I can go back. And back to the continent of Elmis. The thought struck like a thunderclap, shattering all his shock and disbelief in an instant. And he jerked his head up sharply, breath catching in his throat. Your Grace, do you mean I may truly return to my former world? And indeed, Val Zarex affirmed without hesitation. Shuiyun realm draws foreign island lords here through formidable spatial arts. Thus, once you master, or gain access to, a spatial art of equivalent potency, you may retrace your path backward along the very coordinates you arrived upon. However, such return is not without restriction. And the dragon spirit added, Shuiyun realm's fundamental laws have already embedded a soul beacon within every island lord. Once the beacon's energy depletes, you shall be forcibly drawn back, regardless of where you stand in the multiverse. And the higher your sky islands rank, the stronger the beacon's endurance, and the longer you may remain in foreign realms. Moreover, upon successfully returning to your origin world for the first time, you unlock several unique capabilities. And what capabilities? Feng Xiu pressed instantly. Val Zarex shook his crimson glowing dragon head. Bound by Shuiyun realm's edicts, island lords below rank 20 are forbidden knowledge of these matters. Feng Xiu exhaled heavily, frustration churning within him. Yet mere moments later, exhilaration erupted, fierce and unstoppable, surging from the depths of his soul. to return to Elmis. And he had never abandoned that primal vow. Nean that realm bathed in sacred light and silver moonlight. He would unleash a necrotic cataclysm sweeping across all creation. Agreed. Infang Xiao accepted without hesitation. Should that day ever come, I swear I shall bring your grace back to Elmis with me. An alliance with a mighty dragon spirit represented unparalleled advantage, whether in Elmis or within Shuiyuan realm itself. Then, Infang Xiao shifted focus immediately to the crux of the matter. How does one acquire such transcendent spatial arts, the kind capable of bridging worlds? This time the dragon spirit's reply doused him like icy water. And to my knowledge, only two paths. First, only island lords may open treasure chests in this world. And from those of gold tier or higher there exists an infinitesimal chance of obtaining a one-use spatial teleportation scroll. Second, seek the aid of a dark gold tier cultivator to tear open a spatial rift for you. Infang Xiao's lips twitched involuntarily. Given his current strength, neither path held any realistic prospect, certainly not within the foreseeable future. Yet after their exchange, an informal long-term pact was forged between them. Val Zarex resolved to accompany Fang Xiao, temporarily, until he obtained the Lich Lord arts. He would reside and rest upon one of Fang Xiao's secondary islands, so as to avoid drawing unwanted attention with his silver-tier spiritual aura onto the main island. As he put it, after millennia you are the sole island lord I've encountered. To miss this opportunity would leave me waiting, who knows how many eons, for another chance. Simultaneously Val Zarex extended an invitation for Fang Xiao to claim his alternate resurrection method. Infang Xiao froze once more. And that was a contingency he had meticulously planned for years. Even now, with the Dragon Lich option superior, it remained astonishingly valuable. Nan egg capable of reliably hatching a sub-dragon likely surpassed the worth of his own drake egg by dozens of times. Was he simply being gifted this? And was this dragon, perhaps too generous? And your grace's magnanimity renders this gift excessively precious. Fang Xiao ventured cautiously. And Val Zarex's spirit body rippled faintly, as if perplexed by his reaction. And gifted to you. Did I ever say it was yours? Ni's regal voice carried unmistakable exasperation. In the body hatched from that sub-dragon egg, I intend to claim it as my first vessel upon ascending to Dragon Lich. Oh, not a gift then. The speed of the Air Island's journey was neither fast nor slow, perfectly allowing Fang Xiao an opportunity to continue his inquiry. Your Majesty, what do you mean by the new island master? Valzale seemed to have no intention of concealing such basic information, since a partner had asked he would. The cloud-shattering realm absorbs island masters not on a fixed schedule, but rather triggered by the development progress of the previous group of arrivals. As long as the first among the previous island masters elevates the main island to level 20, the cloud-shattering realm will initiate the next round of spatial guidance, placing you new beings from other realms into the corresponding lower-tier regions. Fang Xiao immediately seized the key information in this statement. So how much earlier did the previous group arrive in the cloud-shattering realm compared to us? Not fixed. Val's answer was straightforward. The development speed of each group of beings varies greatly. I have heard of the fastest group, which birthed a level 20 island master in less than a year, initiating the next round. I have also heard of the slowest group, which spent a full 15 years in the lower-tier space, during which large-scale deaths occurred due to internal strife and natural disasters, nearly causing an entire batch to be cut off. Val's soul form turned toward Fang Xiao, seemingly observing his main island. Your main island's area should already be level 14, right? Based on my past understanding, an island master with 3 to 4 affiliated races, and without major interruptions in development, typically requires about 2.5 years to reach this level. Its soul light flickered as if recalculating. Of course, with your vast number of tireless undead, this time can be significantly compressed. I estimate you have only been here for about half a year. Fang Xiao squinted and shook his head. In 2 days it will be a full month since I arrived in the cloud-shattering realm. Fang Xiao's answer surprised him. It would take 2 more days to reach a full month. No wonder you are the great undead mage. I underestimated your speed in absorbing resources. Fang Xiao did not pay attention to his surprise, instead asking his most concerned question, at this speed how long until I reach level 20? However, Val's answer was not optimistic. He pointed to the surrounding air islands. Your current speed heavily relies on this medium-sized resource cluster. Once you leave the resource-dense area, your expansion efficiency will undoubtedly decrease significantly. Moreover, reaching level 20 is not just an ordinary upgrade. Val's tone grew serious. That is the first time the island master engages in ascension, and it is the level most focused on by the previous island masters. If you reach this level too early, it may attract the attention of those seniors who have operated in the cloud-shattering realm for several generations. Fang Xiao fell silent. Yet he did not decide to slow his pace because of this warning. The air island arrived at the northern side of the core circle, an old dwelling place of the Tyrannosaurus tribe. Val led Feng Xiu easily into a largely collapsed underground stone chamber. Outside the stone chamber, remnants of the array materials used to suppress the giant dragons still emitted an ancient energy afterglow. The dragon's soul did not touch those items, but used its soul power to lift a heavy stone slab buried deep under the rubble. Below the slab was a sealed metal box. Inside the box there were no treasures, no blueprints, only a dragon egg nearly half a person tall with a grayish-golden shell. The surface of the shell was smooth with no cracks, and the life fluctuations within were stable and vigorous. Feng Xiu inspected it 3 times, but his frown only deepened. He could not find a soul within this egg. It was not a dead egg. The embryo was still developing and even growing slowly. Yet inside it was blank. A living egg that was growing, but without a soul. Not bad. Val seemed quite pleased with Feng Xiu's sharpness. To avoid the consciousness of the subdragon competing with me for control of the body during reincarnation, the excessively young soul inside has long been cleared away by me. Feng Xiu's eyes instantly brightened. This radiance was even brighter than when he first saw the dragon egg. How did you clear it? He asked. This was the true core technology. Completely different from his existing technique, which only functioned on the undead soul fire. This was a method to directly create soulless living beings. However, Val merely flashed his soul light, without answering, instead urging, "First resolve my dragon lich transformation method, Your Excellency." Feng Xiu understood. The other party was not unable to speak, but was not prepared to pay this second reward in advance. Truly a shrewd dragon. This soulless, yet living body can be collectively referred to as living corpses. Val explained, "I originally planned to reincarnate directly, but now that there is an opportunity to choose the better path of dragon lich, I am in no hurry to occupy it. I plan to hatch it first, allowing this soulless subdragon to rely on its physical instincts to complete its growth. Once I transform into a dragon lich, I will gradually enter this body, testing issues such as power capacity and spirit body rejection. Even if the first adaptation fails, it will not damage my dragon soul as the main body." Feng Xiu listened, without commenting on whether this action was cruel. His gaze remained fixed on the subdragon egg, a repeatable, living body shell. This was simply the material every necromancer dreamed of. Val seemed to sense his overly fervent gaze and actively used soul power to move the subdragon egg a bit farther away. "Great undead mage, this subdragon egg cannot be used for your research for now." Feng Xiu could only regretfully retract his already slightly raised hand. After bringing the subdragon egg back to the island chain, Val chose a vacant sub-island as his residence. Evacuate all the undead on the island, leaving behind the incubation materials and a batch of meat food. He made his request, "Unless it's something important, do not disturb me." Also, his soul light turned to the soul bottle at Feng Xiu's waist. "Do not let that dark thing approach my subdragon egg." As soon as he finished speaking, the lid of the soul bottle was pushed open a crack, and the black egg poked its little head out. It curiously stared at the soulless living egg, its soul fluctuations seeming to ponder what it was. The next moment, it was gently pushed back into the bottle by Val's tail claw condensed from dragon soul. Bang! Feng Xiu quickly tightened the bottle lid to avoid any unnecessary accidents. "All right." Feng Xiu agreed to delineate the authority, but also put forward his own conditions. "You must not touch the Lord's cornerstone, and must not alter the structure of the sub-island without permission." Val accepted this not particularly difficult condition. After settling this generous dragon, Feng Xiu shifted his attention back to resource extraction in the core circle. For days passed rapidly amidst the tireless labor of the undead. The resource density in the core circle far exceeded that in the middle circle. In addition to a vast amount of basic materials, batches of black iron grade ores and Tyrannosaurus tribal bone materials were unearthed, and even a small amount of bronze grade materials was excavated. When the last truck of bronze grade ore was pushed onto the main island, Feng Xiu checked the reserves in various places and confirmed that the high-value resources had been exhausted. Thus, the exploration of the medium-sized resource islands came to an end. He ordered all the undead to be recalled, counted the subislands, connected the cables, and the vast island chain began to move toward the unknown sea of clouds beyond the resource islands. During the voyage, the upgrade of the main island did not cease. The resources accumulated previously were continuously absorbed by the Lord's cornerstone. The air island began its upgrade to level 15. The upgrade preview unlocked the intermediate fishing platform. The previously unlocked basic fishing platform's introduction was basic fishing platform built on the edge of the air island. It slightly increases the hook's attraction to various resources while allowing the purchase of other types of cloud fishing rod blueprints. The introduction of the intermediate fishing platform was similar to that of the basic fishing platform. Intermediate fishing platform built on the edge of the air island, it moderately increases the hook's attraction to various resources while allowing the purchase of more powerful cloud fishing rod blueprints. The changes in the introductions of the two fishing platforms were minimal. On the surface, it was merely a change from slightly to moderately, and the ability to purchase stronger cloud fishing rod blueprints. Yet Feng Xiu understood very well that attraction was not merely about increasing the probability. It would slightly alter the movement trajectories of floating objects in the nearby sea of clouds. A moderate increase indicated that this attraction might act on targets farther away or heavier. Having stayed in the resource islands for nearly 3 weeks, it was finally time to depart. Although the sensation of large amounts of resources flowing in daily felt quite good, the outside world was ultimately much broader. During the nearly 3 weeks spent within the resource islands, Feng Xiu only encountered one unfortunate. This left him with an unclear concept regarding the frequent mention in the chat channel that the island lords are easier to encounter. However, now he had clarity. Just 3 hours after leaving the medium-sized resource island, the bird-headed warrior responsible for lookout duties at the Arrow Tower quickly confirmed the outline of 3 air islands sailing in parallel through the mist. The fog density outside the resource islands had returned to normal levels. The distance between both sides from the moment they discovered each other's vague outlines to being able to discern the structure of the islands was less than 600 meters. This distance had already entered the theoretical range of the Zhuanghuan Bone Crossbow Tower. The 3 islands opposite had evidently also detected the massive island chain belonging to Feng Xiu. They almost simultaneously slowed down, then immediately began to scatter and change direction. One island veered to the left, while the other 2 shifted to the right, their movements betraying unreserved vigilance and caution. At the top of the tower, the bird-headed warrior's fingertips glowed with a locking fluorescence as he began to mark those islands. The island lords on the 3 islands across were almost all standing near their respective lord stones. One individual suddenly felt a sense of foreboding and immediately screamed, turning to hide behind a nearby stone wall. Another reacted slightly faster, grabbing a shield to protect his upper body. The last island lord was the most decisive, preparing to forcibly accelerate the air island to escape this dangerous area. Unfortunately, their responses, although swift, were still within the predictions of the bird-headed warrior. With a buzzing sound, a Zhuanghuan Bone crossbow bolt as thick as a forearm shot through the air, precisely penetrating the thin stone wall and nailing the island lord hiding behind it, along with the wall firmly to the ground. The second bolt followed closely, striking the center of the shield. The surface of the shield buckled inward in response, and the immense impact and penetrating force drove the island lord and the shield together. The third island lord had just placed his hand on the lord stone, not yet able to input the acceleration command, when a bolt pierced through his back, nailing his entire body to the cold stone tablet. The marking of the island ceased after 3 sounds. The battle lasted no more than 10 seconds from start. The 3 air islands, which were turning almost simultaneously, lost their directional control and, relying on inertia, glided out for several hundred meters before entering a slow drifting state. At the front of the Zhanzhan Island, the Black Warrior captain had already assembled a complete boarding force, yet ultimately did not use even a single floating board. Feng Xiu slowed down the main island and first sent out the Black Egg. The little fellow checked each of the 3 island lord soul bodies, confirming that no special abilities like feigned death or soul escape had appeared. After completing the inspection, the Black Egg returned swiftly, its entire soul body radiating delight. This task was very simple, as no bronze-level heroic souls were chasing after it, making it incredibly comfortable. Once safety was confirmed, Feng Xiu allowed Zhanzhan Island to gradually approach, using ropes to secure the 3 unclaimed air islands. Upon closer inspection, he found that these individuals were indeed his clients. Dozens of skeletal laborers stood in place, gazing around in confusion. They were the undead laborers he had sold through the trading hall. Feng Xiu clapped his hands, and the skeletal laborers purchased by the former island lords returned to the main island. They instinctively moved next to the Lord Stone, waiting for the next sale. Afterward, Feng Xiu quickly assessed the area and resources of the 3 unclaimed islands. One of the islands was rated at level 5, while the other 2 were of lower tiers. Feng Xiu currently owned 9 sub-islands. He immediately decided to keep the level 5 air island to round up his number of sub-islands to a perfect 10. As for the remaining 2 islands, after the undead cleared out all valuable materials, he would directly destroy the Lord Stones to obtain the Cloud Core. After losing the core, the buoyancy of the 2 islands rapidly decreased, and the remaining soil layers began to collapse from the edges, plummeting into the endless lower sea of clouds. Feng Xiu did not linger to watch. He instructed the Black Warrior to retract the ropes, steadily connecting the new number 10 sub-island to the end of the island chain. However, although the number of sub-islands was considerable, their total area still did not surpass that of the nearly level 15 main island. This reaffirmed Fangxiu's future development direction. Ordinary low-level air islands could only serve as functional modules, while the main island was the absolute core for housing workshops, aero towers, and planting areas. After dealing with all the spoils, Fangxiu returned to the small wooden house on the main island. The fire-breathing bipedal dragon egg, which had been personally unsealed by Val, had successfully hatched 2 days prior. Upon breaking free, the first creature it saw was Fangxiu. It did not attack or evade. Instead, it directly bit the hem of Fangxiu's robe, seemingly regarding him as a fellow creature capable of providing food. After 2 days of interaction, the hatchling dragon could already staggeringly follow Fangxiu for short distances on the main island. Its wing membranes had not fully expanded, and it lacked the ability to fly, only managing to flap its little wings and awkwardly hop onto a wooden box by the roadside. Fangxiu personally fed it a piece of freshly cut beast meat. The hatchling dragon swallowed rapidly, hardly chewing, and after finishing continued to gently nudge Fangxiu's palm with its small head covered in scales. It was in a rapid growth phase, requiring nearly 3 times its body weight in food each day. Fortunately, the main island's warehouse was stocked with vast amounts of beast and monster flesh, and the corpse oil island could perfectly handle the remaining bones and entrails, ensuring no waste. Fangxiu had previously inspected the hatchling dragon's abdomen and tail root, confirming it to be a male fire-breathing bipedal dragon. This was excellent news. Once it matured to the stage of sexual maturity, he could attempt to breed it with the mixed-blood dragon beasts on the breeding island. The hatchling dragon was clearly unaware that its future job had already been clearly arranged. After finishing the last piece of meat, it went to bite Fangxiu's sleeve, trying to demand more food. Fangxiu skillfully pried open its mouth and turned the empty food bowl over for it to see. It's all gone. The hatchling tilted its head, staring at the empty bowl for a moment before looking up at Fangxiu. After a few seconds, it seemed to understand something, and suddenly turned, pouncing towards the soul bottle containing the black egg on the nearby table. The black egg in the soul bottle immediately shrank into a ball filled with fear within the fluctuations of its soul body. Fangxiu acted swiftly, pressing down on the hatchling dragon's head. The young dragon's head felt warm and hard to the touch. The little creature's 2 hind legs were futilely scratching the floor, its neck stretched straight as it fixed its gaze on the soul bottle containing the black egg on the table. In its simple logic, there were only 3 moving beings in this room. It had been fed well for the past 2 days, but today it found itself hungry. Fangxiu was the first person it saw after hatching, and he had been the one preparing its meals for the past couple of days, so it was certainly not Fangxiu who had stolen its food. It was still hungry itself, making it impossible for it to have committed such a crime. Eliminating all impossibilities, the remaining suspect, however improbable, was the only answer. It was that dark, strange thing curled up in the bottle that had stolen its meat. The black egg in the soul bottle vibrated wildly, sending wave after wave of mental signals to Fangxiu. It was desperately trying to prove that it didn't even have a mouth and therefore couldn't commit such a crime. Unfortunately, the little dragon, having only been born for a little over 2 days, could not understand that the black egg did not need to eat meat. It only knew that it was still hungry, unaware that its appetite had increased. Fangxiu also realized this and patted the little dragon's head, telling it to settle down. He then ordered outside for the Black Knight to fetch 2 more bowls of black iron-level monster meat from the warehouse. As soon as the first bowl of blood-streaked monster meat was brought in, the little dragon immediately released Fangxiu's sleeve, letting out a loud ow as it buried its entire head into the food bowl. Its swallowing speed was extremely fast, the chunks of meat hardly chewed as sounds of gulping filled the air. The black egg in the soul bottle confirmed that the alarm was lifted, cautiously peering out from the bottle's opening, resting on the edge, curiously observing this glutton. The second bowl of meat was quickly emptied. The young dragon finally stopped its movements and let out a loud, satisfied burp. It dragged its round belly, wobbling a couple of steps before suddenly flopping over its hind legs, pointing to the sky, its tail tip unconsciously thumping against the floor twice before it lay completely still. Fangxiu squatted down and poked its swollen belly, confirming that it was just stuffed and didn't want to move anymore, which put his mind at ease. He smacked his lips, realizing it was indeed a little glutton. If any other general island owner were to hatch such a dragon, even with the greatest luck, they might never see it grow into a silver-level combatant before going bankrupt from feeding it. Fortunately, Fangxiu was a superior island owner. Seeing that the black egg seemed to have lost its aggressiveness, it cautiously floated out of the soul bottle, wanting to observe more closely. The lying young dragon had its eyes closed, but suddenly its nostrils caught a whiff of something burnt. It abruptly raised one hind leg and accurately pressed down towards the floating position of the black egg. With a whoosh, the black egg shrank back into the bottle, barely escaping being caught. Fangxiu glanced over, but did not stop their interaction, simply moving the soul bottle to a nearby high rack, a place the young dragon definitely couldn't reach. The island chain continued to sail forward. After just a few hours, the lookout, bird-headed knights spotted 2 empty islands belonging to Earth Island owners. Fang Xiu had grown indifferent to such matters, so the ones taking action became the assault island. The supplies of the 2 island owners weren't plentiful, but Fang Xiu discovered an interesting detail on their skeletal laborers. One of the skeletons still bore a trading tag that had gone through a second resale. This indicated that the undead products he sold had already begun to circulate between island owners a second or even third time. This not only implied a broader market, but also meant that the outside world would gradually accumulate enough research samples to target his standardized undead. After returning to Assault Island, Fang Xiu shifted his focus back to the workshop prototype. With the operation over this period, the workshop had completely recorded the processes of filtering, preservative-soaking corpse stitching, and basic circuit laying for the Black Knights. Now the production of Black Knights only required the final soul fire activation step, which needed to be completed by Fang Xiu himself. Under his operation, the total number of Black Knights successfully surpassed 230. Meanwhile, research on the undead enhancement potions finally reached a decisive breakthrough. Following the soul lamp oil, stable formulas were finally developed for the 3 attributes of strength, agility, and constitution. All 3 potions were contained in syringes the thickness of an arm, the liquid presenting a sinister black color. They bypassed the problem of the undead's inability to digest by choosing a path more aligned with the style of necromancers. The potion was directly injected into the corpse of the Black Knight. It utilized the residual corpse poison within the tissues and body to decompose the effective components of the spiritual plants. Then the corpse poison would transport these enhancement substances into the muscles, bones, and joints. After repeated verifications, the maximum effect of the 3 types of potions could stabilize the corresponding attributes at 15 points. Once this threshold was exceeded, the efficacy would rapidly decline, and continued injections would only lead to local tissue necrosis in the corpse. This was far from the end, but it had completed a qualitative transformation from nothing to something. Fang Xiu recorded all 3 formulas into the workshop, solidifying the injection, resting, and corpse poison recovery periods into standard procedures. However, the materials he had left were insufficient to support the simultaneous enhancement of these 230 Black Knights. Fang Xiu personally took action, selecting 50 out of the 230 Black Knights as the first batch for enhancement. The Black Knight captain was also included, but the dosage it received was adjusted with a special formula. Inside the workshop, 50 Black Knights were lined up. Several skeletal craftsmen moved stiffly, completing the injections for them one by one. The black liquid spread along the corpse poison network inside the bodies, causing some Black Knights' arms and backs to twitch briefly, but they quickly stabilized. Once they fully absorbed the potion, it would take about 3 more days. By then, their various physical attributes would be pushed to 15 points. A squad of enhanced Black Knights, equipped uniformly, acting in unison, and possessing decent attributes, was about to take shape. Fang Xiu did not intend to disperse them into ordinary teams, though instead, after the enhancement was complete, he planned to have them directly trained by the Black Knight captain to serve as the sharpest blade of Assault Island in the future. Regarding the materials for the enhancement potion, a new batch of black iron-level spiritual plants had already been sown a few days ago. Once the main island officially leveled up to level 15, its area would expand to 400,000 square meters, and the planting area could double again. The resources at the black iron level could no longer restrict his development in the short term. What truly held him back was the promotion threshold to bronze level. Both his body and spirit had already reached the limits of what could be accommodated at the black iron level. Continuing to consume black iron spiritual plants would only waste the efficacy without any enhancement. During his time on the medium-sized resource islands, he had encountered several bronze-level treasure chests, but none had yielded items capable of promoting him to bronze level. Thinking about it this way, the detestable mechanism was indeed formidable. Just by eating one could step into the bronze level. Truly worthy of being my creation, ooh, I am amazing. The night was deep and dark, and Val used soul transmission to inform him that the dragon egg had hatched. Fang Xiu's heart stirred as he grabbed the soul bottle containing the black egg and directly mounted the corpse-like flying tiger's back after leaving the room. The flying tiger flapped its wings, carrying a gust of cold wind as it swiftly swept across the dim clouds between the islands. As the distance closed, the black egg in the soul bottle became noticeably restless, actively curling itself to the bottom of the bottle, its entire soul body curled into a ball. It still remembered the warning from the golden dragon soul, and the tail that had directly flicked it back into the bottle from midair. When Fang Xiu landed on the subisland, the gray golden dragon egg shell had already shattered into several pieces. A nearly adult-sized young dragon lay quietly among the warm hatching materials. Its limbs were strong and powerful, with a layer of soft scales that had not yet fully hardened arranged along its back, and its chest and abdomen maintained a regular rhythm of rising and falling. Its claws occasionally tightened due to the boda's instinctive response, but it did not emit the excited cries typical of young creatures hatching. Judging solely from its physical strength, this young dragon was far stronger than a newly hatched little flying dragon. However, the greatest difference between the two lay not in their bloodline, but in their eyes. The little flying dragon would curiously chase after Feng Xiu after hatching, rolling around to demand food, and would even attack the black egg out of jealousy. In contrast, this young dragon simply lay there with its eyes closed, seemingly uninterested in everything around it. Feng Xiu walked up to the young dragon and clapped his hands twice. The young dragon did not raise its head, nor did its ears move. Feng Xiu extended a finger and lightly tapped its forehead with his knuckle. This time it finally reacted, slowly opening its eyes. They were a pair of golden vertical pupils, yet devoid of focus. Its eyeballs mechanically followed Feng Xiu's moving finger nearby, yet it never formed a clear gaze. Feng Xiu first placed his palm near its mouth, but it showed no reaction. He removed his hand. The young dragon remained motionless. Then Feng Xiu signaled the black warrior behind him to pour a basin of freshly cut blood and meat into the food bowl beside them. The moment the blood and meat fell into the bowl, the young dragon's head suddenly turned sharply, accurately reaching into the food bowl, and began to devour eagerly. The entire process showed no hesitation, as if hunger was its only driving force. The first food bowl quickly ran empty. With the second and third basins of blood and meat sent in succession, the young dragon's swallowing motions did not stop its speed of eating astonishing. It only stopped after consuming nearly 6 times its own body weight in meat, closing its eyes once more. Throughout the whole process, it displayed no emotional actions of competing, guarding its food, or showing satisfaction. Only eating and stopping eating. Feng Xiu stepped forward, placed his hand on the young dragon's neck side, and carefully examined its muscle elasticity, pulse, and blood flow. All bodily functions showed no abnormalities. However, when he released a faint trace of spiritual energy to stimulate it, it was like a mud cow entering the sea, yielding no feedback from the soul level. This is what is called a living corpse. It is not a body controlled by necromantic spells after death, but a blank flesh body that retains vigorous life activities, yet lacks a soul. It can breathe, can swallow, can react to hunger and pain, yet it cannot communicate or learn any commands. Feng Xiu took out a blood sampling needle from his pocket and drew it across the young dragon's front paw. Then he turned to look at the dragon's soul, Val, floating nearby. Your Highness, may I take a small amount of blood for test? Val's soul power immediately wrapped around the blood sampling needle, not damaging it, but gently placing it back into Feng Xiu's pocket. My lord, it has just hatched, and its body is currently in the most fragile stage. You must wait at least 1 to 2 months for its blood circulation scales and internal organs to complete their first round of growth before sampling can be done without affecting its development. Val did not refuse outright. It clearly stated that once the young dragon enters a stable growth phase, Feng Xiu can obtain a small amount of dragon blood, naturally shed dragon scales, and even cut shallow dragon flesh that can regenerate. The premise is that each sampling must be confirmed by it, and must not damage the growth potential of this body. Feng Xiu glanced at the soulless young dragon digesting its food on the ground, and then looked at Val. After all, this will become your future physical body. Isn't it a bit unfair? But I, Feng Xiu, am certainly not one to be overly kind. Feng Xiu put away the blood sampling needle, accepting the limitation of waiting 1 or 2 months. Having completed his preliminary observation of the young dragon, Feng Xiu began to inquire about another question that interested him. Val, what was your realm in your previous life? This question was to understand the strength of an ally, and to assess how strong a soul power this young dragon body could eventually bear. I fell in my youth, my strength remained at the peak of silver. This answer was within Feng Xiu's expectations. Val continued to explain, pureblood dragons have a stable power growth. As long as they normally enter adulthood, they can steadily reach the golden level. After entering maturity, the dark gold level is not an insurmountable threshold. The real dividing line is at the epic level. That means a second life leap which cannot be completed purely through age and bloodline accumulation. Even among powerful dragon species like gold dragons and red dragons, the success rate of advancing to epic is only about 2.5%. I belong to a variant dragon containing holy fire power in my soul, thus having nearly a 40% success rate. It is indeed unfortunate for a variant dragon that originally had the chance to grow to the epic level to have died in its youth during a siege. Feng Xiu remarked. The Tyrant Dragon clan has also paid the price it should have. Val corrected his statement. The topic finally shifted to Feng Xiu's most pressing question. Your Highness, do you know the method to quickly complete the advancement to bronze level? Val first gave a completely worthless answer. I just fell asleep and reached bronze level. Feng Xiu looked down at his palm. This method of advancing to bronze level by merely sleeping was clearly not something a human could replicate, unless he first figured out how to transform himself into a dragon. But the difficulty of this was far beyond the actual advancement to bronze. For island masters like you, the most common way to advance is still to obtain bronze-level treasures that can break attribute barriers from treasure chests. Secondly, it is to master a complete cultivation method which can guide energy to wash through bottlenecks over a long time. Feng Xiu did not lack cultivation spells, but the Dead Shi environment had yet to take shape. Currently practicing would yield minimal results. Val also did not have any ready-made treasures. The wealth it had accumulated had long since turned to nothing in the explosion years ago. This response effectively pushed the question back to the option of opening chests, which depended on luck. Continuing to search for bronze treasure chests could only rely on aimless sailing and luck. Just as Feng Xiu was preparing to leave, Val's dragon soul suddenly mentioned another method. Your main island just reached level 15, right? In my knowledge of Dragon Clan Heritage, island masters seem to be able to obtain such treasures by fishing clouds. Isn't your empty island at level 15 able to unlock intermediate fishing platforms? The intermediate fishing platform for island masters not only increases the attractiveness of fishing, but also unlocks the blueprints for bronze-level fishing rods. Ordinary fishing rods have a quality limit on the resources they can attract. Even if bronze-level heavy objects drifted past your island, low-level hooks might not establish a stable connection. However, the bronze-level fishing rod is different. It can capture deeper and more distant resource fluctuations, presenting opportunities to pull bronze-level treasure chests, materials, or even special live creatures directly from the clouds. This method could indeed be used, but what intrigued Feng Xiu even more was, oh, your highness actually knows about the various functions and buildings that can be unlocked with empty island upgrades. I wonder if you could tell me more about them. Val still did not refuse Feng Xiu's inquiry. My Dragon Clan inheritance only records up to... After all, I am not the island master myself, just someone who has a slight understanding and did not allow the dragon's knowledge inheritance to continue imparting further knowledge to me. Levels 16 and 17 mainly improve flight speed, weight capacity, and basic area. What truly deserves your attention is level 18. Once the floating island reaches level 18, the Lord's Cornerstone will unlock the building recycling. With this permission, you can compress already built fishing platforms, warehouses, and water reservoirs back into building models, and then adjust their placement. Feng Xiu's eyes brightened for a moment. This function is quite good. Val added recycling does not return materials and cannot restore damaged buildings to their original state. The state before recycling is the same as after it is unfolded again. Its value lies in the ability to replan the island or to sell models of buildings that are already obsolete to you. Feng Xiu immediately thought of the troublesome crude wooden houses on his main island, as well as a few small warehouses and other buildings built early on. As the main island's area continuously expanded, the buildings that were casually placed in the past severely affected the functional zoning. Once the level 18 permission is unlocked, he can package those low-level buildings and also temporarily remove the facilities at the island's edge before battles to reduce unnecessary battle losses. Level 19 still focuses on enhancing the island's weight capacity. Level 20 requires a special material, bronze-grade Ascension Stone. Val's tone became slightly more serious. The Ascension Stone is not a higher version of the floating stone. It is a special material that can change the cloud layer in which the floating island resides. When you complete the level 20 upgrade, your floating island will gain the layer ascension function, allowing it to leave the low-level area we are currently in and enter the golden cloud layer. Golden cloud layer. Feng Xiu heard this term for the first time. The resource density, treasure chest quality, and stable flight routes, they are far beyond what the low levels can compare to. Val paused for a moment. However, correspondingly old island masters, native merchant guilds, and established sky pirate groups are mostly entrenched here, and the intensity of conflicts will similarly increase significantly. Feng Xiu's heart stirred. He realized that level 20 not only signifies a map upgrade, but also likely marks the end of the newcomer protection period. Although this newcomer protection period did not offer any real protection, ascension is not one way. Val added a level 20 floating island can return to the low level at any time after meeting energy and cooldown conditions. Of course, it can also ascend to the golden cloud layer for refuge during widespread turmoil on land. Feng Xiu immediately seized upon the term refuge. What kind of turmoil will happen on land? The golden patterns on the dragon soul's surface showed a slight, strange fluctuation. Val temporarily avoided this topic and continued explaining the subsequent functions of the floating island. When the floating island reaches level 21, it can unlock special functional plots. These can bring various enhancements or bonuses to the island. These functional plots, like blank blueprints, need to be designed by the island masters themselves. However, unlike blank blueprints, the design of these functional plots is not a one-time affair. Basically, every week you can redesign, and there are items that can speed up the waiting time. This information immediately made Feng Xiu think of the yet-to-be-formed necrotic environment. Ordinary buildings can only store and utilize necrotic energy, but functional plots might allow an entire area to have properties continuously biased towards the undead. This holds immeasurable value for his future undead enhancement spiritual plant cultivation and even his own cultivation. At level 25, the advanced fishing platform is unlocked, allowing the purchase of silver-grade fishing rod blueprints in the blueprint shop. The advanced fishing platform can attract silver-grade resources, but it is still just a chance. Your Excellency should not have too much hope. The probability is very small. Levels 26 to 29 mainly focus on advanced warehouses, advanced planting slots, advanced water reservoirs, and structural enhancements. At level 30, silver-grade material wind pattern steel is needed to complete the reinforcement of the wind resistance layer, enabling the floating island to qualify for stable navigation into turbulent zones. I have finished my explanation. Feng Xiu nodded and immediately brought the topic back. Now can we talk about the turmoil on land? He looked directly at Val's soul body. What exactly is the so-called danger? Will the turmoil affect the island masters who have already ascended? However, Val's next words left him somewhat perplexed. This time Val's first sentence left him a bit dazed. All possible dangers. Feng Xiu did not accept. Fortunately, Val continued to elaborate. What exactly the turmoil is, I myself do not know. Val said that his inherited knowledge only contained this one sentence. There are great horrors on the ground, all the terrors you can imagine and those you cannot. Logically speaking, with the curiosity of the Dragon Clan, there should at least be 1 or 2 images left in the inherited knowledge. But the reality is that in my inherited knowledge there is not a single image, just this one sentence. The Dragon Soul shared his speculation with Feng Xiu. There should be unspeakable entities, incomprehensible ones, unapproachable beings, unviewable entities, and those that cannot be remembered on the ground. But this speculation escalated the seriousness of the issue once more. Something that could make the dragon choose to repeatedly reinforce its memory with bloodlines, yet dare not leave any specific form of information, must possess power far beyond what he could currently handle. Does turmoil exist in cycles? Feng Xiu changed the question. No. Val denied the so-called turmoil is not triggered by fragmented clouds, but is rather a certain creature or phenomenon on the ground that after accumulating enough power spreads towards the cloud layer on its own. The intervals could be years apart, or could happen consecutively. At that time, island masters who have not reached level 20 and possess the ascension function will 95% likely die. Only a few extremely lucky individuals can survive. These words made Feng Xiu feel a greater sense of urgency. It seemed he needed to speed up the collection of resources to reach level 20 as soon as possible. After all, no one knows when the next turmoil will arrive. Feng Xiu thought of the rules that had drawn them into this generation of island masters. Only after the previous generation had a level 20 island master would the new generation descend. This rule may not only be filtering development progress, but could also be continuously supplementing consumables to the low levels. The fragmented clouds brought us in. Oh, are they cultivating island masters or supplementing some sort of consumable? Val fell silent. His inheritance also had no answers. The corpse flying tiger steadily descended at the edge of the main island, stirring up a small cloud of dust. Only when the floating island had completely distanced itself from the sub-island where Val was located did the black egg dare to leisurely float up from the bottom of the soul bottle. Feng Xiu had no time to pay attention to this timid fellow. His mind was rapidly organizing the information provided by Val into a series of clear to-do items. Level 18, reclaim old buildings and unify the layout of the island. Level 20, prepare ascent stones in advance to get ready for entering the golden cloud layer. Level 23, reserve functional land plots to lay the foundation for creating a dead energy environment. Level 30, acquire wind pattern steel to strengthen the wind resistance layer. But all of this is still far off. The most immediate task in the short term is to complete the upgrade to level 15 and then create a mid-level fishing platform. The cold stone tablet's surface with its complex light patterns continued to flow slowly as the upgrade progress bar steadily advanced. The upgrade is expected to be completed by tomorrow afternoon. This is still the result of using an upgrade acceleration card. Without that card, the time required for this upgrade would exceed half a month. The next afternoon, the upgrade light patterns on the surface of the Lord's cornerstone completely retracted and the continuously expanding island's edge finally stabilized. A series of new prompts popped up in front of Feng Xiu. The floating island has been upgraded to level 15. Unlocked, building mid-level fishing platform. Feng Xiu first clicked on the preview for the upgrade to level 16. There were no new buildings, mainly enhancing the floating island's sailing speed. This was consistent with the information Val had provided. Feng Xiu closed the preview interface and directly called up the production requirements for the mid-level fishing platform. Consumption would 750 stone, 4000 energy 500. Acquisition, mid-level fishing platform 1. Fang Xiu toyed with the fishing platform model in his hand. In fact, this thing looks similar to the beginner fishing platform, just larger, more exquisite, and sturdier with 4 fishing spots instead of 1. For fishing spots mean that a mid-level fishing platform can simultaneously accommodate 4 fishing cloud skeletons. Just looking at the cost of this one alone, although not cheap, it is still acceptable. But clearly Fang Xiu wouldn't just make one of these. However, he decided to take a look at the blueprints inside first. Fang Xiu walked to the edge of the main island and set down the model. The architectural phantom unfolded with thick, fixed stakes embedding deep into the island and 4 sturdy ropes extending inward, firmly connecting to the main island. He stepped onto the brand new fishing platform and directly opened the new blueprint shop. The number of items far exceeded that of the beginner fishing platform, a dazzling array. The blueprints for bronze-level fishing rods were divided into dozens of categories according to minerals, spiritual plants, souls, treasure chests, living creatures, and architectural remains. Now all 4 of his attributes were stuck at 20 points, and what he urgently needed was a treasure that could break through the bronze barrier. After flipping through hundreds of blueprints, Fang Xiu finally found his desired target. Spirit Plant Ash Fishing Rod Blueprint 1, 11 bronze level, made using bronze-level ash wood and cloud silk, significantly increases the pulling probability of spiritual value items suitable for obtaining materials to enhance attributes, break barriers, and replenish special energy. It was simply tailor-made. This was the one. Fang Xiu looked at the selling price. Selling price, 379000 fishing cloud points. Is this price serious? He stared at that string of numbers stunned for a full 3 seconds. Indeed, 379000 fishing cloud points was indeed the price for just a bronze-level blueprint. This was just the blueprint. After purchasing it, additional bronze-level materials would be needed to produce the finished fishing rod. Fang Xiu looked at his points balance. After purchasing the bone segment deep-sea fishing rod last time, and buying several other black iron blueprints, he currently had just over 70,000 points remaining. The shortfall was nearly 310,000. Ordinary island lords apart from him probably wouldn't have the opportunity to gather so many fishing cloud points without 3 or 4 complete affiliated races. Fang Xiu did not complain about the price. He reaccessed the statistics of fishing cloud points records and began recalculating the production capacity. The fact that the shop dared to sell the blueprints at this price indicated that the Broken Cloud realm assumed that the mid-level fishing platform was not intended for a single island lord, but a production building supported by a large population and complete industry. The good news was that he was least lacking in the population that did not need to rest. Fang Xiu did not immediately begin mass production of mid-level fishing platforms. He first had 4 fishing cloud skeletons enter the first fishing platform equipped with the existing black iron fishing rods for an effectiveness test. After throwing the 4 cloud lines into the cloud, See the corpse flying tiger observing from the cloud, See quickly noticed a change. The hook's attraction range for surrounding materials had significantly expanded, and the speed of establishing a pulling connection had noticeably increased. It conveyed this news to Fang Xiu. Upon learning this, Fang Xiu understood that this meant that even if he couldn't afford a bronze fishing rod for the time being, the mid-level fishing platform could still significantly enhance the existing points output. As long as the number built was sufficient, 3100 points was not an insurmountable chasm. Let's try making 10 first. Meanwhile, he began checking the skeletons responsible for fishing. The existing fishing cloud skeletons were all subpar. They had been specially adjusted to only perform fishing tasks lacking any combat capability. Using them to handle the harvest from the beginner fishing platform was something they could still manage. However, if a skeleton got lucky and used the mid-level fishing platform's features to catch a bronze-level item with the fishing cloud skeleton's subpar strength, they would probably just watch the treasure slip away. He didn't consider substituting with enhanced black warriors. The manufacturing cost and combat value of enhanced black warriors were too high, making it a waste to have them sit on the fishing platform for long periods. The most reasonable solution was still to develop dedicated fishing undead. According to Fang Xiu's estimation, the new version of the fishing cloud skeletons would need to have at least the strength of mid-tier black iron. Alas, there was more work to do. This modification would consume new soul flame skeletons and enhancement potions. The more mid-level fishing platforms there were, the higher the demand for maintaining the undead and energy. Fortunately, he did not lack such basic resources. However, accidents always come suddenly. Just when the first test fishing platform had been operating for less than half an hour, the tip of the black iron bone segment deep sea fishing rod suddenly bent sharply downwards. The skeleton holding the fishing rod tightened its arms simultaneously, and the connection point between the shoulder blade and spine made continuous cracking sounds. Fang Xiu happened to see this scene and immediately stopped the other work, quickly walking to the side of the fishing spot. The cloud line did not have the continuous pulling sensation typical of ordinary heavy objects being hooked. Instead, it tightened sharply every few seconds. This was not a lifeless thing drifting with the clouds. Something below was actively pulling. The skeleton responsible for fishing continued to reel in according to the old instructions. Its two-arm bones quickly developed fine cracks, yet the soul flame could not discern that the target had exceeded its bearing limit. Fang Xiu reached out to steady the violently trembling fishing rod, and through the feedback, he discovered that the target's quality remained at the black iron level, but its weight had increased 3 times in just over 10 seconds. It was not just getting heavier. More and more things were being pulled up along the same cloud line. Below the clouds, a dull impact sensation traveled up the cloud line to the fishing platform. Immediately afterward, the other 3 cloud lines that had not yet been hooked suddenly twisted and tightened in the same direction at the same time. Fang Xiu raised his hand, and the bird-headed warriors atop the crossbow tower looked over. Nearby, several soul-burning bone crossbow towers immediately turned their directions, aiming at the cloud sea outside the fishing platform.